Life is akin to a box of chocolates. Should I send my brain away? Perhaps I should. Louis Bay, you know I was wrong, what more do you want from? I was merely joking with Ah Wang, I didn't mean itzerly. Ah Wang's boyfriend gifted her a necklace worth 20,000 yuan you can't afford on, and don't want to me say a few words? Within the confine a soft rented apartment, Luyaibai Svena blared with a voice ethetways almost screen. Thepperson and Theather and was Jojo, the object of Luyaiba's unrequited affection, heisless of white moonlight. Ah Wang on the other hand, was Jose's roommate, Huang Qingcheng. Like Louis Bay, Thiel attended Jiangnan University in Hangzhou, and a few days summer vacation Walden, ushering them into Thiersif Marie year. However, Jozo and Da Wang were majoring in international business, while Lu Yaibi was deepening his studies in computer science. Just yesterday was Ah Wang's birthday. Jozo had been invited to Ketip to celebrate. After a few bottles of beer, Huang Qingqing, playfully draping harem around their boyfriend, teased Jojo, Shoujo, if you already found my soulmate, when will you accept Lu Yaibi's pursuit? Although Huang Qingqing had only met Lu Yaibi a few times and was very familiar with him, she firmly believed that Onida Yozo will end up with Louis Bay. The sentiment was hard be her boyfriend as well. Any onu who had encountered Lu Yaibi to Zima to hold the same bull for Yu Yaibi treated Zos who will, and the upper to be perfect match. Yet, the Ruis in person who harbored a friend Topinian Jozo herself. While she had drawn quit a closet to Louis Bay, their relationship was merely a step away from Lasamingin Toramans. However, Jozo expert like control at that distance, relishing Thethrilov being just out of reach, able to withdraw to Nimament. She also enjoyed the little surprises Lu Yaibi prepared during his courtship and envious glances from her friends when they learned of it. Lu Yaibi wash and Simian willingly indulge at her one stod when he introduced himself to Jose's friends, saying no their boyfriend am still pursuing Jojo. Her friends wouldn't variably feel a twinge of jealousy. The kind of man you could never hope to in your life at emismerly a switter in my eyes Jos horrorlish this feeling of being admired from a lofty height. Yet now, seeing the necklace worth over 20,000 yuan at earning a Wang's neck, Jos who felt a pang of bitterness. It seemed as Ta Wang had risen above her. Jozo chuckled her claim her pride. Louis Bay has just my little lapdog new naturally believes a hay feelings for him, right? Admittedly, his decent booty Jojo am not some Yonoho can be a silly one over. Ah Wang's boyfriend was indeed presentable, but a pallid in comparison to Louis Bay. Fact acknowledged Mon Theater Mitery. Jozo livid her own status be belittling Louis Bay. After saying this, she lifted her glass into Cassip. As expected, the other women present looked on with envy. They didn't know Lu Yaibi well, but they recognized that he was indeed quite handsome. Jos who felt satisfied with these. Shed in fear they Tenyon would speak alof her in front of Louis Bay without evidence, who would surely believe her ever O'Neill's, even if there were evidence, as long as it wasn't compelling enough. A little display of charm would prompt Lu Yaibi to forgive her. She was confident in her allure. However, a unexpected twist occurred. Outside the TV room, here with her roommate, Chendan Washard speaking, having hated Batumic to drink, she had just stepped out as the restroom. Louis Bay, what are you doing here? Indeed, it was a coincidence that Lu Yaibi was just outside the door. He had been brought along by friends for karaoke and had happened to overhear Jose's voice while passing by, intending to drop in for a casual greeting. After recalling Thevensoft a previous day, Lu Yaibi took a deep breath and lay said in Tuthaphone, Ari you don't, if I were, ill hang up behavior in King Match Totent. Ranking Louis Bay, what do you mean, are you refusing to accept my apology, how can you besapati? Joseph's voice, usually sweet, no grated in Lu Yaibi's ears, had chuckled lightly. What's this about being gammon, in just a pure-hearted 20-year-old boy is it normal to be a bit petty? What does it matter to I out hot some owner receive a day 20,000 yuan necklace? You claim I know you are wrong, beauty adontree lick no you're just scared. Joseph's voice grew sharper, scared. What do we have it to be afraid of, Louis Bay, don't think Kennedy or forgiveness a have a morethinus uiter. Alright then, I don't plan and forgive inju either. This ensure him hanging up. Lu Yaibi pressed the hang-up button, unconcerned with Fesher protests coming from Jozo on the other end. Hesithaphoned on and calmly looked up, gazing through Hugh into with a moon, which seemed to besmeling. Lu Yaibi smiled in return. Henjos who had been classmates in high school, after enduring the rigors of their failure, they both achieved similar scores and were admitted to SM University, thought they had never officially dated, their relationship fatal ways been amicable. Jos who had expressed that she wasn't interested in romance during her student years, and Lu Yaibi had never pressured her. Josor had high standards for her future boyfriend, and Lu Yaibi endeavored to improve himself. Lu Catshaw's boyfriend had taken a share to fancy restaurant several month. I can't take you too. Xiao Zhang's boyfriend is skilled in karate so impressive, why don't you learn? Sure, I can learn. Xiao Wan's boyfriend is fantastic on the basketball court. No worries, him way better than him. Then cometh a moment then a Hoang's boyfriend presented her with a necklace worth over 20,000 yuan. While such a necklace was undeniably extravagant, Lu Yaibi could manage to buy it with so he offered, yet he was to stay nearness to youngman, no to deity. Compare it to Altozi ideal boyfriends, Heffeldy could never measure up. Not becoming Simi O'Neill's shelled in childhood, and no being expected to transform into Simi O'Neill's boyfriend in adulthood life extra difficult. Lu Yaibi shook a shade in self-deprecation, especially think he wants to have a boyfriend. It was Jozo who would say suchings, yet was the owner receiving Gabarajo of insults. All his affection had been fed to the dogs. Oh no, he was the dog Yelupto to still a dog. How absurd. He had thought that upon hearing such words, he could engage in a heated argument with Jojo. He never anticipated his reaction would be so tranquil. Truly he had inherited his mother's admirable Jenny's. Ike wasn't the act of her Lynch insults, it was Lu Yaibi's mother, Ms. Lu Chaoshi, always maintained inflappable me nor during confrontations. Truly, I am a mother's Venezan. Lu Yaibi murmured to himself, reflecting in Jose's words, he told himself, forget it, Louis Bay, let's just let it go. With that, Heziadan leaned back in his computer chair. Jose's shrill voice faded away, replaced by an unprecedented sense of tranquility. Suddenly, Lu Yaibi recalled we had like Jozo in the first place. It seemed like an afternoon in high school when she stood beneath the sycamore tree, dappled sunlight illuminating her round face, hers milk pure and daring. How did it kamitothis? Luyabi asked himself, receiving nonser Heshuka said, click themasi a couple of times and lit up the screen again. The ranking match was still the priority. Ha prepared to deep back in Tothagam. Utit wazel reday over had beened for half a match the consequencio fiddling ways a 72 her been on his account. Luyabi starred at Tiva notification. Damn had lancedatha penguinic a 9 left corner, which was jumping around. Xingxian what happened, did he disconnect? Xingqian was Luyabi long-time brother and gaming teammate, so Mion he'd met in line, although they had never met in person they had forged a deep bond through countless battles. Just like his ID, Xingqian had a cold demeanor, his avatara defaultman. Me white moonlight colored we hate if I 10 complete lithal out. Xingxian I hope heshike. Shes fine, but me account is banned so I can join you for the burrito de sorry. Xingxian want to play some ethingles, amafridoli mesopith vidanto heist. Just a little bite of faking. Xingxian then let's check out urology department. How about farming? Xingxian 1. Stardew Valley, let's start. Stardew Valley is a farming simulation game of focus on leisure ligameplay. Luyabi had initially one Tedo confide in his good brother, evening the pretentious term white moonlight, yet Xingqian didn't take the beta tal. As expected of Xingqian, who was obla viastoth world outside, entirely focused in Steam. Luyabi did press the matter, although he and his brother had fought together, mined robbed banks, and farmed, Xingqian generally didn't interfere in his family matters or personal life. Luyabi reminded himself to learn from Xingqian, to swift lilet go from antis entanglements and become agam expert. Xingqian sent a cute voice call. Luyabi? Asha quickly typed in that chat box, not that do a need to report for farming, hecklick to and swear. Xingqian was always brief with words, not just in typing. He was even quieter in person during shooting games, only Luyabi would chatter away when Xingqian had to metaspare, he would respond with text. Xingqian said he didn't have a microphone. Luyabi replied ilsendune. Xingqian said, air with that close? Luyabi responded, just of average quality, no text pensive consider a tear word for altos ir saya vaporation le helped me rank up, don't mention it. Xingqian replied, but I don't want to tell you my address. Luyabi. So it was stood of shinis. Luyabi adjusted the volume, preparing to speak, then heard some rustling sounds on theotherin. Had Xingqian turned in themic, goodness, tomorrow the soon might tries from thuist. Hello ha, no sound, can you arm? It was Luyabi's first time hearing his brother's voice. The tone was cool and crisp, like sound of Colsumer Creek water flowing over pebbles in a riverbank. Luyabi. A female voice? No trace even gare response from Luyabi. Xingqian stone turned slightly playful. I have set this mix and sabatiti can't bebro kino ready right him, how could it be so coincidental? Luyabi tugged at the corners off his mouth, still speechless, instead typing furiously on the keyboard. Xingqian what have you sterathome? Xingqian fell silent, then coldly replied, didn't you just the Thezalin Sellingard, shifting back to Luyabi. Xingqian there's naza sister. Chapter 2 There is no sea snail girl in this world. Luyabi's mind weighs another chaos. His thoughts instantaneous like reversed from the origin soft Big Bang to the 22nd century when Doraemon was born. If Samian Weratoskim, which province Syria from, Hawud undoubted liar spawned, I was born from Imather. Luyabi's fingers trembled, repeatedly hitting Thronky sassy typed. No way, bro, Urea girl? Xingqian sounded slightly irritated. Why are you typing, Ario pretending to mute? Don't tell me your microphone is broken. I can hear you breathing. Luyabi no bro, Urea girl? Xingqian yzo your voice a trembling? Luyabi was a startled I almost flew off my chair, but might hit a belegalig, resulting in a failed takeoff. Harabadisto frintica liliki hawas performing gojutsu. Yet more pressing Fanthatwash's concern for Xingqian, his longtime brother sexually agiro? Xingqian hastily asked, are you okay? I'm fine just eating some surplums, Luyabi replied, incredulously repeating, bro, how can you be girl? Xingqian si med some what resentful, wary alkaling bro? Didn't he always a yaw guy? Xingqian and Ever said thought he made deathatup. You didn't denny it. Not denny in gadmitting, okay? The inequality science a requitikwa kawaii danti out in it? Xingqian stone wascold yes. Luyabi his brain hekud pisatagather a rough idea. Hen Xingqian hadmitin thirskin dayer of high school when they were in very familiar with the other. Given Xingqian's personality, it was normal for him to enthusiamic. They had drawn closer during the summer break off thirskin dayer, but hater Luyabi had decided to push Jojo. Jo suited Lakey him interacting with other girls, and if she found out Xingqian was a girl, Luyabi would probably have a takaris with her. Not brojavina relationship even if I a girl, I. At this point, Luyabi full tatwinged off wilt. Xingqian asked blandly what is our relationship? Luyabi good brothers, in me heart. Xingqian scoffed, when something's up, you can't avenge through in the phone? Luyabi chuckled awkwardly, ha. I was planning to keep it a secret after all, my silencito isn't effecto yurgaming, Xingqian said. Then what did you suddenly went to themic, Luyabi asked. Idiot. Xingqian said some what displeased because of themiki bot finally arrived at his thought no tenna? Alright. Luyabi quickly responded. But didn't you just say you've had it for a long time? His good brother Sudden Libby engage off Luyabi's mind in a whirl, and he didn't even have a feachencitos the questions that's front to mean. Xingqian chuckled casually, so tell me about it. Luyabi what should I say? A boti our white moonlight has it finally come to an end? Not knowing if it was just his imagination, Lu Yibi felt that Chinky and Salisi mid Todipanwen has said that. Oh, Izio you've noticed. Initially wanting Tovin to his good brother, now that this good brother had transformed into sister Lu Yiba suddenly found himself a talash for words, smiling awkwardly, there's really nothing much to see. Yet Chinkian wouldn't take no for an answer speak, I want to hear. No way, Chingqian, you're sonasi. Lu Yiba remembered that whenever ha had shared this daily life about Zhozao with Qingqian in the past, who wouldn't lie receive indifferent replies like I sit working out or not? Has Qingqian changed his ways today? Lu Yibai briefly recounted the situation, ultimately summarizing, toputed plainly in just a handsome elipto Geneva Yonsis, someone who adds face of value when taken out. Hatrilla didn't want to elaborate further, for one, Chinkian's Trojender had left the mother lie stunned, making his mind a jumbled mess, secondly, discussing another girl with a girl felt awkward and unnecessary. You've done say you're broken, beauty our white moonlight is perfect, look, she's just broken in all noticeable way, Chinkian remarked. You're right. Want Meadow curse her out for you? None. Still reluctant, huh? No point. Qingqian pondered for a moment fair enough. Luya by side initially when Tedarankya pan feel happy but no my account is banned. It's truly a sub misfortune epiling upon misfortune am so frustrated I don't even want to eat. Qingqian remained in face till take out Arankya panother day. Steady in counting you, my heroine, Luya Bay said. Also, Qingqian added, did he skip dinner? He was planning to after finishing up. It's already a 30. Louis Bay just wait a bit Lingerilgo jetsa methagutoa. What? Spicy beef. With noodles? Yuk no mule. Jinkian said with a hint of sarcasm, I remember Yunsa claimed I ororikide hakud stud you broad. Isn't that because I didn't want to go so I got kick it out bemifamly, watrichkid, in just a poor salho has to earn my own tuition and parent. After bank kicked out, Lu Yabi hunt returned them for the summer break, so herented Asmol apartment not far from the university, speaking of which, given how close he was, Zhozao still only went to Topolagizi over the phony her sincerity wastrily lacking. Are you still planning to study abroad? Jinkian asked. There was a strange attention in his tone. Why do you ask? Isaac Bukashov had broken white moonlight, now that you fallen Utiovian Libinin colleague for a year it's not too late to consider going. Jinkian said. Lu Yiba replied, her influences in Laya small part of it. Since I'm here, Ilmaki the best of it. I've already studied in Jiangnan for a year transferring schools would be quite inconvenient, besides, Mittermiss Philed with good brothers they can tell without me their old father. Shankian la tut a long breath oh. Speaking of which Wikshillery Wattending, Lu Yiba inquired. Jinkian replied coldly with a familiar, were you probing for my address? Louis be with your level of secrecy, I'd believe it if I turned out to be virtual streamer on a day. Jinkian muttered, I'll tell you in a few days. Can it really take that long? Why are you wusking so much, farming or not? Let's get started. Lu Yiba click a donal little chicken thighs was the pharma game called Stardew Valley. The excruciatingly nostalgic BGM started playing, event how they were connected via mic. Jinkian still didn't say while playing, however, at least responded with Zomar Hasanda Kano Anthan. Jinkian Swiss was clear and melodious. Lu Yiba felt that their communication had significantly improved. In Stardew Valley, player scan farm, mine fish, raise animals, and even marine NPCs, or in multiplayer mode, player scan Mariaker. Lu Yiba was currently engaged in a fishing activity that required precise clicking with the mouse. Justash was fervently clicking away, trying to erase the left mouse button. His finny suddenly vibrated beside him. His focus shattered, leading to failed catch. Damn. Lu Yiba cursed dis luck wastrul Yibi's meltode, notonly had hefil torrent cup, Butevan fishing was disrupted, hepikid up the phone. Hello, leave it at the door. Hound Dupan said in Toffee headset, food delivery, wait form. Ching Chiano. Lu Yiba stepped to Tand return. He brought back KF delivery and sat back down at his computer desk, complaining into the headset. I tell you, if it weren't for half an call, he would have definitely caught the talk to push just now. Ching Chian impressive. Just as Lu Yiba was about to unleash his tough frustrations, has suddenly considered a serious question. It didn't order Anna take out to order red these? The address, phone number and event the name Woyan Zoriel correct, Buffy had nor collection of ordering Gonafood. Ching Chian yeah, who did? Lu Yiba begin listing potential suspects. First on the list. Jojo, I wasn't telling a ring thought it was Moliera flex given Ferris in conversation. Ching Chian tisk. Not likely. Lu Yiba thought Zhozao character would have changed long Joshi had it in her to suddenly have a cane javart. Ching Chian well scolded? Lu Yiba pondered yeah, well scolded? Jinkian emphasized each word so, who else knows tot this poor little thing hasn't had in a riot? Lu Yiba thought for Ramaram Timna Tuja Riken unlay suggest own possibility. If I guess wrong, don't blame him. Ching Chian speak. Kudit Bayu, my heroine? Jinkian replied blandly, clever, you figure ready to talk quickly. If Ufti guessed sea snail girl next. Chapter 3, Do not bow your head while watching a movie together. Ching Chian lightly remarked, I just stumbled upon the address you provided me earlier. I have been so diligent in my confidentiality that I wondered if you might casually deliver a false address to deceive me, so I decided to test it out. Do not judge others by your own standards, Louis Bay replied. Why would I test you? 2 family buckets, I could drink 6 cups of cola and still feel nauseous. After all, today is not even Thursday. Really, perhaps you accidentally pressed the wrong button. You ordered without even checking the amount? Could it be that the valiant lady is a wealthy heiress? Louis Bei teased. One cannot navigate the world without some resources, Qing Qian responded with a hint of impatience. Just eat your food and stop talking so much. Very well. Regardless, you cannot operate while eating. Accompany me for a while to watch a movie, Qing Qian insisted. All right. Louis Bei accessed the myriad of websites available for watching movies online. What shall we watch? First Kiss. Are you referring to the film featuring Sophie Marceau? Yes, why? Can't watch a romance film after a breakup? No, I've just seen it before. With your white moonlight? Alone. Qing Qian acknowledged with a sound, then asked, haven't you ever eaten KFC before? Louis Bei glanced at the family bucket, feeling somewhat guilty. I can still eat after having eaten, just as I can still watch after having watched. That's good to know. Louis Bei took a sip of his soda and a bite of the golden fried chicken, feeling warmth in his stomach and heart. He was not oblivious. He understood that Qing Qian was not so bored as to engage in some sort of experiment. Well, thanks. Qing Qian mumbled softly, getting this worked up over 2 family buckets. You really are easy to please, Louis Bei asked. Huh? What did you say? I said, you should treat me to dinner in the future. In the future? Just remember it. The idea of watching movies together was initially proposed by Louis Bei. At that time, a domestic horror film was garnering attention in theaters, and Jojo had invited Louis Bei to watch it. Louis Bei agreed, but, fearing that he might embarrass himself by screaming in the cinema, asked Qing Qian to accompany him, choosing a few classic horror films online to challenge his own fears. However, when the domestic horror film was released and received poor reviews, Jojo found resources online and watched it with her roommates, rendering Louis Bei's challenge futile. Alas, back then, he was blissfully unaware that the valiant Qing Qian was merely pretending to be a fierce warrior, while he, on the other hand, exuded an aura of cowardice without restraint. Ultimately, he found himself unable to sleep, and it was Qing Qian who managed to calm him by pointing out several bloopers in the film, that how embarrassing, with memories he would rather not revisit. He wondered if Qing Qian still remembered that night. Why have you fallen silent? Qing Qian inquired. Nothing. Louis Bei hurriedly buried the chapter of his past deep within his mind, redirecting his attention to Sophie Marceau's exquisite beauty. For the first time after watching movies together for so long, Louis Bei could hear sounds emanating from her side. The crunching noise indicated she was likely munching on chips. Qing Qian's calm and soothing voice floated in his ear, and to his surprise, they were watching a naive love story. Louis Bei felt an inexplicable sense of tension, momentarily unsure of how to comment on the film. Men and women were inherently different, male friends and female friends also held distinctions. Louis Bei consciously restrained his words. At the very least, he could not appear too nonchalant. Then, oh my! He heard Qing Qian's voice, slightly elevated. Those legs are truly fair. Louis Bei was left speechless. Jojo returned to her dormitory. Though Jiangnan University had yet to commence classes, 3 of her roommates had already returned early due to Huang Qingqing's birthday party. Huang Chengcheng was out gallivanting with her boyfriend, while another roommate, Chen Dan, was applying a facial mask in front of the mirror. Upon hearing the door swing open with an aggressive force, she turned in surprise. Jojo? Didn't you go looking for Louis Bei? How come Jojo, even angrier at the mention, stormed over and smashed the half-finished bottle of mineral water that Chen Dan had left on the cabinet onto the floor? After mustering the courage to apologize to that scoundrel Louis Bei, this was the outcome: no intention of forgiving him, who gave him the right to declare an end. The authority to call it quits belonged to her, Jojo, and not Louis Bei. Chen Dan recoiled in fright. What was happening? Yet, upon seeing Jojo's sullen expression, she dared not inquire further. Jojo suddenly broke into a cold laugh. Louis Bei was clearly irked, which was why he had said such things. If she simply ignored him, he would surely be unable to sleep. A wink serves you right. She opened her phone, blocked Louis Bei from her WeChat, and climbed into her bed. By the time Chen Dan glanced her way again, the sounds of a short video titled "Encountering a Downer Guy, My Friends" were already emanating from her bed. That night, Louis Bei had a restless sleep. He dreamed. In his dream, he found himself at times on a tumultuous ancient battlefield, at others in the serene Los Santos, and even in a chilling, eerie little house. No matter the setting, a steady and reliable bearded brother stood beside him, with strong arms and exaggerated chest muscles, exuding bravery. However, when the good brother spoke, "Would you accompany her to watch a movie?" his voice was cool and slightly playful, a sweet feminine tone indeed. It was Qing Qian's voice. Louis Bei awoke to the high noon sun. After taking a moment to collect himself, he got up and walked to the window, hands on his hips, gazing at the blazing sun in the sky, feeling a lingering trepidation. That was too terrifying. The response was the humming sound of the air conditioning above his head. Ateli's dreams were ultimately just dreams. Even if Qing Qian had become a girl, it was impossible for her to speak to him in such a soft and adorable tone. Yet, this dream led Liu Bei to ponder a question. Qing Qian could not possibly be the fierce warrior he had imagined. What did she truly look like? Liu Bei's appearance was known to Qing Qian, as he had photos on his social media. However, her profile picture was a default one, and her personal signature read, "This person is very lazy and has written nothing," indicating that she was a person of few words. She had never posted any photos or updates. Liu Bei picked up his phone from the bedside, intending to delve into this profound inquiry with Qing Qian. Essentially, to ask her for a picture. His phone displayed an unread WeChat call and 3 messages. Jia. What is going on between you and Zhou? Jia. Jindan said Zhou is really angry right now. Jia, did you guys have a fight? Jia, whose real name was Liu Jia, would not mind being called Brother Jia. He was Liu Bei's university roommate and had a good relationship with Zhou's roommate, Jindan, so they likely discussed the matter of him and Zhou. Liu Bei stretched his sore shoulders. Although he had not slept well, he felt surprisingly well rested. He had expected to suffer for a while after the fallout with Zhou, but it felt more akin to shedding a heavy burden. No longer needing to ponder what Zhou would eat today, nor worrying about which boyfriend she would mention next, or fretting over her inexplicable moods, he abandoned the mental turmoil and embraced a carefree life. It was a long-lost feeling of lightness and relaxation. He and Qing Qian had played games until dawn, and after logging off, he fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. Just as Liu Bei was about to respond to Liu Jia, a QQ message popped up on his phone screen. Qing Qian, awake. Liu Bei smiled, switched to QQ, and prepared to engage with her. Chapter 4. The world is frigid, yet some offer warmth. Journeying north. Fate, I have just awoken. Qing Qian. A voice message. 5s. Liu Bei clicked open. A voice, calm to the point of indifference, emerged. I forgot to turn off the alarm, and my head aches a bit. Which kind-hearted individual sets an alarm for noon? Liu Bei mused, yet considering Qing Qian's erratic sleeping patterns of late, well, it was understandable. Journeying north. I, however, woke up naturally. Are you capable of that, sleeping so long yet still having a headache? Do take care of your health. Qing Qian. A voice message. 3s. I only slept for 4 hours. Journeying north. When I logged off, it was barely before 3. How could you possibly entertain yourself alone for such a long stretch? Qing Qian. I wasn't playing. Qing Qian. I simply couldn't fall asleep. Journeying north. What could possibly disturb your slumber? I am the one heartbroken, not you. Qing Qian. Just because you are heartbroken doesn't mean I cannot be sleepless. Journeying north. Why should your sleeplessness be a consequence of my heartbreak? Qing Qian. It brings me joy. Liu Bei. This Qing Qian. Her tone indeed carried a hint of sweet amusement. Journeying north. Building your happiness upon the suffering of others, you truly are something else. Qing Qian. Are you still suffering? You are even more remarkable. Detecting a touch of concern, Liu Bei smiled as he typed, if I were truly in pain, I wouldn't have slept until dawn. Qing Qian. That is good to hear. Qing Qian. If you cannot let go, I shall mock you for a lifetime. Journeying north. Have you somehow been liberated from a seal, planning to spill all the words left unsaid from the past few years today? Qing Qian had seldom, if ever, sent voice messages before. Her previous expressions were mostly void of emoticons, yet today, it was an unbroken stream of voice notes. Qing Qian. What, you do not wish to listen? Journeying north. That is simply impossible. Who would not want to hear such a melodious voice? Qing Qian. Voice message. 39s. I am inclined to share, and you have no say in it. People inevitably change. I only engage in conversation with you when I feel happy. When that mood fades, see if I bother to respond. What are your plans for today? My head aches. If I log in, it may have to wait until afternoon. Have you had lunch? Journeying north. So, you are complimenting my voice to justify chatting more? Qing Qian. Smiles. Qing Qian. Claws. Journeying north. I haven't eaten yet, but there is plenty left of the KFC you ordered yesterday. I won T-Starve. Just remember to feed yourself. Qing Qian. I'll nibble a bit. I plan to order some milk tea. Journeying north. I will finish my work first. It's the end of the month, and I must uphold my attendance for the full reward. If I decide to log in, I'll message you. Qing Qian. Good. Liu Bei replayed her last message 3 times, the indifferent tone imbued with a touch of languid intimacy. Most notably, it was unmistakably a girl's voice, quite fascinating, indeed. Liu Bei slid into his wheelchair and glided to the desk, opening a web page with a flurry of clicks. What should I do if a longtime online friend suddenly confesses she is actually a girl? In a certain forum, someone posed the very same question. Louis Bay clicked to delve deeper. Post 2 Opie, did that good friend confess at a particularly low point in your life? Opie replies to Post 2, yes, indeed. Louis Bay pondered, this detail was rather fitting. Heartbreak was indeed a form of disappointment. Post 2, is this good friend exceptionally kind to you and strikingly beautiful? Opie replies to Post 2, yes, yes. Though he had yet to see Qing Qian's appearance, her voice was nothing short of divine. Louis Bay slapped his thigh. The Opie was truly his long-lost sibling, sharing the same plight. Post 2, clearly, you've read too many novels and watched too many animes. I suggest you watch a blockbuster to clear your mind. Opie replies to Post 2. How dare you tarnish my friend's reputation without cause? Opie replies to Post 2 then, for heaven's sake, provide a website. Opie replies to Post 2, huh, why aren't you replying to me? Louis Bay. But who is this Opie? I hardly know him. He scrolled down. Post 3 on next, she will confess that she has an alcoholic father, a gravely ill mother, a school-going younger brother, and a grandfather ST to help mend her broken heart. Go on, buy her some tea. Post 4 Damn, are people now posting outlines for web novels on forums? I might as well copy it all. After several futile searches across various websites, Louis Bay found the responses to be largely repetitive. It was either a dream or a scam that he began to feel somewhat disoriented, questioning if Qing Qian was merely a figment of his imagination. He reopened his phone, clicked on the chat history with Qing Qian, and replayed the last voice message. Good, the languid, gentle female voice danced into Louis Bay's ears. He relished it. This isn't a dream. Louis Bay mused, could it be a scam? Impossible. He and Qing Qian shared years of deep camaraderie. He wouldn't tea-race fish only to forsake them. Moreover, it was a person treating him to a feast, not the other way around. There was no motive for scamming. Just then, his phone rang with an unknown number. Hello? Louis Bay answered. Oh, the delivery? Huh, from where? Milk tea? Oh, just leave it at the door, I'll grab it later. After hanging up, he began tapping away at his phone screen. Journeying north. Was the milk tea also ordered by you? Qing Qian replied almost instantly. Yes. Journeying north, Qing Qian, I am truly not a person. Qing Qian? Here he was, being treated to delectable delights, and yet he had doubted her intentions. What could Qing Qian possibly want from him? His age, his lack of personal hygiene. Louis Bay was filled with regret, wishing he could slap himself awake in the dead of night. Qing Qian, I filled in the wrong address. Just enjoy it. Journeying north, how much is it? I'll transfer you. Qing Qian, no need, I brought this upon myself. Journeying north, be more careful next time. Qing Qian, have you finished your work? Journeying north. Not yet. Qing Qian, still chattering away despite not finishing your work, get to typing. Journeying north, steady. Louis Bay closed those utterly unhelpful web pages and placed his hands upon the cherry-red mechanical keyboard, tapping away in a flurry. Heaven did not create me, Louis Bay. The keyboard's path stretches into an eternal night, let the keys come. Louis Bay's work involved writing web novels. He was a contracted author on a particular website. Many, upon hearing the term author, might regard it as lofty and impressive. Yet in truth, individuals like Louis Bay were mere shadows, offering little worth, akin to brick movers. Crafting web novel plots was no different from hauling cyber bricks. Nevertheless, regardless of its lack of prestige, Louis Bay upheld his professional ethics. The first thing upon waking was to update his novel. How could he keep his readers waiting in anguish? If he failed to ensure his readers saw the updates promptly, what kind of professional writer would he be? Tap, 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 tap. The sound of the mechanical keyboard echoed like bullets raining down. Work concluded. An increase in output was impossible. That would never happen in this lifetime. He could only maintain a semblance of full attendance with his daily 4K words. After updating, Louis Bay fluidly accessed the website's backend to check comments. Reader 1, author is quite brief. Reader 2, author lacks endurance. Reader 3, author is quite adept at drivel. There's an abundance of it. Louis Bay, he glanced back at the data. Favorites, -1, Louis Bay, damn. How unfortunate. He quickly shut the page. His previous book had performed decently, allowing him to save a little money, but in the volatile world of web literature, past success did not guarantee future triumphs. Louis Bay sighed deeply, sipping his milk tea. In this frigid world, only this cup of strawberry bubble tea offered him a modicum of warmth. No, wait. Louis Bay suddenly recalled something he had forgotten. What was it? Oh, he had neglected to reply to Lu Jie. Chapter 5 Let's get married. Louis Bei replied to Lu Jie, we had a quarrel, broke up, and I can't pursue it any longer. Just as he clicked send, Lu Jie's WeChat call came through almost instantaneously. Is it really over, or are you just saying that in anger? Louis Bei, I truly do not enjoy deceiving fools. Lu Jie, why is that? Louis Bei, what do you think? Lu Jie, being quite chatty with Chendan, should have been aware of the events at KTV by now. As expected, Lu Jie fell silent for a moment. Well, that is fine, breaking up isn't so bad. I also feel Jojo was a bit excessive, saying such things of Brother Bei. Let me speak candidly, it's only your good temper that keeps you calm. If I were in your shoes, I would have certainly gone up and punched her. Louis Bei chuckled, come on, with your physique, a left kick from Jojo would have you on the ground. Lu Jie, standing at 172 centimeters, weighed barely over 90 pounds, thin as a reed. Of course, Jojo wasn't too much of a fighter either. Louis Bei's comment was merely in jest. I'd be standing up for you, even if it meant lying there after a fierce blow. I could always strike from behind. Lu Jie didn't argue, seemingly to lighten Louis Bei's mood. He continued, are you alright? I'm fine, what could possibly be wrong? Louis Bei replied. You took so long to respond, I thought you might have vanished. If you didn't reply soon, I would have come over to check on you. Lu Jie said, then cautiously asked, are you feeling down? If so, how about I accompany you for a couple of drinks tonight? Louis Bei felt a pang of guilt. His silence was not due to excessive sorrow, but rather because he was enjoying food and drink too much to think about anything else. Lu Jie shared the same surname as Lu Bei, so mentioning Shu was not an issue at all. However, to avoid upsetting Lu Jie further, he chose not to mention this. Louis Bei, are you at school? Lu Jie, yep. Louis Bei, is it just you in the dorm? Lu Jie, I've called out several times in the group for Fatty and Sun to return, but no one seems to care. Damn it, I'm the only one in the dorm. Brother Bei, if you have time, come over, I'm really bored alone. Louis Bei, sorry, I'm busy. Lu Jie, busy with what? Louis Bei had already logged into QQ on his computer and sent a message to Chung Qian. Are you farming? 1. Louis Bei clicked to decline. Just a moment. Louis Bei, let us leave it at that, I'm a bit occupied here and need to sleep. Lu Jie? Louis Bei laughed, thank you for your meticulous concern. It warms my lifeless body. However, rest assured, Brother Jie, I'm fine. Once school resumes, I'll treat you to a grand feast. Lu Jie, family doesn't speak of family matters, you are my dear son. If I don't care for you, who will? If anything comes up, feel free to reach out. I'll just be moping in the dorm. And I hope it's Heideleo. Louis Bei, good son. Lu Jie, so, can I share the news about your situation with Jojo with Sunner and Fatty? Sunner refers to Zhao Sun, while Fatty is called Hao Zhanwen. They shared a roommate and a brotherly bond. Louis Bei, go ahead, it's not a big deal. Lu Jie, alright, I'll go gather them for a celebration. You take care or wait, no, you should be sleeping, or are you busy or sleeping? Busy sleeping. Louis Bei hung up on Lu Jie. He redialed Ching Qian. Louis Bei? Louis Bei, Chung Qian, I clicked the wrong button. Louis Bei, oh. Ching Qian, is your white moonlight looking for you again? Louis Bei, no. Ching Qian, then hang up on me. Louis Bei, it's my roommate. He is worried that this empty nester might die alone in the apartment, so he is checking in. Ching Qian's tone softened. That's nice. Louis Bei grinned, who would have thought I'd be so well taken care of by you? Ching Qian, who is taking care of you? Louis Bei, what do you think I'm slurping on now? It is not your milk, cough cough, tea? Ching Qian's voice turned icy, were you doing this on purpose? Louis Bei, no, help it out, I choked, cough cough cough, I really did choke, let me grab some tissues. Who would have thought he would choke at such a moment, causing this awkward interruption? Ching Qian, you better be careful. Louis Bei, cough cough cough, Chung Qian, drink slowly, or you might choke to death. Louis Bei, alright, cough cough, logging in now. Drink slowly. After Cheng Qian finished speaking, an invitation to join a game popped up in the lower right corner of Louis Bei's computer screen. He sensed a hint of fatigue in Ching Qian's voice. Is your head still hurting? He asked while mining in Stardew Valley. I want to die. Ching Qian replied indifferently. If your head still hurts, take a break. Louis Bei suggested. Easy for you to say. Ching Qian said. After a while, Cheng Qian called out coolly, Ah Bei. Let us get married. Louis Bay felt as though he had just been hit by Garen's ability, falling silent that he forgot to swallow the strawberry bubble tea he had just sipped. You've been pursuing Abigail, Haven TU? Abigail is an NPC in this farming game, and if one raises enough affection, they can marry the player. Qing Xian said coolly, how about we try marrying as players this time? We can directly marry without needing to build up affection. Louis Bay, a game, right. Qing Xian chuckled, her spirit seeming to lift, but the next moment, her demeanor returned to its coolness. What do you think? I thought, I'll go fishing. Louis Bay deflected, wow, these fish are really picky. Chen Dan glanced at the message sent by Lu Jie. My brother Bay has good character and handsome looks, avoids gambling and vice, excels in singing and playing instruments, nearly mastering all skills. Your friend's attitude is appalling. The reason for the breakup is entirely self-inflicted, always seeking trouble. Hey, how can you speak like that? Chen Dan initially wanted to reply this way. However, she glanced towards Jojo. She was still mindlessly scrolling through short videos. Surprisingly, she found Lu Jie's words somewhat reasonable. Jojo noticed Chen Dan staring at her. What are you looking at? Has Louis Bay contacted you? She felt a hint of joy. It must be that Louis Bay was attempting to reach out to her through Chen Dan. Although Louis Bay didn't TF Chen Dan's WeChat, with so many friends, he would surely find a way. She would settle the score with him later about adding other girls on WeChat. No, just some new student orientation stuff. Chen Dan said, not revealing Lu Jie as the informant. By the way, Jojo, are you going to the orientation? Not going. It's too hot. Jojo scoffed. She lay back down, resuming her short video binge. After a while, she gritted her teeth. Even though she had blocked Louis Bay on WeChat, there must be other ways for him to contact her, right? Text messages, Alipay, Weibo, Douyin private messages. Could he really not think of these channels? Let him be foolish. Chapter 6. She is who she is. After playing for a while, Qing Qian's gentle voice turned bitter. I still have a headache. Louis Bay halted his frantic clicking of the mouse and inquired, have you caught a cold? No, Qing Qian replied, I just didn't sleep well. Louis Bay silently suppressed the urge to suggest, drink more hot water, and asked, then shall we rest for a bit? It was still early. The sky had yet to darken. Qing Qian refused. No, I'm not done with games. You should accompany me to watch a movie. Alright, what shall we watch? Resident Evil Degeneration, that CG animated film. As Qing Qian spoke, she paused for a moment before adding, don't worry, it's not scary. Louis Bay immediately raised his voice. What do you mean it's not scary? As if I can't handle frightening films. Qing Qian chuckled softly, clearly recalling the pitiable expression on Louis Bay's face during their first joint viewing of a horror movie. How about we find something spooky to invigorate ourselves? I admit, I may have raised my voice a bit just now. Resident Evil Degeneration is an animated film that cannot be said to be closely related to the classic live-action Resident Evil series. In fact, they are entirely unrelated. However, it does bear some connection to the original game. The film features two male protagonists, the one currently introduced being Chris Redfield, a mature man standing nearly 6 feet tall and weighing close to 200 pounds. Louis Bay found an inexplicable resonance with the figure in his dreams. Before you spoke, this was roughly the image I had of you, he said to Qing Qian. However, her cool, calm voice shattered his fantasy, and the lingering effects of her insomnia-induced headache softened her tone to one that was almost endearing. This male lead is notorious for getting his teammates killed. No wonder you always die early when we play. Louis Bay responded silently, thank you for so tactfully pointing out my lack of skill. After a female character with a ponytail made her entrance, Louis Bay remarked, now you resemble this character in my mind. Claire, she is Chris's sister, Qing Qian explained, and she doesn't get her teammates killed. Looks like I might survive a little longer, Louis Bay mused. She does kill her boyfriend, Qing Qian replied flatly. Louis Bay remained silent. He contemplated expressing relief that he was not her boyfriend but refrained, thinking it inappropriate to make such comments while watching a movie. The film indeed lacked any significant fright. Louis Bay maintained a high tolerance for zombie-themed content. To truly scare him, one would need to incorporate elements of folklore, such as bridal garments, paper effigies, or candles. The film's CG was exquisite, and the visuals were commendable, yet the plot was somewhat tedious. Qing Qian, Louis Bay summoned his courage. What do you actually look like? Previously, he had assumed Qing Qian was male and had never inquired about her appearance. Now, knowing she was female, he felt inclined to ask for a photo, as though this virtuous gentleman was merely pursuing her beauty. Qing Qian's voice instantly dropped to an icy chill. I'm ugly, don't ask. Her frigid tone suggested he had struck a nerve.
Although Qing Qian's voice was melodious, there were countless examples of individuals possessing pleasant voices yet unremarkable looks, reminiscent of that internet celebrity who only revealed her face after amassing 100,000 subscribers.
It's alright, I'm not good looking either. Louis Bei quickly diverted the conversation back to the film. There are just too many zombies. Hand me the sniper rifle, heroin, and I'll take them all out. His curiosity about Qing Qian's appearance was ultimately trivial. Their camaraderie was unrelated to looks. Whether she was beautiful or not, she would still be Qing Qian. Noticing Qing Qian's silence, Louis Bei felt a twinge of guilt for broaching the topic and racked his brain for lighter conversation. Yet Qing Qian sighed softly. In the future, Louis Bei replied. Can I come to visit you? Just talking. Nonsense, whether in the future or now, you can always come to find me. You have my address. Louis Bei hurriedly added, I used to invite you to come over, but you were reluctant. What made you change your mind? When are you coming? School starts soon. October? Qing Qian had never mentioned whether she was still studying or had begun working, but given their rapport, they were undoubtedly of similar age. Her soft laughter resonated. I was merely expressing a thought. You've built up my anticipation. You must take responsibility. MHM. Perhaps due to her headache, Qing Qian only offered a simple acknowledgement. Louis Bei and Qing Qian quietly watched the film. Despite the physical barrier of a screen, the genuine distance between them felt as if they were shoulder to shoulder, each attuned to the sound of the other's breathing. Then, the scene shifted. The popular female character Jill Valentine made her entrance, often celebrated for her beauty, and indeed, in this film, she was alluringly curvaceous. Wow! Louis Bei exclaimed. Those assets! Qing Qian gasped. Heaven bid farewell to August with a gentle rain, a soft pattering. Louis Bei, braving the rain, ducked into a bubble tea shop, removing the cap from his head, and droplets cascaded from his dark hair. Do I need to scan a code to place an order? He asked the cashier while opening his phone to message Qing Qian. Louis Bei. Does your head still hurt today? The cashier shook her head. No need, just tell me your order. Louis Bei. As Louis Bei was putting away his phone and shaking off the water from his clothes, he looked up at the cashier. Xiaoli? The girl behind the counter, around his age, was quite petite, with smooth, sun-kissed skin. She looked at Louis Bei in surprise, and he noticed her signature fong peeking from her slightly parted lips. Xiaoli and Louis Bei were old acquaintances. Both were classmates in middle school, but they had attended different high schools, never expecting to reunite at Jiangnan University. You work here now? Back to school? Louis Bei inquired. Xiaoli, a local of Hangzhou like Louis Bei, lived a considerable distance from Jiangnan University. I started at the beginning of the month. I'm staying with relatives nearby, Xiaoli explained. Have you returned to school? Yeah, Louis Bei replied. Since they hadn't been in contact much since middle school, Xiaoli was unaware of the turmoil surrounding his expulsion from home. She likely didn't know about Jojo either. He used to have a good relationship with Xiaoli in middle school, as they lived close and often returned home together. However, due to Jojo, they had grown apart in college, only occasionally crossing paths. Xiaoli scrutinized Louis Bei, noting how tall and lean he had become. He had always been handsome, and now, even in university, he still was. Louis Bei's impression of Xiaoli was that she had previously been rather short. Now, it seemed she was even shorter. Was it because he had grown taller? Are you alone? Xiaoli asked. Yes, Louis Bei replied, ordering a great bubble tea. You should just order takeout if you're alone, Xiaoli remarked, coming out in the rain. Louis Bei plopped down on the shop's sofa, leaning back against it. This was a gamble. A gamble for what? A gamble that the rain wouldn't come down so fast, Louis Bei stated. Looks like you lost, Xiaoli smirked. A complete loss, Louis Bei groaned. Chapter 7. Is it raining in your city? The rain had intensified. I wonder if the city of Qingqian is experiencing the downpour as well. Louis Bei was engrossed in his phone, awaiting a reply from Qingqian. He glanced at the dormitory group chat, where a lively exchange of memes was taking place. Last night, Lu Jia had mentioned Jojo's situation in the group. His initial message read, 404 not, the broken love of a university student, the unbridled desires of amateur Louis Bei perfectly erased, unedited, how Panzai. Sunner? Ilu Xiangbei, you sensationalist, you've thrown me into the sea. Fortunately, the subsequent content Lu posted was devoid of embellishments, simply recounting the events that transpired at the KTV. How Panzai sighed, advising Louis Bei not to take it too hard. Zhao Sun was more direct, offering congratulations. Sunner, a healthy interpersonal relationship is fundamentally built on fairness, and fairness again. Jojo, what an audacity, how dare he take advantage. Ilu Xiangbei. Let bygones be bygones.
After sharing a couple of images in the group, Louis Bay turned his attention to Xia Li, who was skillfully operating the milk tea machines.
Next time, let us order takeout. Don't get soaked in the rain, you might catch a cold, Xia Li advised him.
Ordering takeout costs money as well. The packaging fee is 2 yuan, the delivery fee is 3 yuan, and that 13 yuan milk tea will end up costing nearly 20, Louis Bay replied.
Ah, and the minimum order is 20, right?
If you just let me know, I can send someone to deliver it to you, and you 1T have to pay for delivery, Xia Li offered. Over the past month, she had become quite adept at her job at the milk tea shop, quickly puncturing the seal of a cup with a straw and handing it to Louis Bay. Long time no see, consider this my treat.
I can't possibly accept, Louis Bay protested.
After taking a sip of the milk tea, Xia Li's face lit up with joy.
How about this? If you feel embarrassed, could you do me a favor? Louis Bay responded. Ha!
Beige, I see you're looking quite spirited, tall and handsome. You'd be perfect to join us for the orientation. We still need more people in the orientation group, shall I add you? Xia Li playfully raised her adorable brows. It'll allow the newcomers to admire their senior's good looks, filling them with hope for their future university life.
Plus, you can earn some credits, it's a win-win.
Louis Bay glanced at the milk tea he had just sipped and then at Xia Li's radiant, sun-kissed face.
Am I still able to pay you now?
Xia Li giggled, what do you think, Bei Ge?
Louis Bay sighed, the rain outside has intensified.
Are you in a hurry to get back? You can use my umbrella and return it after orientation, Xia Li offered sweetly.
Louis Bay gazed out through the glass wall.
The summer rains in Hangzhou always came with strong winds, but fortunately, it shouldn't last long. He decided to linger for a while before heading back. Several takeout orders arrived for Xia Li, and she was too preoccupied to chat. Just then, Xinxian replied to his message. Xinxian 5S, a late concern, not even as valuable as weeds.
Ilu Shangbei, I thought it was just past noon, don't you usually get up around this time? Xinxian, you know I went to bed early last night. Ilu Shangbei. Is the valiant lady in good health? Xinxian, the negative buff has been cleared. I'm currently out shopping. Ilu Shangbei, what a coincidence, I'm out as well.
Ilu Shangbei, I wanted to ask if it's raining in your city, but I held back, fearing you'd say yes, and I couldn't bring you an umbrella. There was a long pause from Xinxian.
Xinxian.
Xinxian, you, with your elemental affinities of gold, wood, water, and fire, you'd be a ground-type master in Pokemon and a Dihu Xia in Armor Warriors.
Just let the earth swallow you whole.
Louis Bay, as a budding novelist, his literary prowess was being questioned, his heart ached.
Xinxian picture. JPG, Xinxian picture. JPG, help me decide which one looks better. Louis Bay clicked to view the images, realizing she was looking to buy clothes.
Though he hadn't seen Xinxian's beauty, her taste was impeccable. The first outfit was a floral dress that exuded a forest-like aesthetic, radiating literary charm. The second ensemble featured a V-neck sheer jacket paired with a pleated skirt, exuding pure and adorable vibes.
Ilu Shangbei. 111 Xinxian, I thought so too.
Casting a glance at the industrious Xia Li, Louis Bay messaged Xinxian again.
Ilu Shangbei, I just got tricked. Xinxian? Ilu Shangbei, someone treated me to a cup of milk tea, only to lure me into joining the orientation. Xinxian, I told you, you're easily swayed. A single cup of milk tea has bought you over? Xinxian, I'll make sure to send you a few more cups in the future, consider it a desensitization therapy. Ilu Shangbei, it's an old classmate. Xinxian coolly responded, a female classmate, I presume? Ilu Shangbei. Even if it were a male, I'd still have to go. Xinxian, when are you going? Ilu Shangbei, thankfully, no need for an early rise, I just need to hang around the east gate of the school around 10. Xinxian, wishing you a glance at beautiful freshmen. Ilu Shangbei. I just hope I don't encounter any troublesome newcomers.
Xinxian fell silent, only sending, the first outfit, right, I'll try it on, remember to adjust your schedule and look more spirited, and dress handsomely.
Ilu Shangbei. Wait, are you eager for me to get married?
After that, Xinxian ceased to reply. Louis Bay had intended to say, at least send me a picture after trying it on, but realizing Xinxian seemed sensitive about her appearance, he refrained from mentioning it. Xia Li, I'll take the umbrella with me for now, Louis Bay called out to her.
Ah, take care, Bei Ge, Xia Li replied.
After a few downpours, the following days were all clear. The good news was that during the orientation, he wouldn't have to carry an umbrella or worry about stepping into puddles. The bad news was, it's so hot. Even though it was still morning, the temperature was unbearably high. Liu Bei entered the campus through the north gate, traversing the internal pathways towards the east gate.
The sound of cicadas filled the air, resonating from the camphor trees lining both sides. Liu Bei adjusted the brim of his cap and glanced at the scorching phone screen. At 9 o'clock, Liu Bei had just woken up, brushing his teeth in the bathroom when a message from Qing Qian came through. Have you gone to the orientation? With his mouth full of foam, he replied, I'm currently riding my horse to get there. By 9:20, he hastily munched on some crackers, preparing to head out. Qing Qian, and now, have you gone to the orientation? Liu Bei, I'm currently riding my horse to get there. At 9:50, with about 10 more minutes to reach the east gate, Qing Qian asked again, have you gone to the orientation? Liu Bei, I'm currently riding my horse to get there.
After sending his reply, he popped a mint candy into his mouth, savoring the refreshing taste that needed no further elaboration. What piqued Qing Qian's interest in his orientation attendance so much? Just as Liu Bei was pondering this, a melodious voice accompanied by a swaying figure swiftly approached him, instantly capturing his attention. What the heck, what a weirdo! Oh, it was his roommate Lu Jie. He too had been roped into this endeavor. Chapter 8. I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. I spotted you from quite a distance. Lu Jie exclaimed, his toes barely touching the ground as he attempted to drape his arm over Liu Bei's shoulder.
Liu Bei, with a look of disdain, swatted his hand away, unwilling to engage in such close contact on a sweltering day. Lu Jie, observing Liu Bei, quickly seized upon the main point. What delectable treats do you have? Liu Bei retrieved a candy from his pocket, raised his thumb, and flicked it towards Lu Jie. Lu Jie, grinning like a sycophant, responded, thanks, could I trouble you for another? Liu Bei raised an eyebrow. He glanced towards Lu Jie, who was moving in the direction of a girl he recognized, Chen Dan, Zhou Shou's roommate. Their acquaintance was rather superficial, and given the recent events surrounding Zhou Shou, she felt uncertain about how to approach him. However, upon making eye contact with Liu Bei, she offered a polite nod. Liu Bei flicked another candy her way, and Lu Jie caught it effortlessly. Chen Dan, are you here for the orientation as well? Liu Bei inquired. Yes, are you? Chen Dan replied. I've been drafted into service, Liu Bei said with a wry smile. Chen Dan nodded quietly, choosing not to elaborate. Lu Jie dashed back, handing the mint candy to Chen Dan while whispering a few words before hurrying back to Liu Bei's side, leaving Chen Dan to depart alone. Liu Bei raised an eyebrow. Oh, I thought you would accompany her. How could that be? I am a loyal child of the computer science department, destined to remain within its realm. What would I do on their economics turf? Lu Jie declared with conviction. I was curious why you returned to campus so early, but after seeing Chen Dan, it all makes sense now, Liu Bei chuckled. What do you mean by that? Lu Jie retorted, it sounds as if you imply your brother Jie is merely a follower. I am simply passionate about my studies. You failed 5 courses last semester, Liu Bei shot back with a sidelong glance. I reckon failing 5 courses in a single semester is no small feat. Don't say that, Beigu. Please. Lu Jie clutched his chest in mock agony. I can hardly breathe. Liu Bei scoffed, all right, enough with the theatrics. Lu Jie chuckled, originally contemplating asking about Zhou to offer some comfort. However, seeing Liu Bei in good spirits, coupled with his composure in the presence of Zhou Shou's roommate Chen Dan, he opted to steer the conversation towards more uplifting topics. Liu Bei, I've heard reports from the scouts that this year's newcomers include many stunning girls. Is that true? Absolutely, Lu Jie affirmed, showing Liu Bei a photo on his phone. Check this out. It's a classified document sent by a comrade stationed at the East Gate. The comrade referred to a fellow student currently on duty at the East Gate. Upon viewing the photo, Liu Bei remarked, that's teacher San Shang. I know her too. Lu Jie fell silent. If you want her to attend our school, that might be a bit challenging, Liu Bei noted. Wrong photo, here, look at this one, Lu Jie corrected, presenting another image. In the photo, a girl was captured from behind, slender and delicate, adorned in a floral dress and a large sun hat that paired beautifully with her outfit, exuding a refreshing aura. The dress was long enough to obscure most of her legs, revealing only a slender ankle, pale enough to gleam, and she wore classic black Converse sneakers. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall to her waist. Beside her lay 2 suitcases, with a white backpack perched atop one. I heard she came alone and arrived quite early, but she seems to be waiting for someone. Many have approached her offering assistance with her luggage, all of which she declined. Probably waiting for her boyfriend, Liu Bei speculated, as the girl gazed toward the East Gate, seemingly anticipating something. Lu Jie lamented, why is it that all beautiful girls seem to have boyfriends? Chen Dan doesn't,
You could pursue her, Louis Bei suggested. But she's not particularly attractive, Lu Jia replied.
I recorded that, Louis Bei stated.
Lu Bei, please don't, Lu Jia pleaded as they neared the east gate.
Bei Gu.
Xia Li's cheeks flushed a bright red as she stood on tiptoe, energetically waving at Louis Bei. Above her head hung a long red banner proclaiming, "Welcome to all new students."
Xia Li beamed, "You actually came. Shall I leave then?" Louis Bei replied. "Don't even think about it, would you like some water?"
Xia Li tossed him a bottle of Ebal from a box beneath the table, deftly catching the folded umbrella he handed her. Though the table provided some shade, the bottle had still warmed under the sun. Lu Jie pointed at himself, "What about me?" Although they were in different classes, both were elite students in the computer science department. Lu Jie had failed 5 courses while Xia Li had failed 3, yet they were still familiar with one another.
Xia Li exclaimed, "Oh, I completely forgot, here you go." Lu Jie fumed, "Forgot, is that acceptable?" A bespectacled boy approached Louis Bei.
"You must be Louis Bei, as mentioned by Xia Li, thank you for coming to help."
"I'm Li Si, a junior."
"Hello, senior," Louis Bei responded. Lic handed Louis Bei a red armband designating him as a volunteer.
"Just call me Li Si." "Bei Gu, let me help you put it on."
Xia Li dashed over. "No need, I can manage," Louis Bei said as he affixed the armband to his arm.
"Is there anything specific you need me to do?"
This was his first time participating in orientation, as he had been a newcomer the previous year. "Actually, it's quite simple, just guide the parents of the new students and answer their questions.
However, since you're a guy, you might need to assist the new female students with their larger pieces of luggage, can you manage that?" Li Si inquired. Louis Bei flexed his bicep, proclaiming, "Absolutely."
"Lu Bei, there are still beautiful girls around," Lu Jie chimed in, as discussion swirled among the crowd.
"Wow, she's stunning. Is she the campus belle? Why not go ask for her WeChat?"
"Haven't you seen how others have failed in their attempts to approach her? She must have a boyfriend."
Such an ethereal beauty is not only rare at Jiangnan University but in the entirety of Hangzhou.
"I cannot risk asking for her WeChat, it would surely disrupt my focus and hinder my pursuit of the pinnacle of a master's degree. You've been watching too much fantasy." Louis Bei noted that the girl appeared significantly taller than in the photo, easily measuring above
1.73 meters.
It seems the complaints about male college students' photography skills were justified, though he could only see her back. Based on the comments around him, she likely wasn't just a pretty face.
His phone vibrated. "Qing Qian, are you at orientation?" "Louis Bei, I've arrived."
After replying, the girl in the floral dress turned her head, revealing she was indeed a genuine beauty. Her skin was as white as snow, with bright, dark eyes, and a delicate, heart-shaped face that exuded an air of aloofness. She regarded Louis Bei directly.
"Lu Bei, she seems to be looking at me." Lu Jia exclaimed, though his excitement was misplaced. "No, she seems to be looking at you?"
The girl in the floral dress raised her fair hand, removed her Bluetooth earphones, and neatly placed them back into their case, as if inviting someone to engage her in conversation.
Xia Li gave Louis Bei a gentle push from behind. "Bei Gu, go for it." Louis Bei approached her. Excuse me, do you need any assistance?" he inquired, feeling inexplicably anxious.
"Yes, thank you, senior," the girl responded, her voice crisp and clear like the sound of a frozen watermelon being sliced. As she spoke, a slight smile graced her lips, her arched brows striking a profound chord within Louis Bei's heart. Chapter 9. Bei and Qingchen. Louis Bei grasped the handles of 2-wheeled suitcases, while the girl in the floral dress adjusted her backpack.
The murmurs of doubt from bystanders flitted around them like errant whispers. Why is this happening? Is he handsome?
So what if he is handsome? Being handsome is indeed impressive.
How infuriating. Someone snagged a bargain. That was a straightforward and overwhelming victory, not merely a bargain. "Ha, I told you, my brother Bei is on a different level from you, ha." Xia Li watched the two depart, laughing heartily. Li Si looked on helplessly at the petite girl with her hands on her hips, with Louis Bei leading the way and the girl in the floral dress trailing behind. They walked in silence for a while. The girl's demeanor was somewhat aloof. Apart from her brief expression of gratitude, she had not uttered a word. After a moment of contemplation, Louis Bei slowed his pace and inquired, "Junior, you're not from Hangcheng, are you?" The cool-headed junior replied with a soft "I suspected as much." "Where are you from?" The junior replied indifferently, "Northeast." "That's quite far, it must take a good while to fly here?" 4.5 hours, not too bad." Louis Bei pressed further, Are you from the computer science department?
While most who entered from that side were indeed from computer science, there were always a few who ventured mistakenly, so we felt compelled to ask.
The junior answered succinctly, showing no curiosity about Louis Bay's major. Well then, we're in the same field. The junior did not seem particularly pleased by this revelation.
She merely nodded, her delicate face revealing no change in expression.
What is your name?
Louis Bay asked. The junior replied, You haven't introduced yourself yet, senior.
Louis Bay. Ji Qingqian. Louis Bay halted in his tracks. Ji Qingqian asked, Senior, what's wrong? One moment, I need to reply to a message.
He retrieved his phone from his pocket and recorded a voice message. Qingqian, I've truly encountered a troublesome newcomer.
2 large suitcases of luggage. Does she intend to exhaust me?
Sent delivered successfully. The next moment, Ji Qingqian spoke softly into her own phone. Perhaps the junior's home is too far away. She probably doesn't plan on returning this semester, hence the excess of necessities in clothing. If you find it too burdensome, you could simply decline her request.
Louis Bay glanced at his phone.
Qingqian 8s, he sighed and tucked his phone away.
Qingqian. Ji Qingqian smiled gently, obey. Louis Bay gazed at Ji Qingqian, who was adorned in a flowing floral dress.
The scorching sun enveloped the girl, casting a soft golden halo around her. She was as white as snow, both tall and slender, exuding an air of cool elegance and poise. Having known Ji Qingqian for over 3 years, this was the first time she had emerged from behind the screen to meet him in person. Suppressing his excitement, Louis Bay swallowed hard. Why didn't you tell me you were coming to Jiangnan to study?
Ji Qingqian maintained her impassive expression, forming a peace sign beside her delicate, snow-white face. Surprised? Louis Bay remained silent, merely murmuring, Am I dreaming again? Is this time not about a 1.85-meter-tall strongman?
Ji Qingqian tilted her head slightly, her thin lips pressed into a fine line.
Louis Bay looked at Ji Qingqian, at a loss for words. Do you want me to pinch you? Ji Qingqian asked. As soon as she posed the question, Louis Bay was already pinching his own cheek with considerable force.
It was not only painful but also sore. Ji Qingqian regarded him as if he were a fool. I told you to pinch, not to do it so hard.
Louis Bay rubbed his cheek, realizing he was awake, while also coming to terms with the fact, why would you deceive me when everything was perfectly fine? What did you say? I was pondering what was unappealing. Ji Qingqian narrowed her icy eyes slightly. Not unattractive? Louis Bay replied, If your home lacks a mirror, I can gift you one. If this was deemed unattractive, then there must be billions of girls in the world feeling insecure.
A smile flickered across Ji Qingqian's dark brows, but her tone remained as frosty as ever. You have a problem with your taste. This was a subtle strategy on Ji Qingqian's part.
Should Louis Bay respond affirmatively, it would elevate his expectations. If his expectations soared too high, even her beauty would fail to astonish him. The reverse was equally true. The plan was a resounding success. Louis Bay continued to scrutinize the tall, slender beauty before him. Wait, could this be his brother? Is this reasonable? Until now, he had only heard her voice and could not have imagined Ji Qingqian's appearance. Yet upon seeing her today, he experienced a peculiar sensation of recognition, as if her voice aligned perfectly with her looks. In his mind, Ji Qingqian had always appeared this way. Initially, Ji Qingqian had been able to calmly accept Louis Bay's gaze, but after a prolonged stare, a hint of pink dusted her fair cheeks. What are you staring at? Are we that familiar? Louis Bay promptly withdrew his impolite gaze.
Qingqian, with such beauty, why haven't you shared even a single selfie? Initially, he had thought her self-effacing, but it seemed she was merely concerned about others feeling insecure. She was rather considerate. Ji Qingqian coldly complained, Only now do you recognize me. It seems electronic sports really don't require vision. Louis Bay was left speechless. I thought you, the heroine, provided misleading information and expected me to answer correctly? You can't lead me astray like this before the exam. You bear full responsibility for this blunder, alright? In truth, when he had initially responded to Ji Qingqian's message, the girl in the floral dress had just turned around, causing Louis Bay to harbor suspicions. However, that coincidence was too significant after hearing her voice. But here is a little-known fact: the audio messages processed through electronic devices differ slightly from hearing them in person. Thus, Louis Bay remained uncertain. He deliberately engaged in several rounds of conversation to confirm her identity through her tone and manner of speaking. This was all thanks to the countless days spent playing games and watching movies with Qingqian. Ji Qingqian pointed to her chest with her delicate fingers. Look. Louis Bay inquired, What? What do you see?
Large, Louis Bay bit his tongue. No, the question posed by the heroine Qingqian was certainly not about that. What? Qingqian frowned. Electronic sports truly don't require vision. You re-blind.
Saying this, she snatched one suitcase from Louis Bay's grasp, stepping in front of him, her long legs striding forward alone.
Oof. Heroine, by the way, the girls' dormitory is in that direction.
Louis Bay pointed to an entirely different path.
Qingqian, she lowered her gaze, trotting back, then circled around Louis Bay once more, moving ahead with her long legs. Oof.
An astonishingly similar scene unfolded. Louis Bay grasped the other suitcase and hurried after her, gazing at Qingqian's slender, delicate silhouette, her floral skirt fluttering, and finally recalled, "Is that the dress I picked out?"
Qingqian halted, casting a gentle smile at Louis Bay. "You finally noticed?" Louis Bay nodded vigorously. Qingqian's expression darkened. "Too late. The picture you sent was quite ordinary. I didn't expect it to look so stunning in person. I truly didn't recognize it as the same outfit," Louis Bay remarked with a smile.
Qingqian turned back to look at Louis Bay, slowing her pace slightly.
"Forget it, though your reaction is rather sluggish, your sincere and heartfelt response compensates for this flaw," Qingqian thought.
Chapter 10, Transforming Imagined Scenes into Reality. Only during these 2 days of returning to school can boys, under the pretext of helping, boldly step through the gates of the girls' dormitory. The dormitory supervisor, seated regally in her designated chair, was casually munching on sunflower seeds while keeping a half-hearted watch over the incoming students. Upon spotting Qingqian, her eyes sparkled with interest. It is not solely boys who are captivated by beautiful girls. In the eyes of a kind-hearted older lady, a pretty girl is equally rare, especially someone like Qingqian, who adorned herself with only a hint of makeup, exuding a fresh and refined beauty. Not to mention, throughout the morning, she had witnessed many newly admitted students who sported heavy makeup that was rather garish. However, this young lady was different. She radiated an air of purity. As for the young man assisting her with her luggage, he was tall and handsome, and the two made quite the charming pair. The supervisor greeted her. "A new arrival, I see?" Qingqian, engaged in conversation with Louis Bay, was taken aback by the unexpected address and quickly turned around, appearing somewhat startled by the sudden interaction. She mumbled, Yes, what floor are you on?" "Third floor." "Excellent choice. The first floor is too noisy, the second floor too rowdy, and the fourth and fifth floors are excessively high. Third floor is just right," the dormitory supervisor remarked. Qingqian, not particularly adept at dealing with strangers, glanced at Louis Bay for assistance. Louis Bay interjected, "Auntie, are you preparing for the postgraduate entrance examination as well?" The supervisor looked puzzled. "What do you mean by that?" "You speak so eloquently, it would be a shame if you didn't pursue further studies," Louis Bay replied. The supervisor chuckled. "Go on up then, secure a good bed. A friendly reminder from me, don't choose a bed near the door." "Thank you, Auntie." Louis Bay lifted 2 suitcases and ascended the stairs. The supervisor couldn't help but admire, this young man possesses remarkable strength. Qingqian inclined her head in a gesture of farewell and hurried to catch up with Louis Bay. "Did you stay in a dormitory during high school?" Louis Bay inquired. Qingqian countered, "What do you think?" "Considering our years of camaraderie, I would assume you did not," Louis Bay replied. After all, their friendship was forged through gaming, and they both had the freedom to play online at night. In high school, computer usage in dormitories was prohibited. Qingqian acknowledged, "You understand well. As your senior, allow me to advise you, in university dormitories, bed assignments are on a first-come, first-served basis. If your bed is near the door, come winter, you will bear the burden of opening and closing the door all by yourself," Louis Bay cautioned. "Thank you for your guidance, senior." As Qingqian conversed with Louis Bay, they pushed open the dormitory door and were pleasantly surprised to find themselves the first arrivals. For beds lay before them, ripe for selection. Following Louis Bay's advice, she chose one furthest from the entrance. She tossed her backpack onto the bed, only to be led by Louis Bay downstairs to collect her new student supplies. The heat of the day made their faces flush as they returned to the dormitory. Louis Bay casually pulled up a chair to sit. Qingqian retrieved a half-finished bottle of Bisuation water from her backpack and tossed an unopened bottle to Louis Bay. Under such weather, the summer pears provided by Yibo had evaporated into mere sweat. Louis Bay twisted the cap open, while Qingqian perched on the edge of the upper bunk, looking down at him. For once, they shared a rare moment of silence. After taking a sip, Louis Bay spoke again. "You've traveled quite a distance from northeast to Hangzhou for university, and alone at that. Are your family members really this trusting?" Qingqian lifted her chin slightly. "My family employs a free-range strategy." "No wonder you could stay up all night gaming during high school," Louis Bay remarked in admiration. "To still gain admission to Jiangnan University, our school's cutoff is no small feat. You must possess some talent." Ji Qingqian lightly scoffed. It's mutual, some individuals not only excel at gaming but also find time to pursue goddesses.
Liu Bei's smile faltered. My lady, must we delve into such matters? Which matters are you referring to? Please, enlighten me.
None at all, let us leave it be, Liu Bei replied, his vexation eliciting a hint of amusement from Ji Qingqian.
Why did you choose Jiangnan University? Liu Bei asked. Are you implying I shouldn't have applied? Ji Qingqian retorted, somewhat dissatisfied.
Jiangnan University is indeed regarded as one of the premier institutions in the Jiangnan region, yet the Northeast boasts its own illustrious schools. Had Liu Bei been from the Northeast, he surely wouldn't have ventured so far to study.
Could it be that my incessant boasting about our esteemed university has swayed your decision? Shouldn't the admissions office be compensating me for this? Liu Bei teased. Ji Qingqian replied, I already feel deceived upon arrival. With a click, he activated the air conditioning. Luckily, it's powered on.
Ji Qingqian, seated high up, leaned out to bask in the cool breeze of the air conditioner. The refreshing air gently tousled her hair, finally alleviating some of the heat.
Although summer in Jiangnan is sweltering, winter can be quite frigid as well, Liu Bei said, adopting a self-deprecating tone. You'll soon experience what I call magical attacks. Let us see if someone of your resilience can withstand it.
Ji Qingqian replied nonchalantly, I'm not afraid of the cold, I possess an excellent buff against chilly air.
What is it?
Ji Qingqian turned to him, arching an eyebrow, a strong sense of justice. Liu Bei noticed that this clear-headed young lady had long, thick eyelashes, resembling two tiny brushes. More new students began to arrive in the hallway, their footsteps growing louder. Liu Bei tightened the cap on the Baisuishan water and stood up. I must return to my duties as a volunteer.
If you're feeling hot, don't wander around. Ji Qingqian nodded. This simple action rendered the seemingly icy young woman unexpectedly docile. Then, farewell, Liu Bei said.
Goodbye, Ji Qingqian waved her small hand in farewell.
Liu Bei lingered at the door, watching her, and suddenly broke into a smile. Ji Qingqian found this curious. What are you laughing at?
Typically, after such exchanges, we would log off, Liu Bei remarked. This is the first time our farewell feels so tangible.
It's quite strange.
Ji Qingqian paused, pursing her lips. You'll get used to it in the future.
Then I shall take my leave. Be sure to get along well with your roommate. If you need anything, just call me, Liu Bei said. As Liu Bei exited, Ji Qingqian lowered her hand, inexplicably chuckling along with him. She had envisioned countless scenarios of her first encounter with a boy. Today, it had materialized so simply and unremarkably. Ji Qingqian took a deep breath, gently touched the top of her head, and softly murmured, You are truly remarkable, Ji Qingqian. Transforming imagined scenes into reality. After Liu Bei departed, a girl of similar age appeared at the door, also a new student. What's the matter, Jueju? A voice from behind urged, Isn't this your dormitory? Hurry inside. Wang Ju hesitantly gazed at the cool goddess in the dormitory before glancing up at the doorplate.
Ji Qingqian had already resumed her impassive demeanor.
Hello, my name is Wang Ju, I'm a new student. Are you also in this dormitory? Wang Ju asked, astonished by Ji Qingqian's beauty and unconsciously adopting a more formal address. Chapter 11. A swap between us. Ji Qingqian and Ji Qingqian.
After Wang Ju entered the room, her parents, who had been urging her from behind, also stepped into the dormitory carrying various bags. They appeared to be Wang Ju's parents, both with dark complexions and a rather honest demeanor. Upon noticing Ji Qingqian's presence, Wang Ju's parents, finding her to be a reliable companion, rubbed their hands together and addressed her classmate. You must be Ju's roommate, right? Please take good care of this girl from now on, thank you. Ji Qingqian furrowed her brows, not out of unwillingness but rather uncertainty about how to respond at that moment. She was not particularly adept at handling interactions with strangers. Just 3 minutes after bidding farewell, Ji Qingqian began to miss Liu Bei. Having finished making her bed, Ji Qingqian climbed into it. She inserted 2 Bluetooth earphones into her ears and retrieved a book titled Points and Lines from her backpack to read. This was a detective novel by Saicho Matsumoto. She harbored no particular preferences for literature, yet since Liu Bei frequently recommended films to her, she occasionally indulged in the books he suggested as well. Once Wang Ju's parents had departed, Ji Qingqian busied herself in the dormitory, placing her basin on the balcony and stowing her facial cleanser into her cabinet. Although she wished to engage in conversation with Ji Qingqian, the latter's frosty expression caused her to lose the courage to initiate dialogue. So beautiful, Wang Ju mused that if Ji Qingxian were in her high school, she would undoubtedly be crowned the school beauty. However, it seemed that the more stunning individuals often possess temperaments that matched their looks. This was the case with the school beauty from her high school. Wang Ju was merely an ordinary girl, and she believed it would be far easier to befriend someone more relatable. The thought of having to coexist with this icy goddess for the next 3 to 4 years filled her with trepidation. Ji Qingxian lifted her gaze from the book, glancing at the time. 2 hours had already slipped by. She pressed her fingers against her temples, feeling a hint of a headache. Subsequently, she removed her Bluetooth earphones and overheard someone conversing with Wang Ju.
Can we swap beds?
I don't want to sleep near the door.
A girl with tousled light brown waves pouted playfully, tugging at Wang Ju's arm. I can treat you to a meal.
Wang Ju appeared quite troubled. The other bed was occupied by a girl with braided hair and glasses. Unsure of how to interject into the conversation between the two, she resorted to fiddling with her phone. Upon noticing Ji Qingxian's gaze, the girl turned to her and said, "Hello, I'm Ma Jiao Jiao."
Ji Qingxian nodded. Yes, Ji Qingxian.
In comparison to Ma Jiao Jiao, she was far more concerned about Wang Ju and the girl with the waves. The wave-haired girl had arrived last, leaving only the bed nearest to the door available. Just as Liu Bei had told her, no one desired the bed by the door, which is why she was pleading with Wang Ju to swap. Wang Ju was hesitant but felt reluctant to refuse. On one hand, they were all going to be living together, and she did not want to create tension on the very first day. On the other hand, the wave-haired girl exuded an urban and trendy aura, making Wang Ju feel like a country bumpkin in comparison, and she did not want to offend her. Yet, it felt somewhat unjust to relinquish her rightful choice of bed after arriving first. Ji Qingxian leaped off her bed. All 4 beds were of the upper bunk, lower desk configuration. The other 3 assumed Ji Qingxian was merely retrieving something, for her ethereal visage gave no indication that she might wish to engage in conversation. To their surprise, she approached Wang Ju but did not address her. Instead, she faced the wave-haired girl. I'll swap with you. The wave-haired girl, not only she, but the other 2 also thought they had misheard. Go get your quilt or whatever. I'll move to your side, Ji Qingxian stated. Wang Ju was still reeling from disbelief. Ji Qingxian, standing up for her, Wang Ju quickly interjected. No, that's not necessary. She glanced between Ji Qingxian and the wave-haired girl. The wave-haired girl's features were indeed attractive, yet Ji Qingxian's otherworldly beauty was simply unparalleled. The wave-haired girl, gazing into Ji Qingxian's unwavering, icy eyes, finally conceded. Fine, I want tea swap. I think my spot is nice too. Ji Qingxian acknowledged her with a nonchalant and fell silent once more. She climbed back onto her bed, lying down flat, resting her head against the pillow as she illuminated her phone screen, seemingly detached from the world around.
Ji Qingxian pondered only one thing: when would Liu Bei's orientation duties conclude? Hey, I'm Chu Cheng. The wave-haired girl called out to Ji Qingxian. Ji Qingxian, she replied. If you want to swap beds, just come to me. Wang Ju doesn't want to. Wow, Ji Qingxian remembered her name. Wang Ju was taken aback. Chu Cheng scratched the back of her head and apologized to Wang Ju. Sorry, if you don't want to swap, just tell me directly. No, it's fine. Wang Ju shook her head. Realizing that her outburst had made the atmosphere in the dormitory somewhat tense, Chu Cheng quickly acknowledged her mistake. How about this? Today I'll treat you all to a meal, as a first gathering for our dorm. Ji Qingxian showed little interest, engrossed in scrolling through her chat history with Liu Bei. Wang Ju was uncertain whether Chu Cheng was being sincere or merely polite, leaving her at a loss for how to respond. The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. Ma Jiao Jiao broke the uncomfortable silence with a jest. Any time is fine for a meal, but not today. It's too hot, and after sitting on the bus for so long, I'm utterly exhausted. Right, exactly, let us discuss it another time. Wang Ju quickly chimed in. Chu Cheng cast a grateful glance at Ma Jiao Jiao, who had provided her an escape. Where are you from? Huizhou. That's not too far. I am from Chaoshan, now that's a distance. Chaoshan, indeed far. I've heard that in your area, anything with 4 legs, besides chairs, is fair game for consumption? Ma Jiao Jiao inquired. Nonsense. Chu Cheng placed her hands on her hips, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. Tables don't count. Ma Jiao Jiao chuckled and turned to Wang Ju. Where are you from? Wang Ju replied, locally. Being local is great. I wish I could study here too, but the cutoff for my ideal school is too high. I'm really envious of you, Wang Ju, Chu Cheng remarked. After being startled by Ji Qingxian, Chu Cheng quickly reflected on her actions, intending to connect with Wang Ju. Well, it's not that special, Wang Ju said, tentatively inquiring towards Ji Qingxian. And you? From Northeast. Ji Qingxian's response relieved Wang Ju.
If the ice goddess were unwilling to engage, it would be quite awkward to be left hanging. Chu Chuqing nodded, exchanging a glance with Ma Jiao Jiao. Having just met, they seemed to understand each other's expressions with an almost uncanny synchronicity. So, she was from the Northeast, no wonder her legs were so long, yet her personality didn't quite fit the typical Northeast girl stereotype, but that was understandable. While Chu Chuqing identified as a Chaos Han native, she couldn't even handle the local delicacy, oyster omelette.
How did you all arrive?
I took a high-speed train for over 7 hours, Chu Chuqing recounted.
I got to Hangzhou yesterday. Ma Jiao Jiao chimed in, high-speed train, +1. Wang Ju stated, my parents brought me. By plane. This time, Wang Ju didn't ask.
Ji Qingqian naturally joined the conversation. The three of them nodded, concluding that this seemingly aloof individual wasn't as difficult to approach as she first appeared.
Well, Wang Ju probably didn't notice, but you two had seniors assisting with your luggage, right? Chu Chuqing inquired.
Chapter 12 of the Perils of Online Romance. Indeed, replied Ma Jiao Jiao, nodding vigorously. This time, Ji Qingqian remained silent, her interest in sharing her story with Liu Bei momentarily waning.
How does the senior who helped you look? Asked Chu Chu.
Ma Jiao Jiao replied, I wouldn't say he's as handsome as Panin, but it's a complicated matter.
Chu Chu exclaimed in surprise, are we really that unfortunate? Did you notice that there is a senior in the welcoming team who looks like a star, tall and incredibly handsome? Ma Jiao Jiao inquired, the one wearing glasses? Chu Chu shook her head, no.
Oh, the one with glasses seems to be named Li Si. I heard he is the student council president, but not him. The one I'm referring to is even more dashing.
Ma Jiao Jiao lamented, it seems I've missed out. I had hoped that handsome senior would escort me back to my dorm, but a friend of mine swooped in before I could. One must guard against fire, theft, and even best friends, right, folks? As she spoke, Chu Chu clutched her chest dramatically. Ma Jiao Jiao gasped, is he really that attractive? Absolutely. I'm eager to embark on a tragic love affair with that senior. As she said this, she pulled out her phone, starting a conversation on WeChat while exclaiming, that senior is my #1 target. Don't you dare compete with me. Though it was merely a jest, Chu Chu cast a wary glance towards Ji Qingqian, fearing this ice queen might suddenly leap off her bed and declare, I'll compete with you. Phew, thankfully that did not happen. By the way, do any of you have boyfriends? Chu Chu inquired again. Setting aside the slightly inappropriate thought of wanting to change beds, Chu Chu's social skills were impressive, effortlessly drawing the dormitory closer together through just a few topics. Wang Ju quickly shook her head, no, I've never dated. Chu Chu casually remarked, I have, but we broke up after graduating from high school. Graduation season is breakup season, after all. What about you, Ma Jiao Jiao? Ma Jiao Jiao blushed but replied, I do. Oh, that sounds lovely. Chu Chu exclaimed, are you two in a long-distance relationship now? Ma Jiao Jiao shook her head, no, he's also a Jiangda, in his 2nd year. I worked hard to get into this university for him. What, so you were ahead of the game? Chu Chu laughed. She wanted to ask Ji Qingqian but hesitated, fearing a scathing retort. After all, such topics could be trivial to some but deeply personal to others, especially considering Ji Qingqian's aloof demeanor. She glanced over at Ji Qingqian, only to be startled. Ji Qingqian had turned over, sitting upright on her bed, her piercing gaze fixed intently on Ma Jiao Jiao. Ma Jiao Jiao felt a twinge of fear under that scrutinizing stare, wondering if she had done something wrong. What's the matter? Ji Qingqian asked, how did you meet? Ma Jiao Jiao stammered, not expecting her idol to be so inquisitive. We met online. So it's an online romance, how intriguing. Chu Chu teased. Ma Jiao Jiao blushed, well, many people think it's not very reliable, but I believe in the potential for a good outcome. I got into this university for him. Ma Jiao Jiao, I never knew you were so bold. Chu Chu laughed. Ji Qingqian's eyes sparkled even brighter, how did you pursue him? Ma Jiao Jiao replied, I didn't. He pursued me and took a long time to win me over. What's wrong with that? With someone as beautiful as Ma Jiao Jiao, of course, it would be others chasing after her. Chu Chu chimed in. Ma Jiao Jiao's cheeks flushed. In truth, even Chu Chu outshone her, not to mention Ji Qingqian. After hearing this, Ji Qingqian lost interest, letting out a small oh before lying back down. Her approach to relationships differed from Ma Jiao Jiao's. She couldn't emulate her style or strategy. She resumed staring at her phone, noting that it had been 2.5 hours since she sent Liu Bei the message, when will you be done? Yet, he had not replied with so much as a punctuation mark. Chu Chu found Ji Qingqian's demeanor somewhat peculiar. Continuing the conversation with Ma Jiao Jiao, she asked,
are there any tips for online romance? Teach me, O wise veteran, perhaps my relationship with the senior will also begin online. Ma Jiao Jiao turned crimson, shaking her head. There's nothing particularly special. The real test lies in the feeling when you first meet. Oh? I'm sure you've all heard of seeing the light and dying, right? Many couples who seem to get along splendidly online find their passion fizzles out upon meeting.
Ma Jiao Jiao explained.
Ji Qingqian swiftly turned over, her icy gaze locking onto Ma Jiao Jiao. Why does that happen?
I know.
Chu Chu interjected eagerly, raising her hand like a schoolchild. Because they're ugly. Ma Jiao Jiao awkwardly chuckled. Though it's not ideal to say so, it's often true. Most cases of seeing the light and dying stem from unattractiveness. If one were to be gentle about it, they might say they'll reconnect later, but after returning, the other party may simply cease communication, using passive-aggressive behavior to indicate a lack of interest.
The more direct approach is to unfriend you outright. Chu Chu smirked. So your boyfriend must be quite good-looking then?
Well, he's decent, Ma Jiao Jiao replied. Ji Qingqian turned over once more, her cold eyes wide, staring at the white wall.
Was she unattractive? Surely not. Even if she wasn't stunning, she couldn't possibly be ugly. Could she? Hadn't Louis Bei complimented her beauty?
Not had he. It seemed he hadn't outrightly praised her. How petty of Louis Bei, to compliment her clothes while neglecting to praise her, Ji Qingqian thought bitterly, using the dim screen as a mirror for quite some time. Not ugly yet. The fact that Louis Bei had not replied to her messages echoed ominously with Ma Jiao Jiao's comments about seeing the light and dying. She recalled the photos of Jojo she had seen in the past. Jojo had a round face while hers was more oval. Jojo stood at 1.62 meters, while she was 1.74 meters. Jojo had short legs, while hers were long and slender. Jojo had a rosy complexion, while her skin was pale as snow. Jojo was adorably sweet, while she was cold and distant. Ji Qingqian pressed her lips into a firm line. At 20 years old, on the very day she entered university, she experienced for the first time in her life a sense of anxiety regarding her appearance.
Ah, a message. A message, with evidence.
Chu Chu exclaimed, and Ji Qingqian felt a profound sense of disconnection from the joys and sorrows of the world.
Wow, he is really handsome, Ma Jiao Jiao marveled. I need to devise a solid plan to ask for that WeChat. Does your friend even want to share it?
Ma Jiao Jiao questioned. Such a desirable senior must attract fierce competition.
There is no problem that a hearty beef hotpot can't solve. If there is, then 2 hotpots. Chu Chu stated with unwavering confidence, then tentatively asked, Ji Qingqian, do you want to see it?
Ji Qingqian's heart raced. She had no interest whatsoever.
However, since Chu Chu had asked, she reluctantly turned to glance at the screen. He truly was quite handsome. Even Ji Qingqian found him to be a striking figure, equally as attractive as the one who had escorted her to the dorm. Indeed, the person in the photograph was Louis Bei. Chapter 13. The setting sun is incomparably beautiful. I've just captured a few monsters, and subdued a couple of demons too. Louis Bei reached beneath his pillow to silence the alarm of his charging phone, then struggled to open his eyes, feeling somewhat dazed and unsure of his surroundings. Am I still in the country? Louis Bei pondered to himself. Brother Bei, when are you going to change the dreadful ringtone? It was the voice of Hao Pangzi. This brought Louis Bei back to reality. After greeting some newcomers, he returned to his dormitory. Since he hadn't yet made his bed, he lay down briefly on Lu Jie's bunk. Having often stayed up late during the summer vacation, his biological clock was in disarray. Today, he had barely slept for 4 hours before heading to school, and he was utterly exhausted, falling into a deep slumber as soon as he lay down. This ringtone is a talisman. When did you come back to school, fatty? Louis Bei sat up, shaking his groggy head. Hao Zhangwan, at 1.79 meters and weighing over 230 pounds, lay on the upper bunk, and he worried that the bed frame might not hold. He was busy tapping away on his phone, engrossed in a mobile game. Did you come to play with Kelly? Louis Bei overheard such lines. I just thought you were asleep, so I didn't call you, Hao Pangzi replied. What about my son? Louis Bei inquired about Lu Jie's whereabouts. My grandson went to find Chindan, Hao Pangzi said without missing a beat. Damn. Louis Bei chuckled, rummaging through his pocket and discovering he only had 2 mint candies left. He flicked one to Fatty before jumping down from the upper bunk. He rinsed his mouth on the balcony, chewing on the mint candy while checking his phone messages. Qingqian, are you done? Qingqian. 1, Qingqian 11, Qingqian 111, Qingqian. Qingqian missed call, Qingqian. Louis Bei thought, What is going on with the brave Lady Qingqian? All the way north, just resurrected at the spring. The sky was painted with brilliant hues, and the evening breeze was gentle. Everything was extraordinarily beautiful. There was only one flaw: his dormitory was rather too distant from the brave Lady Qingqian's location, and no matter how far he stretched his neck, he couldn't catch a glimpse. How Zhangwen came out to join him. Fatty, did you see that? Liu Bei inhaled the relatively fresh air, reflecting, this is the realm I have bestowed upon you. Utter nonsense. How Pingzi laughed and scolded. Liu Bei leaned against the railing, turning to survey the campus. The setting sun illuminated his face, casting a melancholic shadow, as if he were reminiscing about a bygone companion. Recalling Liu Bei's recent experiences, How Pingzi couldn't help but ask, Lao Bei, did you really? Liu Bei was just thinking about that barbecue place at the East Gate. The owner had returned to his hometown for the summer and was said to have just reopened today. Oh, yes, really, Liu Bei replied. When he spoke of this matter, none of his roommates seemed to believe him outright. He couldn't blame them. He had indeed been quite the flatterer in the past. How should I put it? How Pingzi scratched his chubby face. It's quite a good thing, just a bit sudden. He was Liu Bei's roommate and shared a profound bond akin to that of father and son. Even if he didn't take it seriously, he had to lend a hand, especially since this matter involved Zhou's unruliness. Breaking up was indeed for the best. Fatty, Liu Bei said with a hint of melancholy, there's a saying that rings true. We always believe people grow up gradually, but in fact, it happens in an instant. To put it more philosophically, it's akin to enlightenment. How Pingzi looked at Liu Bei, giving him a thumbs up. Alas, I'm a culturally deprived fatty. I can only exclaim in awe, with your current temperament, Lao Bei, even if you dropped out now, you could go to Linging Temple and become an enlightened monk. Amit Ba. Liu Bei clasped his hands together. I do not guide those below undergraduate level. And what about you in the future? How Pingzi asked. I heard from Ajia that there are many beautiful girls among this year's freshmen. Why don't we go inquire? If we come across someone suitable, I'll take care of getting their WeChat. He patted his chest, his ample 36D bouncing. Fatty, there's a mirror over there. Why don't you take a look, then carefully observe my looks and reconsider whether your statement holds any merit. Liu Bei's profile appeared even more melancholic. If you're too shy to approach a new freshman girl on your own, just admit it. There's no need to drag me into your schemes. However, speaking of beautiful new freshmen, Liu Bei glanced at his phone. The brave lady had yet to reply. Fatty, if one day your best buddy transformed into a beautiful girl, what would you do? How Pingzi's eyes widened behind his round glasses. Did Sun Air lose control and really go to Thailand? Sun Air referred to their roommate Zhao Sunday. Of course, it would be to let the father enjoy himself. How Pingzi remarked, relishing the thought. I've said it before, Lao Bei, it would be better for you to have Sun Air dress up as a girl to talk to you. At least he could treat you to discounted Hey de Leo in the middle of the night, right? Liu Bei replied, let us skip that. Sun Air can remain to serve you. As for the notion of enjoyment, banter among dorm brothers was harmless, but he lacked the courage to mention it to Ji Qingqian. It seemed rather bizarre. Liu Bei lowered the volume of his ringtone and stealthily attempted to call the brave Lady Qingqian, yet it still did not connect. Fatty. Liu Bei stuffed his phone into his pocket. Is my precious steed safe? How Pingzi gestured, in the bike shed downstairs. Let me borrow it. At your service. How Zhangwen promptly tossed the bike lock key to Liu Bei. Brother Bei, what's the matter? I'm just borrowing it to head home. I'll write it back tomorrow, thanks. Liu Bei was just about to step out when Lu Jia returned, swaying as he walked. Brother Bei, the student union's welcome group is having a meal together later. Are you going? Brother Li Zi couldn't reach you, so he asked me to call you. Tell them I'm not going. Alright, truly worthy of the king of cancellations, a man who never falters in this regard. Impressive. Lu Jia stepped aside to let Liu Bei pass. Seeing Liu Bei leave, Lu Jia suddenly realized, hey, Lao Bei, why are you in such a hurry? For my father knows not, perhaps he is eager to return home to work on his grand endeavors. With your gaming skills, how can you possibly rank up? Doesn't he have a wealthy relative? He must be off to find that relative. The two squatted on the balcony, watching Liu Bei sprint away on Fatti's road bicycle, disappearing in an instant. The reassuring thing was, he was indeed not heading in the direction of Zhou's dormitory. Excellent, excellent, both roommates sighed in relief simultaneously. How Pingzi asked, what are we having for dinner tonight? Lu Jia smiled smugly, I have someone to dine with. Oh, is it the dinner gathering for the welcome group? I told you to return to school earlier,
But you didn't come.
Now you're left all alone, aren't you? Lu Jia raised an eyebrow. How Pingzi shot him a sidelong glance. Is the welcome event at our College of Computer Science or at Chen Dan's School of Economics? Lu Jia, in fact, he had spent less than 10 minutes on his own turf before running off to the School of Economics to mingle. How Pingzi scoffed. Why are you acting all high and mighty, you traitor? Lu Jia exploded with anger. It's not mealtime yet. Does the scoundrel dare to challenge me to a duel? How Pingzi sneered. What's the harm in battling a few rounds with you? Both squatted together on the balcony when their phones chimed with delightful melodies. Timmy, damn, fatty, you scatter rice on the screen, and the chickens would play better than you. And you dare to criticize me? You can't even deliver food as well as I can. Chapter 14 Humanity is truly peculiar. Louis Bei once again attempted to reach Ji Qingqian via phone, yet there was still no response. I wonder, could something truly be amiss? The bicycle whizzed past as Louis Bei propelled himself forward with a swift motion. Xiaoli was engaged in a conversation with Li Si as they walked along the path. The one who came today, was he your classmate from middle school? Beige? Indeed, he was my close friend. We were practically inseparable back then. Just then, Xiaoli spotted the windswept youth approaching, raising her handy Bei. Before she could finish her sentence, the bicycle, caught in a gust, zipped past her without a hint of acknowledgement. Li Si glanced at Xiaoli. Really, was it that good? Xiaoli fell silent, gritting her teeth, that those were merely the mistakes of youth. Ji Qingqian, donned with headphones, leaned against the balcony railing, gazing at the landscape. Ugly monster, oh, can you refrain from turning on the lights? I yearn for a pitch-black stage. What a ridiculous BGM. She removed her headphones. To hell with it. Sigh. Ji Qingqian appeared to be hanging limply from the railing, her gaze listless as she observed the throngs of students traversing the campus. Earlier in the morning, walking beside Louis Bei, she had found the scenery of the school rather pleasant. Now, however, it felt utterly unappealing. Truly ugly, she scoffed. Then, that Ji Qingqian, classmate? Wang Ju pushed the balcony door open and stepped outside. Ji Qingqian straightened up, concealing her displeasure. Wang Ju, looking down, spoke timidly. Chu has earnestly apologized to me, and I must thank you for speaking on my behalf. Thank you. Ji Qingqian replied nonchalantly. Your parents asked me to look after you, and I agreed. Wang Ju, huh? My parents merely mentioned it in passing, you needn't take it to heart. At that moment, Ji Qingqian was too preoccupied to consider Wang Ju's matters, merely nodding. I shall assist. There will be no further aid. Wang Ju opened her mouth, unsure how to respond. She gazed at Ji Qingqian, the aloof goddess, who was now admiring the evening glow, her cool eyes veiled with a touch of frost. Wang Ju summoned her courage. Are you feeling unwell? No, Ji Qingqian replied instantly. What could possibly be troubling her? It was merely that 4 long hours had passed without a word from Louis Bei, nothing more. Was she truly destined to meet a dismal end? After all, her relationship with Louis Bei was merely virtual, devoid of any romantic ties. Even if he held no interest in her, there was no need for such disregard, was there? The sunset's vibrant crimson reflected in Ji Qingqian's eyes. She felt like a child forsaken by the divine. Wang Ju suspected that Ji Qingqian was indeed feeling downcast, yet she dared not pry further. Different individuals possess distinct auras. Sometimes, the disparity in aura between individuals can be more pronounced than that between humans and dogs. Take Wang Ju, for instance. She exuded an air of utter ordinariness. Chu, on the other hand, was rather spoiled. As for Ji Qingqian, her very forehead seemed emblazoned with the word leave. Ji Qingqian lowered her head, her peripheral vision catching a glimpse of the area below the dormitory. Suddenly, she tensed up, standing tall, her spine straightened, prompting Wang Ju to look up at her. What's wrong? Nothing. Ji Qingqian pressed her lips together. Wang Ju felt as if she were hallucinating. The usually frosty goddess appeared to have a hint of a smile tugging at her lips. Wang Ju blinked, wishing to see more clearly. Ji Qingqian had already turned, pulling open the balcony door to step inside. Chu was seething. Ji Qingqian. A sharp reprimand echoed. To her surprise, as soon as she shouted, Ji Qingqian entered. Chu immediately lowered her voice. Your phone has been vibrating for a while. Perhaps someone is trying to reach you. Ji Qingqian had been using Bluetooth to listen to music. Out of frustration at someone's lack of response, she had tossed her phone aside on the bed, preferring not to see it. She retrieved her phone from beneath her pillow, a barely noticeable smile gracing her lips. Ji Qingqian, why are you standing on the balcony? Ma Jojo lay on the bed, enjoying the cool air. It's so hot out. Nothing. Ji Qingqian shook her head, ready to depart.
Then she recalled Ma Jiaojiao's words. Indeed, it was quite warm. She patted her backpack resting on the table, which had already become deflated.
Does anyone have water? Ji Qingqian inquired. Purified water? Chu 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 countered. Yes. Here. Chu 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 retrieved an unopened bottle of Nongfu Spring. Ji Qingqian, thank you. It's just a bottle of water, no need for thanks. By the way, Ji Qingqian, I was indeed in the wrong regarding Wang Zhu. How about I treat you both to milk tea? Ma Jiaojiao, what do you want? Chu 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 sought to break the tension with Ma Jiaojiao. Ma Jiaojiao, anything is fine, but she's already left. Ah. Chu 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 turned around just as Ji Qingqian was closing the door. Chu Chu Chu, she was furious. She shouted, Wang Zhu, stop lingering outside, come in, aren't you afraid of heat stroke? Oh. Hello? Ji Qingqian answered the call, feeling a wave of relief wash over her upon hearing that familiar voice.
No dismal end. Just a moment ago, she had seen Louis Bei racing towards her on his bicycle.
Heroine, why did it take you so long to answer the phone? You ask me, and I wish to ask you the same.
Ji Qingqian had initially intended to retort, but upon hearing his slightly breathless tone, she refrained from reprimanding him. I'll come down to speak with you. When did you subscribe to a telepathic package?
I hadn't even mentioned it, and you already knew I was downstairs at your dorm?
Ji Qingqian smiled faintly, giving a playful huff, because I'm clever. Just wait, I'll be right down.
All right.
After hanging up, Ji Qingqian strode down the stairs, her footsteps echoing with a rhythmic thud. As she passed through a corridor, she caught sight of a full-length mirror hanging on the wall. Ji Qingqian paused, meticulously arranging her hair that had become disheveled from tossing in bed.
Am I not adorable? She muttered to herself.
She then puffed out her cheeks, as if holding back a breath, and continued her descent. Ji Qingqian remained oblivious to the fact that a female classmate stood behind her, gazing at her incredulously as she made her way down the stairs.
The classmate then followed suit to check her own reflection, recalling Ji Qingqian's striking profile and her somewhat hesitant question of am I not adorable? With a determined expression, she bit her lip and stomped her foot, pulling out her phone. Darling, I wanna buy cosmetics. What do you mean? I just bought some. Women must hold themselves to higher standards.
Water. Ji Qingqian twisted open the cap and handed over the Nongfu Spring. She hadn't even asked yet. My phone was dead. We've been sharing a bed these past few days, so you should know our sleep schedule is quite chaotic. To ensure I could wake up in the morning, I used my phone to play Guidi Gang's crosstalk as a sleep aid, but I forgot to plug it in, so by the time I met you, it was in the red. Louis Bei explained, I took advantage of the time while my phone was charging to lie down in the dormitory and didn't see your message. Ji Qingqian watched him panting and felt a pang of sympathy. Drink some water.
Who asked you? Louis Bei gulped down water noisily, then asked, Heroine, is it customary for men to drink like this in your circle? Ji Qingqian wrinkled her nose, taking back the water bottle and tightly closing the cap. How would I know?
I don't drink with men. Humanity is truly peculiar, Ji Qingqian mused. She had been wallowing in despair, finding even the gentle evening breeze and the vibrant sunset bothersome. Yet, Louis Bei's few words made her feel that everything in the world was, in fact, exquisitely beautiful. Chapter 15. Are you truly a wealthy lady? Ji Qingqian inquired as she observed Louis Bei racing by, pedaling furiously as if the wheels might ignite. Why are you riding so fast? I saw you hadn't replied to my messages and thought, Louis Bei began, but Ji Qingqian was about to respond with, I'm not angry.
Yet that was a lie.
Resentment often surged forth hand in hand with anger. However, at that moment, all of it had dissipated. Ji Qingqian even felt a pang of guilt. After all, he had merely not replied for over 4 hours. Was it truly necessary to act as if the sky were falling? At 20 years old, she still behaved like a petulant child. Ji Qingqian sought to justify her own pettiness. I was worried something happened to you, Louis Bei remarked instead. The words Ji Qingqian had prepared lodged in her throat. So he was concerned for her. After all, her palm grazed her chest, warmth flooding her heart. She reached out and playfully punched Louis Bei's arm, softly murmuring, You silly, what could possibly happen at school? Louis Bei pondered, true, perhaps I was just a bit anxious, maybe even a little too tense. I didn't hear my phone because it wasn't near me, but I'll carry it from now on, so don't worry unnecessarily, Ji Qingqian said gently, her fist transforming into a playful grasp. She tugged at the short sleeves of Louis Bei's white t-shirt, her voice soft as silk. I'm hungry, take me out to eat. You shouldn't just sit in your rental eating instant noodles today. Sure, what do you want to eat?
Anything. That response made Louis Bei's heart leap.
Anything seemed to imply a wide array of choices, but from his experience, it actually meant nothing at all. The moment he suggested Sichuan hot pot, he would receive the retort, "I don't eat spicy food." If he mentioned how about KFC, he would be met with a complaint of "It's not Thursday, why KFC? What about sour fish? I don't like bones. You choose." I'll follow your lead. Did you not hear me? I said anything? Are there any local delicacies here? Ji Qingqian inquired. Before I came, I looked it up online, and I found that West Lake vinegar fish is famous. Is it good? It's absolutely delightful, Lu Bei responded quickly. The secret to enjoying West Lake vinegar fish is to sit by the window. As soon as you take a bite, you can elegantly toss the fish and plate out of the window, creating an exquisite scene. Ji Qingqian retorted, that doesn't sound appetizing at all. What can I say? The greatest characteristic of our Hangzhou cuisine is that it lacks culinary delights, Lu Bei mused. How about barbecue? There's a fantastic barbecue place on Shuiyuan Street in the East Gate. Ji Qingqian, however, was unimpressed. A northeasterner like her had eaten barbecue incessantly before coming to Jiangnan. Wasn't that a waste of the trip? Don't like it, let me think again. Fortunately, Lu Bei was experienced and had ample backup plans. I like it, let us go, Ji Qingqian declared. Surprised that she had agreed, Lu Bei questioned his own expertise. Was it ineffective? Have you been craving that place for a long time? Ji Qingqian asked. Huh, how did you know? Because you drooled. Lu Bei wiped his lips. Don't slander me. That was clearly sweat. Let us get moving, it's sweltering out here. Ji Qingqian urged, glancing at Lu Bei's bike. Why doesn't this have a back seat? Road bikes don't come with back seats. Junk, Ji Qingqian criticized mercilessly. It belongs to my roommate, a giant brand, a reputable name. It cost several thousand yuan, Lu Bei defended. Ji Qingqian nodded but remained obstinate, still junk. She had envisioned Lu Bei whisking her around the campus at high speed. Lu Bei chuckled, patting the handlebars. Back when Fatty, the owner of this bike, rode it home from the specialty store, we were all incredibly envious. This thing is the most crucial mode of transport for our dorm, only those with urgent matters can request to use it. You all have ridden it? Of course, Lu Bei replied. Normally, Fatty rode it, but in emergencies, one could simply ask him. Ji Qingqian's gaze turned frosty as she stared at the bike that lay between her and Lu Bei, delivering a cool assessment. For everyone to ride, it's a burnt offering. Lu Bei responded. Heroine, please be reasonable. Why don't you buy a bike? You often stay off campus. Having a bike would make commuting much more convenient. I've already told you, it costs several thousand yuan. Will you buy it for me? Sure. Ji Qingqian nodded, then added a condition, but you must buy one with a back seat. Lu Bei laughed it off, not taking it seriously. However, Ji Qingqian tapped away on her phone screen for a while before tilting it toward him. What do you think of this one? Lu Bei looked, and there was Ji Qingqian searching for road bicycles on Taobao. She appeared quite certain, this one is definitely better than your roommate's. Of course, don't you see there's an extra zero on the price? Lu Bei pointed out. A little more expensive is fine. The key is quality, and the back seat, primarily the back seat. You're talking about a price difference of tenfold. Ji Qingqian thrust the phone at Lu Bei. Can you ask the customer service if a back seat can be added? I don't know how to ask. Are you serious, Qian? What else? Ji Qingqian thought for a moment and emphasized, I'm giving it to you, so you can't let anyone else ride it. Lu Bei was left speechless. Ji Qingqian hesitated but then countered, that might not be fair. After all, your roommate borrows your bike. If you don't lend it to him, he'll think you're stingy. You can lend it, but when you ride it, the back seat can't carry anyone else. Lu Bei gazed into Ji Qingqian's calm eyes, her expression devoid of jest. Heroine, you can't possibly be a rich lady, can you? He asked. This heroine had always maintained a cool demeanor, rarely discussing her own affairs. Only a few days ago did Lu Bei discover her true gender. In other words, he had inadvertently revealed his own secrets long ago. Yet Ji Qingqian, in contrast, shrouded herself in an air of mystery, including her family background. I hail from northeast China, but my parents raise cattle in the northern province, Ji Qingqian disclosed. Lu Bei nodded. The northern province was known for its grasslands, specializing in livestock. He recalled jokes online about students in the northern province riding horses to school. My mother mentioned that the tuition and airfare for this semester equate to the price of 2 cows.
Louis Bay continued nodding.
It was not uncommon for families to sell livestock to support their children's education.
Those kinds of cows, my family raises tens of thousands. Put. Not you, me, this.
Louis Bay struggled to formulate a response, looking into Ji Qingxian's clear gaze, his thoughts coalescing into a single word.
Can you believe it?
So you need to hurry and ask customer service.
I want a back seat,
Ji Qingxian urged, yet Louis Bay still returned the phone to Ji Qingxian. Heroin, carrying passengers on a bike is illegal not only outside, but even on our campus. If discovered, you'd be awaiting the security guard's pursuit.
I don't think they could catch you, Ji Qingxian said earnestly. You pedal incredibly fast.
Indeed, Louis Bay conceded, from a general perspective, it is true. The security guard's old legs would indeed struggle to catch me.
So?
However, they have high technology.
What high technology? Ji Qingxian blinked in confusion.
Electric bikes, Louis Bay said solemnly. Ji Qingxian took the phone Louis Bay handed back, remaining silent for a moment before reluctantly stating, those old geezers are truly despicable.
Achoo! Louis Bay noticed a patrolling security guard not far away who sneezed loudly.
Upon seeing the two approach, the guard graciously nodded in greeting. Chapter 16. You are the most beautiful. Upon passing the verdant running track, one encounters a series of interconnected outdoor basketball courts.
Ji Qingxian ambled along the edge of the path,
naturally tall. Her elevated stance rendered her nearly half a head taller than Louis Bay. Casting a sidelong glance at her, Louis Bay observed her delicate, elongated face, pale in hue, yet her lips were a vibrant shade, akin to a small peach blossom delicately placed upon a pristine sheet of paper, poised to bloom and utterly enticing. The subtlety of her features was transformed into an exquisite allure by the presence of that peach blossom. With her hands clasped behind her back, despite her seemingly frigid visage, she took playful little hops as she walked, inadvertently revealing a hint of mischief.
Louis Bay pondered to himself, who is this? Answer, Ji Qingxian. He continued to question, what is our relationship? Answer, good friends. Louis Bay sighed, my friend, how lovely.
Bei Ge, came a voice from behind, prompting Louis Bay to turn. It was the exuberant Xia Xiaoli, who appeared considerably smaller, her jumps barely reaching Louis Bay's height. In an effort to capture his attention, she waved her arms vigorously. Upon noticing Louis Bay had stopped, she dashed over, executing a sudden stop, her sneakers leaving traces of a swift drift on the pavement.
Bei Ge.
I called out to you earlier, why didn't you respond?
Xia Xiaoli complained. When? Louis Bay inquired.
Just, forget it. It seemed Louis Bay had merely overlooked her, not intentionally ignoring her. Xia Xiaoli opted not to pursue the matter further. Bei Ge, are you alone?
How could it be? Louis Bay intended to mention the female companion standing beside him, but upon turning, he found, Where did my Qingxian go?
It turned out that when Louis Bay had halted, Ji Qingxian had continued walking a distance ahead, now standing 10 paces away. With her back turned to them, she gazed at the outdoor basketball court, which was enclosed by barbed wire. The thoroughfare was bustling with students, and since Ji Qingxian had not stopped alongside Louis Bay, Xia Xiaoli remained oblivious to the fact that they had just been walking together.
Without her large sun hat, Xia Xiaoli failed to recognize her. Louis Bay chuckled, right, if not alone, could I be accompanied by a dog? Xia Xiaoli retorted, our welcoming committee is having a meal, are you truly not coming? I have matters to attend to.
What a pity, I called you to help out, yet you won't even join us for a meal.
Perhaps next time. Alright, let's arrange it again. Xia Xiaoli said, pulling out her phone, come on, Bei Ge, let us exchange WeChat. I lost my QQ number and can't retrieve it.
Back when they were in middle school, they had still used QQ, but now in high school, everyone had transitioned to WeChat, and Xia Xiaoli and Louis Bay had nearly lost contact. With a mischievous glint in her eye, Xia Xiaoli said, I'll scan your code. Don't take advantage of me now, Louis Bay replied, though he knew he had to comply, revealing his QR code. A beep sounded, added, while others were called Ice Sugar Pear, Xia Xiaoli's ID was Caramel Black Pear. Taking note of Xia Xiaoli's complexion, Louis Bay marveled at how thoroughly she embraced self-deprecation. As Louis Bay bid farewell, Xia Xiaoli had already brushed past Ji Qingxian, who stood a dozen meters away. She ran quite swiftly. Louis Bay thought to approach Ji Qingxian, have you left, still watching?
Watching handsome boys?
Despite the sweltering weather, the basketball court was bustling with activity. It seemed that the scorching heat could not diminish the youthful passion for basketball. Louis Bay felt a sense of admiration, then turned his gaze toward a fervent youth attempting a shot. With a swoosh, not only did the ball fail to find the net, but it didn't even graze the rim. His admiration dissipated at this display. This level of skill certainly warranted more practice. After the youth had missed yet another shot, his face visibly reddened, and he furtively stole glances towards Ji Qingqian.
"You've disrupted his performance," Liu Bei remarked. "What does that have to do with me?"
Ji Qingqian retorted dismissively, "If he is inexperienced, he should practice more, don't shift the blame." With that, she departed alongside Liu Bei. He glanced back at the despondent young man, who appeared even more forlorn, as if believing his poor performance had cost him the favor of a goddess. Such a tragedy. Liu Bei shook his head in lament.
"Is that your friend?"
"I saw the two of you conversing earlier at Dongdimen," Ji Qingqian inquired, gesturing towards Xia Xiaoli. "Indeed, she is the old classmate I mentioned, Xia Xiaoli, a sophomore, and technically your senior."
Liu Bei explained, "She is a good person. I intended to introduce you, but why did you wander so far?"
Ji Qingqian remained silent, feeling somewhat petty. Having only met Xia Xiaoli a couple of times, she was already instinctively wary of the petite senior.
Liu Bei's phone vibrated. A voice message from Caramel Black Pear had arrived. He opened it. While running, Xia Xiaoli spoke between breaths. "Beigu, speaking of which, the girl you helped move her luggage, she is stunning. Do you think there is potential for something between you two? I believe you two would make a great couple, a serendipitous connection during orientation. You must cherish this chance." Liu Bei abruptly cut off the voice message, turning to Ji Qingqian with an expressionless face. "No need to pay her any mind? Her brain is fried." Ji Qingqian nodded slightly in agreement. "You are correct.
Indeed, she was quite lovely." Liu Bei replied to Xia Xiaoli with a sweating emoji. Ji Qingqian then recalled something. "You were photographed without your knowledge."
Liu Bei responded with a puzzled expression. "Huh?
"You were caught on camera when you helped that girl with her luggage. She knows my roommate, and now your photo has circulated in our dorm."
Stunned, Liu Bei momentarily froze, then asked the crucial question, "Did they use a beauty filter?" No.
This batch of freshmen really is lacking.
"When we upperclassmen get photographed, we always use filters," Liu Bei remarked. Ji Qingqian raised an eyebrow. "What?"
Liu Bei retrieved the photo Lu Jie had sent him, a candid shot of his back, and showed it to Ji Qingqian. "Look." Although the back view hardly warranted a beauty filter.
Ji Qingqian did not express any opinion on the photograph but looked at Liu Bei curiously. "Why do you have this photo saved?"
Liu Bei stammered. Indeed, why had he saved it? He had done so almost instinctively. It must have been automatically downloaded, he offered as a flimsy excuse. Fortunately, Ji Qingqian did not press further, merely giving a soft acknowledgement. They walked a few more steps before she spoke again. "Did you give that girl your WeChat ID?"
Liu Bei replied. "Huh? I heard about it."
"No, someone asked for it, but I declined."
Ji Qingqian responded.
Her tone remained neutral, making it difficult for Liu Bei to discern her emotions, whether she believed him or not.
"After dropping you off, my phone just shut down, so even if I wanted to give my WeChat ID," Liu Bei opened the new friends section in his WeChat. "Want to check?" Ji Qingqian shot him a look. "Check for what?"
Having known each other for so long, how could she suspect him of anything, especially regarding a friend of someone named Chu Zhu, who barely registered in her mind?
Nonetheless, Liu Bei's explanation seemed to bring her some joy.
"Let me see that photo again." She leaned closer to Liu Bei's phone screen. It's evident that I am more attractive than you." Liu Bei resigned. "Indeed, you are the most beautiful." Chapter 17 Indirect Kiss. Ji Qingqian raised her eyes to gaze at the sign of the barbecue restaurant.
"Good Brothers Barbecue City." Her expression was as frosty as ice.
Liu Bei parked his new energy convertible sports car, which consumed 10 buns per 100 kilometers, and walked over.
"Shall we go in?"
Aha! The barbecue restaurant was quite spacious and nearly full. Many male college students clad in tank tops or short sleeves were enjoying ice-cold beer while skewering meat. There were also female patrons, but they mostly sat opposite other girls. No wonder it was called Good Brothers Barbecue City.
Ji Qingqian had a slight objection to the name. "Is there any seating available?"
For two, Liu Bei gestured AV to a passing waiter. Yes, we have just the spot," the waiter replied eagerly. Upon turning around, he exclaimed, "Oh, Bei, you're back on campus?" The owner of the restaurant and the staff were all acquainted with Liu Bei, though not too intimately. Those who were close knew he never actually left. Liu Bei offered a nod without further explanation. "This way, please."
As the waiter led them to a corner, he gazed at Ji Qingqian with astonishment.
"What a lovely young lady." Subsequently, the waiter playfully nudged Liu Bei's shoulder, grinning mischievously. "You're quite fortunate to have found such a beautiful girlfriend." Don't talk nonsense, she's my junior, Louis Bay replied with a wry smile.
I understand. The waiter assumed a knowing demeanor. A junior, who doesn't have a junior?
His lewd gaze could compose a melody. She is merely my sister, the sister says. Purple is full of charm. Louis Bay sighed and regarded the waiter seriously.
Chen-gu, how did it go with the blind date back home that you mentioned?
I don't have time to discuss this with you. Sister-in-law, please scan the menu and order. This guy looks like he has money.
Then you must be blind, Louis Bay remarked. This topic struck a nerve with Chen-gu, who quickly brushed it off. Don't listen to his nonsense. The staff on this street are all the same, always eager to spread gossip and create a big story, Louis Bay explained to Ji Qingqian. Ji Qingqian nodded indifferently. Well, it seems this restaurant isn't too shabby after all. Perhaps I'll leave them a 5-star review on a review site later, she mused. Ji Qingqian scanned the menu and asked, has he never seen a white moonlight? Judging by the waiter's attitude, it seemed like it was Louis Bay's first time bringing a girl to dine here. Jojo doesn't like coming to places like this with me, Louis Bay replied. She says the photos don't turn out well. She prefers Western restaurants or dessert shops, where the pictures are Instagram-worthy. He pondered for a moment. Although Ji Qingqian was bound to him by the ties of brotherhood, she was still a girl, and bringing her to a barbecue restaurant for their first meeting felt rather crude. If you like those kinds of places too, I'll take you next time, Louis Bay said softly. Ji Qingqian seldom posted on social media and had little interest in how photos turned out. Moreover, having grown up on horseback, drinking cow and sheep milk, and eating lamb and beef, she felt a stronger sense of belonging to a barbecue stall than to a Western restaurant where one orders a plethora of dishes yet might not leave satisfied. However, Louis Bay had invited her. Ji Qingqian nodded. After a moment of silence, she added, I'd like to visit a hot pot restaurant as well. All right. And a Japanese cuisine restaurant. Sure. By the way, the soup dumplings in Hangzhou are quite famous. You must take me to try them. Not a problem. The zongzi from Jiahe. When you have time, accompany me to Jiahe. I want to taste the authentic Jiahe salted egg yolk meat zongzi. A high-speed train from Hangzhou to Jiahe takes just over half an hour, Louis Bay remarked. Ji Qingqian bit her lip, deep in thought. What else is there? Are you really intent on draining my wallet? Louis Bay laughed. Ji Qingqian calmly glanced at Louis Bay. If you have time, I can cover all the travel expenses. Louis Bay, so, you can do as you please just because you have money. Apologies, having wealth does afford one certain liberties. Then I want to go to Northeast China afterward. Will you take me along? Louis Bay inquired. Ji Qingqian nodded, but I don't often go out. I am not very familiar with many attractions. What about near your home? Well, the winter in Harbin is very beautiful. Louis Bay teased. Oh, so now you're willing to disclose your home address? You no longer plan to keep it a secret from me for a lifetime? Ji Qingqian's expression was as cold as ice. Do you know why I was reluctant to tell you before? I don't know. Were you afraid I had ulterior motives and would harass you? Louis Bay asked. Did you lower your guard once you met me in person and realized I'm a genuine gentleman? Idiot, Ji Qingqian retorted. Because in the past, if you went to Northeast China, it was certainly with Jojo. Ji Qingqian did not wish to speak to Jojo, nor even see her. She feared losing control of her emotions and might end up confronting her. So, why? Louis Bay pressed. Figure it out yourself, Ji Qingqian replied as she focused on ordering. What do you want to eat? You decide. Just get me a grilled eggplant and a few skewers of chicken wings. I'm not picky. Then I'll place the order. Chen-gu soon arrived with the dishes for Louis Bay's table. With many patrons present, the swift service was likely due to the owner allowing Louis Bay to cut in line. Chen Ji's expression was exuberant, his smile tinged with a hint of mischief. Hee. Louis Bay. Chen-gu began by serving a plate of oysters, followed by 5 or 6 skewers of chives and 4 skewers of lamb kidneys. Louis Bay's expression shifted. Chen-gu leaned in and whispered, Bay, I didn't know you were so weak. He glanced at Ji Qingqian across the table and lowered his voice further. You need to nourish yourself. You quite fortunate. Louis Bay fixed a blank stare on Chen-gu as he swayed his hips and departed. Was that intentional or accidental? Louis Bay asked the waiter. What did you say? Ji Qingqian replied, poking at the sealed plastic of a sterilized bowl with her chopsticks. Given Louis Bay's understanding of Ji Qingqian, she certainly knew these items were beneficial for vitality. She wasn't that naive. Indeed, a trace of amusement flickered in Ji Qingqian's cool eyes. You've been burning the midnight oil lately and faced a painful breakup. It's time for some proper nourishment.
She was being deliberate. Thinking of Jojo made Ji Qingqian slightly unhappy, and she intended to tease this fool a bit. Observing the waiter serving the dishes and Liu Bei's expression, Ji Qingqian found it quite amusing.
Liu Bei sighed. Qingqian, do you have a problem?
I have no objections, Liu Bei stated. We're a lone man and a lone woman dining together, and you order these things for me. It easily leads to misunderstandings about our subsequent activities.
Ji Qingqian halted.
That seemed to make sense. No wonder the waitstaff looked at her oddly. They thought she and Liu Bei had plans for later. It was a case of harming others while harming oneself.
Ji Qingqian's cheeks flushed, and she hastily took a sip of water.
Wait, Liu Bei attempted to intervene, but Ji Qingqian's lips had already met the bottle's rim. Ji Qingqian had one question.
Where did she get the water? Oh, it was the bottle of water Liu Bei had previously drunk from. She drank from Liu Bei's water, and directly from the bottle. Ji Qingqian's arm crossed over the table, and her forehead promptly collided with her forearm. She lowered her head, her flustered eyes fixed intently on the table leg. Qingqian?
Seeing this, Liu Bei called out in concern.
I'm fine.
Although she said this, Ji Qingqian felt her cheeks were even hotter than the midday sun. Chapter 18. Uniquely different. Liu Bei gazed at the bottle cap, which was being alternately cherished by two individuals. There exists a rather ambiguous term known as indirect kissing, aptly describing the current predicament between him and Ji Qingqian.
Qingqian, I've capped the bottle, it's all right, Liu Bei reassured her. He took a sip of water first, then sealed the bottle. Ji Qingqian followed suit. The presence of the bottle cap served as a buffer, ensuring that even if there were traces of saliva, they would likely be absorbed by the cap, at least half of it, one would hope. Ji Qingqian lifted her icy, cool gaze from her arm and remarked, Does that count as giving? Fairy, please act a bit more normally, such words should not be spoken lightly. Ji Qingqian took several deep breaths, finally managing to regain her composure and calmness. After sharing a light meal, they ordered a bottle of Coca-Cola. Ji Qingqian nibbled delicately, yet her appetite was surprisingly substantial. No wonder she had grown so tall. But after nearly an hour of dining, their stomachs were pleasantly full. Are you satisfied? Liu Bei inquired. Burp. Ji Qingqian replied. Then I'll settle the bill, Liu Bei said, scanning the code. Do you recall when we first met? Ji Qingqian asked. Liu Bei chuckled. Of course, it was that winter during my second year of high school, just before the new year. You're mistaken. It was in April, after the new year. Liu Bei blinked in confusion, slowly lowering his phone as he pondered. When you were ill, neither of them was wrong. Liu Bei had met Qingqian in winter, while she had come to know him only in spring. For Ji Qingqian, Liu Bei prior to April was merely a passerby, serving no purpose other than to be a burden. That April, Ji Qingqian fell ill. It wasn't a severe illness, but she was required to stay in the hospital for half a month, during which she was offline and her phone was strictly monitored. Ji Qingqian didn't mind. She spent her days reading comics and found them quite enjoyable. On the day I regained internet access, I discovered a fool who thought I had passed away, coming to my place daily to mourn. Ji Qingqian picked up her phone and said nonchalantly, he told me about the tulips blooming in Prince Bay, the willow leaves sprouting at West Lake, how adorable the squirrels by the lake were, how the doves would peck at bread, the sky was blue and the clouds were light, the breeze was just right, and he got caught skipping class by the teacher, drenched during the cleaning session. He hoped I'd have another chance to see it, and I was almost dead from his laughter when I wasn't actually dead. Don't bring it up, I beg you, don't. Liu Bei cradled his head, feeling as if his hair were being tugged painfully. Ji Qingqian smiled blandly. Indeed, she had laughed heartily back then, but it was not out of mockery. It was genuine amusement. Ji Qingqian never expected that a fool thousands of miles away would think of her so often. Actually, Liu Bei, gripping his hair, revealed a gaze as innocent as a fawness. Initially, I thought you had run away because I annoyed you, but then I considered your gaming account level was so high, if you didn't wish to engage with me, you could simply block me. There was no reason for you to not log in at all. Unable to ascertain whether you were facing some unhappy circumstances or had encountered an incident, I hoped that if it was something unfortunate, you might find some solace in the things I shared. I never imagined you would pass away. So concerned about me, Ji Qingqian replied coolly. It's rare to find someone who can handle your kind of nonsense. Liu Bei retorted confidently. That is indeed true. Though it was somewhat embarrassing to recall those little essays now, Liu Bei harbored no regrets for Qingqian. It was after that incident that Liu Bei was truly included in her list of people I know. From that point on, she began to actively seek him out to play games, a stark contrast to the earlier days when it was Liu Bei who persistently approached her. This discrepancy in their understanding of the timeline explains why they perceived their acquaintance differently. Ji Qingqian pursed her lips in mild annoyance. That rascal Liu Bei was quite inconsiderate. Not long after, he declared that he had found the love of his life and was determined to pursue her fiercely. He flirted and then vanished, a true scoundrel. Subsequently, he and Jojo were admitted to the same university. Contemplating this, Ji Qingshan furrowed her brow in discomfort. What's wrong? Have you overeaten? Liu Bei asked. Shall we go for a walk to digest? Sure, Ji Qingshan replied, rising to her feet. I'll settle the bill first, Liu Bei said. I'll take care of it, Ji Qingshan countered. When did you? When you were clutching your head in agony, she interjected. Ji Qingshan, you've plotted against me, utilizing conversation as therapy. As they prepared to leave, Brother Chen, swift of eye and leg, darted in front of Liu Bei, kindly producing 2 pieces of gum. Freshen your breath, it'll make her feel closer. His gaze hinted at some rather unsavory thoughts. Liu Bei looked at him with disdain but accepted the gum, handing it to Ji Qingshan. Here, you're extra. Ji Qingshan responded with a soft aha, glancing between Liu Bei and Brother Chen, quietly uttering her thanks. As they exited the barbecue shop, though the academic street wasn't exactly a hub of extravagance, it was filled with lively energy. However, since not all students had returned to campus yet, it was still rather subdued. Liu Bei casually glanced around and asked if she wanted some milk tea. Ji Qingshan affirmed. He skillfully led her to a bubble tea shop. Just as Ji Qingshan was about to scan the code, Liu Bei had already begun ordering. Quickly, this is the charm of an Android device, Liu Bei said, raising his eyebrows in triumph. I've always said your Apple has poor reception. Ji Qingshan regarded him calmly. Liu Bei chuckled. You fed me several times already. I intended to treat you this time, yet you tricked me into paying. Although I'm known as the freeloader in our circle, if I keep this up, my conscience will surely ache. I have money, Ji Qingshan replied. So do I. No, you don't. Ji Qingshan was well aware that Liu Bei had his living expenses, tuition fees, and rent to pay. Liu Bei leaned closer to Ji Qingshan and whispered, Forgot, I earn money writing. I still have several thousand in my account, don't I? Ji Qingshan's ears tingled from his breath, and she instinctively leaned back, yet upon seeing the youthful gleam in his eyes, she remained rooted. How much? She asked. Liu Bei nodded proudly. Several thousand. You're deluded. Ji Qingshan responded nonchalantly, I have over 500,000 in my account. Liu Bei was momentarily speechless, realizing how impressive her financial standing was. Despite this, Liu Bei steadied his breath and continued to peruse the menu. You must let me partake a bit, or else I'll feel embarrassed to join you next time. Ji Qingshan gazed at Liu Bei's earnest expression, then paused before saying, Fine, just order what you like. Since military training is coming up, you'll need to adjust your schedule. Drinking milk tea at this hour might keep you awake, perhaps opt for a fruit tea with lower polyphenol content. Agreed. The shop was not crowded, and shortly after placing their order, they were notified that their drinks were ready. Liu Bei addressed the staff, pack it up, separate containers, yes, that cup alone, and the other 4 together. Qingshan, you take these 4 cups back. Ji Qingshan was taken aback, I can't drink that much. I didn't say you had to consume it all, share the other 3 cups with your roommates, Liu Bei replied. Ji Qingshan raised an eyebrow. The dormitory ant doesn't engage with you, yet I received a message shortly after leaving your dorm, and upon seeing Xiaoli, I knew to hide. You wouldn't even ask for a ride home, you didn't respond to Brother Chen at the barbecue shop either. You're not adept at conversing with strangers, are you? Liu Bei smiled, just take it back and tell them you bought it. Your dorm will have kind souls willing to look out for you, though there may be some bad apples among the crowd. Most university students are inherently innocent. If you treat them well, they will reciprocate. At least that is how it was in Liu Bei's dormitory. Ji Qingshan was at a loss for words. She hadn't even mentioned her own shortcomings, and he had already noticed. Esports requires good vision. I'm not blind, Liu Bei said, hanging the packaging string on Ji Qingshan's slender fingers. Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. There is nothing to be embarrassed about. If you need anything, just let me know. I'm a good kid, and I remember your kindness to me. No need for pleasantries. Ji Qingshan lowered her gaze, softly acknowledging him with a quiet By the way, remember to drink the passion fruit one, Liu Bei reminded her. Why? Because that one costs 2 more yuan, Liu Bei replied with a smile. It's unique. Chapter 19. A wealthy and generous brother Liu Bei prepared to ride his new energy 2-wheeled convertible sports car back. Ji Qingshan accompanied him to the parking area. Well, I'm off, Liu Bei said to Ji Qingshan.
Although he could return by crossing the campus, the roads within the school were certainly not as smooth as those outside. Ji Qingshan raised her hand and waved it in front of her chest. Okay, goodbye. Was it just a figment of his imagination? Liu Bei surprisingly detected a hint of reluctance in the usually aloof Ji Qingshan's words. After pondering for a moment, he got off the car. Forget it, there's nothing pressing at home anyway.
Take your time, I'll escort you back to the dormitory.
Originally, the first thing he intended to do upon returning was to summon someone for a game. However, the person he had intended to summon was standing right in front of him. So what was the point? Ji Qingshan's straight black brows lifted slightly. All right. Give me all the milk tea, I'll hang it on the bike, Liu Bei instructed. Before handing it over, Ji Qingshan took out her unique passion fruit drink, inserted a straw into the seal, and took a sip. So sweet.
Tasty, isn't it? Lu Bei inquired.
Delicious. Ji Qingxian's tone unconsciously rose at the end, then she glanced at the sports bike and suddenly said, Bei, take me along.
Not a chance, I've said there's no back seat, Lu Bei replied helplessly. But Ji Qingxian was resolute, you can carry me. How old are you this year, heroine?
He continued to grip the handlebars, but Ji Qingxian had already seated herself on the bike. Lu Bei pushed the bike along, with Ji Qingxian sitting on the seat, resembling a child being entertained. I'm 3 years old, Ji Qingxian said with a straight face. While the heroine might indeed struggle in social interactions, she seemed utterly unconcerned about the curious gazes of passers-by. Many onlookers were intrigued by their peculiar mode of transportation, casting either curious or kind looks their way. Thankfully, the night had fallen, making it difficult to discern the faces. Lu Bei thought, otherwise it would be rather awkward. I'm tired, it's just the right time to take a break, Ji Qingxian asserted.
And what about whether I'm tired or not? Lu Bei retorted.
This was far more exhausting than merely pushing the bike. I treated you to a meal, Ji Qingxian replied.
Had I known, I would have let you pay for the milk tea as well. Now you're regretting it? It's too late. Thank you once again for allowing me to experience the harsh realities of society. Taking a break. Lu Bei instinctively glanced at the feet of the heroine. Due to her sitting position, her skirt was slightly shorter than when standing. Not only could he see her ankles, but also her evenly proportioned, fair calves. Lu Bei couldn't help but gaze at the night sky, then at Ji Qingxian, who was biting the straw. The night sky was beautiful, and so was she. He then lowered his head to look at the road and then at the calves beneath the skirt. The road was straight, and so were they. Wait, Lu Bei wondered, why had the hem of her skirt risen a bit? Originally, it had only covered her calves, but now it was nearing her knees. He looked at Ji Qingxian. With her right hand holding the passion fruit tea, her left hand deliberately lifted the hem of her skirt. Pretty, isn't it? I've known all along that you have a thing for legs. Lu Bei found it difficult to deny. I don't. Stop saying that. You've worked hard carrying me. I permit you to look a bit longer.
Ji Qingxian spoke through the straw, her voice somewhat muffled. As she spoke, her eyes wandered to the scenery, not meeting Lu Bei's gaze. Thus, Lu Bei was unaware of the faint blush rising on her cool cheeks. He tried not to look too much, but his gaze slid uncontrollably. His good brother truly was wealthy and generous.
What do you think? Ji Qingxian gently inquired.
Lu Bei, did she expect him to write a 500-word reflection at this moment? Gritting his teeth, he managed to comment, with such beautiful legs, pedaling a tricycle must be incredibly powerful, right?
And then he nearly got kicked off by Ji Qingxian.
When Lu Bei escorted Ji Qingxian to the dormitory entrance, the dormitory supervisor happened to be looking outside. Oh, you're back. She remembered Ji Qingxian and Lu Bei. Look at that, such a well-matched couple.
Hello, Auntie, Lu Bei greeted. Ji Qingxian nodded to the auntie and softly said hello. Go on in, Lu Bei urged. Goodbye, call me if you need anything. This time my phone won't be dead. Okay. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Ji Qingxian waved to Lu Bei, who then hopped on his bike and sped away.
Ji Qingxian stood at the dormitory entrance until the young man vanished into the night.
Stop standing there like a fool, hurry up and go inside, the dormitory supervisor chuckled. You'll see each other again tomorrow. Indeed. Ji Qingxian repeated in her mind, they would meet again tomorrow. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but smile, pressing her lips together tightly. Yes, thank you, Auntie. After saying that, she ascended the stairs with a light step.
What else with this silly child thanking me for?
The dormitory supervisor found it somewhat amusing. When Ji Qingxian returned to the dormitory, Ma Jiao had just finished showering and was chatting with the other two roommates while drying her hair. Upon seeing Ji Qingxian, their conversation came to an awkward halt. It wasn't that they disliked Ji Qingxian, it was just that the aura of this cool goddess was rather overpowering, making them hesitant to speak loudly for a moment. You're back, Ma Jiao was the first to greet. Ji Qingxian replied, then handed over the paper bag she was holding. Here, share it among yourselves. Wang Ju reached out to take it, and the three exchanged glances.
Oh, this ice princess actually brought them drinks? I stayed outside a bit too long. They might not be cold anymore, Ji Qingxian explained. Seeing them still not reaching for the drinks, she frowned. Don't you like fruit tea? No. Ma Jiao hurriedly denied. It was just that she actually brought them drinks, because it was important. Ma Jiao Jiao repeated this in her mind, shocked. Ji Qingqian exclaimed softly, originally intending not to say much, but recalling that Louis Bei had bought it, she wouldn't allow them to dislike it, so she patiently explained, we're about to have military training, adjusting our schedules. Milk tea has too many polyphenol, making it hard to sleep. A fruit tea is a better option. The three were even more astonished. She had a face that seemed to disdain the world, yet she was so considerate. After a moment of silence, I want this cup. Chushu swiftly grabbed a strawberry drink. Hey, I had my eye on that one. Ma Jiao Jiao quickly protested. I got it first, it's mine. Chushu declared, I'll treat you another day. Ugh, then Wang Ju, which cup do you want? I'm fine with any cup, really. The dormitory erupted into lively chatter once again, and this time Ji Qingqian joined in. Though she usually preferred tranquility, this lively atmosphere didn't seem so bad. She planned to take a shower, only to realize, I forgot to bring my shampoo. It was her first time traveling alone, and she thought she had prepared thoroughly, but still ended up forgetting something. Use mine. I brought extra, 2 bottles. Dove, do you use it? Ma Jiao Jiao offered. Chushu chimed in, how about Schwarzkopf? I have that. Ji Qingqian looked at the two. Thank you. What else with the politeness, we'll still be living together for 3 or 4 years, Ma Jiao Jiao laughed. Chapter 20. Adora Qingqian and Nobi Dave's dormitory is located in room 404 of Building 4 for male students, thus, their dormitory group is aptly named 404 Not Found. Upon returning to the apartment, the first thing did was to inform the valiant Qingqian of his safe arrival, and subsequently, he observed the banter among his dorm mates in their group chat. Ajay. I forgot to ask, did you manage to get that beautiful girl's WeChat this morning? I already said my phone was out of battery. Dear brother, mused that this was not entirely deceitful. He truly did not possess Qingqian's WeChat. His roommates were generally good-hearted souls, yet they could be quite boisterous. Since Qingqian was not fond of mingling with strangers, he decided it best to shield her from their antics for the time being, waiting until she had acclimated before introducing her to them. Ajay. Useless. If I had gone myself, I surely could have spun a tale. Sunner, if you had gone, there would have been no tale, only a calamity. Ajay, I dare you to face me in the dormitory. Sunner. I have no interest in playing with Chen Dan, why would I return so early? Ajay, damn, you're infuriating. Sunner, anxious, very anxious. Fatty Sunner, your remarks are akin to Garen's light spear, leaving brother Ajay speechless and vulnerable. He has practically shut down in the dorm. Ajay, damn it, don't let that slip out, chuckled at their exchange before setting aside his phone. Facing his computer, he stretched his arms. With the school term approaching, he needed to write some backup material. As he fixed his gaze on the screen, he felt as though the computer was scrutinizing him in return. A sudden smile crossed his face as he thought he glimpsed Qingqian's visage within the screen. He quickly slapped his own cheek. Stay focused. It's time for writing, not daydreaming. Yet, to be fair, Qingqian's legs truly were ahem. He swiftly quelled his inappropriate thoughts, scolding himself. How could he entertain such notions about the valiant girl when their relationship was so innocent? Was it really just the oysters he had overindulged in today? Collected his thoughts, resolutely focused on the author's back end, patrolling the comment section. There was one message. Frowny face. Author, update please. I can do anything. Smiled nonchalantly and typed into the reply section. Frowny face. An update is impossible, not in this lifetime. Before he could send it, he inadvertently caught sight of the tips section. What, a few thousand? This fellow just tipped a gift worth 1888. He quickly deleted his previous message and typed frowny face. Please take a break, I will write shortly. Yet again, before sending, Qingqian's QQ call came through. Was she making a call from the dormitory? Clicked to answer. However, instead of speaking, she sent a text. I can't sleep. What's wrong? I'm not used to this bed. That is unfortunate. Perhaps it's not so much the bed, but rather you. Was taken aback. What do you mean by that? If I don't hear you speak before sleeping, I can't fall asleep. If you talk, I might just drift off. Just like when we played games before, I want to make a sound, but you can still talk. Glanced at the message he was about to send, deleted it once more, and retyped. An update is impossible, not in this lifetime. Alright, said, then I will keep you company. Sing me a song. It's been a while since I've heard you. What would you like to hear? Anything, just sing. Cleared his throat and softly began to sing. Once upon a time in a myth there was a couple. They had a peculiar child with 2 lofty pigtails and bare little feet. Immature, are you trying to entertain a child? Didn't you say 3 was the age? Continue. Riding on two flaming wheels, holding the universe in hand with the Muntian silk to protect him, the Shenyuan arrow drawn tight. After a while, the breathing from the other end of the line grew gentle. Chuckled as he closed the game interface of Plants vs. Zombies, leaning back in his chair. He ceased singing, and Qingqian did not respond again. It seemed she had truly fallen asleep. Silence exhaled, unsure if it was directed at himself or at the gentle voice on the other end. Thank you. As for the matter with Jojo, it's actually more distressing than I had anticipated. At least during that time at KTV, before I received your call, I felt utterly nauseous, wanting to vomit but unable to. I don't understand why I have to endure such a situation. I am a good person, yet I was held at gunpoint. And then you appeared. As a child, I fantasized that one day, when I was crying and helpless, a doryman would emerge from my desk to rescue me. Now, at 20, I have finally met one. Dora Qingqian rescued Nobi Dabe. Thank you. As he spoke, paused, sensing some movement from Qingqian's side. He hurriedly composed himself, stifling the tremor in his voice. Thus, in the dead of night, it was prudent not to be overly sentimental, as it could lead to embarrassment. Yet it seemed Qingqian had not fully awakened. Her voice, rather than a conversation, resembled a dreamlike utterance. I'm here. You ask why I came to Jiangnan MHM. I wanted her to see you. Once more, there was silence from Qingqian. Stared blankly at the ceiling. He was not foolish, he could discern her feelings to some extent. However, upon truly hearing such an admission, he found himself compelled to ponder a serious issue regarding the timeline. The college entrance examination applications were due at the end of June, meaning Qingqian had decided to attend Jiangnan University quite some time ago. Yet, he had been embroiled in a quarrel with Jojo by nearly September. Assuming he had not had such a falling out with Jojo, what would Qingqian's experience at this school have been like? Prior to their conflict, her proud nature had prevented her from even uttering a word to him. She would surely have been disinclined to meet him, yet she had come to Jiangnan specifically to see him. Taking such a step seemed perilous, fraught with the potential for disappointment. Nevertheless, she had still come. Why are you so kind? Murmured softly, unsure to whom the question was directed. Wang Ju had just returned from the restroom. The remaining roommates had already drifted off to sleep, rendering the dormitory particularly quiet, just as she prepared to climb into bed. She heard Qingqian's voice drifting softly from the Ice Queen's bed. A dream, perhaps. Wang Ju felt it impolite to eavesdrop on someone's dream talk, yet instinctively she strained to listen. I came to Jiangnan to see you. Wang Ju. She bit her lip. What explosive gossip had she just stumbled upon? Who was? He sounded like a boy. Could it be that this goddess had a crush on someone? Composed himself, gazing at the 1888 gift, and his bold declaration of an update is impossible, a smirk playing on his lips. Subsequently, he began to type furiously, as swift as the wind and as thunderous as a storm. Over an hour later, he tossed a chapter of his manuscript into the update. In the author's notes section, he inscribed, it's not like I updated for the tips, I simply felt inspired today, hence I wrote an extra chapter. It has nothing to do with the tips. Nodded, truly, as expected of myself. Chapter 21. The Peerless Beauty. The following day, Louis Bei returned to campus with a modest amount of luggage. As classes had yet to commence, the three generations of the family were idling in the dormitory. Hao Zhangwen and Lu Jie were embroiled in a fierce battle in the King's Canyon, while Louis Bei engrossed himself in reading Lemon by Kajiwei Kijr. As Lu Jie's screen faded to gray, he cursed the mid-lane play. I was quite the reader in my youth. I know all about the likes of Fishing for Eternity and the Emperor of Smoke. I refuse to believe I wouldn't comprehend it. Just tell me. I won tea. Is this how you belittle others? Because I don't understand it either. With a pained expression, Louis Bei tossed the book onto the bed, exclaiming, damn it, I'm never buying a book based on its cover recommendation again. What a load of nonsense. Lu Jie chuckled, well, ha. Just as their conversation concluded, the dormitory door was kicked open with a loud bang. Following closely behind was a rolling suitcase that clattered across the floor. Grandfather is back, bellowed the newcomer. It was Zhao Sun, the last to return to campus, dressed entirely in black. He was strikingly handsome, possessing delicate features that leaned more towards beauty than rugged masculinity. His hair was styled in a wolf tail with a small braid, exuding a somewhat androgynous charm, yet not the innocuous kind. His naturally defined eyes, devoid of makeup, carried an alluring quality. Standing at 1.64 meters, he was not particularly tall among his female peers. To sum him up in one phrase, he was the epitome of a Southern Leon deity. Damn it, dog son, why are you only back now? Lu Jie fumed. Ignoring him, Zhao Sun tossed his suitcase aside and walked directly towards Louis Bei. Lu Bei. What? Did you really break up with Jojo? Damn.
Louis Bei sighed, clearly exasperated. Although Lu Jia had already informed the dormitory group chat, he found himself having to explain once more upon encountering Zhao Sunday.
Yes.
Zhao Sun scrutinized Louis Bei, naturally requiring him to look up due to their height difference.
When did you come back to life? Are you equipped with a system? What are you talking about? People like you, who suddenly stop fawning, usually have undergone a rebirth, right? The next phase should involve pure school beauties pursuing you, while Jojo is left in the lurch. Ah, isn't it unfair to underestimate the youth? Zhao Sun inquired. Stop reading so many web novels. Isn't it absurd for a web novelist to tell someone to read less web fiction? Does that even make sense? Zhao Sun questioned, how was I doing back in the year you returned? Louis Bei replied, seems about right.
Zhao Sun, unfazed, patted Louis Bei on the shoulder, saying, then you must take good care of me this lifetime. When one achieves enlightenment, even the chickens and dogs rise to glory. You can't allow me to repeat the same fate. Louis Bei retorted, what you just said makes it sound like you're the chicken, or perhaps the dog. He didn't. Lu Jia immediately sprang up, seamlessly chiming in with a line, you're too beautiful, oh baby, you're simply too beautiful. Zhao Sun scoffed disdainfully, idiot. He then tossed his shoulder bag onto the nearby cabinet, declaring, your posture is all wrong.
Come on, music.
Hao Zhangwen pressed play on his phone, and the entire dormitory began to sway rhythmically. Louis Bei shook his head in resignation. He often felt out of sync with this group of exuberant individuals due to his exceedingly stable mental state.
I told you, you can't do it. Zhao Sun chastised Lu Jia, look how naturally Lu Bei moves. He could easily become an idol trainee.
In the girls' dormitory, Ji Qingshan turned over, having completed the book points and lines. What is a Bei doing now? She covered the lower half of her face with the book, wondering if he thought of her as well. Louis Bei, you're too beautiful, you're simply too beautiful baby, oh. Time passed swiftly, and as classes resumed, the returning students filled the campus. The cafeteria grew bustling once more, particularly during breakfast.
Damn it, what?
Jiangnan University had 3 cafeterias in total. The first was closest to the boys' dormitory, the second was the quietest, yet they found themselves in the third.
This one is near the girls' dormitory, Lu Jia whispered, don't you want to catch a glimpse of the pretty new freshman? Not interested.
Zhao Sun began slurping his noodles.
Feigning disinterest, are we? Lu Jia remarked.
Louis Bei ordered scallion oil noodles without scallions, and as he mixed them, he commented, the few pretty ones I've seen so far don't hold a candle to our Sun's feminine charm.
How could he find it interesting? Lu Jia pondered for a moment, that's true.
Zhao Sun, still slurping his noodles, raised his middle finger at Louis Bei, if it weren't for the fact that I can't beat you, I would definitely pin you down right here.
Fatty, you definitely understand me, Lu Jia sought camaraderie.
Hao Zhangwen, looking serious, remarked, this one is good looking, and so is that one. This one is super sultry. Unfortunately, he was referring to mobile game gacha characters. Lu Jia Jie, Louis Bei called softly, your 5 o'clock direction, a peerless beauty.
Lu Jia's eyes lit up, as if preparing to unleash his Susanoo. Mother, how could it be Chen Dan?
Whether she was beautiful or not was of little concern to the group, but upon hearing Chen Dan's name, Zhao Sun and Hao Zhangwen both turned to glance at her. Chen Dan's relationship with Lu Jia was akin to an open secret. Everyone knew Lu Jia fancied her, yet neither of them would admit it.
Where do you see Chen Dan?
You've got her in your eyes, she is not the only one there, Jojo and Huang Chengcheng are right beside her.
Zhao Sun scolded quietly. Well, Lu Jia stopped looking at Chen Dan and turned to Louis Bei, Bei Gu.
Louis Bei was thoroughly enjoying his meal. I swear I didn't do it on purpose, I didn't expect them to have class this morning, Lu Jia lamented.
You're a fool, and I'm not. I thought of it when you didn't.
Louis Bei calmly swept away some noodle remnants. The fact that I could follow them here means I didn't take it to heart.
It's nothing.
Good, Lu Jia murmured. Louis Bei glanced over at Jojo's direction, where they too had noticed the 404 boy band. After their eyes met, Louis Bei looked away. Aren't you going to greet them?
Lu Jia hesitated, then declared resolutely, for the sake of my brother, I want to go. You look like you want to go. Louis Bei observed, why is Chen Dan eating so little this early in the morning?
He noticed the 2 small rice balls she held, barely enough to fill a gap between her teeth. She never eats much for breakfast, Lu Jia said with concern. She doesn't have much of an appetite, but she easily gets low blood sugar. Perhaps she has a big class later. Low blood sugar wouldn't be good, Louis Bay suggested. I stuffed some candy and snacks in Fatty's backpack. Go grab some for her, and then treat me to milk later.
Ha? Don't want to go?
Then don't blame me for not mentioning it, Louis Bay replied.
Is it just for Chen Dan? Lu Jia asked. You think I brought a lot of snacks? Louis Bay laughed and scolded, I need to eat too. All right. Make sure to say you bought it. Don T dragged me into this. Okay.
Chapter 22. It's her choice. Idle Lu Jia scampered over, swaying his waist with a playful gait. Zhao Sun gazed at Lu Jia's retreating figure. Lao Bei.
Ajay is better than you in this regard. Indeed. Chen Dan is quite nice, Zhao Sun remarked. Remember, she bought us water, Louis Bei added.
She even helped me move things before, Hao Zhangwen chimed in. Louis Bei glanced at the 230 pounds of flesh that was the fat guy, then turned his gaze back to the slender form of Chen Dan.
It's not about the fat guy. That's just you being unreasonable, Louis Bei said. People were eager to help. Hao Zhangwen quickly countered.
Ah, the innocence of youth, Zhao Sun mused.
I told you she volunteered. Chen Dan noticed Lu Jia approaching with a buoyant demeanor.
She furrowed her brows and cast a glance at Jojo as Jojo was peeling a boiled egg messily, resembling the surface of the moon, while also casting furtive glances towards Louis Bei's direction. Though Jojo remained silent, both Chen Dan and Huang Chengcheng understood that she had been waiting for Louis Bei's call. However, days had passed without a single ring from him. Several days prior, Huang Chengcheng had earnestly advised Jojo to apologize to Louis Bei as Jojo's response was one of indifference. She merely acknowledged it without any action, still awaiting Louis Bei's self-reflection. Chen Dan recalled their encounter on orientation day. Louis Bei, with clear eyes and a light step, basked in the sunlight, radiating brilliance. He appeared even more captivating than when he pursued Jojo, or perhaps it was just his spirited youthfulness. He greeted her but made no mention of Jojo. At that moment, Chen Dan sensed that Jojo was in trouble. Huang Chengcheng tugged at Jojo's sleeve and whispered, "It must be Louis Bei who sent him over." Jojo felt a flicker of joy in her heart, though her expression remained tense, now tinged with arrogance. If he can't come over himself, I won't forgive him so easily. Chen Dan was baffled. How could Jojo, clearly at fault, have the audacity to use the word forgive? Lu Jia approached Chen Dan with a mischievous grin. Haha. Chen Dan wanted to retort with a vulgarity but refrained out of respect for her roommate's presence. What do you want? She replied tersely. She had previously warned Lu Jia to steer clear of the matters between Louis Bei and Jojo, as those were complex issues even a fair judge would struggle to resolve. Although it was improper to speak ill behind someone's back, she had hinted that if possible, Lu Jia should advise Louis Bei to let go, for he and Jojo were truly ill-suited. Yet this foolish boy seemed oblivious to her implications and disregarded her warnings altogether. He would soon face consequences for this. Lu Jia stretched out his hands, tossing out 2 or 3 small packets of rainbow candies, a bag of chips, and a box of Oreos. Here, take these. Chen Dan blinked in confusion. For me? Ah, I don't want you to feel weak. It wouldn't be good if you suffer from low blood sugar later, Lu Jia replied, adding playfully, I bought them, just make sure to eat them sparingly. Chen Dan was skeptical that this fool would actually purchase such snacks. She glanced at Louis Bei, who seemed to have an endless supply of candies, akin to a mechanical cat. Thanks, Chen Dan murmured. Alright, bye. Lu Jia, in front of Chen Dan's other 2 roommates, had nothing more to say and promptly took his leave. Chen Dan was momentarily stunned. Is that it? Yep, class is about to start, so remember to eat quickly and don't be late, Lu Jia said. What about Louis Bei? Chen Dan pondered. Huang Chengcheng shared a similar sentiment. Jojo bit her lip, a look of indignation and grievance on her face. Huang Chengcheng took a deep breath and finally stood up, following Lu Jia. Damn it, Zhao Sun muttered, observing, bringing back a tail. Huang Chengcheng sat down in front of Louis Bei, taking Lu Jia's spot. Lu Jia could only innocently sit beside Zhao Sunday. Fool, Zhao Sun rolled his eyes at Lu Jia. Louis Bei had nearly finished his meal, sipping on sweet soybean milk. Louis Bei. Were you doing it on purpose? What are you talking about? Were you trying to provoke Jojo? Huang Chengcheng inquired. Jiego was worried Chen Dan might fall ill in class, so he swapped some snacks with me. Louis Bei chuckled. Do you think I'd use Chen Dan to irritate Jojo? What do you take me for? Huang Chengcheng fell silent. Although she wanted to scold him further, she realized that Liu Bei was indeed not that kind of person. Yellow sister. Huang Chengcheng, the leader of Zhozhou's dorm, had always been addressed as such by Liu Bei. Not everything I do is related to Zhozhou. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you, Huang Chengcheng said. But what about you and Zhozhou? She approached with the intention of mediating between the two, genuinely regretting that Zhozhou might miss out on such a good guy like Liu Bei. After a moment of contemplation, she continued, Zhozhou already understands her mistake. I've spoken to her. Please don't hold it against her. She was just joking around, so forgive her, will you? Bang! Zhao Sun slammed his bowl onto the table. I disagree. Huang Qingqing's temper flared. What business is it of yours? She had never spoken to Zhao Sun before but knew he was Liu Bei's roommate. How the hell can you come here to apologize for Zhozhou? But I can't represent Beigu in saying I disagree. Zhao Sun retorted, you two are friends. I'm Beiji's bro, what's the difference? Are my ties with him weaker than yours? Huang Chengcheng wanted to retort but found his argument compelling and was left speechless, suppressing her anger. Liu Bei, since you like Zhozhou so much, you must be able to forgive, Zhao Sun interrupted. The Liu Bei who liked her is dead. She chose that path, idle. You. Huang Chengcheng stood up in anger, while Zhao Sun mocked her with a cold smile. Alright, son, keep it down, Liu Bei chuckled, I'll talk to Huang's sister. Zhao Sun was displeased but complied, crossing his arms and leaning back. Hearing Liu Bei maintain his composure, Huang Chengcheng felt a flicker of relief. Then Liu Bei softly said, the Liu Bei who liked her is gone, she made her choice, after all, an idol. Huang Chengcheng, Huang's sister, you say Zhozhou was joking, but my mother taught me a fundamental truth. The appropriateness of a joke depends on whether the person being joked about finds it amusing. If they feel disgusted, it's no longer a joke but bullying. Liu Bei smiled, and coincidentally, I find it distasteful. Huang Chengcheng, but, Liu Bei, you've been pursuing Zhozhou for over 2 years, and now you're just, exactly, you think that duration is significant, right? Liu Bei stated. Huang Chengcheng grasped his meaning. Despite the time spent, Zhozhou showed no appreciation. I'm sorry, Huang's sister, I'm a good person, and I'm just not suited for her, Liu Bei continued. Rest assured, I'm no longer angry with her, nor will I seek to irritate or disgust her. I simply don't like her anymore. Do you understand? Huang Chengcheng instinctively nodded. I understand. That's good, class is about to start, so we should leave. If you don't want to be late, you should hurry too. I see you haven't eaten much breakfast, but if you're hungry, just ask Chindan for some cookies to tide you over. Goodbye. Chapter 23, Take Me Away from Earth. Huang Chengcheng returned to her original seat. Zhozhou, brimming with curiosity, inquired, what happened? She glanced at Liu Bei, only to find that he had left. Huang Chengcheng did not respond but countered, Zhozhou, having known Liu Bei for so long, have you ever seen him lose his temper? Is he always so amicable when he speaks? Zhozhou reflected, it seems so. The hesitance in her words left Huang Chengcheng at a loss for a reply. Only now do I comprehend the meaning of the saying that those who never get angry are more terrifying than those who are perpetually enraged. Huang Chengcheng sighed, pressing her forehead. What did he say to you? Zhozhou pressed further. Huang Chengcheng regarded Zhozhou seriously. Zhou, please don't take my words harshly. Alright, you have my word, you two have no future, stop entertaining fantasies. Chendan, who was nibbling on sesame balls, watched in stunned silence as Zhozhou's spoon fell to the ground, her expression blank. Why? Chendan remained silent, continuing to eat her sesame balls. Impressive, Brother Bei, Hao Zhangwen remarked, still engrossed in his phone as he addressed Liu Bei, you silenced that Huang. From now on, the title of Gorge Piano Hero belongs to you, Liu Jie added, letting you assist me in unleashing my wrath on those teammates. Liu Bei replied earnestly to Liu Jie, Brother Jie, Huang Chengcheng is unable to argue with me because I hold the truth. You were insulted due to your lack of skill, which inherently places you in the wrong. I cannot assist. Damn, Liu Jie cursed. You should let me confront her directly, that fool. As the number one instigator of Team 404, Zhao Sun employed a different approach to insults than Liu Bei. While Liu Bei preferred to argue logically, Zhao Sun directly attacked one's ancestry, unleashing a torrent of expletives, and could even deliver a rapid-fire barrage if necessary. You're surprisingly not angry, Zhao Sun noted. I am, Liu Bei replied nonchalantly. I would love to engage her in a rap battle, but if I start arguing with her, Brother Jia would undoubtedly come to my aid, and Chen Dan is sitting right there. I wouldn't want to put her in a difficult position. Brother Bei, Liu Jie was deeply moved. The number one instigator of Team 404 was left speechless. He glanced at Liu Jie, contemplating before stating, but this thing may not necessarily help you.
Louis Bei suddenly seemed to awaken from a daze. You are right. I was careless, damn.
Hao Zhangwen murmured, I told you, you are a traitor.
Don't sow discord between me and Brother Bei. Lu Jia exclaimed, gripping Louis Bei's shoulder, I will definitely back you up. Brother Bei, from now on, if you say one, I will never say two.
Zhao Sun scoffed, but your ability to argue is essentially zero. Hao Zhangwen continued to murmur, 1 is 1, and 0 is 0, yet you speak of brotherhood.
Get lost.
Louis Bei and Lu Jia simultaneously kicked out. The chubby fellow quickly rolled forward a bit before running back. On another note, Brother Bei, your self-proclaimed nice guy moment was truly astonishing. I would never have imagined such a statement from you.
If you're bad, practice more. Here, as a reward, help me draw a card. Oh, the grassland.
Louis Bei rolled up his non-existent sleeves. Watch my divine hand.
Tap, a single point.
Your mother. Hao Zhangwen roared, 10 consecutive draws, 10 consecutive draws.
Who draws cards one at a time? What, a golden legend?
Lu Jia was taken aback. Hao Zhangwen, equally astonished, exclaimed, what, a miracle from a single draw, Brother Bei, what kind of luck is this? Louis Bei pulled out his phone, glancing at the screen notifications.
Qing Qian. Hurry and take me away from Earth.
I have indeed been quite fortunate lately, Louis Bei chuckled lightly, wondering why he felt that Qing Qian, the spirited heroine, was becoming increasingly adept at being coy.
All the way north. What's wrong? Qing Qian, we have military training soon.
Military training is an unavoidable topic for freshmen. Ji Qingxian was taken by her roommates to collect her camouflage military training uniform. After casually rubbing it after washing, she hung it on the balcony to dry. Chu Chu expressed her concerns, it's so hot, I hope I won't die out there. I'm a delicate flower, I asked a senior. He said Jiangnan University's military training isn't too exhausting, just some marching and standing at attention. Ma Jiaojiao replied, the senior was her online boyfriend, a sophomore at Jiangnan University.
Did your senior teach you how to skip military training? Chu Chu inquired.
That is not possible, Wang Ju said, appearing rather weak and not very resilient against the heat.
Ji Qingqian, do you think you can endure the military training? Chu Chu asked her.
She had remained silent, seemingly untroubled by the prospect of military training. I can manage, Ji Qingqian replied, her physique generally robust.
Chu Chu sighed with relief,
oh, me too, I use an ESA as well. That should prevent her from turning into a little black girl. The senior suggested we buy a box of water to keep in the dorm. Ma Jiaojiao continued her chat with the senior. Ji Qingqian felt a flicker of inspiration and picked up her phone. Though she was not particularly afraid of military training, she still.
Qingqian, hurry and take me away from Earth. Sent the message.
Ji Qingqian observed the successful send notification, feeling a tinge of coquetry. Before she could decide whether to retract it, Louis Bei had already replied, asking what was wrong. Ji Qingqian informed him about the impending military training.
Senior, you know your senior, Chu Chu teased with a laugh, will your senior come to see you during military training?
Ma Jiaojiao blushed slightly, muttering, the senior is very busy my foot.
Doesn't he have even a moment to glance at his girlfriend during military training? Chu Chu scolded, what a scoundrel, don't you agree? Ji Qingqian's phone vibrated. Military training, ha.
All the way north, no worries, it's just 2 weeks, it's not that intimidating. I'll come to check on you every day.
Qingqian. Are you that free?
All the way north, I happen to have classes, it's on the way, and it won't take much time to glance at you.
Where's your military training venue?
Ji Qingqian smiled faintly, realizing he was claiming it was on the way without even knowing where the training ground was.
Qingqian. It's right by the playground.
All the way north, that south, the same place our class trained last year.
Qingqian. Wang Ju, I'm asking you, Chu Chu said, what are you thinking about? Wang Ju quickly snapped back to reality. What?
She had been observing the cool goddess, who appeared to be chatting with someone and even displayed a hint of a smile, clearly quite delighted. Could it be that Abe? Wang Ju could not forget the fragmented murmur she had heard that night. Who exactly is Abe? That she was curious. By the way, Louis Bei continued messaging Ji Qingqian, I ran into Jojo at the cafeteria today. In truth, Louis Bei was uncertain whether he should share this with the spirited heroine. It had little to do with her, and mentioning it seemed rather dull. However, not saying anything felt like he was hiding something from her, which was equally unappealing. Perhaps it would be better to just tell her. Chapter 24 of the Quest for Treasure. Journeying north today, I encountered Jojo in the cafeteria. Ji Qingqian exuded confidence, her hands were typically steady, even when recklessly pressing the AK. Yet, upon reading this message, her fingertips trembled involuntarily. It's nothing. Ji Qingqian reassured herself. Lui Bei would not deceive her. When he claimed to have let go, he undoubtedly meant it. But what if Ji Qingqian truly wished to avoid contemplating the what-ifs, as she could scarcely bear the weight of such possibilities?
Qingqian, so? Qingqian, is your heart in turmoil?
She gazed at the words she had sent, as if querying Lui Bei, yet simultaneously questioning herself.
Fortunately, Lui Bei's response arrived swiftly, alleviating her from excessive brooding. Journeying north, absolutely not, just thought I should inform you. Qingqian, why are you telling me this? How could Lui Bei fathom the rationale behind informing heroine Qingqian?
He pondered this question himself, grappling with a palpable sense of dread. If he failed to report it and she discovered it on her own, his fate would undoubtedly be sealed.
Journeying north. Just thought I'd keep you in the loop.
The phrasing seemed rather peculiar, yet he decided against altering it, sending it as is. Unbeknownst to him, a certain heroine in the girls' dormitory was scrutinizing this odd message, desperately pressing her peach-colored lips together. Though she managed to quell her trembling hands, her smile betrayed her struggle.
Qingqian. Oh, understood.
What did understood signify? Should one interpret it literally, or did it imply she was upset? No, encountering Jojo could hardly provoke heroine Qingqian to anger. However, Lui Bei's thoughts obstinately veered towards the notion that she might indeed be upset.
Beige, what game are you playing?
Lu Jia leaned over, his voice barely above a whisper, as the screen of the King's Canyon flickered gray.
Lui Bei quickly dimmed his screen.
Engaging in reading comprehension. Lu Jia, they were supposed to be studying complex function theory. Was there really a reading comprehension exercise involved? Lui Bei's phone buzzed.
He resumed reading. Qingqian, are you in class?
Lui Bei discreetly nudged his phone's camera out from under the desk, aiming it at the podium, capturing a snapshot of the middle-aged teacher's receding hairline.
Journeying north. Image. JPG, journeying north, currently under duress. Qingqian, I intended to call you. Journeying north, what's the matter? Qingqian, can't I call you if nothing is wrong? Journeying north, that's not. Journeying north. Frogfun, I'm being targeted by the enemy sniper. Without you to cover me, I'm doomed, but let us chat after class. In simpler terms, it meant he had been caught taking covert photographs. The teacher adjusted his glasses with an exasperated expression, casting a sharp glare in Lui Bei's direction. Lui Bei hastily sat up straight. Meanwhile, Lu Jia had just resurrected and was charging back into the fray, ready to engage. Dude, look at how I'm playing Li Bai. One word, amazing. This match will definitely be MVP. Lu Bei? Lui Bei remained silent. Lu Jia?
He looked up to find a bald head glaring at him. Student over there, please respond to the question I posed.
Class ended. Lu Jia lunged at Lui Bei, grabbing him by the neck.
Lu Bei, have you forgotten our father-son bond? I was silently pleading for.
Zhao Sun replied, it's just after class, the cafeteria will be packed, too hot to handle.
I'm not keen on squeezing into the cafeteria. I'm heading back to the dorm.
Fair enough, Fat Hao agreed.
Let us head back first, then we can solve our hunger at the cafeteria later.
Lu Bei?
The other three exited the classroom, while Lui Bei lingered behind. He chuckled, I'm famished. You all head back first, I'll stop by the cafeteria and grab some takeout for you.
Just send me a message about what you'd like.
Lu Jia instantly forgave him, nearly slipping in his excitement. Father, Lui Bei diverged from the path to the dormitory. Just as he was about to inquire whether heroine Qingqian would like to join him at the cafeteria, he noticed her message.
Qingqian. Class is over?
Journeying north, yep. Qingqian, I have a treasure map for you.
Journeying north?
Qingqian, classroom doorstairs. Lui Bei tilted his head, analyzing the abstract directions. He had just exited the classroom, the right arrow pointed towards the staircase, indicating he should ascend. He stepped up the stairs. It was noon, and students were ravenously flocking to the cafeteria. Within moments, the teaching building was nearly deserted, with most footsteps echoing from below. As he rounded the corner and looked up, he spotted a serene figure clad in white, standing at the top of the staircase, her hands clasped behind her back, her indifferent gaze directed downward, her delicate oval face betraying no emotion.
Qingqian? Lui Bei exclaimed in astonishment, what are you doing here?
Ji Qingqian replied coolly, just checking if you've been taken out, coming to inspect the aftermath.
Louis Bay hurried up the steps in 3 strides. I never expected that the treasure at the end of the treasure map would be a treasure girl. Ji Qingqian listened to Louis Bay's words, caught between wanting to speak and holding her tongue. You really are quite unsophisticated. Treasure map was your own phrase. Louis Bay retorted, also, are you really okay? I worry that some people are emotionally fragile, so I came to observe. Ji Qingqian refrained from admitting that this some people referred to herself. She longed to hear Louis Bay converse with her, but he had class, rest assured. Louis Bay smiled, I'm not that weak. He had almost been healed by her presence. Your heart isn't disturbed? Ji Qingqian glanced at Louis Bay sidelong. Louis Bay wanted to assert that it certainly wasn't. However, upon meeting heroine Qingqian's gaze, he hesitated, his heart fluttering now. He found it difficult to respond. Truly not, Ji Qingqian pursed her lips, a hint of a smile dancing in her eyes. So, are you hungry? Starving. Me too, treat me to a meal. I won't argue with you today. What would you like to eat? Yellow braised chicken. How considerate of you to help me save money. Traveling the world, one can indulge in lavish feasts every day. Agreed. Descending the stairs, Ji Qingqian walked ahead with her hands clasped behind her back, her dark hair gently swaying. She wore an oversized t-shirt that exuded a homey vibe, paired with sporty shorts, creating a relaxed ensemble. Ji Qingqian glanced back, arching an eyebrow. You were secretly looking at my legs again. I wasn't. Don't slander me. Louis Bay retorted defensively. Chapter 25. Under the clear sky during military training, the sun blazes fiercely. Left turn, right turn. The young soldiers, clad in military uniforms and sporting sun-kissed skin, were diligently instructing the freshmen. About face. Forward march. Stand at attention. At ease. Stand at attention. The rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed in unison. The students, drenched in sweat, felt the perspiration trickle down from their foreheads to their chins. The young soldiers were equally affected, though they appeared far more composed than the panting freshmen. Ji Qingqian, being tall, found herself at the rear of the female line, where she could hear her classmates beside her starting to gasp for breath. She, however, was managing just fine, save for the heat, and her shoes were somewhat pinching. Military training was rather tedious, primarily consisting of monotonous stances, yet, she had a peculiar way to pass the time, daydreaming. What could a baby be doing right now? Centered around this question, her thoughts began to wander, and time seemed to fly by. Hey, beautiful, a boy in the front row called out lightly, drawing everyone's attention. The temperature was scorching, and the campus was sparsely populated, with most people hurrying along. Among them was a beauty. To be precise, there were 2 individuals sharing the same sunshade. However, their looks differed. The one deemed a beauty had a petite round face, tied in twin ponytails, dressed in a cropped pink t-shirt and a pleated skirt. Though not tall, her cuteness was tinged with a hint of sensuality. Indeed, whispers began to circulate. The instructor, not intervening, seemed to enjoy the students' idle chatter. She doesn't need military training, she must be a senior. She is so adorable, I wonder if she has a boyfriend. Ji Qingqian instinctively glanced over, but the 2 had already moved on, leaving only their silhouettes behind. She squinted her eyes, could it be Jojo? Having seen Jojo's photographs before, she recognized her instantly. Ji Qingqian had anticipated encountering Jojo upon her arrival at Jiangnan University. Indeed, she was quite cute. Ji Qingqian mused. How can she be cute? She heard the girl in front, Choo-Choo, muttering. Then a boy jokingly remarked, oh, it seems Choo-Choo isn't pleased, huh? Choo-Choo, with her fair looks, had already garnered attention from several boys within just a few days of the semester, yet she felt slightly overshadowed compared to the senior. Choo-Choo retorted dismissively, isn't my Ji Qingqian even better than her? The boy was left speechless. He cast a furtive glance toward Ji Qingqian, hesitant to speak too loudly. Well, of course, it's still Ji Qingqian. Ji Qingqian was different from Choo-Choo. Although they were both new students, Choo-Choo was approachable and had already exchanged playful banter with their classmates. In contrast, Ji Qingqian maintained a frosty demeanor, as if one could be subtly chastised for speaking about her behind her back. Nevertheless, Ji Qingqian was universally acknowledged as the goddess among the boys, and even without having seen all of Jiangnan University, they were convinced that even the campus belle could hardly compare. The boy who had been speaking noticed Ji Qingqian looking his way and quickly straightened his back, instinctively falling silent. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly at her beauty.
If only she would smile. Ji Qingqian, oblivious to the boyish gaze, focused her attention on Chu Chu. What flavor of ice cream did Chu Chu like? She resolved to buy her some later to keep her spirits up. The senior departed, and military training resumed. After a sharp command from the instructor to be quiet, the students plunged back into the intense drill.
Stand at attention. At ease.
Rest in place. Chu Chu felt numb, trembling in both thirst and reluctance to retrieve the bottled water she had purchased earlier. Water. Ji Qingqian approached her, offering a water bottle.
Chu Chu, taken aback, exclaimed, Thank you. Aren't you tired? Not really. Chu Chu pondered what kind of superwoman from the northeast Ji Qingqian might be. Honestly, a girl nearby complained, it's exhausting enough to endure military training, but why are all the attractive ones seniors? Have all the handsome guys in our school vanished? What are you saying?
The instructor at the front barked, his tone serious.
Am I not handsome enough? You should consider yourself fortunate to encounter me.
With that, he broke into a grin, revealing a set of bright white teeth.
The students erupted into laughter. The instructor, being young himself, enjoyed jesting during breaks. Chu Chu, Chu Chu.
Suddenly, Ma Jiao Jiao rushed over, tugging at Chu Chu's shirt eagerly. Senior, senior.
What senior? Chu Chu, still marveling at the superhuman physique of the girl, turned abruptly at Ma Jiao Jiao's words. Your senior?
Yes, he is here. Chu Chu immediately became intrigued.
Ji Qingqian followed her gaze. Under the shade of a nearby tree stood a tall boy with a side-parted hairstyle. Beaming as he looked in their direction, Chu Chu commented, he's somewhat handsome. Ji Qingqian. She wanted to ask Ji Qingqian what she thought, but felt it a bit odd to seek the opinion of this icy figure, so she turned to Wang Ju instead. Ju, what do you think? I think, Wang Ju whispered, he pairs well with Jiao Jiao.
Ma Jiao Jiao was grinning like a fool. I mentioned to my senior, and he said he could drop by to see me while passing by. Some girls had noticed the senior.
Oh, there's a handsome guy over there. He looks pretty good. Can you get me his WeChat? Ma Jiao Jiao immediately became wary.
Ji Qingqian thought of Louis Bei, who had said he would come to see her. However, Louis Bei had classes in the afternoon, so it was normal for him not to be here now. Moreover, Ji Qingqian preferred he didn't come, although he claimed it was on his way. Ji Qingqian discovered after consulting the campus map that his classroom was quite far from here, requiring a detour. The heat was oppressive. If Louis Bei were undergoing military training, he certainly wouldn't want to make the trip for no reason.
Senior, Chu Chu was even more excited than Ma Jiao Jiao, gripping her friend's shirt tightly as if she might tear it. Ma Jiao Jiao asked, huh? My senior.
Chu Chu whispered, clenching her teeth to suppress her excitement. Ma Jiao Jiao quickly turned to look. A tall, slender boy was striding toward their training ground, wearing a cap pulled low. Yet it was still possible to vaguely discern that he was the senior from the photos on Chu Chu's phone. It was Louis Bei.
Why is he coming over? Ma Jiao Jiao inquired.
Ji Qingqian also found it curious. He was getting a bit too close, not to mention the other students. There was also the instructor present. It wouldn't be good if he were misunderstood to be interrupting the training.
Monkey brother. Unexpectedly, you rascal are still alive. How could I possibly be dead?
Louis Bei approached the instructor, tossing away a bottle of Coca-Cola with his other hand, which had been resting in his pocket. He slyly flashed Ji Qingqian an OK gesture. His gaze shifted slightly, and Ji Qingqian met his eyes. Are you tired? Are you holding up? Louis Bei inquired through his expression and gesture. Ji Qingqian subtly responded with a V sign in front of her abdomen. I'm fine, feeling good, she reciprocated with a glance and gesture. Louis Bei smiled, and the corners of Ji Qingqian's eyes followed suit, a sense of unspoken understanding blossoming between them. Ji Qingqian thought, while Louis Bei might be here for military training, he certainly wouldn't allow her to waste her trip. Yet, she would never heed his wishes of us. The sentiment was mutual. Chapter 26. How impressive is your senior? The instructor, surnamed Sun, is named Sun Bing. With a surname like Sun and a stature that is neither tall nor robust, he naturally earned the nickname Monkey Brother. Last year, during the military training for freshmen at Louis Bei University, he served as their instructor. Who would have thought that a year later, he would still be training the new students at Louis Bei? Truly, the legacy of instructors spans 3 generations. Even after they depart, their presence remains. Louis Bei initially had no intention of approaching too closely, preferring to observe from afar and not disturb the female warrior. However, upon realizing he was acquainted with this instructor, he retreated to purchase a bottle of cola before coming over to greet him.
You rascal!
Monkey Brother affectionately patted Louis Bei's shoulder, his dark face breaking into a radiant smile.
You haven't changed much. Neither have you, Monkey Brother. Am I not even more handsome? Let me see.
You used to resemble Yu Yan, but now you have a bit of Zhao Wei in you.
You truly have a way with words.
Monkey Brother patted Louis Bei's shoulder with even more vigor, nearly causing him to buckle under the force.
Monkey Brother!
A bold female freshman called out, imitating the others.
The instructor paused momentarily, shooting a glare at Louis Bei. You rascal!
He nearly forgot that this year's freshmen were still properly addressing him as instructor. Just listen to that, instructor sounds so imposing, yet here he was, once again becoming the Monkey Brother of last year, with a tendency towards becoming a comedic figure once more. The girls giggled and one asked, Monkey Brother, is this handsome senior your friend? You seem quite close.
Senior, what is your major? Senior, you are so handsome, let us take a selfie.
The students, shaking off fatigue and heat, playfully shouted at Louis Bei. In a one-on-one encounter, these girls might have been timid. However, united as a class, they were ready to launch an all-out assault, teasing even a senior without hesitation.
Indeed, he is your senior.
Monkey Brother proclaimed loudly.
Moreover, he is from your computer science department, currently in his second year, named Louis Bei, and still unmarried. Feel free to engage him with sincerity.
Louis Bei could only sigh in resignation, as if he were being set up for a matchmaking session. He glanced at Ji Qingqian, who maintained her usual calm demeanor. However, unlike before, her hair, tucked under her military cap, was now styled into a ponytail, lending her a more lively appearance, while her sweat-dampened cheeks resembled freshly peeled boiled eggs, delicate and tender. Louis Bei casually surveyed the classmates of the female warrior. Apart from himself, many boys were discreetly watching her. How fortunate! Louis Bei envied them, for during his military training, his class had no such beautiful female classmates. This senior of yours is quite extraordinary, Monkey Brother continued to extol Louis Bei. I recall last year, during military training, Louis Bei quickly interjected, a true hero doesn't dwell on past glories. Besides, sharing such tales wouldn't benefit you either, Monkey Brother. Monkey Brother seemed to consider something, falling silent. What is the matter? A male student inquired. Monkey Brother, now unrestrained in his response to the boys, retorted, mind your own business. Be careful or I'll have you running laps. The boy fell silent. Running laps in this weather would indeed be torturous. Louis Bei draped an arm over Monkey Brother's shoulder, turning their backs to the rest.
Monkey Brother, how are this year's freshmen? Louis Bei asked softly.
What else could it be? Of course, I'll tell them, you are the worst group I've ever trained.
Monkey Brother replied in kind.
But in reality, aside from a few exceptions like you, most of these college students have decent physical fitness. It's not too bad, only one fainted this morning, and I heard it was due to skipping breakfast and being anemic. They'll adapt by tomorrow. Louis Bei nodded in agreement. Monkey Brother scrutinized Louis Bei deeply. Tell me the truth.
Did you come here just to see me? What else would it be? Don't play coy, I saw you exchanging glances with the girls. Do you think I'm oblivious? Louis Bei gasped in surprise. Is this the perceptiveness of an active duty military officer? You noticed that?
Monkey Brother smirked. Do you think it's hard to discern? Now, confess, which one?
Louis Bei replied, no, it seems you haven't pinpointed the individual. I thought my eyesight was lacking.
Monkey Brother, the sun is too bright, it's blinding, come clean and be lenient.
Louis Bei replied, the most beautiful one.
Monkey Brother immediately turned his gaze towards Ji Qingqian.
Monkey Brother seized Louis Bei by the collar. Wow, you rascal, impressive, you found such a stunning girlfriend.
Louis Bei chuckled wryly. Firstly, she is not my girlfriend.
Monkey Brother nodded knowingly. I see. The new semester has just begun, you haven't had the chance to make your move yet, still pursuing her? He released Louis Bei's collar and smoothed it down lightly. Let me give you a heads up.
This girl is exceptionally attractive, but she is as cold as a mountain. During the breaks this morning, several boys tried to engage her in conversation, yet none succeeded in earning her attention.
The challenge is quite high. Louis Bei laughed. Is that so?
The female warrior is rather aloof, or perhaps she simply struggles to interact with strangers, thereby not responding to them.
Monkey Brother glanced at Louis Bei. But you're quite the handsome fellow yourself, a real charmer. Monkey Brother, those two phrases should not be used together. I say it as I please. Who are you to dictate? Monkey Brother shot back. You might actually have a chance, so give it your all. Louis Bei wished to clarify that it was not quite the situation, yet judging by Monkey Brother's unwavering gaze, it seemed no matter what he said, he would not be believed. Louis Bei shifted the topic. By the way, has your unit been busy lately? Busy? If I were busy, would I have time to manage these brats' military training? Not busy is good.
Your lack of busyness indicates peace, you express this with such eloquence. Louis Bay inquired further, so what about you guys? Monkey Brother responded, oh, that the two nearly transitioned from discussing poetry and literature to the philosophy of life. Just as Monkey Brother was about to recall something, the midday bell signaling the end of class rang. Monkey Brother exclaimed, damn, you little rascal have kept me talking for over half an hour. Originally, students were only supposed to have a 10-minute break, yet they had idled away an entire class. Louis Bay flashed a peace sign, yay. Then he directed the peace sign towards his group of junior classmates, yay, how impressive is your senior? The classmates erupted in laughter, impressive. The senior truly lives up, love you, senior. Senior, do you have a girlfriend? If you don't, how about I be your girlfriend? If you do, how about you switch? If you're not into girlfriends, a boyfriend works too. Eating is of utmost importance. Monkey Brother couldn't keep them in class any longer and had to announce dismissal. The students, especially the girls, continued to cheer, Senior, will you come back this afternoon? Senior, please don't forget us. We'll miss you. One girl, upon dismissal, swiftly retrieved her phone and rushed to Louis Bay. Can I add you on WeChat, Senior? Sure. As Louis Bay reached into his pocket, his expression changed to where is my phone? I think I left it in the dorm. My apologies. Chapter 27. Am I anxious, in this day and age, who ventures outside without a mobile phone? Louis Bay's words were undoubtedly a polite refusal. Yet, he had left himself enough dignity. The junior who approached him for WeChat had no complaints, merely pouting in a resigned manner. Oh, what a coincidence. Louis Bay glanced at the gallant girl, originally intending to inquire later on QQ if she would like to join him for lunch, but found her flanked by 3 other girls. They must be her roommates. Louis Bay felt a sense of relief. It seemed the gallant girl had forged good relationships with her companions. He turned to Sun Bing. Brother Monkey, shall I treat you to a meal? Brother Monkey pretended to kick at the air. You expect a student to treat me? How shameless. Our military instructors have discipline. Meals must be taken together. Just mind your own business. Very well, then. Louis Bay would mind his own business and promptly made his way to the second cafeteria. Ching Chien. Truly popular. Upon receiving this message from the gallant girl, Louis Bay pondered for a moment before tapping on the screen. Why, I've captured the attention of the entire world, yet cannot attract you. What purpose does it serve? Ching Chien. Just die in the dirt. Louis Bay couldn't help but chuckle. It was quite enjoyable to tease the gallant girl every day. Ching Chien, didn't you say you left your phone behind? Why? A miscalculation. It turned out to be in another pocket. Who could have anticipated that? Ching Chien, though. Ching Chien, so, does this mean I can add the junior as a friend? Why? Stop wronging others, take a look. Why, screenshot of friend request form. JPG, why the last person to add me was Xiaoli, so it's all good. As she glanced at the screenshot Louis Bay sent to clear his name, she unconsciously pressed her lips together, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. Ching Chien. Why are you in such a hurry? She turned her gaze to Wang Ju, who was walking alongside her. The latter was staring at her intently. What's wrong? Nothing, Wang Ju replied with difficulty, the flames of gossip burning within her. Louis Bay, it is Louis Bay. Wang Ju did not know him personally, but the senior's name shared a character with the ice goddess's dreams of a bay. Moreover, he had conveniently appeared during the goddess's military training. Could this truly be mere coincidence? Perhaps not. Furthermore, Wang Ju could not shake the feeling that Louis Bay and Ji Qingxian's gazes often collided, whether intentionally or not. She longed to ask her. She longed to inquire. Yet, considering the personal nature of such matters, compounded by the goddess's disinclination for social interaction, Wang Ju found herself at a loss for words. Was she truly chatting with that senior now? Wang Ju contemplated stealing a glance but ultimately refrained. Firstly, eavesdropping on someone else's conversation felt somewhat immoral. Secondly, given Ji Qingxian's tall stature, Chu, however, was quite excited. Senior. Wow, not only is he handsome, but he is also so interesting. He is the template for the perfect male god. Ma Jiao found it amusing. I thought you would rush over to ask for his WeChat. Didn't your friend mention that he was reluctant to share his contact information? Chu responded, the senior said he didn't bring his phone, but if I were to approach him again, it would be rather ungrateful. Yet you were still a step behind. Ma Jiao remarked, when Wang Yun went to ask for his WeChat, you stood right next to me without moving. Who knew that fellow would be so quick? Chu muttered, then continued, but what's the point of speed if he was still rejected? Matters of love require careful consideration.
Ma Jiao Jiao nodded and inquired, "Are you perhaps feeling shy?" Choo Choo's face flushed bright red. What nonsense are you talking? Ma Jiao Jiao immediately understood, laughing, "I see you boast endlessly in the dormitory."
Turns out our beautiful Chu was merely a master of words, yet her heart remains pure. Shut up, that's not the case.
Wang Ju quietly asked Ji Qingqian, "What do you think of that senior?"
Ji Qingqian looked at the messages on her phone and bluntly commented, "He's an idiot."
Wang Ju, it must be that Bei. Qingqian. Why are you in such a hurry?
Liu Bei was perplexed by this message. Was he anxious? The denial plus screenshot to prove his innocence followed by another denial was merely a conventional trinity. Wherein lay his anxiety? It was simply a matter of responding quickly. Does that indicate he is anxious? Is absurd.
Why, not anxious?
Why my hand speed has been like this for many years?
Why? Where am I anxious? Why am not anxious, so don't overthink it.
Liu Bei felt satisfied. Surely Ji Qingqian could now comprehend his unwavering composure. After finishing his meal, Liu Bei packed some dog food to take back to his dorm. As soon as he entered the dormitory, the three dogs eagerly greeted him as their adoptive father, Liu Jia, while snatching a chicken leg from Hao Pingzi, inquired of Liu Bei, "Liu Bei, why have you been so keen on dining alone lately?" As he spoke, the three exchanged glances, silently questioning if something was amiss. Liu Bei succinctly explained, "The military training instructor for the new student class in the School of Computer Science is Brother Monkey. I went to greet him, and it happened to be mealtime, so I brought you guys some food."
Liu Jia recalled their military training instructor, Brother Monkey, is back? The new students are like flowing water, but Brother Monkey remains steadfast. Shall we go greet him later?
Hao Pingzi suggested. Liu Bei unabashedly proclaimed, "Military training has only just begun, the new students need to adapt, and the rules are strict, so it wouldn't be appropriate for us to disturb him.
Let's wait a few days." Liu Jia nodded repeatedly. "You truly are meticulous, Liu Bei." After their meal, they enjoyed some drinks. Liu Jia gulped down a couple of mouthfuls, sighed contentedly, and then told Hao Pingzi and Zhao Sun, "Let's continue gaming." Although the 404 male group all had a penchant for gaming, each had distinct tastes. Liu Bei was a shooter enthusiast, frequently battling alongside the gallant girl in CS Run and often playing cooperative minigames like Overcooked and Stardew Valley. Liu Jia was a hero in the King's Canyon. Hao Pingzi was an avid player of mobile card games, while Zhao Sun was an anime enthusiast who also played games like Mahjong Soul. Though their gaming preferences varied, they still gathered to play a few rounds of PUBG Elite. "Add me in."
Liu Bei took out his phone, filled with enthusiasm. Liu Jia scoffed, "Liu Bei, whether you're in or out makes no difference." The fatty chimed in, "Without your esteemed presence, we wouldn't be able to carry you alone."
Zhao Sun added, "I can enjoy the parachuting simulator alone. If two people drop down together, they'll just become loot boxes. What's the point of playing?"
Liu Bei contemplated for a moment, acknowledging the truth in their words. He casually flipped open a textbook on advanced mathematics. "Then I'll read for a while."
Liu Jia's gaze sharpened. The fatty's eyes sparkled. Zhao Sun's expression turned resolute. The three of them united to pull Liu Bei back. "How could we not include you in the fun?
Such words are detrimental to our camaraderie."
"What book are you reading?"
Let's game. Your esteemed presence isn't here, so I shall take on the role of the esteemed one." Amidst the clattering of keyboards, I drifted into slumber, my dreams intertwined with the fluttering of pages, leaving me restless. The four gathered together. Timmy sounded. Liu Bei's screen received a message.
"Jojo, are you there?" Chapter 28, The severe shortage of energy. Liu Bei was taken aback.
He often found himself asking Jojo if she was available. Of course, Jojo had also reciprocated with similar inquiries, typically followed by casual remarks about whose boyfriend was doing what. She would express her hunger, pondering what to eat, or suggest places to visit, and so on.
"Liu Bei, what is the matter?"
Liu Jia raised his gaze from the screen.
"Nothing."
Liu Bei switched to the WeChat interface, sensing that Jojo had something she wished to convey. Yet, much like the ephemeral nature of sorry, the expiration of canned pineapple, or even the limited lifespan of cling film, many things in this world possess an inherent deadline, including words. Once the deadline passes, they are only fit for decay. Whether one listens or not becomes inconsequential. He swiftly removed Jojo from his friends list. He was not one to frequently delete contacts. He had previously allowed her to linger there. He then returned to the game interface. "Let us get started," Liu Bei said with a smile, demonstrating his remarkably swift hand speed. Jojo's life had become exceedingly dreary. In the past, no matter where she went, Liu Bei would miraculously appear before her, asking if she wanted some candy or snacks. At that time, Jojo did not find these encounters particularly romantic and even considered him somewhat bothersome. However, during this period, aside from that one instance in the cafeteria, she had not encountered Louis Bei at all. She recalled what Ah Huang had once said: the encounters you perceive as serendipitous are, in fact, meticulously orchestrated by Louis Bei. Previously, Jojo had not deemed such moments precious, but now, following Louis Bei's disappearance from her life, she sensed an inexplicable shift in her routine. Ordinarily, Louis Bei would bring her a sweet cold drink, boasting about how delicious the mung bean soup he had purchased was, while Jojo would tease him about the appeal of mung bean soup. It was supposed to be that way, yet everything had changed. She spent her days languishing in her dormitory, no longer encountering that familiar figure on her way to class, nor anyone asking her if she preferred vanilla or matcha ice cream, only to produce it like magic. Gritting her teeth, Jojo removed Louis Bei from her WeChat blacklist. She was uncertain whether to express surprisingly or as expected that Louis Bei had not sent her any messages. Instinctively, she opened Louis Bei's moments. He seldom posted, and when he did, it was typically photos from their outings together. His cover photo was even a silhouette of her, yet now, everything concerning her had vanished, reduced to 3 days of visibility, devoid of content. The cover photo had changed to an animated character with silver, curly hair. Casting a lewd grin over his shoulders, Jojo inhaled deeply and finally sent Louis Bei a message: "Are you there?" She felt an urgent need to have a proper conversation with him, perhaps invite him out for a cold drink. As long as we meet, she thought, convinced that face-to-face interaction would rekindle his feelings for her. When Louis Bei looked at her, there was a spark in his eyes, that when she smiled, he appeared even happier. If they could meet just once, she believed their relationship could revert to its original state. She refused to accept what Ah Huang claimed, that her chances with Louis Bei were utterly extinguished. Ah Huang had no idea how much Louis Bei liked her. However, Jojo waited for an extended period without receiving a reply. Had he not seen her message, or was he still upset? Jojo resolved to take a further step. She typed on, "How about we go to that cold drink shop we often visit? I've been craving their mung bean soup." After sending it, she intended to add a follow-up message: "I have something to tell you." But it was unnecessary as Jojo noticed the glaring exclamation mark. Louis Bei had already deleted her. Jojo's mind went blank. Then, with a thud, she slammed her fist onto the bed, causing it to shake. Chindan, who was reading below, jumped in surprise and looked up. "What's going on?" But upon seeing Jojo's dark expression, she abandoned the idea of inquiring. She had long been aware that Jojo's situation with Louis Bei was utterly dire. With Ah Huang absent, Chindan was at a loss for words. She returned to her ebook, preferring literature, and the current book was one recommended by Lu Jia, titled Lemon. How could that wretched thing comprehend such a profound work? The 404 boy band's schedule today was overwhelmingly packed, from 8 in the morning until after 10, and after a brief lunch break, they continued straight through the afternoon until now. By the time they returned to the dormitory, it was nearly 9. Dead, Lu Jia elongated his voice as he flopped onto his bed. "I just don't understand why we still have evening classes in college. After enduring the first year and finally escaping evening study sessions, they throw in this evening course. Damn it, am I really in college or some high school DLC?" Zhao Sun exploded in frustration. Hao Pang attempted to offer some comforting words. "Don't worry, the school is making efforts to improve." "Improve my ass," Zhao Sun retorted. "This year's freshmen have had their evening classes cancelled." Zhao Sun was torn between wanting to protest and wanting to concede. It would have been better if they hadn't changed anything. The younger students enjoyed their privileges, while he felt as if he were suffering. Zhao Sun decided to make a few more paper dolls for the younger students to ensure they truly appreciated their military training. Louis Bei? Hao Pang noticed Louis Bei's unusual despondency. Like Lu Jia, he flopped onto his bed as if lifeless. "What's wrong? Did you get lucky last night?" Hao Pang quickly inquired. Louis Bei buried his head in his pillow, raising a middle finger in response. He felt his body sounding an alarm. Crisis, severe energy shortage, immediate replenishment required. Ji Qingshan had been preoccupied with military training these past few days, leaving her exhausted and going to bed early, hardly any time to converse with him. Not long ago, she had expressed a desire for his company to fall asleep, yet now she seemed indifferent to his plight. After returning to the dormitory, Louis Bei couldn't call Ji Qingshan every night, but he would at least spend an hour or two chatting on QQ. However, yesterday, they had exchanged but a few words before the valiant Ji Qingshan fell asleep. It left him feeling abandoned, as though he were left on pause, and it was somewhat disorienting. During the day, she had scarcely any time to use her phone. When he invited her to dinner, she had gone out with her roommates instead. The pain of feeling forsaken was overwhelming. His energy drained throughout the day. Suddenly, Louis Bei's phone vibrated. He pulled it out to see, sitting up straight in surprise.
Xingshan image.
JPG, he opened it to find familiar black Converse low-top canvas shoes, with Ji Qingshan's white socks tucked into the shoe openings. This left Louis Bay perplexed. Was the heroine showing him her shoes? What was the intention behind this? Was it some sort of special privilege? He wasn't that perverse, but in any case, he silently saved the image for later.
Then, Xingshan image.
JPG, another picture appeared. Louis Bay opened it again. It featured her delicate, translucent feet, with a slender ankle visible, and slightly curled, rounded toes captured from that angle. Louis Bay straightened in reverence.
Chapter 29. Do you have a story? Journeying north. What's wrong? Xingqian, it hurts.
Xingqian, my shoes are rubbing, and my heels are chafed. The pain isn't unbearable, yet standing for the past few days and marching in formation has proved quite uncomfortable. Each rub feels akin to a dull knife making delicate cuts. Ma Jiao Jiao was the first to notice Ji Qingqian's predicament. She meticulously examined the back of Ji Qingqian's shoes and inquired, "Do you know what this signifies?" "What? It indicates that the Converse you purchased is authentic. Genuine ones cause blisters, while counterfeit ones are somewhat better." Ma Jiao Jiao then inspected Ji Qingqian's wound and handed her a band-aid, saying, "Apply." Although it may not be particularly effective, it is certainly better than nothing. Ji Qingqian nodded in acknowledgement and applied it before attempting to move again. It wouldn't be accurate to say it was a miraculous remedy, but it was certainly an improvement.
Journeying north. Don T, you have another pair of shoes? Xingqian, I do.
Xingqian, a pair of high-top Converse.
Journeying north, who wears only canvas shoes for military training?
Ji Qingqian pressed her lips together. Ma Jiao Jiao had a point, yet this was her first experience with military training. In high school, she had simply skipped it. Upon entering university, it was significantly more challenging to ditch, and moreover, Louis Bay had promised to come and see her, which compelled her to stand there obediently. Ma Jiao Jiao offered to accompany her to buy new shoes, but she declined.
Xingqian, would you accompany me to buy shoes tomorrow?
Having not seen him all day, she longed to stroll alongside him.
Journeying north. Sure.
Ji Qingqian unconsciously raised her eyebrows, as if the redness on her heel had become less bothersome. Ji Qingqian, does it still hurt? Chu Zhu inquired with concern.
Ji Qingqian shook her head, not at all. The band-aid is quite effective. Chu Zhu nodded and resumed gossiping with her roommates. That senior came by again today. Ji Qingqian was taken aback. How come I didn't know? She had certainly not seen Louis Bay all day. Chu Zhu was equally startled. It would have been normal for either Ma Jiao Jiao or Wang Zhu to ask such a question, but Ji Qingqian's inquiry seemed rather unusual. Did she care about that senior too? Wang Zhu observed Ji Qingqian cautiously and internally defined her feelings. The senior must undoubtedly refer to a Bay, but at that moment, your row didn't turn back. Chu Zhu explained. He glanced for a moment and then left, seemingly in a hurry for class. If he was in such a rush for class, what was he even looking at? Ma Jiao Jiao remarked. Wang Zhu quickly interjected. So, what happened next? She instinctively shielded Ji Qingqian, believing it best to keep the matter of a Bay under wraps since Ji Qingqian hadn't mentioned it to them. Chu Zhu immediately blushed. Well, that and then, Ma Jiao Jiao pressed, intrigued. I smiled at him, and then he left. Chu Zhu replied. Ma Jiao Jiao was greatly disappointed. And you're blushing like a teapot? Was she truly that innocent? What's wrong with that? Chu Zhu retorted. Why don't you share how far things have progressed with your senior? Why should I tell you? Oh, come on, you two aren't TSK. Do you know where there are cheap hotels nearby? Not even close. We're in an online relationship. An online relationship. We've hardly met in person. Ma Jiao Jiao could not tolerate Chu Zhu's suggestive thoughts. How did you end up in an online relationship? Chu Zhu inquired. Ma Jiao Jiao replied. We met through a game matchmaking. Chu Zhu was astonished. Why have I been elite for so many years with no results? Ma Jiao Jiao rolled her eyes. Who knows? Besides, didn't you have a boyfriend in high school? Let us not mention that. Chu Zhu waved her hand dismissively. Why not? How far did you get with your ex-boyfriend? Ma Jiao Jiao switched to a playful tone. Which hotel near your high school was the cheapest? High school, Ma Jiao Jiao. There is no way that kind of thing could happen. Chu Zhu, who claimed to be adept with others, turned bashful when it came to herself, her face reddening like a monkey's bottom. Why did you break up? Ma Jiao Jiao asked. He did better than me on the entrance exam and went to Yang City. Hang City is over 1,000 kilometers away from Yang City. Even if we hadn't broken up then, we would have eventually, so I decisively ended things. Chu Zhu shrugged, a mischievous smile forming. Sister is a bad woman. Yet Ma Jiao Jiao sensed a hint of sadness in Chu Zhu's eyes. In long-distance relationships, an upperclassman I was close with once confided in me. Wang Zhu joined the conversation. Her boyfriend went to Rong City, while she stayed in Jiangnan. Within a month, he cheated. Then she found a new boyfriend, who turned out to be someone who had moved from Rong City to Jiangnan and was also a childhood friend of her ex-boyfriend. Wow,
That's quite explosive. Chu Zhua's gossiping spirit ignited. What a small world. Tell me more. Ma Zhao Zhao inquired. Was the person your ex-boyfriend cheated with male or female? Chu Zhu and Wang Zhu exchanged puzzled glances. Ma Zhao Zhao replied earnestly, Isn't Tianfu City known for its abundance of such things? Forget about her, just get on with it, Chu Zhu urged. Wang Zhu began, so, this happened, and that happened. Chu Zhu and Ma Zhao Zhao exclaimed, wow, is that really a thing? How tragic, sob. Ha, that's hilarious. Wang Zhu spoke for nearly 10 minutes. Chu Zhu and Ma Zhao Zhao displayed expressions of rapt attention, both slumping in their chairs, marveling at the diversity of life. Only Ji Qingqian remained detached from the conversation. After a moment of reflection, Chu Zhu approached her. Ji Qingqian, do you know any interesting stories? Please share. We haven't really heard you talk about yourself, or if you prefer, something you've heard. After several days of acquaintance, they had all realized that this so-called ice queen was, in fact, not so icy. At times, it was perhaps more accurate to describe her as simply aloof. Ji Qingqian hesitated, initially intending to say she had none, but upon noticing her three roommates looking at her expectantly, she pondered for a moment, softly replied, and began, this is a story told to me by a friend about a person she knows. Ma Zhao Zhao was about to ask whether this friend was, in fact, herself, but fearing Ji Qingqian might not want to continue if she did, she held her tongue. The person is a boy who has always been somewhat slow-witted, lacking the ability to communicate with others, which often led to misunderstandings and made him unpopular. As a result, over time, he grew to dislike socializing and frequently isolated himself to play games. Ji Qingqian spoke slowly, as if she needed to contemplate each segment before proceeding. Ma Zhao Zhao and the others listened intently, as Ji Qingqian rarely spoke at such length. Then, during his sophomore year of high school, he matched with a gaming friend, a very cheerful girl, but at this point, Ma Zhao Zhao interjected, Isn't that just like me? Did they meet in person? However, Ji Qingqian shook her head, responding blandly, not quite. Zhao Zhao, let her finish, Chu Zhu said. Chapter 30 Where are all the perfect endings? Ji Qingqian continued. At the outset, the young man held a strong disdain for the young woman. His marksmanship was abysmal, his footwork even worse, and he lacked awareness. He couldn't even hear footsteps. The only purpose she served was to drag him down, and she incessantly chattered away. She spoke of matters unrelated to the game, such as her experiences at school, events with her classmates, and the people she encountered, often inquiring if he had come across anything amusing. However, the young man seldom ventured outside, had no friends, and his attendance at school barely reached 50%. How could he possibly comprehend her words? His aversion to her only grew. Chu Chua timidly raised her hand. I have a question. Ma Zhao Zhao shot a glance at Chu Chua, thinking, you're one to talk. You interrupted first, Ji Qingqian responded. Chu Chua asked, if the young man finds the young woman so bothersome, why does he continue to play with her? Ji Qingqian pondered. Well, her voice. To play a game without foul language was an exceptionally high standard. Wang Zhu, however, offered a different perspective. I believe perhaps the young man actually yearns for the kind of life the young woman describes. Noticing Ji Qingqian's gaze fixed upon her, she quickly lowered her head. I merely spoke off the cuff. Ji Qingqian's eyes brightened slightly. She pressed her lips together, neither confirming nor denying Wang Zhu's assertion. Perhaps you are correct, for an event transpired thereafter. The others leaned in to hear Ji Qingqian continue. 3 months after their acquaintance, the young man still harbored considerable disdain for the young woman. Unless she actively sought to join him, he would never include her in his games. Then, in April of that year, he fell ill. Nothing serious, just a minor ailment that necessitated a brief procedure, leaving him in the hospital for 15 days. During that fortnight, his parents forbade him from accessing the internet or using his phone. While the young man adapted with relative ease, the young woman was left in a state of distress. Unable to wait for his return online, she sent him messages every day. The tulips at Taizhi Bay have bloomed, they are truly beautiful. I hope you can come to see them. The willows by West Lake are budding. This year is particularly late, but a good spring is never afraid of tardiness. The breeze is gentle, the clouds are sparse. The world is lovely, can you see it? The squirrels by West Lake are so adorable. Look, the white doves are friendly, they will come to peck at the bread in your hand. I have too much homework today. I fell asleep in class and got scolded by the teacher. I got drenched during the big cleanup. It was truly annoying, all rather trivial anecdotes. At this point, Ji Qingqian's voice softened, yet she shared these daily every day. She endeavored to showcase the brighter aspects of her life to the young man. Eventually, they re-established contact. The young woman expressed her uncertainty about whether the young man was in trouble or merely unhappy. If it was the latter, she hoped her stories could bring him some joy. If he was in trouble, then perhaps these words would let him know someone missed him, and she wished for his happiness in the heavens. The young man had never thought anyone could be so humorous. After disappearing for just half a month, she assumed he was dead. He laughed for quite a long time. And how strange it was, that from thousands of miles away, someone he had never met cared so much for him.
It was truly peculiar.
A wondrous seed began to sprout in the young man's heart. From that day forth, he suddenly found the young woman less bothersome, even somewhat endearing. The daily tales she spun began to pique his interest. The young man started venturing outdoors, noticing the flowers blooming by the roadside, the laughter of the elderly selling their wares, and the steam wafting from the pancake vendor's stall, swaying gently above his head before dispersing. These were things he had never paid attention to before, yet now they captured his gaze. He yearned to share these experiences with the young woman. He longed to befriend her. Not merely within the confines of the game. He wished to meet her in person, to engage in genuine conversation. The young man could not fathom why he was so concerned about the young woman. And then, one day, the young woman revealed to him that she had developed feelings for another boy, intending to pursue him. He had fallen for the young woman, but it was too late. Not too late, Chuchua interjected. The young woman merely has a crush. Liking someone does not guarantee a relationship. She and the boy she admires are not yet together. The young man has ample opportunities. Ji Qingshan replied coolly. The young man is aware, yet he lacks the courage.
Lacks courage?
He does not know what kind of boy the young woman likes, nor does he understand his standing in her heart. To put it bluntly, they are merely online acquaintances, having never met or conversed in person. He is uncertain whether, after confessing his feelings, they could still remain friends. Chuchua fell silent, realizing that Ji Qingshan was articulating the thoughts of the average person. The young man felt miserable but was unwilling to relinquish hope entirely. He repeatedly reassured himself that once the young woman began dating her crush, he would withdraw completely. Yet, strangely, months turned into a year. The young woman grew increasingly close to the boy she admired. She brought him breakfast daily, contemplated where they might go together, and engaged in activities that would delight him, but they were never officially together. The young woman explained that her crush did not wish to date during their studies. What a scoundrel!
Ma Jiajiao exclaimed angrily. I've encountered many like him.
Saying one thing to your face while doing another behind your back, claiming he doesn't want a relationship, but in reality, he just enjoys the thrill of being pursued. The young man felt that the young woman's actions were unworthy, yet he dared not offer advice or speak ill of the boy, for he understood that, regardless of the circumstances, she truly cherished him. In the young woman's eyes, that boy held far greater significance than the young man.
Yet, a small thought took root in the young man's mind. Soon, he would enter university, and he would strive to attend the same school as the young woman. Should she ever feel disappointed in that boy, he would seize the opportunity to win her over. Bravo! Ma Jiajiao stood to applaud the young man in Ji Qingshan's tale. Now that's what I call courage. But, Wang Ju asked with concern, what if the young woman never becomes disillusioned with the boy, or worse, what if they end up together? That would be so unfortunate for the young man. It seems unlikely to have a happy ending. Ji Qingshan acknowledged. Of course, the young man has considered this, but he feels compelled to act. And what then? What was the outcome? Chuchua asked, her curiosity piqued. Did the young man meet the young woman?
The outcome was, Ji Qingshan replied calmly, the young woman's academic performance was exceptional, while the young man frequently skipped classes. Their scores on the college entrance exams differed by over 80 points, making it impossible for him to gain admission to her school. In contrast, the young woman attended the university with the boy she admired.
Chuchua's expression fell. What? How utterly realistic. Ma Jiajiao sighed, then chuckled. Well, of course, there aren't so many perfect endings.
Ji Qingshan glanced at her vibrating phone. The outcome was, northbound. Have you slept yet? I'm downstairs.
Northbound.
Come and claim your airdrop supplies, oh heroine. In this world, perfect endings are scarce, yet fortunately, she is diligently striving for one. Chapter 31 a.m. The Northeast Superwoman Ji Qingshan strolled to the base of the building. The young man who had messaged her was engaged in a lively conversation with a beautiful woman. Come, auntie, have a slice of watermelon, the stall at the north gate is selling them cheap today.
I bought extra. The beauty referred to the dormitory supervisor. The supervisor always regarded Ji Qingshan with kind eyes, which made Ji Qingshan perceive her as exceptionally lovely. The supervisor took the slice of watermelon that Liu Bei handed her and jokingly remarked, oh, young man, even if you bribe me, I still can't let you in. I want to go in, Liu Bei replied with a smile, I'm waiting for someone to come down. Are you bringing watermelon for your girlfriend? The dorm supervisor recalled Liu Bei and Ji Qingshan fondly.
Good-looking individuals are often easier to remember, and she chuckled. Bringing watermelon is such an old-fashioned way to woo someone. Young people like you should be bringing milk tea or something.
Isn't that risky, considering it might keep her awake at night? Louis Bay responded smoothly.
Besides, calling it old-fashioned is an injustice. It should be termed classic, as it's wisdom passed down from your generation. The dorm supervisor couldn't help but laugh. Ji Qingxian thought Louis Bay was impressive. She could never engage in such a cheerful conversation with the supervisor. She casually tucked her loose strands of hair behind her ear and approached. What brings you here so late? It was already past 9:30 at this hour. Students leisurely wandering the campus had returned to their dorms. Fortunately, the entrance was devoid of passers-by. The dorm supervisor, feeling a sense of obligation, quickly praised Louis Bay. Young lady, look how thoughtful your boyfriend is. He even brought you watermelon, and it's quite sweet.
Louis Bay's expression held a hint of helplessness.
Ji Qingqian understood his sentiment, he had explained, but the supervisor had firmly concluded that he was her boyfriend. She pursed her lips, not only unbothered by the misunderstanding but also finding amusement in it. Louis Bay shook the paper bag in his other hand. Here, try them on to see if they fit.
Ji Qingxian raised an eyebrow. Louis Bay pulled out a shoebox from the bag. The supervisor then realized, oh, so it's not watermelon you brought, but shoes.
Yes, Louis Bay confirmed with a smile. She said the shoes didn't fit and were causing blisters, so I went to buy a pair similar to the ones I wore during military training.
Thankfully, they're unisex and still in production. Give them a try.
He looked at Ji Qingxian. The supervisor quickly fetched her throne, the small chair used during classes. Come, sit here and try them on. Young lady, look how considerate your boyfriend is. He is far better than those boys from my youth who only knew how to bring watermelon. She had a keen eye. After saying this, she retreated to the hallway and entered the first dormitory, which was reserved for the dorm supervisor.
Complaining about the sweltering heat, she left the young couple some private space. Ji Qingxian accepted the shoebox and looked up at Louis Bay. You bought these specifically for me?
Louis Bay nodded. If we wait until tomorrow, the only time you'll have is after school, and you'd have to endure a day of discomfort. Ji Qingxian gazed at the shoebox, her previously indifferent expression softening considerably as she murmured, when I told you it was already 9, I didn't think any shops would still be open. Typically, shoe stores in malls close by 9, perhaps 9:30 at the latest. But Louis Bay was at school, which would also take time. That was quite a feat, Louis Bay remarked, giving a thumbs up. When I arrived, the shopkeeper was just about to lock up, and I forced them to work overtime.
I wonder if they curse me behind my back. What if it had closed? Wouldn't that have been a wasted trip? Ji Qingxian inquired. Louis Bay shrugged. You have to try, right? Ji Qingxian recalled Wang Jue's words from the dormitory. Even if a boy ventured into a girl's territory, the chances of success were slim, yet, just as the young man before her had said, one must at least give it a shot. Louis Bay was unperturbed by the possibility of failure, and she wouldn't be intimidated either. Let us see how they fit, Louis Bay suggested. Okay. Ji Qingxian glanced at the logo printed on the shoebox. How much were these? Anta, a domestic brand, not expensive and quite comfortable, Louis Bay replied. How much did Anta pay you for this advertisement? Ji Qingxian asked, sitting on the chair the supervisor had provided. Opening the shoebox, she was greeted by a pair of blue and white sneakers. They're rather ugly, Louis Bay quickly interjected. Regardless of how much they paid me for advertising, I won't be receiving any of it now. Ji Qingxian had come down wearing flip-flops. She simply kicked them off and slipped her bare feet into the new sneakers. She didn't bother tying the laces and stood up to stretch a bit. Quite comfortable, better than Converse. That's good to hear.
Ji Qingxian sat down and removed the new shoes, while Louis Bay placed them back in the shoebox. I also bought you 3 pairs of long socks to better protect your Achilles heel, the most vulnerable part of a heroine. How thoughtful of you, Ji Qingxian said softly.
As a senior, I naturally possess a wealth of military training experience, Louis Bay replied, stuffing the shoebox back into the paper bag. Consider yourself lucky, Junior. Such a show-off.
Ji Qingxian lightly scoffed, then curiously asked, how did you know my shoe size? It was written on the insole in the picture you sent me, Louis Bay explained.
Really? Indeed.
Ji Qingxian, without realizing it, pulled out her phone and opened the album to check. There it was, albeit quite discreet and blurry. She shot a glance at Louis Bay. You're quite observant.
Nonsense. Louis Bay defended himself. I simply have good eyesight and noticed it at a glance.
Staring closely at someone's shoe photo, that seemed a tad peculiar to admit.
Is that so?
Ji Qingqian seemed skeptical.
Liu Bei nodded earnestly, absolutely.
Ji Qingqian tilted her head, studying Liu Bei. He awkwardly averted his gaze.
Well, I should head back now? Ji Qingqian proposed. Goodbye.
All right. As Liu Bei had no further comments, Ji Qingqian placed her hands holding the paper bag behind her back and turned to leave. Just then, Liu Bei called out to her, by the way, it's almost 10. Ji Qingqian paused, responding softly with a hum. The phrase 10 o'clock at night carries a certain midnight vibe, Liu Bei mused.
I thought you were bringing it for someone else.
We have military training again tomorrow, and I didn't want you to feel fatigued, Liu Bei explained. I'm not that delicate, Ji Qingqian retorted, flexing her arm as if to show off her muscles. With a cool demeanor, she stated, my roommate praises me as the Northeast Superwoman. It was a close call. She nearly made Liu Bei laugh. Chapter 32. The mole. Liu Bei entrusted his shoes to his aunt. Not only was she willing to help, but she also expressed concern. Out for a stroll, are you? Yes, don't worry, I'll be back before 11, Liu Bei assured. The dormitory closes at 11. The dormitory matron smiled mysteriously. I'll leave the door open for you until 11:30, but no later than that, okay? Staying up too late isn't good for your health.
Thank you, Auntie. You see, this is the role of the watermelon manifesting itself.
The dormitory matron was quite pleased. As she watched the young couple walking side by side, she suddenly recalled a term often mentioned by her daughter. It was called shipping CP. The matron never expected that at her age, she would still be in tune with such trends. Ji Qingqian had a peculiar habit reminiscent of a child. She insisted on walking along the curb, as if adhering to a mission system where falling off would signify failure. She nibbled on watermelon as she walked. Liu Bei, walking beside her, cast a sidelong glance her way. The valiant Qingqian had just finished showering. Her hair was still slightly damp, accompanied by a refreshing scent of citrus. She wore a simple spaghetti strap dress, and under the streetlight, her snow-white neckline and exquisitely defined collarbone were particularly striking. Liu Bei recalled that in ancient times, someone had initiated a challenge online to showcase one's figure by balancing a coin on their collarbone. She would undoubtedly excel at it. Initially, Liu Bei hesitated to invite her for a walk, fearing the burdens of military training might weigh her down, but seeing her leisurely demeanor now, he felt reassured. In truth, for Ji Qingqian, strolling with Liu Bei was hardly tiring. Rather, it was his lack of invitation that made her feel weary, emotionally exhausted.
Bei. I wasn't looking at your legs.
Ji Qingqian paused, casting a dubious glance at Liu Bei.
He fell silent, feeling somewhat coarse, reflexively defensive, yet he insisted, I anticipated your remark.
Ji Qingqian narrowed her watery eyes slightly. Well, I didn't tell you not to look. Liu Bei instinctively glanced at Ji Qingqian's delicate, fair legs, smooth and slender, yet not overly so, with a hint of softness in her calves, unlike the dullness of a mere stick figure. Now you've looked, Ji Qingqian remarked.
Liu Bei retorted, rude, you're setting me up.
Ji Qingqian glanced around, seemingly searching for something. Liu Bei understood and opened his palm toward her.
Spit it here.
Some people can swallow watermelon seeds, like Liu Bei, but others struggle to do so, perhaps due to the absurd childhood scare of if you swallow the seeds, a little watermelon will grow in your tummy.
Ji Qingqian glanced at Liu Bei's outstretched hand.
Standing on the curb, she slightly bent her head, pouted her peach-colored lips, and expelled a few black seeds, albeit wet with saliva. Liu Bei, however, showed no sign of disapproval, keeping his palm open for her service.
So, what did you want to say by calling me? Liu Bei inquired.
Auntie is indeed a seasoned hand, Ji Qingqian replied, her eyes twinkling with a faint smile, honest and not deceptive.
This watermelon is indeed sweet.
Well, just look at who picked it, Liu Bei said. They hadn't walked too far. The summer breeze in Hangzhou was warm and humid, rustling the strands of the youth's hair and causing the nearby grove to whisper. There was a bench by the grove, where the lamps attracted swarms of insects. Beneath the streetlight, a young couple, undeterred by the heat, embraced each other, playfully nibbling at one another. Occasionally, sounds emerged. Don't do that, someone's coming. Whimper, don't worry, no one will be around at this hour.
Ji Qingqian glanced at Liu Bei. You've chosen a fine route, haven to you?
Liu Bei returned her gaze. Perhaps we should change our course. Before they could decide, the girl noticed them. She gave the boy a firm pat on the shoulder. He turned around, and Ji Qingqian immediately looked up at the moon, while Liu Bei lowered his head, pretending not to see them. The boy startled, grabbing his girlfriend's hand. Let us go, quickly. And with that, they ran off without a moment's pause.
That was close, Ji Qingqian remarked earnestly.
Liu Bei replied, truly, those two were quite audacious. They almost caused a scene, Ji Qingqian noted.
Liu Bei thought to himself, "You should listen to what you're saying, valiant lady." Liu Bei contemplated asking Ji Qingqian if they should rest here, but given the earlier couple's heated display, he deemed it inappropriate. Previously, when he heard Lu Jie describe this area as a free hotel and a couple's paradise, he thought it was mere exaggeration, but now it seemed that Jiege was indeed a man of his word. After walking a bit longer, it was past 10 o'clock, and the playground was deserted. The rubber track was similarly empty, not to mention the spectator stands on either side. Liu Bei led Ji Qingqian to a spacious area with an excellent view. "Here, give it to me." Liu Bei took the remnants of Ji Qingqian's watermelon rind, casually tossing the seeds he had collected into the plastic bag the watermelon had come in. He opened a tissue, and they both wiped their mouths and hands simultaneously. The playground was quite expansive, but the lighting was sparse, casting a dim ambience, yet perhaps due to Ji Qingqian's astonishingly fair complexion, even after a few days of military training, the sun's rays had not darkened her skin. Liu Bei easily spotted a small black seed on her neck. "You got watermelon juice on your neck," Liu Bei pointed out, gesturing to his own neck. Ji Qingqian responded with a soft as her hand brushed against her neck. However, the sharpshooter Ji Qingqian's aim was precise, and her hand inadvertently missed the black seed. "Really?" Liu Bei sighed, gently reaching out to remove it for her. The moment his fingertips made contact with Ji Qingqian's skin, he experienced a brief lapse in composure. Her skin was soft and imbued with a delightful elasticity. Just that singular touch sent a wave of sensation from his fingers to his mind. Liu Bei quickly regained his focus, flicking the seed into the plastic bag. "Got it." Hopefully, the valiant Ji Qingqian didn't notice his momentary hesitation. In fact, Ji Qingqian was oblivious. She merely touched the spot he had brushed, lowering her gaze as she softly murmured, "Okay. It feels like a gentle press, a bit ticklish." Liu Bei took a couple of breaths to steady himself before looking at Ji Qingqian again. Indeed, she had gotten watermelon juice on her neck. Liu Bei sighed, and to his misfortune, there was still one more seed. Here, he reminded her again, recalling his previous experience. He knew he couldn't rush in. Ji Qingqian queried, puzzled. Her eating habits weren't that poor, were they? Liu Bei watched as Ji Qingqian clumsily rubbed her fair neck, yet the seed remained stubbornly in place. Ji Qingqian gathered her hair to one side, tilting her neck closer to Liu Bei. "Help me again." She looked as if she were awaiting a vampire's caress. Alright, since this time it was her explicit request, Liu Bei reached out once more. He maintained a steady hand, reminding himself not to press where he shouldn't, but Ji Qingqian's skin was so soft that he found it hard to resist the urge to tease her. However, this time, Liu Bei was unable to extract the black seed. He even scraped at it twice with his fingertip, yet to no avail. The seed seemed as if it were imprinted on Ji Qingqian's neck. Liu Bei Ji Qingqian then realized, "Oh, it's a mole." Liu Bei, how utterly embarrassing. "I want to die." Chapter 33. In my reluctance, I did not mean to, Liu Bei said stiffly, raising both hands in a mock salute. Was this considered teasing? It should be, one could argue. To be blunt, such intimacy could have led to dire consequences in the bygone era, yet he truly did not realize it was merely a small black mole. It turned out that there was indeed a mole on Qingqian's delicate neck. Liu Bei's gaze was uncontrollably drawn back to it. Qingqian gently traced the spot on her neck where Liu Bei had touched, her cheeks warming slightly. However, Liu Bei's tense demeanor, as if surrendering, piqued her interest. She bit her peach-colored lips and after a pause, asked, "Do you know what this signifies?" "Ah. You always steal glances at my legs, yet fail to notice other areas." Liu Bei quickly emphasized, "I did not, truly did not, absolutely did not." "Then you did it on purpose." "Not exactly." "Then there is no reasonable explanation, is there?" Liu Bei fell silent. Qingqian's tone was light, "You shall be punished." Despite believing his actions were unintentional, Liu Bei's apology was earnest. "Please forgive me, my lady." "Look at me." Liu Bei was taken aback. "Look," Qingqian reiterated. Reluctantly, Liu Bei raised his eyes to meet hers. However, Qingqian did not return his gaze. Instead, she stared straight ahead. Her profile was serene and elegant, her eyes cool, and to allow Liu Bei a clearer view, she tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Liu Bei, following Qingqian's instruction, focused on her cheek, entirely oblivious to the faint blush creeping up to her ears. After a while, Qingqian's calm voice broke the silence. "Remember me?" Do you remember?" "I remember." "Good." Qingqian slightly lifted her legs, swaying them back and forth, her eyes sparkling with a hint of playfulness, yet she fell silent again. She had always been reserved, so her silence was understandable. But Liu Bei felt that if he did not speak now, it would seem as though he were merely staring at her in a daze. Admittedly, he was slightly mesmerized. He hastily searched for a topic. "It has been quite warm these past few days."
Commenting on the weather, such a mundane topic. Fortunately, classic still proved effective, as Qin Qian did not notice the awkward shift in conversation.
The sun is quite strong. Indeed. You haven't tan much. Is that so?
Qin Qian was unaware of any change in her complexion, extending her arm. Liu Bei mirrored her action, their arms pressed together for comparison. Liu Bei was not particularly tanned, yet compared to his time spent indoors during the summer, his skin had certainly darkened a bit since coming to school. Good, it proves I am not superficial, Liu Bei thought, but Qin Qian was even more fair, her skin translucent, with delicate veins clearly visible beneath her wrist.
How very fair, Liu Bei remarked.
In contrast, he was just another participant in military training.
I can handle the sun quite well. Qin Qian expressed no pride in this. She thought Liu Bei's complexion was quite charming. Suddenly, she appeared to recall something, her brows narrowing, lips pressed tightly together, as if stifling a laugh. Liu Bei had never seen this side of the heroic Qin Qian and quickly inquired, "What's wrong?" Nothing. Qin Qian seemed to struggle to contain her amusement.
After weighing her options, Qin Qian took a deep breath and continued, I can handle the sun. In short, I endure the sun. Liu Bei's eyebrows twitched violently. Heroine, please do not make such innuendos about yourself. Qin Qian turned her face away, chuckling softly a couple of times before returning her gaze, her smile significantly diminished. This is not good.
I initially did not wish to say it, and then you thought it would be a pity not to share such a joke with me, right? Liu Bei's eyebrows still twitched. You know it well enough. Qin Qian raised her delicate brows. Do you not find it amusing? Liu Bei feigned laughter. Then he added, you're quite young yet, always making such crude jokes, quite the old soul. I am older than you. Qin Qian replied, regaining her composure. Do not boast. Liu Bei said, you'll realize the benefits of youth once you surpass 25. You are 20, correct? Qin Qian inquired. Indeed. I am also 20. My birthday is in January, the 2nd. Qin Qian raised her chin slightly, a hint of pride evident. You should refer to me as sister. Liu Bei sensed something amiss. Though they were the same age technically, Qin Qian was over half a year older than him, yet he was in his second year, while she was merely a freshman? Do you have a later school year where you are from? No, I repeated a year. Liu Bei was momentarily speechless, his mouth agape in disbelief. Do you not believe me? As Qin Qian's words fell, a sudden movement caught her off guard. She gasped, and by the time she realized, her chin was resting on Liu Bei's shoulder, his arms were fully wrapped around her. Liu Bei was tightly embracing her. In that instant, Qin Qian was momentarily stunned, rendered speechless. What was happening? Once she realized she was being held, the heat radiating from the young man's body caused her cheeks to flush. Instinctively, she wished to push him away, yet his embrace was not at all inappropriate. Rather, it felt quite proper, his hands resting where they ought to be. Furthermore, it was gentle, as if he were afraid of breaking her with excessive force. Bei, what is wrong with you? Qin Qian inquired softly, carefully patting the young man's back in a comforting manner. This embrace was far too sudden, far too unconventional, causing her to worry for Liu Bei. Liu Bei was awakened by Qin Qian's concerned voice. Upon hearing her mention repeating a year, memories of her half-dreaming words, coming to Jiangnan was to see you, flooded his mind. That statement had already moved him, yet he never anticipated that this silly girl had taken the exam twice. That was during senior year. Liu Bei felt a pang of emotion, awkwardly releasing her slender form. Did I startle you? Qin Qian replied honestly, are you all right? I'm fine. Liu Bei suppressed the thick sensation in his throat, speaking in a light tone, it's good to have startled you. We've known each other for 3 years, yet only just met. I wanted to give you a hug upon our first meeting, but it felt inappropriate at the time. So I contemplated it until now. It was just right to give you a little fright. When emotions run high, one indeed cannot control themselves. This embrace had been beyond Liu Bei's expectations, and he quickly concocted an excuse for himself. Qin Qian gazed at Liu Bei. He sniffed, what's wrong, are you angry? Bored. Qin Qian replied. Nothing is as boring as you. Liu Bei countered. To think she was so bored that she repeated senior year twice. Fool. Qin Qian retorted. Not as foolish as you. Liu Bei replied. To think she was foolish enough to repeat senior year just to see someone as dull and foolish as him. Repeating a year, it must be exhausting, right? Liu Bei asked softly. Not at all, I'm a genius. The first time was merely due to lack of preparation. Qin Qian casually summarized the arduous year. How can you still play games while repeating, balancing high-intensity gaming with studying, isn't that a bit too much? Liu Bei felt a sting in his eyes. Though Qin Qian did not explicitly state it, given her nature, she would never voice it plainly, yet Liu Bei could sense that her gaming was a means to connect with him. Thinking back, it seemed she had hardly played casually since last year, dedicating all her gaming time to him. I've already said I'm a genius, Qin Qian scoffed. Unlike you mere mortals, it was rather pitiful. Qin Qian felt that the only connection between her and the young man before her was through gaming, thus, she was determined to persist. Moreover, without my assistance in your gaming, you would have long been eliminated and abandoned the game, Qin Qian asserted. Chapter 34 A Brief Embrace. Akkad, what score did you achieve on your first exam? Liu Bei inquired. I fell short by 80 points compared to you, Qin Qian replied, her disappointment palpable. If only she had studied diligently, she might not be in such a dismal situation. 80, that's still quite significant. You should have no trouble pursuing an undergraduate degree, Liu Bei remarked. I hold myself to high standards, is that so unreasonable? Qin Qian replied nonchalantly. Fair enough. Liu Bei then quietly asked, don't your family have anything to say about it? The college entrance examination is a paramount concern for students. Resiting the exam does not guarantee an improvement over the first attempt. Liu Bei felt that Qin Qian's actions were rather imprudent. One ought to consider their future above all else. I've mentioned before, my family adopts a free-range approach, Qin Qian stated, and besides, have you forgotten? My family is affluent. Liu Bei. It dawned on him that he had underestimated the situation. In fact, Qin Qian had already charted a course for her future. Therefore, dear students, take heed and do not emulate this. Qin Qian lightly admonished, fool. What could Liu Bei possibly say in response? He could only give a thumbs up. Impressive. With her slender frame leaning back on the ground, Qin Qian gazed at the pitch-black sky. Bei. You mentioned wanting to give me a hug upon our first meeting. However, since it was our first encounter, it felt inappropriate to act too boldly, so I postponed it until today. Indeed. Now, it's been over a week since our first meeting. About that. Qin Qian's calm gaze settled on Liu Bei. If you felt comfortable enough to embrace me after merely a week, I shudder to think what you might do given another month. Liu Bei hurriedly defended himself. No way, don't make me sound like some kind of deviant. Qin Qian narrowed her eyes. Oh? Is that so? Yes, absolutely. Liu Bei replied, perhaps, maybe, indeed. Qin Qian reiterated, regardless, you startled me. Her heart continued to race. She found it challenging to cope with such unexpected circumstances, whether it was their indirect kiss during their first barbecue, spitting out watermelon seeds, or this current embrace. I apologize once more, Liu Bei said again. Next time, you must inform me in advance, Qin Qian replied. What? This left Liu Bei utterly perplexed. Qin Qian continued slowly, you must wait for my approval. Is it really necessary to seek approval? Liu Bei asked. This was quite the conundrum. Indeed. Qin Qian replied nonchalantly, it depends on my mood. How peculiar, it was truly baffling. Did this imply that requesting a hug when Qin Qian was in good spirits could be deemed acceptable? In fact, Qin Qian's tone softened slightly. I felt the same way about you. During our first meeting, I also wanted to hug you, but I felt too shy. Oh, I see, then, Qin Qian scoffed, yet here I am, exercising restraint, while you have succumbed to your desires. You're truly pathetic, Liu Bei. Please, don't frame it in such a strange manner, my heroine. Isn't it accurate? While it is, couldn't it be rephrased differently? For instance? After a period of deepening understanding, you bravely took the first step, or something along those lines? The first step was a sneak attack? If I were to call the police on you, it would be entirely justified, Qin Qian remarked, her expression impassive. Don't do that, my heroine. All right, I admit my mistake. Liu Bei clasped his hands above his head in a gesture of supplication, and Qin Qian's brows curved slightly, satisfied with his acknowledgement. The two sat in silence for a moment longer, the hour nearing 11 o'clock. Liu Bei suggested, shall we head back, it's getting late. As Qin Qian pulled out her phone to check the time, she received a call from Chu. My roommate, Qin Qian informed Liu Bei. He nodded, simultaneously checking his own phone messages. The disparity was stark. None from the male dormitory had reached out to him, such is the fickleness of human nature. Only Zhao Sun had left a message. Sunner, are you coming back? Liu Bei's single apartment rental for 3 months was considered short-term,
and thus quite expensive. A 6-month lease would be long-term and more economical. The difference in total rent was merely a little over a month, so he opted for a lease until the year's end. Sometimes, when work was particularly demanding, he refrained from disturbing his son late at night. His son was still young, growing, and sleep was essential. They might think he, as a father, had returned to a safe haven. After Ji Qingqian hurried downstairs, her roommates began discussing the story she had recounted. The crux of the matter revolved around whether the friend of her friend was, in fact, herself. After all, a friend's acquaintance could very well be oneself. But was she the protagonist or the antagonist in this tale? The male lead adored the female lead, while she favored the despicable second male lead. Yet, their icy goddess appeared utterly indifferent to the affections of the world. Moreover, the male lead ultimately faced a tragic end. Wang Ju grasped a crucial thread of the narrative, Abe. She felt she understood parts of it, yet much remained shrouded in mystery. I suspect it might be Ji Qingqian. However, the likelihood of it being her is rather slim. As Chu Chu posed this thought, Ma Jiaojiu had already finished her shower and was preparing for rest, while Wang Ju lay on her bed.
Glancing at the time, it was nearly 11 o'clock. Qingqian still hasn't returned, Ma Jiaojiu remarked. Why not give her a call? Didn't you add her on WeChat earlier? Chu Chu suggested. Are you calling or am I? Ma Jiaojiu asked. The two exchanged glances, unsure of why the icy goddess had yet to return, hesitant to disturb her. But just as Wang Ju was about to volunteer to make the call, Chu Chu clenched her teeth. I'll do it. It's better to risk her scolding me than to have her encounter any trouble. With that, she dialed the number. Yet upon reflection, Ji Qingqian had never reprimanded her, and just days prior, had treated her to ice cream. Perhaps it was simply the overwhelming aura she projected that instilled a sense of dread. Ji Qingqian, it's nearly curfew, why are you still out? Liu Bei, close enough to Ji Qingqian, heard the woman's voice on the other end of the line. Ji Qingqian was unsure how to respond. Liu Bei opened his mouth, using lip movements to instruct her. I got lost while taking a walk and have just found my way back, Ji Qingqian said, focusing on Liu Bei's lips as she mimicked his words. No worries, the dorm matron is quite understanding, I'll be back shortly. Having finished her statement, the voice on the other end spoke a few more words, to which Ji Qingqian merely nodded before ending the call. Liu Bei was baffled. While on a call, who was she nodding at how navi? The bond among your dorm mates seems quite strong, they genuinely care about you, Liu Bei remarked with a smile. Shall we be off? After checking the time, Ji Qingqian dimmed her screen. Indeed, it was nearly 11. However, the matron had mentioned that she would keep the door open until 11:30. Stretching, she looked at the standing youth and coldly asked, Are you eager to leave already, having just embraced me? Liu Bei. Such a cad. Liu Bei opened his mouth, intending to say something. However, upon seeing Ji Qingqian's demeanor, which suggested she wished to linger a bit longer, he swallowed his words. Then let us stay a while longer, Liu Bei suggested, while also replying to Zhao Sun's message. Journey north. Not returning. Chapter 35 of Supernatural Events. After 11 o'clock, it was the most gentle moment of the summer in Hangzhou. A mild evening breeze swept through, the air was not too hot, and the distant croaking of frogs filled the ambience. Liu Bei sat alongside Ji Qingqian for a while longer. The young girl stretched her long legs forward with abandon, while the boy diligently exercised his night vision abilities. Ah, Bei. Ah, yes. Liu Bei hastily averted his gaze. Were you at the one who just called me? Ji Qingqian remarked. She said she smiled at you. Liu Bei strained to recall her. Ji Qingqian tilted her gaze slightly. Do you remember her? Liu Bei summoned the image in his mind, right-clicked, and selected, delete, I can't quite recall. Does she know we're acquainted? Ji Qingqian shook her head. Come on, female knight, why not introduce me to your roommate? Is knowing me something to be ashamed of that you can't bring yourself to speak? Liu Bei clutched his heart, feigning exaggerated distress. Ji Qingqian's expression turned troubled. I don't know how to say it. Liu Bei chuckled lightly, dropping the act. He spoke gently. Just joking. Not if you don't know how to say it, then don't say anything for now. It's alright, there will always be opportunities in the future to get to know each other, just go at your own pace. Ji Qingqian merely responded with a soft Understanding her social struggles, Liu Bei took special care of her, exhibiting remarkable tenderness. However, Ji Qingqian, while warmed by his concern, felt it necessary to critique him. You came to see me, Ji Qingqian expressed her dissatisfaction. You didn't let me see you before you left. Were you too busy with classes? Liu Bei laughed. I was afraid of being hunted down by the monkey. Ji Qingqian, stop teasing the instructor like that.
I promise next time I'll let you see me before I leave, Liu Bei assured her.
Good.
Ji Qingqian pondered briefly before adding, but you don't have to come at noon all the time.
Aren't you afraid of fainting from the heat?
Yet Liu Bei replied, I come at noon precisely because I'm afraid of fainting from the heat. Ji Qingqian finally understood. He was genuinely concerned that she might struggle with the intensity of military training, hence his choice of timing. His thoughtfulness was commendable.
I'm fine, Ji Qingqian whispered.
Yes, I can tell, a true superhero from the northeast.
Impressive, right? Very impressive, Aang.
Suddenly, a soft moan pierced the night air, tinged with both pain and pleasure.
Liu Bei looked at Ji Qingqian.
Not me, Ji Qingqian denied. She gazed at Liu Bei.
Then it certainly can't be me, Liu Bei replied. The voice was unmistakably feminine, the night was dark,
and the wind rustled softly. An inexplicable female moan echoed. Ji Qingqian noticed Liu Bei's pupils quivering, instantly recalling how cowardly he had been during their previous horror film viewing. Don't be afraid, I'm here, Ji Qingqian assured him, pressing her palm against his, as if to lend him courage.
Not that, Liu Bei lamented, I'm not scared to that extent, the woman moaned again. Don't Liu Bei, that level, Liu Bei.
To clarify, it wasn't fear, merely a sense of oddity. Encountering such a situation in the dead of night would be strange for anyone, but it's definitely not fear.
It is just the peculiarity of the situation triggering a series of chain reactions in my brain, causing stress-induced stimuli to release special chemicals in my body, Liu Bei asserted firmly.
Ji Qingqian. By universal standards, what Liu Bei described as a chain reaction could simply be termed fear. You stay here obediently, I'll go investigate, Ji Qingqian declared, intending to trace the source of the sound. Liu Bei gazed at her elegant profile as she slightly turned, and he stood up, inhaling deeply. I'll go with you. If anything happens, you stay behind me. Upon careful consideration, it likely was not a supernatural event. Liu Bei reassured himself. Indeed, how could one so easily encounter the supernatural? Having resolved this in his mind, he found himself entirely unafraid, thinking it inappropriate for Ji Qingqian, a girl, to go investigate alone. Ji Qingqian lowered her eyes, feeling Liu Bei's hand firmly clasping her fingers. Yes, there was a slight tremor, but he stood resolutely in front of her. Ji Qingqian smiled. Together, they ascended the steps towards the audience area. There, illuminated by the dim streetlight, they beheld a couple engaged in mutual nibbling. Don't do that, someone's coming, Ing, the girl protested.
Don't worry, no one will be around at this time, the boy replied.
Liu Bei exchanged glances with Ji Qingqian. Hadn't they encountered such a scenario before? Damn it, not you two again. It was the girl who first noticed them, delivering a sharp slap to the boy's shoulder. He turned in shock. Liu Bei could no longer ignore the situation and kindly warned, Hey, buddy, would you like to check what time it is? The boy, annoyed at being interrupted twice, was about to retort, but the girl instinctively glanced at her phone.
Ah. It's 11:20.
She pounded her boyfriend's chest in frustration. It's all your fault, the dorm has already locked up. What if I can't get back? The boy, clearly oblivious to the time, was slightly taken aback. Just be a bit more mindful of the time, Liu Bei remarked. If worst came to worst, they could always find a hotel outside, it wouldn't cost much, and you're criticizing us, aren't you doing the same, the boy shot back. Liu Bei wanted to explain their circumstances were different, but then he felt something soft in his palm. Glancing down, oh no, he released it. I didn't do it on purpose. Liu Bei smiled awkwardly, feeling out of place. This night had been filled with unexpected events, and he had lost count of how many times he had uttered that phrase. Ji Qingqian's gaze was mocking.
You read us cowardly. Liu Bei. He faced two choices: A. Admit he was too frightened to notice, or B. Confess he had intentionally grasped Ji Qingqian's delicate hand. Between A and B, Liu Bei decisively opted for neither. He chose to remain silent, continuing to converse with the boy. We've already informed the dormitory supervisor, we can still make it back. The boy was stunned. Could this really be the case? Let us go, Liu Bei instructed Ji Qingqian, who nodded just as the girl seemed to seize a lifeline. Classmate, which dormitory building are you in?
Building 10, Ji Qingqian replied.
Great, I'm in Building 10 as well.
The girl sighed in relief, pleading, please take me with you, pretty please. Liu Bei nodded at Ji Qingqian. She returned the nod to the girl. The two gentlemen watched from a distance as the two ladies entered the dormitory. Perhaps the dorm supervisor noticed Ji Qingqian trailing behind, so she couldn't be too overt. Thus, she softly reprimanded them before allowing them entry. It was a close call but without serious consequence.
Hey, man, which dorm do you stay in? After leaving the female dormitory, the boy trailed behind Liu Bei, seeking to hitch a ride like his girlfriend.
I don't stay in a dorm, Louis Bay replied, dispelling the boyish illusions. I'm planning to scale the wall and sneak out of campus.
Do you want to join?
The Boy. Dude, Chapter 36 The battle for Campus Queen begins. The sprawling campus of Jiangnan University is quite extensive. If one is not well acquainted with the surroundings, it is entirely plausible to lose one's way, especially under the cloak of night. None of her roommates questioned Ji Qingqian's account. Upon returning to the dormitory, several of her roommates were nestled in their beds, the glow of their mobile phones casting a ghostly pallor upon their faces. They inquired if she was alright, and upon receiving a negative response, they lapsed back into silence. Ji Qingqian brushed her teeth in the dark and climbed into bed, a wave of fatigue washing over her. Yet, before succumbing to slumber, she felt compelled to send a message to Louis Bay.
Qingqian, have you returned to the dorm?
Louis Bay, I'm back at the apartment.
Qingqian.
Louis Bay, the lady said she would leave the door open for you, but the gentleman did not guarantee anything to me.
Ji Qingqian's heart lurched. Indeed, the lady was only responsible for their dormitory.
The affairs of the male dormitory were of no concern to her female dormitory supervisor. This was a rather elementary truth, yet Ji Qingqian had inexplicably forgotten it. No wonder he had mentioned leaving at 11.
Ji Qingqian, you were only thinking of yourself.
Qingqian, I forgot, I'm sorry.
Louis Bay, it's not your fault.
Louis Bay, coincidentally, I wanted to spend a bit more time with you. Ji Qingqian fixated on the message, then hugged her phone to her chest, rolling to the left and crashing against the wall, then to the right and colliding with the railing, and back to the left again, repeating this several times before finally calming her tumultuous emotions.
Qingqian. Have you reached the apartment yet?
Louis Bay, not yet, but I'm not far off. Louis Bay, you should get some sleep, we have an early start tomorrow. Ji Qingqian intended to reply affirmatively. Just as she was about to type her response, she overheard Ma Jiaojiao's soft murmur. Good night. It seemed she used this phrase to conclude her conversations with her boyfriend. Then, from Chu Zhua's side came a teasing, repetitive words. How annoying.
How infuriating. Ma Jiaojiao retorted, feeling both embarrassed and exasperated.
The two beds were separated by a narrow aisle, otherwise, she would have kicked Chu Zhu.
Haven't you ever seen someone in love? Chu Zhu continued her playful banter. Good night, I'm off to sleep, Ma Jiaojiao exclaimed. You. Just then, Wang Zhu conveniently dimmed his phone screen. Good night, I'm heading to bed too. Ma Jiaojiao replied, you too.
How bothersome.
Ji Qingqian chimed in, good night. Ma Jiaojiao. Why was Ji Qingqian joining in on the playful mockery?
Qingqian 1s, as Louis Bay walked along the street, he opened the voice message.
Good night.
It was the sweet, ringing voice of the girl.
Louis Bay chuckled softly. Yeah, good night to you too. The entire world seemed to echo with good night.
Louis Bay, what are you up to?
Hao Zhangwen inquired. Within room 404, Hao Zhangwen was engrossed in completing daily tasks for a mobile game.
Lu Jia was scrolling through something on his phone, while Zhao Sun was curled up in his chair, catching up on the latest episodes. As for Louis Bay, he was using his dimmed phone screen to illuminate his face.
Stop with the selfies. You're already handsome enough, Hao Zhangwen remarked. Fatty. Louis Bay set down his phone, a hint of uncertainty in his voice as he asked, do you think young girls today would be interested in someone like me?
Before Hao Zhangwen could respond, Zhao Sun removed his headphones and shouted to the sprawled Louis Bay, have you been brainwashed by those pickup artists?
No, I haven't. Then why would you ask such an absurd question?
Just step outside, find any girl, alive or not, ask her for her WeChat. It might not be 100%, but at least you'd have an 80% success rate, right?
Zhao Sun considered further and added, unless you met that girl while gaming.
Otherwise, even if she doesn't like you, she should at least have a slight fondness.
Louis Bay muttered, damn.
Hao Zhangwen assumed Louis Bay was commenting on Zhao Sun's gaming skills. In reality, Louis Bay was reflecting on how he had met Qingqian through gaming. Breaking news. Lu Jia suddenly exclaimed while scrolling on his phone as Zhao Sun queried, is your girlfriend about to give birth?
Get lost.
Your girlfriend is the one giving birth.
Don't rush, your mom hasn't given birth yet,
Zhao Sun replied nonchalantly. Louis Bay asked, what's the news?
Lu Jia shot Zhao Sun a middle finger. The new round of Campus Queen selection has commenced. The Jianda Campus Wall's official account is now open for voting.
Zhao Sun appeared uninterested and put his headphones back on. That's less exciting than saying you're pregnant.
If we're being honest, nothing is more shocking than a Jie getting pregnant, right? Louis Bei leapt off his bed and patted Zhao Sun's shoulder. Let us take a look. Zhao Sun grimaced but still opened the link shared by Lu Jie in the dormitory group. Lu Jie and Hao Zhangwen shuffled their chairs closer. Who do you think will be the campus queen? Lu Jie inquired. It should be Li Zijie, Hao Zhangwen stated. Li Zijie referred to Zhang Zile, a third-year majoring in media. To Louis Bei and his friends, she was a senior last year. During voting, her popularity was unparalleled. The third-year Li Zijie should be a safe bet, but it's uncertain for the second year in freshman, Lu Jie commented. Each year at Jiangnan University, one campus queen is selected per grade. This is because fourth-year seniors are often engrossed in internships, resulting in their infrequent appearances on campus, thereby exempting them from the competition. The web page refreshed. The first page displayed the third-year seniors. Although voting had just commenced, Zhang Zile had already surged ahead, claiming over 85% of the votes. Li Zijie will teach you how to play the fishing game, Lu Jie quipped. The photos are all from last year and haven't been updated. Zhang Zile possessed an exquisitely oval face, her features dignified yet striking. A small beauty mark beneath her right eye added a touch of allure to her otherwise commanding presence. Her thin lips slightly curled as if to question, "Are you here to contest for second place?" There's nothing interesting about a landslide victory. Let us check out the second-year candidates, Hao Zhangwen suggested. In contrast to the third-year's overwhelming dominance, the second-year competition was a vibrant display of talent. Dozens of contestants had already entered, yet the top contenders remained closely matched. The real competition lay within the second-year candidates. Louis Bei, Hao Zhangwen, and Zhao Sun's eyes swiftly scanned the photographs of each campus queen contender. Their interest was not merely in the convenience of mingling within the same year but rather, Chindan isn't competing. The three sighed in unison, their hopes dashed at the absence of their ideal candidate. Lu Jie exclaimed, "Damn, with Chindan's personality, she wouldn't even consider competing." Hao Zhangwen shot him a sidelong glance. What kind of personality does Chindan have? Lu Jie sputtered, "Well, it's just that." Oh dear. He was momentarily at a loss for words, letting out a frustrated sound akin to a character from a popular web series. "I thought her friends would help her sign up," Louis Bei chuckled. Participation required only a photo, along with the class and name, and upon approval, one could enter the competition. Individuals like Zhang Zile were typically nominated by well-meaning individuals, Chapter 37, who can claim Mount Fuji through affection. Though Chindan is absent, Jojo is present. Louis Bei finds nothing amiss. Jojo was already a familiar figure last year. While she may not wield the same unifying power as Sister Lizzie, Jojo's votes rank among the top in their grade, certainly making her a local lord. However, Louis Bei refrains from mentioning this, and the others follow suit. Even if Chindan were to participate, she'd only end up being utterly defeated. Lu Jie mutters, although he hasn't spotted his daughter-in-law, he does see a familiar face. "Brother Li Zi!" Lu Jie exclaims. Amidst a sea of fair and tender faces, the sun-kissed girl with a radiant smile stands out. The photograph of Xiaoli is unembellished, taken by someone else, without any filters, showcasing her natural beauty. It is unlikely that she registered on her own. To be honest, Brother Li Zi looks rather dashing amidst all these people, Lu Jie remarks. Louis Bei strokes his chin thoughtfully, then points decisively, "Vote for her." In the third grade, they had cast their votes for Zhang Zile, and this time, the precious vote goes to Xiaoli. Zhao Sun clicks the mouse twice, successfully casting the vote. "Look at the first-year newcomers," Lu Jie urges eagerly. "I have a feeling we'll see that sister who asked Bei for help moving her luggage on orientation day." Ever since their first encounter, Lu Jie has been incessantly raving about the heroine Qing Qian. Louis Bei's failure to acquire her WeChat contact seems to Lu Jie a grievous crime. Louis Bei is utterly useless, Lu Jie reiterates. "If it were me, not only would I have her WeChat, I'd have arranged a meal with her." Lu Jie has always been quite the braggart when it comes to his social prowess. "Is it possible," Zhao Sun scoffs, "that if it were you, she wouldn't even permit you to help?" "Fatty Hao cannot hold back, you're not even the son. You already have Chindan, why are you still harboring thoughts about the junior? I certainly don't recall teaching you to be a scoundrel." While Lu Jie tolerates Zhao Sun's remarks, he cannot abide by Hao Zhangwen's. He retorts loudly, "Why is it that only I have Chindan, who said she belongs to me? Which episode confirmed that Chindan is mine? How did she become mine?" The entire dormitory sees through Lu Jie's affection for Chindan, yet this unfortunate lad remains obstinate, believing he is concealing it well. Fatty hesitates, then tentatively asks, "So, can I pursue Chindan now?" "Damn you!" Lu Jie exclaims, kicking at Fatty Hao without a moment's hesitation. A scuffle ensues, with Fatty ultimately gaining the upper hand due to his weight.
In a display of strength, he locks Lu Jie's frail body in a bear hug, immobilizing him, and after some struggle, he pins Lu Jie's neck under his arm. Sunner, quickly look at the first-year students. I want to see what kind of charm this junior possesses that can keep Jiego talking for so long.
Zhao Sun shifts the page to the first-year section. Lu Bei watches intently.
Given Ji Qingxian's personality, she likely wouldn't be interested in such events, but as previously mentioned, registration doesn't require the individual's consent. Surely someone must have been captivated by the heroine's beauty and registered her.
Despite his discomfort, Lu Jie shouts, "That's her."
They need not search diligently. The moment the page loads, their gaze is drawn to the girl in military attire with a ponytail, her expression calm and her demeanor cool. The photograph appears to be a candid shot taken during military training, not particularly clear, yet a fleeting glimpse is enough to capture everyone's attention, with the slightly blurred focus adding an air of ethereal beauty. Ji Qingxian. Zhao Sun reads the girl's name aloud, scrutinizing her delicate, sweat-beaded face. Her name and appearance are strikingly harmonious. Lu Bei responds with a soft hum. Goodness, Qingxian's vote tally is on par with Jiang Zile's, exceeding 85%. Although the voting has only just commenced, her status as the undisputed campus belle is already a foregone conclusion. Truly popular. Lu Bei cannot help but chuckle. While he is pleasantly surprised by Ji Qingxian's soaring popularity, he feels an inexplicable twinge of disappointment, akin to discovering that a cherished, niche song has suddenly become a mainstream hit. This girl is terrifyingly impressive, her prowess rivaling that of Sister Lizzie. Fatty exclaims in awe. Moreover, she truly deserves the title. One cannot say her beauty surpasses Jiang Zile's, as both possess their own merits, and her serene and cool aura is uniquely hers. How Zhang gazes at the computer screen and finally releases Lu Jie. Lu Jie stretches his neck, smugly stating, "I told you all that junior is stunning, now do you believe me?" "I must admit, Jiego, this time you haven't exaggerated," How Zhang concedes. This time, Zhao Sun does not wait for Lu Bei's command and directly casts a vote for Ji Qingxian. Lu Bei pulls out his phone, navigates to the voting interface on the public account, and takes a screenshot. He then sends it to the heroine Qingxian.
Screenshot. JPG, the campus belle is indeed the heroine. It is now evening after dinner, and the new students from the military training should be resting in their dormitories. As expected, Ji Qingxian replies almost instantly. "Bored, I didn't register myself." The girls' dorm is likewise engrossed in discussing this matter. Ji Qingxian shows no interest, but both Chu Chu and Ma Jiao are utterly defenseless against such gossip, especially since Chu Chu was one of the contestants. In her words, those who sign up for a competition that hasn't even begun have already lost. However, Chu Chu's vote count is not high. To be precise, aside from their dorms north, Chu Chu can be considered the best among the short. When she looks at Ji Qingxian, her eyes reflect a mix of resentment and dissatisfaction. Chu Chu is particularly sensitive about appearances. Even though she had mentally prepared herself from the start, guessing she would be no match for this ice goddess, she did not anticipate such a staggering difference in vote count. Chu Chu calculates, even if her vote count were multiplied by 20, it would still be no match for Ji Qingxian. Ma Jiao comforts her, patting her shoulder. Losing to Ji Qingxian is nothing to be ashamed of. Chu Chu glances at Ji Qingxian, who is sitting on her bed, her gaze entirely absorbed by her phone, indifferent to the topic of discussion. This perfectly embodies the phrase, "I have no interest, while you lack talent." Though Ji Qingxian remains expressionless and does not even glance her way, Chu Chu still feels as if she is being mocked, her youthful heart shattering into pieces. Wang Ju. Ma Jiao asks Wang Ju, "Do you want me to register you as well?" "No, no need." Wang Ju quickly declines, "Everyone is so beautiful. I feel utterly embarrassed going up there. You are now so famous, I fear that you will become a stranger in the future. But I understand, the bright moon should illuminate the ditch. Who can claim Mount Fuji through affection?"
As Ji Qingxian gazes at the three messages sent by Lu Bei, her cold demeanor shows the slightest sign of softening, her brow furrowing slightly.
"He truly. So cheesy, and you fool, Mount Fuji is private property."
Chapter 38. Use sparingly. Lu Bei gazed at the message from the enigmatic heroine Qingxian, a foolish grin spreading across. Today's mischief had come to a delightful end. In the dormitory, the other three boys were still engrossed in analyzing the votes for the campus beauty. To be precise, they were scrutinizing the new student, the heroine Ji.
How should I put it?
"I am beginning to understand Brother Jia's sentiments now," Hao Zhangwen remarked.
Mm. Zhao Sun nodded in empathetic agreement. Lu Bei lifted his gaze. "What? You actually didn't ask for her WeChat?" Lao Bei, what a rare opportunity.
How, the hefty one, exclaimed in disbelief. Lui Bei, Zhao Sun continued, she stood at the east gate for so long, with so many people approaching her, yet she chose you. It is just as I said, as long as you're not gaming, most girls would take a liking to you. Opportunities rain down upon you, and yet you let them slip through your fingers?
Where was your dexterity when it came to dodging bullets? Lui Bei, Lu Jie lamented, this is why I'm so frustrated. Seize the moment, Lao Bei.
Lui Bei, how, their essay note of her class written above, how suggested, how about this? We accompany you to wait for her later, good things come to those who wait.
Yes, it's never too late to mend the fold, Zhao Sun nodded. Computer science, .hm, which class, Lao Bei? Didn't you mention that Monkey Go is an instructor in which class? Is it this one?
Unexpectedly, Zhao Sun had managed to pinpoint a gap in Lui Bei's strategy. Lui Bei could only nod silently at he thought Zhao Sun had caught on to his earlier visit to that class under the pretense of Monkey Go, but instead, Zhao Sun's mind was racing in a different direction. You went there and still didn't dare to ask for her WeChat?
Lao Bei, when did you become so shy? Lui Bei, it's not like that.
Could it be that Jojo's antics have truly ruined you? I'm genuinely concerned about you, Zhao Sun said, sincerity gleaming in his eyes.
Fear of women? How inquired as well.
Lu Jie looked at Lui Bei with concern. In the past, with your social skills, acquiring a WeChat ID would have been a piece of cake. Is there some hidden reason?
Lui Bei took a deep breath.
Damn it, he had intended to interact with them as an ordinary person, but all he received in return was suspicion. Fine, I'll come clean, I won't pretend anymore. Alright, I admit it, I do have her contact information, but it's not WeChat, it's QQ.
We've been chatting lately and even had a meal together, so don't worry. Nonsense. Lu Jie raised his voice, don't think I'm unaware of the person chatting with you. Lao Bei has a default penguin avatar. What girl would use such an avatar? Lui Bei wanted to point out that indeed, what girl would use such an avatar?
If not for the fact that the heroine Qingqian was genuinely that unique, he wouldn't have taken 3 years to realize she was a girl.
Can I request a photo for verification? Lui Bei said helplessly. He then sent a message to Ji Qingqian. Northbound heroine, could you send me a selfie? Northbound urgently needed. If it looks like the one from the public account, I want to acknowledge it, Lu Jie said.
Of course it's different, Lui Bei replied. Soon, a reply arrived.
Qingqian image.
JPG, Lui Bei hurriedly clicked to open it, just about to say he'd come to see her. However, as the image loaded, he fell silent. The photo of the heroine Qingqian did not reveal her face. Instead, she sent over 2 beautiful legs, perfectly slender and supple, from her straight and elastic thighs down to her snow-white delicate feet, utterly exquisite. Based on Lui Bei's observations over the past few days, there was no doubt these legs belonged to the heroine Qingqian. A photo is a photo, and a selfie is a selfie, but...
Qingqian.
Use sparingly, Qingqian, let me know when you're done. Lui Bei, wait, why does he feel that the word use sounds so peculiar when it comes from Ji Qingqian's lips? Lu Jie observed Lui Bei's dramatic expression change. What's wrong?
Did she send it?
Don't look, go play somewhere else.
Lui Bei quickly darkened the screen, as if it were something they could see. Ignoring the curious gazes of the 3 boys behind him, he swiftly pulled open the balcony door.
Then, he brightened his phone screen again, his eyelids twitching as he stared at those 2 fair, voluptuous legs. Long press on the image. Save. It felt as though 2 little voices were bickering in his ear. One said, you're lecherously admiring the heroine's legs, you scoundrel.
The other replied, yes, I am indeed a scoundrel.
He finally made up his mind. Save. Well, at least I am honest, Lui Bei praised himself. He glanced at the distant view from the balcony before messaging Ji Qingqian again.
Northbound, would you like to take a walk together? Qingqian, you've used it up so quickly? Northbound. Climb.
Why do you think I invited you for a walk? It's not just to clear my name. There's a tiny bit of desire to see her, however, just a tiny bit, Lui Bei told himself.
Northbound.
If you're tired, forget it. We can plan another time. Qingqian, tired, Qingqian, but I'm kind, I'll reluctantly accompany you for a stroll.
Qingqian, are you coming to find me, or should I come to you? I'll come over. Northbound, given your current popularity, I fear that if you step into the boys' dorm, you'll be besieged by requests for contact information. Qingqian. So if you come to the girls' dorm, no one will ask you? Northbound, they do.
Northbound, but I am emotionally detached, a cold-hearted rejection machine.
Qingqian, you better be. Northbound. Head down, sister. Qingqian? Qingqian, you've already arrived? Northbound, yep. Qingqian, you're really fast. Louis Bei pressed down the brim of his cap, although after arranging to meet with the heroine, Louis Bei paid no heed to Lu Jia's incessant chatter. He recalled the words of his mother, Ms.Lu Chaoshi, who once advised him not to fall into a self-justification crisis. He then cleared his mind like a tranquil mirror. Bei. A crisp voice made Louis Bei look up, just as a bottle of pure water was tossed toward him. He caught it, and before him stood Ji Qingqian, hands behind her back. Louis Bei chuckled lightly. Shall we go? Ji Qingqian cheerfully jumped down the steps, and just as she reached Louis Bei's side, he playfully pulled his cap down over her head. Ji Qingqian? Heroine, you're quite the celebrity now, it's better to disguise a little, otherwise, rumors might tarnish your reputation, Louis Bei remarked. What reputation could I possibly have? Ji Qingqian pouted. Louis Bei spoke plainly. Alright, actually, the sun hasn't fully set yet, and I wouldn't want you to feel too exposed. Now that's more reasonable, Ji Qingqian adjusted the strap of the hat, which was a bit loose, as Louis Bei's cap was a menace style and somewhat large for her. Suddenly, she recalled something. By the way, I haven't washed my hair today, it's been soaked in sweat and might smell. Then give it back. I want chapter 39. The school bell is a bit cold. My goodness, Ji Qingqian is truly formidable. The gap between her and others is so vast. This is true strength. Even candid shots of Goddess Ji look better than others' meticulously edited photos. Her popularity is astonishing. During a break from military training, a group of close male friends huddled together, whispering and discussing the outcomes of the school bell competition. On the voting leaderboard, Ji Qingqian from their class was undoubtedly in a league of her own. They stealthily cast glances towards the rightful belle, who appeared aloof while sipping on purified water. A few beads of sweat adorned her brow, and her natural beauty shone through without the embellishment of makeup. Her subtle elegance perfectly suited her demeanor. Ji Qingqian, your votes are soaring, her roommate, Ma Jiao, remarked as she approached. Ji Qingqian responded with a disinterested hum. Chu Chuyu gazed at her with an air of melancholy. Chu Chuyu's votes had started poorly and showed no signs of improvement, falling far behind Ji Qingqian, who was enjoying her moment in the spotlight. As for this so-called school bell election, Ji Qingqian found it not only uninteresting but also somewhat tiresome. Her icy gaze flickered towards an unfamiliar male student approaching, casually holding a cup of milk tea. Judging by his attire, he was not a fellow military training student but rather an upperclassman. Ji Qingqian, Jr., he greeted, arms open wide. Ji Qingqian, wow, how many is this now? Ma Jiao exclaimed. Indeed, how many had approached her? Ji Qingqian furrowed her brows. In recent days, the number of people attempting to strike up a conversation with her had noticeably increased. Not only that, but many had also been observing her from a distance during training, whispering among themselves. The pointing and whispering was somewhat manageable, as she could simply pretend not to notice. However, the individuals bringing her milk tea and drinks were becoming a nuisance she wished to avoid. I just bought this milk tea, the boy said casually as he drew nearer to Ji Qingqian, extending the drink towards her without a hint of fear regarding the surrounding classmates. It's still cold. You should drink it. Ji Qingqian thought of Louis Bei. Previously, she had feigned a complaint to him, questioning why he only brought water to the instructors and not to her. Louis Bei had replied that, given her personality, she would not want to be the center of attention. If he were to bring her something, it would surely attract the scrutiny of their classmates. Of course, he added, if she desired it, he could bring her something next time. See, Louis Bei was much more considerate and would never cause her any trouble, but this young man before her proclaimed to care, yet seemed entirely oblivious to her feelings. Having thought this through, her gaze turned frigid as she delivered her response without an ounce of warmth. Are we that familiar? She often posed similar questions to Louis Bei, infused with a hint of playful annoyance. Yet, directed at this stranger, her words could be distilled into a single, blunt command: leave. Ji Qingqian felt herself lacking in comparison to Louis Bei. If it were him, he would surely devise a way to refuse while still saving face, much like when a junior asked him for his WeChat ID. But, never mind, she was too lazy to ponder such intricacies. If he was rude, then so be it. We may not be familiar now, but we could get to know each other better, the boy persisted, unfazed by her coldness, still smiling warmly. Could you share a way to contact you? The boy's smile faltered slightly. Hey! Sun Bing had just returned from the restroom and called out to the boy, we're in military training, what do you think you're doing? Ji Qingqian sighed in relief. Monkey brother, the instructor was indeed reliable, driving away these distractions from their training. Sun Bing was equally astonished,
the allure of his future sister-in-law was undeniably potent, as more than 10 bold individuals had approached her in recent days. It seemed Louis Bay had quite a challenge ahead of him, that if he wished to pursue this girl while she was right under his nose, a little assistance would not go amiss. Although it may not be of substantial help, driving away these pesky suitors was certainly within his capabilities. Students generally held a healthy fear of instructors. Upon hearing Sun Bing's words, the boy promptly set the milk tea down on the ground and fled, turning back to Ji Qingshan with a smile. "Don't forget to drink it." Ji Qingshan contemplated calling him back for the drink, but he was already sprinting away. She didn't want to raise her voice and was too indifferent to engage further, so she left the milk tea where it was.
"Do you want to drink it?" Ji Qingshan asked Ma Jiao Jiao.
Ma Jiao Jiao quickly shook her head. After all, consuming it would feel like betraying the boy's kindness. One had to wonder about this ice queen. Did she truly disdain the attention of others, or was she simply too worldly? Despite numerous attractive individuals approaching her, she hadn't even smiled at them, let alone offered her WeChat ID. Chu Chuyu looked even more forlorn. If she had a handkerchief, she would surely be biting its corner in tears. Comparisons among peers could be infuriating. Everyone marveled at the high popularity of this goddess and her cool demeanor, when Sun Bing clapped his hands twice, drawing everyone's attention towards him.
"Standing at attention is rather dull. If you don't enjoy it, I certainly don't. How about we play something fun instead?" "Something fun?"
The new students perked up immediately. Standing at attention was indeed monotonous, not to mention tiring. It was mentally numbing.
"It's a new game," someone inquired. "More thrilling than a game,"
Sun Bing said with a mysterious smile, gesturing to his side.
"Let's have a wrestling match. If anyone can take me down, I'll reward them by excusing them from training for the rest of the day."
This instructor was a current member of the armed forces. Challenging him in strength or wrestling would undoubtedly be a humiliating endeavor. However, the youth were brimming with vigor, and besides, there were no penalties for losing. Many boys were eager to participate. The girls, however, were not so easily convinced. "Monkey brother, we certainly can't take you down."
"Wouldn't that diminish our sense of involvement?"
"You can have the boys compete on your behalf. If they win, you can pass the reward to them," Sun Bing replied with a grin.
"But whether the boys are willing will... Are you feeling a sense of participation now?"
The girls pondered briefly, their gazes drifting toward the boys in their class. The afternoon was still long, and the heat was stifling. Anyone would be eager for a break. "Monkey brother, are you pulling this trick again?" Sun Bing heard a familiar voice from a distance. It was Louis Bay. Not only Louis Bay, but he was also accompanied by 3 other boys. The 404 boy band had come out in full force, intending to head to class afterward. However, before class, Lu Jia proposed stopping by to greet Monkey brother. Louis Bay knew that Lu Jia wasn't there just to see Sun Bing. He was clearly curious about the enigmatic Ji Qingshan. Remarkably, even Zhao Sun did not object this time, so the 4 boys gathered together. Louis Bei's gaze fell upon the seemingly abandoned cup of iced milk tea. They lingered at a distance for a while, as Lu Jia put it, to gather intelligence. Louis Bay was uncertain whether Lu Jia had noticed anything of value, but he observed the unfortunate soul that had failed to engage Ji Qingshan in conversation. Chapter 40. A monkey brother. Sun Bing held a profound impression of Louis Bay, yet his several roommates fell rather short of that mark. After pondering for a moment, he first recognized Hao Zhangwen.
"Fatty. How come after a year you're still this plump?"
Hao Zhangwen replied helplessly, "I haven't lost any weight." Sun Bing then turned his attention to Zhao Sun, slipping into serious contemplation. You are that one, Zhao Sun.
"Did you join the school's debate team?"
Zhao Sun scoffed. "What decent person would join that nonsense? And you were the last one." Lu Jia gazed at Sun Bing's conflicted expression with eager anticipation.
After a moment of thought, Sun Bing asked, "But who were you again?" Lu Jia, monkey brother, how could you forget me?" Lu Jia lamented. "Is there such a person in your class?" Sun Bing inquired.
Jie took leave during military training for a hemorrhoid surgery, so it's normal for monkey brother not to recognize him, Zhao Sun replied calmly.
"He was there."
"Damn it, Sun, don't revise history. I was right next to you back then. Besides, I don't have hemorrhoids. Stop spreading nonsense." Lu Jia retorted sharply. Laughter erupted among the younger students. After the previous encounter, they found Louis Bay to be particularly amusing, and his friends were similarly entertaining. Though, aesthetically, they did not quite match up to Senior Lu. The boy with the braided hair was indeed refined. If one were to judge solely by his face, he was not inferior to Senior Lu, albeit shorter and lacking the height of many girls in their class.
"Senior, what kind of activity do you have planned for us this time? We can hardly wait." "Senior, we were so bored without you." Sob, we waited so long to finally see you." The new students cheered. Rough, Lu Jie whispered to Zhao Sun, why is Louis Bei so popular?
I told you before, it's only natural for him to be well liked. Zhao Sun replied in a similarly hushed tone. Sun Bing immediately became wary. During Louis Bei's previous visit, he had been forcibly detained for over 30 minutes. This time, he needed to exercise greater caution.
Stand still.
Sun Bing commanded Louis Bei, wary and alert.
You can watch from the side, but don't think about disrupting my rhythm.
Louis Bei chuckled silently but nodded in agreement.
He turned his gaze toward the graceful and aloof girl, Ji Qingqian, whose beauty was striking, and their eyes met momentarily. In that fleeting instant, Ji Qingqian quickly averted her gaze. Louis Bei, I must say, this girl is far more attractive than in her photos, Lu Jie whispered. But her aura is overwhelmingly powerful, Hao Zhangwen added. Just now, when faced with someone's advances, she had a flawless defense. Honestly, if I were to ask for her WeChat, I would probably not dare to meet her gaze. Indeed, her temperament is cold and fierce. Zhao Sun nodded in agreement. It feels like saying another word would summon a hidden shark. Louis Bei felt a lingering sense of misunderstanding regarding Ji Qingqian. She was rather charming, how could they deem her so intimidating? Why don't you take the lead? Lu Jie suggested to Louis Bei. I initially thought to support you, but this girl seems to be on an entirely different level. I am afraid I wouldn't be able to keep up. Are you sure this junior was the one who asked Louis Bei for help with her luggage? She hardly seems like the type to do such a thing, Zhao Sun questioned Lu Jie. I too have begun to doubt my recollection, Lu Jie admitted. Yet, on the day of orientation, though not overtly apparent, this junioress demeanor towards Louis Bei certainly felt distinct from her interactions with others. Stop yapping and watch Monkey Brother in action, Louis Bei said. They had primarily come for Ji Qingqian, but Sun Bing's wrestling activity sounded quite intriguing as well. They had experienced it the previous year. Watching the younger students compete against him would surely be entertaining. Sun Bing repeated the rules of the competition. Regardless of whether the new students understood or not, wrestling was simply the objective. Is there no one brave enough to challenge? Sun Bing surveyed the crowd with an imposing glare. Though not particularly tall, his presence commanded respect. The students were eager but hesitated to take the initiative. After a brief pause, someone finally stood up. I'll give it a shot. This individual stood at a similar height to Louis Bei, over 6 feet tall, with a deep complexion akin to Sun Bing's. His arms and neck were robust, exuding an aura of strength without any excess weight. The moment someone stepped forward, the students erupted into cheers. Go for it, Chen Wei. Wei good, eat your vitamins. Tough guy. Wei, soar bravely, if something goes wrong, you take the fall. The loudest cheers came from 3 boys. Louis Bei exchanged glances with his 3 companions, a strong sense of déjà vu washing over them. If all went as expected, Chen Wei's relationship with those 3 boys mirrored their own. So, the goal is to take down the instructor, right? Chen Wei asked quietly, towering in stature but speaking in a soft tone. Exactly, Sun Bing nodded. If you win, you can pass the reward to someone else, correct? Chen Wei inquired again. Sun Bing chuckled, you're already thinking about what to do after winning before the match, you've got quite the confidence. Chen Wei chuckled modestly, his smile genuine. As the two positioned themselves face to face, Zhao Sun offered a reminder of Monkey Brother, be careful. Don't suffer an embarrassing defeat like last year, losing face once is enough. Sun Bing, embarrassed, turned and scolded, only you would say that, shut up. Go. Ha. Sun Bing and Chen Wei began pushing against each other's arms, exerting their strength. Wrestling is fundamentally a contest of strength, where the stronger individual topples their opponent to claim victory. Of course, official wrestling matches entail various rules, but for Sun Bing and his classmates, simplicity was key. The two faced off, and for a moment, neither was willing to yield, neither took a step back. Wow, Lu Jie exclaimed in surprise, is Monkey Brother holding back? No, Louis Bei shook his head, equally astonished by the strength of this Chen Wei. If Sun Bing had been somewhat dismissive at the start, he was now fully engaged, his face flushed with effort, as did Chen Wei's. Ah yeah, both emitted muffled cries, still unwilling to relent. Seriously? Zhao Sun struggled to find words, I was just joking, how unlucky can Monkey Brother be to encounter another strongman? It had been the same last year, Monkey Brother was an active member of the armed forces, after all. It felt as though there were few who could match him, yet somehow, he had encountered all of them. Louis Bei observed the veins popping on Sun Bing's temples and, after a moment of contemplation, quickly turned to Hao Zhangwen, how can our Monkey Brother win without a dedicated BGM? Hurry, turn on the speakers.
The new students, captivated by the intensity of the wrestling match, had yet to react to Liu Bei's words, but before they could, Hao Jiangwan had already pulled out his phone and hit play.
A magnificent song surged through the venue. Monkey brother, monkey brother.
You are incredible, the 5 elements mountain cannot contain you, out jumps the Monkey King. Sun Bing was momentarily stunned. This brat, his anger erupted instantly, only to be forcefully toppled to the ground by Qin Wei.
Chapter 41. Thank you, Senior Ha. Qin Wei, with a flushed face, gasped heavily for breath. His opponent, Instructor Sun Bing, had clumsily tumbled to the ground. The audience erupted in laughter. Senior, you can't say you're not putting on a show.
One song from the Monkey King has completely broken our Monkey King's defense.
Qin Wei, the merit badge is half yours and half belongs to Senior Liu.
Sun Bing, rising from the ground and catching his breath, glared fiercely at Liu. It only proves your skills are lacking, don't blame others. Sun Bing pointed at Liu Bei. Alright, you little rascal. Truth be told, Sun Bing didn't hold any resentment towards Liu Bei. In fact, he felt grateful. Even before Liu played the song, Sun Bing had sensed his impending defeat. This clever move made the onlookers believe his loss stemmed from external interference rather than a lack of strength, providing him with an escape route and preserving his dignity. With his hands on his hips, Sun Bing turned his gaze to the tall, dark-skinned freshman. What a stroke of misfortune to encounter such a formidable opponent.
You're Qin Wei, right? Instructor, do you keep your word? Qin Wei asked quietly. Of course. Sun Bing's flushed face finally began to fade. Looking at you, it seems you intend to bestow your reward upon someone else? Qin Wei nodded vigorously. Yes.
Speak up, let us see which lucky lady it is, Sun Bing prompted. Despite winning the contest and having the liberty to choose, when it came to naming the girl, Qin Wei felt a wave of shyness wash over him. He lowered his head, unable to meet her gaze, and softly uttered 3 words.
Ji Qingqian.
Sun Bing was momentarily taken aback. His first instinct was to look at Liu Bei. Liu Bei was equally stunned, followed by a wry smile. Ji Qingqian was indeed quite popular.
Oh.
So, Qin Wei, you have your sights set on the goddess Ji. Goddess, seeing how sincere my little Wei is, you ought to graciously accept his kind offer. The freshmen began to cheer, their voices rising in excitement. Ji Qingqian remained silent for a moment, glancing at Liu Bei before firmly stating no. Qin Wei was taken aback by the abruptness of the rejection, his expression frozen. Ji Qingqian fell silent again, seemingly gathering her thoughts before managing to articulate 3 words. I'm not tired. After saying that, she turned her gaze toward her roommate, Xu Zhu. Xu Zhu, who had been complaining about the rigors of military training, was indeed the weakest among the 4 in their dormitory. She had been drinking herbal medicine for the past few days. Ji Qingqian pondered for a moment and suggested, why not give it to Xu Zhu? She is feeling a bit unwell.
Xu Zhu.
She hadn't expected to be involved in this. Tears welled in her eyes as she daydreamed of a prince winning over the instructor, whispering softly, my princess, I hope more than anything that you can rest well. Such a scenario had indeed unfolded, but she never imagined that this prince would be Ji Qingqian. Qin Wei's dark complexion flushed crimson, not sure whether it was embarrassment from the rejection or the lingering adrenaline from his earlier exertion. After mulling it over, he nodded.
All right. Then Xu Zhu, you may take a rest.
Sun Bing waved his hand grandly. Xu Zhu turned to Qin Wei. Thank you. She truly felt she was nearing her limit. She glanced at Ji Qingqian, who stood tall and straight, showing no signs of fatigue.
Truly, she was a superwoman. Sun Bing believed that anyone associated with Liu Bei had some merit. Last year, Liu Bei also declined his reward, saying he wanted to give it to Zhao Sun, who in turn claimed that a real man could easily handle military training, drenched in sweat, and passed the opportunity to, if he recalled correctly, it was to Liu Jie.
Sun Bing finally remembered Liu Jie, yet, Liu Jie had also turned it down.
Monkey King, you slipped up this time. A freshman laughed. Is this your first time losing to a student in a wrestling match? Second time.
Sun Bing raised 2 fingers. He was loyal to his friends. Since this kid had gone to great lengths to save his face earlier, he felt compelled to give the kid some credibility in front of his crush. Thus, he recounted his past embarrassment, slapping Liu Bei's chest playfully. The first loss was to this brat. Damn it, do you think I remember him so clearly for no reason? The freshman looked on in shock. Liu Bei was equally surprised. Sun Bing remarked, they might be shocked, but why are you surprised? You haven't forgotten how you beat me last year, have you? Liu Bei replied, no, I just thought you remembered me so well because of my outstanding looks. Cut the crap. Yes, Liu Bei had indeed defeated the Monkey King once. Due to his father's profession, he had undergone physical training and combat exercises since childhood, achieving some prowess. Coupled with the fact that the Monkey King had underestimated him, he had managed to take him down in just a few moves.
Wait, Senior, you're that strong?
You don't look it, so thin, Senior. You're not the type who looks slim in clothes but is muscular without them, right?
You must have abs. Let me feel.
What outrageous words! Louis Bay looked at the group of starry-eyed freshmen, especially the girls. No, the girls were one thing, but a few boys stood with arms wide open, fingers flexing.
What were they planning? He discreetly glanced at the valiant Ji Qingqian. The dark-haired girl slightly furrowed her brows, seemingly displeased. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Bing said, "Bei, since the girls are so enthusiastic, why not show them a little something? Perhaps even the icy goddess might be swayed by your physique."
Sun Bing recalled that at least last year, Louis Bay had been quite impressive. Louis Bay was reluctant to eye in public, undressing in front of everyone. Ji Qingqian would surely skewer him. He sensed that Ji Qingqian's gaze was already sending a silent warning. Do you dare to expose yourself? A man must uphold his dignity. If the valiant lady was interested, that could be discussed privately. Louis Bay hastily changed the subject. Monkey King, speaking of which, I still haven't used my reward from last year.
You haven't used it? Sun Bing responded, and upon realizing Louis Bay's intent, he understood. As expected, Louis Bay's next words were, "So, it wouldn't be a problem to give it to our junior and junior sisters now, would it? As long as they are willing to accept, it's fine."
But honestly, Sun Bing felt the chances were slim. That cold girl had turned down so many suitors over the past few days, not a single one had managed to converse with her for more than 3 sentences. Louis Bay extended his hand toward Ji Qingqian. "Valiant lady, so generous, I just happen to have a reward here, so I'll give it to you, and you can take a break with your friends." Just when everyone expected another resounding rejection, Ji Qingqian surprisingly nodded obediently in front of everyone. "All right, thank you, Senior."
Chapter 42.
Only drink what you buy, right? Has the iceberg melted? The freshmen turned their gaze back to Ji Qingqian, who remained aloof and indifferent, yet she had just clearly articulated, "All right, thank you, Senior." Although it was merely 5 words, the sentiment conveyed was one of agreement and acceptance. This stood in stark contrast to rejection. This was the first time in days that this icy goddess had accepted a gesture of goodwill from the opposite sex. The freshmen couldn't help but glance at their senior, Louis Bay, and then at Qin Wei, who appeared even more tormented upon hearing her words. The contrast was overwhelmingly pronounced. Not only the freshmen, but even Louis Bay's own sons were utterly taken aback, whispering amongst themselves, "Lu Jia, really, Louis Bay?
Zhao Sun, wow. Why does it feel like the difficulty isn't as high as I imagined? How Zhanwen, is Louis Bay truly going to secretly strive and astonish us all?"
What Brother Jia said was indeed correct. This school beauty treated Louis Bay differently from others. Louis Bay smiled at Ji Qingqian. She too wished to smile lightly, but under the scrutiny of so many eyes, she felt uncertain about which expression would be deemed appropriate, ultimately settling for merely pressing her lips together. Yet Louis Bay could still discern the faint glimmer of amusement in her eyes.
"Monkey brother, do you think this Senior Lu has outdone you?" The question came from Chen Wei's roommate. "Who do you think is more formidable, our little Wei or the senior?" He seemed eager to restore Chen Wei's dignity.
Before Sun Bing could respond, someone interjected on his behalf. "The senior won the instructor's favor fairly, right? Though Chen Wei is indeed impressive, in the end, it was the senior's assistance that allowed him to slightly surpass the instructor. Isn't it obvious who was superior?" Sun Bing did not anticipate such a response. He instinctively turned to Louis Bay with a questioning look. "Was this part of your plan?" Louis Bay replied, "Certainly beyond expectation." He had merely sung to elevate Monkey Brother's status, never anticipating it would enhance his own. Sun Bing was an honest man. Although he sided with Louis Bay, he wouldn't belittle Chen Wei's capabilities. "I can't say, they need to compete to determine that." Upon hearing this, Chen Wei seemed eager for a challenge. "Senior, enough, I can't compete with you," Louis Bay replied. Firstly, he did not comprehend the significance of competing with this fellow. This junior merely wished to surpass him to elevate his standing in Ji Qingqian's eyes. However, Louis Bay felt he had no need for such ostentatious maneuvers. Moreover, time's about up.
Louis Bay remarked, "If we don't leave now, we'll be late for class."
Hao Zhangwen glanced at the time displayed on his fitness tracker. Indeed, Monkey Brother, we must depart."
Sun Bing was unrelenting. "Hurry up and scram. I thought you intended to linger here forever." "We'll come back to visit you," Zhao Sun chimed in.
"Don't bring that nonsense. Whenever you show up, it's bound to spell trouble," Sun Bing retorted.
"Goodbye, Monkey Brother," Lu Jia exclaimed.
Sun Bing said nothing, entirely ignoring Lu Jie. Lu Jie's heart ached. Before departing, Louis Bei picked up the cup of milk tea that had long since been disregarded. He gestured to Ji Qingqian. I'll take this to drink. Ji Qingqian remained silent, tacitly acquiescing. Amidst the reluctant farewells from the juniors, Louis Bei punctured the seal of the milk tea with a straw. After taking a sip, he tilted his head in contemplation.
Louis Bei, why aren't you going to ask the school beauty for her WeChat? As they moved further away, Lu Jie continued to showcase his penchant for verbal banter. If you don't go soon, I really want to let you. If I get her WeChat, don't come begging me to give it to you. Zhao Sun. Lu Jie, what are you laughing at? Zhao Sun, I just thought of something amusing. The chubby one, brother Jie, just now you were so nervous you were shaking. I was afraid if you went to ask for her WeChat, you'd end up stammering and hitting your head instead. Lu Jie, nonsense, how could I be that cowardly? If you know nothing, just keep quiet. Zhao Sun began analyzing. We can all see that the school beauty has a special regard for Louis Bei. Surely he must have noticed as well, yet he still maintains his composure without excessive interaction with her. Do you know what this is called? Lu Jie asked. What? Foolishness, this is called playing hard to get. Zhao Sun declared. Whoever speaks first loses. He is waiting for the school beauty to make the first move. Our Louis Bei has truly matured, knowing how to employ strategy. Wow, using strategy in warfare. Louis Bei, you're amazing, practically a general now. Lu Jie looked at Louis Bei. Is that right, Louis Bei? Louis Bei, huh? He had hardly paid attention to the conversation among the three boys. He was busy sipping his milk tea while tapping on the screen to send a message to Ji Qingqian. The taste is truly disappointing. What did you say? Ji Qingqian was allowed a break. Although she still had to remain at the military training venue, she could sit aside and play on her phone. The milk tea I sent you, it's awful. Chu found a shaded spot under a tree and pulled Ji Qingqian to sit there. Ji Qingqian glanced at the message Louis Bei had sent, lightly biting her lip. Did you see it? Referring to the fact that someone had sent her milk tea. Yes, I watched the entire process. It's a bit annoying. Receiving such terrible milk tea would indeed be vexing. Ji Qingqian felt that Louis Bei must be aware of her annoyance regarding the poor quality of the milk tea. She couldn't help but furrow her brows. However, the next message made her relax her expression once more. A bunch of fools, they can't even figure out what flavor of milk tea to send. Are you free later? I'll take you to drink something good. Ji Qingqian smiled faintly. Yes, you're the clever one. You'll be in charge of the milk tea from now on. I will only drink what you buy. Louis Bei, while reading the words on the screen, chewed on the somewhat glutinous pearls in his mouth. What on earth was happening? Ordering milk tea had somehow given him the impression of a tacit lifelong commitment. Louis Bei, what kind of dubious images are you looking at, smiling in such a lewd manner? Lu Jie, the 404 boy band had already settled into the classroom, with only 2 minutes left until class began, and the entire room was in a cacophony. Get lost. Louis Bei pushed him away. Lu Jie continued chatting with Hao Zhangwen, their conversation still revolving around the newly encountered school beauty. There are really few girls as stunning as Ji Qingqian. Lu Jie sincerely praised. Hao Zhangwen agreed. She is even prettier than in the photos. The title school beauty is well deserved. Lu Jie, but her fashion sense isn't great. Hao Zhangwen, aren't they all wearing camouflage uniforms? How can you judge her fashion from that? Lu Jie replied with pride. It's still your brother Jie who pays attention to details. Her shoe color is truly ugly, completely mismatched with her outfit. Louis Bei, don't you think so? Louis Bei. Chapter 43. The campus heartthrob. Louis Bei pondered for a moment and then suggested, Fatty, Sunner, let us visit the milk tea shop after class. It's on me. Hao Zhangwen replied, sounds good. Zhao Sun responded, sure. Lu Jie interjected, wow, Louis Bei is feeling generous today. In that case, I want to. Louis Bei interrupted with a nonchalant smile. Did I say I'd treat you? Why are you making demands here? Lu Jie? Ji Qingqian. Chu called softly, prompting Ji Qingqian to dim her phone screen and turn to look at her. Chu, feeling quite impatient despite having rested under the shade for quite some time, still bore a slight flush on her fair complexion. It seemed she had something to express. After a moment of hesitation, she finally remarked, Senior Louis Bei is rather unique. What she truly wished to convey was that her attitude towards Senior Louis Bei was quite special.
Unlike the other boys, with whom she would dismiss without a second thought, she had graciously accepted Liu Bei's kindness. Was it possible she harbored feelings for him? Yet, upon meeting Ji Qingqian's cool gaze, she lacked the courage to voice her thoughts. Indeed, it was unnecessary for her to delve into someone else's private matters. Although she had suffered a crushing defeat in the campus bell competition, she had not anticipated being effortlessly surpassed by Ji Qingqian in the realm of her admired senior. Chu felt a pang of resentment, but upon seeing Ji Qingqian's expression, she questioned why she was surprised at all. Wasn't it expected? Yet, upon reflection, she couldn't shake off a lingering sense of discontent. She was indeed conflicted.
Ji Qingqian did not refute Chu's statement.
It was true, Liu Bei was indeed exceptional, while others dubbed her a goddess, which, though flattering, began to feel rather cliché after repeated hearing. Liu Bei referred to her as a heroine, which sounded much more stylish, evoking a sense of carefree wandering through the world.
Chu gazed intently at Ji Qingqian's exquisite profile and earnestly encouraged, "You must strive harder."
Ji Qingqian, not fully grasping Chu's words, paused momentarily before softly replying, "Oh."
Chu looked up at the sky, her expression filled with sorrow. Farewell to the romance that had yet to commence with her senior. Several days passed, the campus bell selection had settled into stability. Many were merely seeking novelty, and given the limited number of individuals brave enough to directly approach others in the school, Liu Bei noted that things had quieted down considerably on Ji Qingqian's side. Voting had yet to conclude, but the outcome was already evident. In the third year, the title of campus belle was secured once again by Jiang Zile. In the first year, it appeared Ji Qingqian was on course to claim the title for the third consecutive year. As for the second year, the top three candidates were in a close contest, with only a slight margin separating them from the fourth place. The candidate with the highest votes was Jojo, followed by Su Wenxiu, who had no connections to the 404 boy band. From her photo, she appeared to embody her name, resembling a cultured young lady with thick-rimmed glasses. The third place went to Xiao Li.
Did Li Zi get someone to buy votes for her?
I admit she's somewhat charming, but how did she end up in third place?
Lu Jia expressed his discontent. Liu Bei retrieved his textbook from Hao Fatty's backpack. As soon as the teacher arrived, they would be confined to their seats.
Your Li Zi has quite the social circle, he remarked.
Xiao Li was the type one might not particularly like, yet would never harbor any dislike towards. Moreover, she was part of the student council, frequently hosting various events, thus knowing many people.
When she entered the competition, her friends would come out to support her, teasingly stating, "Isn't this our campus belle, Xia?"
Lu Jia scoffed, using emotional appeal. How shameless. Not a trace of sorrow over the conclusion of the campus bell contest.
Immediately rushing to the next battlefield is, Zhao Sun exclaimed with enthusiasm, the campus heartthrob competition. Following the selection of the campus bell, the tradition at Jiangnan University was to choose the campus heartthrob.
Zhao Sun was not particularly interested in participating himself, nor did he aim to elevate Lu Jia to that status. Rather, it was the abstract nature of the campus heartthrob selection that piqued his curiosity. Unlike the separate voting for the campus bells across 3 grades, the campus heartthrob was a unified selection for the entire school. Rumor had it that several years ago, the chosen campus heartthrob was either a muscular athlete or a dashing idol trainee, both undeniably handsome. However, one year, an unexpected incident occurred when someone mistakenly submitted a photo of Ultraman, which was inadvertently approved during the review process. Thus, this luminary from the Land of Light was elected as the campus heartthrob of Jiangnan University with an astounding 93 of the votes. Since that incident, the review process for the campus heartthrob selection had become rather lenient. Whether one was a Jiangnan University student or even human was of little consequence. As long as they met the criteria of being male, masculine, or of the male species, they were eligible to participate. In one particularly chaotic year, the campus heartthrob nearly turned into a certain Japanese industry veteran named Kato, but after being banned due to legal regulations, the review process became somewhat more restrained. Nevertheless, the core principle remained unchanged. As long as one complied with regulations, anyone could nominate their desired candidate. Liu Bei distinctly remembered last year's final contenders. Wu Yanzu vs. Diga. One was a perfect male beauty who had become a living adjective, while the other was a childhood hero who transformed into light. Their vote count was exceedingly close, and it was only when Jiang Zile, who was the campus belle at the time, personally campaigned for her ideal heartthrob by performing a battle song, Miracle Reappearance, in front of an audience on the playground, that the outcome was solidified. The pairing of Jiang Zile and Diga also sparked a significant amount of popularity, but even now, the thought made Liu Bei exclaim inwardly, "How abstract."
Wow.
Zhao Sun marveled as he checked the campus heartthrob voting results on the university's public account. This year, Diga is still in the lead.
That's the usual pattern, Liu Bei remarked. This year, it's likely to be him again. Senior John's buff is simply too powerful. Even if he fell behind temporarily, once the campus bell performed the battle song, who could withstand that? However, the gap between the second and first place is quite narrow, and there seems to be a hint of surpassing potential, Zhao Sun noted. Is there another contender? Liu Bei became intrigued. Who is the second place? Zhao Sun looked at Liu Bei, his voice low. Daegu. Liu Bei. Diga versus Daegu, why was he dreaming of such a scenario, fighting oneself? Liu Bei thought, wondering whose ludicrous idea this was. It seemed that only Diga could defeat Diga. Zhao Sun, a staunch Diga supporter, was now at a loss over whom to vote for. Hao Zhangwen interrupted their conversation. My performance fee has just come in, let us go out for dinner tonight, it's on me. Lu Jia, both flattering and excited, exclaimed. Dad. Zhao Sun and Liu Bei clasped their fists in salute to Hao Zhangwen, good brother. Then they turned to Lu Jia, good nephew. Lu Jia. Get lost. Hao Zhangwen referred to his performance fee as his copyright earnings. He possessed considerable talent in music and occasionally penned songs for sale. As a newcomer, his fees were relatively modest since he only composed the music, allowing him to earn 3,000 to 4,000 per song. However, this endeavor required more inspiration than Liu Bei's online writing, so Hao Zhangwen treated it as a hobby, occasionally earning some extra cash. Let us go to Heidileo, Liu Bei suggested. I had previously mentioned treating Jie go to Heidileo. It's perfect for us to go together. Not a problem, Hao Zhangwen replied. Chapter 44. The desire to share is the pinnacle of romance. After a day of military training, as Ma Jiao settled into her dormitory, she immediately began tapping on her phone. Chu understood her intentions. All you do is chat with that senior of yours, I can't fathom how you always have so much to discuss. Ma Jiao shot her a sidelong glance. The highest form of romance is the desire to share. If you don't even know that, how can you claim to have been in love? Chu turned her face away dismissively. Oh please, the highest form of romance. I can share too. Juju, I had some delicious fried chicken legs for dinner. What did you eat? I also had fried chicken legs, Wang Ju replied. What a coincidence. Juju indeed, Wang Ju stifled a laugh. Ma Jiao rolled her eyes. Goodness, what an idiot, such a dramatist, but what coincidence, hadn't they gone to the cafeteria together and ordered the same meal? Only Wang Ju would indulge your theatrics, Ma Jiao remarked. Juju is far cuter than your senior. You could never envy that. Chu huffed. The highest form of romance is the desire to share. Lying on her bed like a corpse, Ji Qingqian heard these words. She considered herself quite indifferent when it came to emotional awareness, and she had little understanding of what constituted romance, yet, upon hearing Ma Jiao's statement, she suddenly felt an urge to share something with Liu Bei. However, as she pulled out her phone, she was stumped at the first step. What should she share? It seemed there was nothing particularly interesting to convey. She envied the personalities of Chu and Ma Jiao, who always seemed to keep the conversation flowing effortlessly. Ma Jiao. She finally spoke. After spending these few days together, Ma Jiao could now calmly converse with this icy figure. No longer did she instinctively sit up straight at the sound of her voice. This time, she responded without lifting her gaze from the screen. What do you usually talk about with your boyfriend? Anything and everything that's too broad, give me an example. For instance, Ma Jiao said, looking up at the serious expression of the cool goddess. Ji Qingqian, why are you asking this? Ji Qingqian found herself at a loss for words. You're not trying to find a topic to chat with someone else, are you? No. Ji Qingqian felt her cheeks warm slightly, as if her little secret had been uncovered, and she lay back down. Is it that senior? Ma Jiao's interest peaked instantly, casting aside her boyfriend in the phone. I thought your attitude towards that senior was different. Have you two already added each other on WeChat? No, Ji Qingqian replied. Where would the WeChat come from? They were using QQ. Ma Jiao was utterly unconvinced. It's still Ji Qingqian, huh? Look at how Chu talks so much, yet ends up being overtaken. Chu sulked, her cheeks puffing up like a pufferfish. Ma Jiao, you. Yet, Ma Jiao understood that Chu's feelings towards the Lu senior were not much different from her own. She merely thought he was quite handsome, but there was no genuine affection there. They hadn't even exchanged a single word, so how could there be any heartfelt emotions to speak of? Hence, she felt free to tease. I've said it, Ma Jiao patted Chu's back. It's not shameful to lose to Ji Qingqian. Not shameful, perhaps, but it was certainly frustrating. Chu thought to herself, then shouted to Ji Qingqian. Ji Qingqian, huh? Chu approached Ji Qingqian's bed, gripping the railing tightly and staring intently at her face. Ji Qingqian.
After a long moment of scrutiny, Chuchu finally exhaled yes. Upon seeing that face, her frustration indeed diminished considerably. Losing to such a face was not embarrassing at all.
What stage are you two at in your conversations? Ma Jiao inquired.
None, Ji Chengxian answered, still the same. She felt a hint of shyness. Stop asking. Wang Ju came to Ji Chengxian's rescue, being the only one with a slight inkling of the truth about her relationship with Liu Bei.
Until Ji Qingxian chose to disclose anything herself, she had been discreetly helping to conceal it. Ma Jiao, being understanding, refrained from pressing further, and even provided Ji Qingxian with an answer. You can chat about anything.
If you encounter someone who makes your heart flutter, even a simple hello from them feels sweet.
Oh.
Ji Qingxian said thank you. She attempted to replicate this.
Qingxian, hello.
But after sending it, she looked at those two words and felt they appeared exceedingly foolish. She had known Liu Bei for quite some time. Even if she was unsure about what to share, there was no need to act so foolishly. Ji Qingxian considered retracting it. However, Liu Bei had already replied, with 3 consecutive messages. Bei, I'm good. Bei, everyone is good. Bei, that's the real good. Ji Qingxian suppressed a smile that threatened to bloom. She felt foolish, yet, just right, he was a bit of a fool as well.
Bei, have you eaten, female hero? Qingxian, yes. Qingxian, even if I hadn't eaten, I wouldn't punch you, Bei. Were you with your roommates? Qingxian, yes. Bei, what did you eat? Qingxian, fried chicken legs and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Bei, send me a picture next time, let me enjoy it vicariously, Qingxian. Okay, Ji Qingxian sensed that Bei understood her uncertainty about what to share, and he guided her step by step. Though it resembled comforting a child, it was done with such tenderness. She greatly appreciated this mode of communication. Qingxian, haven't you eaten?
Bei, the dish has just arrived. Bei, a photo. JPG, Ji Qingxian opened it to see a hot pot with a dual-flavored broth, accompanied by freshly served red beef, with dry ice swirling in smoke.
Bei. Female hero, you eat first, Qingxian, you're hogging it all. Inside the He de Leo restaurant.
Slurp slurp. Lu Jia was wildly licking his lips, eagerly awaiting the spicy pot, while Zhao Sun and Hao Pangzi munched on fruit as they waited. Liu Bei, however, focused on the 2 exclamation marks on the screen. Qingxian's way of expressing herself was quite intriguing. She was remarkably candid, and the addition of several exclamation marks at the end of her sentences indicated just how excited she was. It was rare to see even one. Now, there were 2. Liu Bei pondered for a moment, feeling a bit embarrassed. On the day he first met Ji Qingxian, he had confidently declared he would take her out for hot pot. Yet, he and T brought her along and had instead started eating himself. Such betrayal. No wonder she used 2 exclamation marks. Bei, what a jerk. Liu Bei, I'll scold myself first. Don't be angry, female hero. Qingxian, Bei, this time, it's my roommate's treat, so I'll treat the whole dorm. Bei, just let me know when you're free, and I'll take you out, Qingxian. Tomorrow, Bei, alright, I'll come find you tomorrow. Qingxian, you should eat first, don't let yourself go hungry. Bei, okay. Ji Qingxian set her phone down, satisfied. Bei was truly remarkable. Before she could even get upset, he had already quelled her frustration. Ji Qingxian assumed that Liu Bei was immersed in the thrilling joy of his meal when her phone vibrated again. Bei. Video.
Abby, Bei, wow, someone celebrated their birthday at He de Leo, how embarrassing. Should I arrange something like that for you, female hero? Ji Qingxian, no, Bei.
I just saw someone cosplaying as Tifa walk past outside. There are so many cosplayers in Hangzhou. Bei, I'm stuffed. The watermelon today was nice, but I ordered too much beef.
Bei. Heading home now. I picked up some snacks to take back, do you want any?
Bei, damn, why are there so many people on the subway at this hour?
Bei. Heading home, I'll work a bit.
The messages flooded Ji Qingxian's view, and her eyes sparkled with mirth amidst the words. She replied to each one earnestly, though her responses were brief.
Ji Qingxian mused to herself, if the desire to share is the highest form of romance, then Bei must be the most romantic person of all. Chapter 45. You look good too. The following day, Ma Jiao gazed at the ominous clouds looming in the southern sky.
It seems like it's going to rain. Zhu Zhu approached from behind, placing her hands firmly on Ma Jiao's shoulders. I really wish I could live next door to you.
Ma Jiao replied.
You're also a Songshu, my friend, so we should definitely share a meal together. Zhu Zhu exclaimed, rolling her eyes.
Who said anything about singing duets? I meant it's going to rain. Then let's hurry to the cafeteria.
After dinner, we can just hang out in the dormitory, Zhu Zhu urged. The instructor had already called for dismissal, and noticing that Ji Qingqian remained motionless, Zhu Zhu quickly shouted, Ji Qingqian, it's time to eat. This goddess was usually cold and aloof, but she was quite enthusiastic when it came to dining. Ji Qingqian shook her head. I won't be going today. Zhu Zhu asked, oh, are you feeling unwell? She reached out to touch Ji Qingqian's forehead. I'm going out to eat, Ji Qingqian stated. Zhu Zhu nodded. Alright, then how about we all go out to eat? I had mentioned treating you before. Ji Qingqian, what do you feel like eating? Before she could finish, Ma Jiao Jiao tugged at her hem, shaking her head to signal her to refrain from meddling. At first, Zhu Zhu didn't sense anything amiss, but Ma Jiao Jiao's gaze startled her, prompting her to cautiously inquire, are you going out to eat alone? Ji Qingqian shook her head. With whom? Zhu Zhu asked, her tone more tentative. Ji Qingqian remained silent. Ma Jiao Jiao then wrapped her arms around Ji Qingqian's neck, forcibly pulling her closer. Ji Qingqian, why not head back to the dorm to take a shower before you go out? We'll head to the cafeteria first. As they walked away, she whispered in Zhu Zhu's ear, who else could it be but that senior? Things are progressing that quickly? Are they already meeting up? Zhu Zhu exclaimed in disbelief. Who would have thought that senior would pursue her so fervently? Ma Jiao Jiao mused. From a commoner's perspective, Ji Qingqian was certainly not the type to take initiative. It could only be that Liu Bei was the one chasing her. Wang Ju, who believed he had grasped the truth, smiled faintly, concealing his merits and fame. The goddess Ji was not merely taking the initiative, she was boldly charging ahead, also that her Bei could travel from the northeast to the south. After her roommates departed, Ji Qingqian turned towards the dormitory as well. After a vigorous military training session, she certainly needed to wash up and change her clothes. What should she wear? Since Bei loved to admire her legs, she had to devise a way to captivate him. Journey north. I'm downstairs. Liu Bei messaged the gallant Ji Qingqian. She did not reply. She was likely still in the shower. Thus, Liu Bei was not overly anxious. He divided the oranges he had procured from Fatty and shared half with the dormitory aunt. Fearing that lingering in front of the girls' dormitory might create an unfavorable impression, he stepped aside, squatting by the roadside to play with a black and white cow cat. He had heard that this cow cat had been on campus longer than he had, earning the title of Cat Senior. Liu Bei, meow, meow, Senior, have you found a girlfriend after all this time at school? Cat Senior, meow, meow, not yet, how about you? Liu Bei, meow, meow, waiting for the pretty junior to go out for dinner together. Impressive, right? All of the above was merely Liu Bei's imaginative musings. Just as he was about to cease his whimsical thoughts, the cat suddenly let out a piercing meow, then dashed over, delivering a playful paw slap to Liu Bei's face. Immediately after, it leaped onto his cap, using it as a springboard to bound away. The cat strutted off with a wiggling rear, seemingly mocking Liu Bei's ostentatious behavior. Liu Bei. Jealousy, pure and unadulterated jealousy. He brushed off the cat hair from his cap and put it back on. Just then, his phone vibrated. Qingqian, I'm done, coming down shortly. Journey north. Okay, no rush. The phrase no rush was meant for himself. A girl's coming soon was not the same as a boy's. When a boy says coming soon, if more than 3 minutes pass, it's sufficient grounds for a United Nations report calling for a sentence of death. However, a girl's coming soon could take at least half an hour. Liu Bei glanced around. Cat Senior, unable to tolerate his display, had already disappeared from sight. He needed to find some other amusement. His phone vibrated again. Qingqian, I'm here, where are you? Journey north? So soon, had his theory been proven incorrect, he looked towards the girls' dormitory, and a tall, slender figure emerged from the entrance, approaching him. As she drew closer, Ji Qingqian softly complained, what are you doing squatting here? If it weren't for the Auntie's reminder, I wouldn't have found you. Liu Bei crouched slightly while Ji Qingqian stood. He looked up at her. The girl's raven hair fluttered in the wind, slightly swaying. It must have been freshly washed but not completely dried, giving off a delightful citrus fragrance. She wore a short-sleeved white shirt, with a light blue plaid tie at the collar, and a pleated skirt that matched the tie, creating a harmonious ensemble. The skirt extended just above her knees, her long legs encased in black over-the-knee socks. On her feet were classic Converse sneakers, although this time in a high-top style. Liu Bei instinctively glanced at the area between the hem of her skirt and her over-the-knee socks, revealing a patch of fair skin. Few might know that this area actually had a scientific name, referred to as the absolute territory. Ji Qingqian looked down at Liu Bei with an expressionless face. Upon making eye contact, he quickly averted his gaze, rising to his feet and pretending to brush off non-existent dust to alleviate his embarrassment. How could she be so stunning? It was downright unfair. He accidentally found himself entranced once more. JK? Louis Bei inquired. The term JK refers to Jyoshi Kokusei in romanized form, translating to female high school student. Originally a concept unique to Japan, it had evolved into a fashion style over the past decade, now exemplified by the current attire of the gallant Ji Qingqian. Ji Qingqian, with her hands behind her back, bit her lip and softly responded with a nonchalant "Hmm." "Is it suitable?" she asked. Despite her seemingly casual tone, her left hand nervously tugged at her right index finger. "I thought a character from a beautiful girl manga had stepped out of the pages," Louis Bei remarked.
"So, is it suitable?" "Extremely suitable." "Good looking?" "Incredibly good looking."
Louis Bei re-evaluated his beloved Ji Qingqian's beauty, momentarily at a loss for words.
"Will my plain appearance make me seem lowly in comparison?"
He hadn't expected Ji Qingqian to dress up so elaborately before heading out. Meanwhile, Louis Bei remained in his usual oversized white t-shirt and 5-point shorts, prioritizing comfort above all. Ji Qingqian scrutinized Louis Bei's face, examining it closely from left to right. Suddenly, she smiled gently. "It's fine, you look good too." Louis Bei, he turned his face slightly away, his cheeks flushing.
He felt a tinge of shyness. Chapter 46, Take my hand. After receiving a favorable review, Ji Qingqian's tension dissipated entirely, and she felt a deep sense of satisfaction. "I haven't worn this outfit since I bought it," Ji Qingqian said nonchalantly, "as long as it fits well." Louis Bei paused in surprise. "So, does that mean I'm the first to see you wear it?" Ji Qingqian detected a hint of delight in Louis Bei's tone, and she nodded.
Boys, regardless of the situation, always find joy in achieving a first.
"Ah, over here."
Louis Bei circled behind Ji Qingqian and gently smoothed out the slightly wrinkled collar of her dress.
"You must have been in a rush to leave?"
Ji Qingqian acknowledged with a soft hum. "I told you there was no hurry." "But you waited downstairs for quite a while." "Not long, take your time," Ji Qingqian replied. Louis Bei chuckled. "I won't run away. All right, shall we go?" "Sure," Ji Qingqian agreed. Just as she was about to follow Louis Bei out, he waved to someone at the other end. "Goodbye." Auntie Ji Qingqian turned to look. The kind-hearted dormitory matron was smiling cheerfully at the two of them. "Goodbye," Auntie Ji Qingqian echoed. Given her volume, it was questionable whether the matron could hear her. The sight of the two young figures side by side not only brought a smile to the matroness face but also stirred her emotions. Youth, this is what it means to be young. It reminded her of when she too went on dates with her own uncle. What a delightful couple, the matron mused to herself. This evening lacked a sunset, casting a somewhat gloomy atmosphere. The evening breeze swirled the fallen leaves, and the temperature had dropped a bit. Louis Bei looked towards the southern sky, sensing that rain might be imminent. Due to the weather, the streets outside the school were not overly crowded. "Wow, beautiful. Isn't that the school beauty? What was her name again?" It's Ji Qingqian, you fool." "Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Who has that beside her, her boyfriend?" "Wait, that was fast. Does the new school beauty already have a boyfriend?" "Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. To hear you speak is like listening to music." Despite this, there were still some who recognized the enchanting Ji Qingqian among the group. Fortunately, no one approached to strike up a conversation. Only a handful of bold and thick-skinned individuals dared to do so. Louis Bei felt as though he were walking beside a celebrity, and just as he was about to adjust his hat, Ji Qingqian's delicate hand reached out, grasping the brim of his cap and playfully placing it atop her own head. "Don't worry, I washed my hair today," Ji Qingqian whispered, adjusting the strap. Louis Bei was taken aback, then chuckled. "Okay. Such a hassle," Ji Qingqian murmured, not particularly fond of being recognized. Having such striking looks inevitably comes with its own set of challenges. It's only natural to attract attention. Louis Bei replied with a smile, "But don't worry, since you're a freshman, people are simply curious about you, and after some time, this novelty will wear off." Much like Lizzie, who still enjoyed immense popularity, yet walked down the street without being pointed at anymore. There was also one point Louis Bei did not mention. If he continued to accompany the enchanting Ji Qingqian on a few more strolls, he might unintentionally lead others to assume she had a boyfriend. Consequently, those interested in her would dwindle. While it seemed to hinder Ji Qingqian's romantic prospects, she likely wouldn't mind. At least that's how Louis Bei felt. After Ji Qingqian adjusted the brim of her hat, she hopped onto the curb. She extended her soft hand, gently caressing the top of Louis Bei's head. "Your hair is all tangled." Ji Qingqian remarked lightly, "It's as if you've grown too." While smoothing Louis Bei's hair, she glanced elsewhere, just like that cat's ears over there. "Are you what they call a cat-like boy?" Cat-like, Louis Bei followed Ji Qingxian's gaze. To his surprise, it was the senior cat. The calico cat seemed startled, its fur bristled as it arched its back, glaring at Louis Bei. From its vertical pupils, Louis Bei could read, "No way, are you serious?" He narrowed his eyes. "Good luck, senior." He thought the act of patting someone's head is quite an intimate gesture, yet Ji Qingxian could do so naturally. It seemed he indeed held a special place in her heart. Louis Bei felt an inexplicable sense of pride. In the next moment, Ji Qingxian smoothed Louis Bei's hair but did not withdraw her hand. Instead, she placed her gentle palm on his head, reciting, "A celestial being caresses your crown, imparting strength to awaken the spirit." Louis Bei. The whole moment crumbled.
"Heroine, please don't be so dramatic."
Once they exited the school gates, Ji Qingxian planned to hail a taxi. As a native of Hangzhou, Louis Bei pointed out the flaw in her plan. With the current post-work traffic, what should be a half-hour journey could turn into an hour and a half. Let us take the subway instead.
Ji Qingxian complied, obediently retracting her phone.
The nearest Haidilao hotpot was located at the lakeside Intai by West Lake, which Louis Bei had also reserved. The subway ride was straightforward, requiring no transfers. However, the line they would take was the most peculiar in all of Hangzhou, and their destination was the most chaotic station on that line, Longxiankyo. Upon entering the subway station, the flow of people was as dense as a school of fish. Louis Bei and Ji Qingxian passed through security. Since Louis Bei carried a shoulder bag, he had to place it on the conveyor belt for inspection. Afterward, they both scanned their Alipay codes and descended the escalator to wait for their train. The crowd was indeed quite overwhelming. Seeing the throng made Ji Qingxian, who rarely ventured out, feel a bit dizzy. She gently tugged at Louis Bei's hem. He glanced back. Ji Qingxian complained softly, "So many people." "It's rush hour, this is to be expected," Louis Bei replied. "Stay close, don't get lost."
"All right."
Ji Qingxian stood almost pressed against Louis Bei. He could feel the chill of her arm against his, while her fingers clutched the fabric of his shirt tightly. Louis Bei instinctively considered whether to offer his hand. However, upon reflection, despite their good relationship, holding hands felt a bit strange. Yet, he had a peculiar confidence that if he did propose it, Ji Qingxian would likely not refuse. Quite odd indeed. Before he could voice his thoughts, the subway arrived. Passengers disembarked like fish breaking free from a net, while those boarding jostled and pushed forward, eager to enter the carriage, much like fish lured by bait. Ji Qingxian followed closely behind Louis Bei. He could sense her grip on the hem of his shirt tightening. After a moment's consideration, he reached back and grasped her delicate wrist. "Stay close to me," Louis Bei instructed. Ji Qingxian's hand trembled slightly before settling into calmness.
She nodded,
Just as Louis Bei had anticipated, she did not retract her hand, allowing him to hold it firmly. Chapter 47. The delicate waist of a young girl. At this moment, line 1 was unbearably crowded. Louis Bei guided Ji Qingxian to a relatively spacious spot by the car door. He propped himself against the door with one arm, managing to create a small space for Ji Qingxian to stand. The positioning of the two seemed unmistakably like a wall slam. Of course, at this point, Louis Bei had already released Ji Qingxian's wrist, yet, with the throng pressing in around them, they remained uncomfortably close. Leaning down slightly, Louis Bei found himself nearly brushing against the brim of Ji Qingxian's hat. "I'm sorry," Louis Bei said. Ji Qingxian, puzzled, replied, "Why are you apologizing?" Louis Bei was at a loss, unsure what he was apologizing for. With their proximity and the scent of citrus emanating from the young heroine, he felt an inexplicable sense of having overstepped boundaries. Suddenly, someone bumped into Louis Bei from behind. Despite his remarkable stability, he found himself leaning forward. Thankfully, he adjusted swiftly enough to avoid tumbling into Ji Qingxian's embrace. Instinctively, Ji Qingxian reached out, gently pushing against Louis Bei's abdomen. However, once he regained his balance, she did not withdraw her hand. Instead, she began to softly knead his midsection with her delicate fingers. "You really do have them," Ji Qingxian murmured. Louis Bei. "Abs," she clarified, recalling that Sun Bing had mentioned Louis Bei's well-defined abs. "Louis Bei, they feel nice," Ji Qingxian remarked softly. Louis Bei raised an eyebrow, his demeanor becoming somewhat stiff. He realized he had misjudged the situation. It was indeed a matter of who was being forward with whom. "You little rogue." The rogue retorted unabashedly, "You've been staring at my thighs since just now, it seems we are equally guilty." Louis Bei responded, "I certainly did not touch." Could their actions be equated? He merely glanced. Ji Qingxian tilted her fair face, her lips curving slightly. "Do you wish to touch?" Louis Bei took a deep breath, turning his flushed face away, and reluctantly replied, "No." "Oof." Ji Qingxian withdrew her hand. Beneath her calm exterior, a faint blush crept to her ears. Upon arriving at Longshan Bridge Station and emerging from the packed subway, both exhaled in relief. Louis Bei stretched his waist, exhausted. "Let us go." The subway station connected directly to a shopping mall. After exiting, Louis Bei and Ji Qingshan boarded the elevator to their destination, the 5th floor of I-77 in Tai, home to a Haidilao restaurant. This establishment was perpetually bustling with patrons, especially during mealtimes. When they arrived, the queue snaked outside. I once waited from 6 to 9, Louis Bei told Ji Qingshan. It was quite absurd.
Ji Qingshan nodded, obediently trailing behind him.
Thankfully, having learned from past experiences, Louis Bei had made an online reservation in advance. Just as they arrived, the front desk attendant called their reservation number.
2 customers, Louis Bei said.
This way, please, the attendant replied. As they stepped through the doors, the staff on either side greeted them enthusiastically. Welcome. The exuberant welcome typical of Haidilao caught Ji Qingshan off guard, prompting her to clutch Louis Bei's clothing. After escorting them to their table, the attendant handed them a tablet to place their orders. Standing by to take their selections, noticing Ji Qingshan's slight discomfort at sitting opposite him, Louis Bei smiled and said to the attendant, I'll call you when we're ready to order.
After the attendant acknowledged him and left, Ji Qingshan finally relaxed.
There are so many people, she whispered. It's making me a bit dizzy. She glanced around, her attention captured by a distant table where a noodle-pulling performance was underway.
Do they really do that noodle acrobatics? She exclaimed. Ah. That. I've only seen it online before.
Louis Bei turned to observe the performance, which, along with birthday celebrations, was a common feature at Haidilao, something he had long since become accustomed to.
Yet, Ji Qingshan's sense of novelty piqued his curiosity. Is this your first visit?
Ji Qingshan shot him a cold glance.
Is that a problem? She asked indifferently. Gotta know, it certainly wasn't he.
Louis Bei thought Haidilao was relatively pricey, so it was understandable that most university students would refrain from dining here. However, given her status, one would think such trivial expenses wouldn't faze her. Ji Qingshan seemed to read his thoughts. It's not just Haidilao, I've hardly had hot pot at all, she said.
Different customs? Louis Bei mused, thinking that barbecues were indeed more popular in the Northeast. I'm not like you. I have no friends, Ji Qingshan replied flatly. Louis Bei, isn't dining alone at a hot pot place rather lonely?
Ji Qingshan continued, the few times I went were with family, but my parents usually aren't in the Northeast, so the last time I had it was,
5 years, or was it 6?
Louis Bei glanced up at the glaring fluorescent lights. He could hardly believe he had to slap himself awake in the middle of the night.
Well, now it's better, Ji Qingshan said cheerfully. You're taking me.
Louis Bei looked at the girl, her eyes sparkling with a hint of a smile.
He nodded earnestly. Let us enjoy. Ji Qingshan replied, yes, let us enjoy. I'll order a inyan pot, with a beef tallow and tomato base. Just go ahead and decide. Do you have any dietary restrictions or things you don't eat?
Ji Qingshan pondered seriously for a moment. I don't eat sh. Louis Bei anticipated her words. Heroin, please hold your tongue. They still needed to eat. No need to go there. Louis Bei swiftly ordered several dishes he often enjoyed. After placing the order, he was about to call the attendant when Ji Qingshan stood up and approached his side, saying, You get up.
Louis Bei.
Confused but obedient, he stood up, and Ji Qingshan slipped into his row of seating. The seating at Haidilao was designed for 4, originally arranged as Qingshan table Bei. Now it transformed into empty table. Qingshan Bei I want to sit with you, Ji Qingshan stated, leaning against the wall of the booth. Louis Bei chuckled, all right. After calling the attendant again, Ji Qingshan, now comfortably nestled behind Louis Bei, appeared much more at ease. The attendant handed an apron to Louis Bei, who then glanced at the menu. Your dishes will be out shortly, please wait.
Thank you, Louis Bei replied, turning to hand one of the aprons to Ji Qingshan. Put this on, so you don't accidentally stain your little white shirt. It'll be hard to wash. Ji Qingshan did not take it but leaned forward, exposing her delicate neck. Louis Bei, he sighed, organizing the apron before draping it around Ji Qingshan's neck. Ji Qingshan adjusted the front of her clothing, and Louis Bei said, turn around, I'll tie it for you. Okay, Ji Qingshan replied obediently. Louis Bei tied a beautiful bow, accentuating the young girl's slender waist. How delicate, Louis Bei thought to himself. Chapter 48 UE2 After tying an apron around Ji Qingshan, Louis Bei stood up. Where are you going? Ji Qingshan inquired. To get the condiments. Louis Bei gestured towards the nearby condiment station. Would you like to join me? Indeed, Ji Qingshan had never been to Haidilao nor had she indulged in hot pot frequently. She proceeded to mimic Louis Bei's actions. As Louis Bei approached the condiment station, she followed suit. He retrieved a condiment bowl from beneath the counter, and she crouched down to procure one as well.
Louis Bei began to add beef sauce, oyster sauce, cilantro, and sesame oil to his bowl, and Ji Qingqian mirrored him.
Are you not going to learn this?
Louis Bei observed as Ji Qingqian began to improvise during this step. First, she scooped a spoonful of mushroom sauce, inhaled its aroma, and then poured it all into her bowl. Next, she took a spoonful of peanut butter, sniffed it, and again, emptied it into the bowl. After experimenting with 7 or 8 variations, she finally appeared satisfied. "This looks delicious at a glance," Ji Qingqian proclaimed, lifting her snow-white chin, exuding a hint of pride. Louis Bei remarked.
"Oh, don't you eat scallions?"
He noted that her bowl contained cilantro but lacked scallions. "I can eat them, but I don't particularly like them," Ji Qingqian replied. "Children who eat scallions are sharper, after all, clever," Louis Bei teased.
"What a terrible pun," Ji Qingqian scoffed. "Besides, you didn't add them either. Does that make you a fool as well?"
As Louis Bei and Ji Qingqian returned to their seats, the spicy beef broth had already reached a boil.
Louis Bei was the first to place the thinly sliced beef into the pot. After tying her hair into a ponytail, Ji Qingqian fixated on the bubbling broth. "When can we eat?" "Follow my lead."
"I will declare when it's time to eat," Louis Bei instructed.
"All right," Ji Qingqian nodded. "The sniper is ready, prepared to fire at any moment." Before they could commence their feast, a minor interruption occurred.
Due to their order of the tomato broth, a staff member enthusiastically approached with a bowl of diced beef, inquiring if they would like some soup. After all, the allure of Hey de Leo's tomato broth lies in its delightful soup. The service at Hey de Leo is renowned for its warmth, with staff eager to attend to patrons at all times. Typically, Louis Bei would allow the staff to manage everything, but this time, he had brought along Ji Qingqian, and she transformed into a sweet Ji Qingqian in the presence of strangers.
"Thank you, but I can manage myself," Louis Bei said.
"All right." The restaurant was quite busy, and the waitress did not press further. Before departing, she glanced at Ji Qingqian and then at Louis Bei, thinking they were a couple, inseparable and affectionate. They even preferred to sit in close proximity. No wonder they were reluctant to let others disturb them. Speaking of which, the girl was undeniably beautiful, and the boy was no less, certainly deserving of the title handsome. It seems only handsome men and beautiful women are entitled to the sweetness of love. When will the country bestow such sweet romance upon ordinary folk like her? Unbeknownst to Louis Bei, his seemingly simple remark had inadvertently cast a shadow of melancholy upon the diligent waitress.
He was still ladling tomato soup for the now hungry Ji Qingqian.
"Blow on it to cool it down," Louis Bei suggested. Ji Qingqian held the small bowl delicately, her rosy lips pursing as she blew softly, releasing a fragrant breeze. After tying her hair into braids, her swan-like neck appeared even more elongated, with a small blemish on her fair skin, a mole previously touched by Louis Bei, the sensation from that night. He hurriedly collected his thoughts, scolding himself for being distracted while dining. The thinly sliced beef cooked rapidly, soon ready to be retrieved from the pot.
"Shall I place it here?"
Louis Bei scrutinized Ji Qingqian's bowl, which resembled a mosaic of unidentifiable substances, his brows furrowing.
Is it ready to eat?"
Ji Qingqian, lacking experience with hot pot, relied on Louis Bei to determine the meat's doneness. He nodded, and she took a bite, her previously composed expression twisting slightly. "It's awful."
"Is it really cooked, Louis Bei? You're deceiving me."
Louis Bei pointed his chopsticks at the mosaic in Ji Qingqian's bowl, after retrieving a piece for himself and dipping it into his secret blend of condiments. "Try this." Ji Qingqian hesitated but ultimately picked it up with her chopsticks and placed it in her mouth. This time, her expression transformed, her eyes sparkling with newfound brightness. Louis Bei took her bowl of mismatched concoction and placed it on his side, then pushed his condiment bowl towards her. "Now do you understand why I didn't add scallions?"
"Was it not for your enjoyment?"
Perhaps the flavor of his concoction was so extraordinary that it made Ji Qingqian feel as though Louis Bei's mix was truly divine. She felt a tinge of embarrassment. "I must admit, you excel in the realm of condiments."
"You are simply too weak," he retorted. "But I must criticize you. You should have reminded me while preparing the condiments. Would you have believed me?"
Ji Qingqian countered, her expression contemplative.
"You are quite stubborn," Louis Bei replied.
"You are right," Ji Qingqian conceded, wrinkling her nose and letting out a light huff. Although somewhat embarrassed, she felt elated. After all this time, Louis Bei truly understood her. Perhaps it was the exhausting afternoon of military training that left her truly famished. As Ji Qingqian consumed her food, her shoulders swayed gently, a serene smile gracing her lips, radiating bliss. Louis Bei recalled the comments made by their classmates during the school beauty competition regarding her, tall and aloof, resembling a block of ice. Yet, where was the aloofness? Louis Bei felt compelled to refute their claims. She was utterly delightful. Ji Qingqian remained as adept at devouring her meal as ever. Liu Bei added the rice rolls and shrimp dumplings to the pot. Remarkably, Ji Qingqian's eating pace matched the speed at which she placed food into the boiling broth. Such an appetite, yet her waist remained so slender. The nourishment surely went precisely where it was needed. As Liu Bei's mind wandered to these frivolous matters, Ji Qingqian suddenly widened her eyes, staring at him.
Well, what's wrong? Liu Bei felt a pang of anxiety.
If she caught him stealing glances at her legs, he would surely be caught red-handed for peeking at her chest as well. Ji Qingqian elongated the sound, reminiscent of teaching the first syllable of pinyin. Certain human reflexes are intriguing. When one sees another yawn, one cannot help but yawn in response. If someone leads with an ah, others instinctively follow suit. Liu Bei echoed, ah. Ji Qingqian swiftly picked up a shrimp dumpling from her condiment bowl and, with remarkable speed, delivered it to Liu Bei's open mouth.
Liu Bei, Ji Qingqian remarked nonchalantly, you should eat too, don't just keep serving me. Liu Bei, oh. Now that I've fed you, why are you still staring at me? Ji Qingqian chided. Liu Bei averted his gaze. To be precise, he was not looking at Ji Qingqian but rather at the chopsticks she gripped delicately between her pearly fingers. The chopsticks belonged to Ji Qingqian, yet she had just placed them into his mouth. While they had previously shared a bottle of water inadvertently, there had at least been a cap providing some semblance of safety. He discreetly glanced at Ji Qingqian, who remained blissfully unaware, even playfully nibbling on the tips of her chopsticks. Fool, hurry up and eat, Ji Qingqian urged him.
Never mind, as long as they remained silent, no one would feel awkward. Let us pretend nothing occurred, Liu Bei resolved internally. Ji Qingqian was well aware of what had transpired. The last time had been a flustered affair, merely a sudden occurrence that had taken her by surprise, but today, it was all part of her plan, so it was of no consequence. In truth, she didn't mind having such contact with Liu Bei at all. Chapter 49. Rubber bands and shirts. Are you full?
Liu Bei inquired. Yes, I am. Was it delicious? Indeed, it was.
Ji Qingqian gently patted her round belly, seemingly pondering something. A sense of foreboding washed over Liu Bei. Heroine, please don't, but Ji Qingqian had already spoken. You've made my belly grow.
Liu Bei, you thought?
Who said she was aloof? Come forth. Liu Bei was ready to challenge him. It's been ages since I had hot pot. It tastes even better than I remembered. Ji Qingqian chuckled softly. This is the best hot pot I have ever had.
That's just the beginning.
Liu Bei remarked, noting that while Heartbreak is renowned, its flavor is merely satisfactory, not exceptional. For truly exquisite hot pot, one must venture to Chaoshan or the Mountain City. Then you must take me there in the future, Ji Qingqian replied nonchalantly. Heroine, your too casual remarks have transported me 2,000 kilometers away, Liu Bei said.
Are you unwilling?
Ji Qingqian asked, visibly displeased, tempting me without taking action, you scoundrel.
Go away. Liu Bei retorted, we'll go when we have time.
Yes, there will be plenty of time in the future, Ji Qingqian affirmed. Time is on our side. She did not recall when it began, but she had grown fond of this phrase. She gazed at Liu Bei, determined to spend a long time with him, to go anywhere together. The two indulged in some complimentary fruit. After a brief respite, Liu Bei summoned the waiter to settle the bill. However, the payment was made by the heroine, as Liu Bei had previously accepted 100 yuan from her as a token when he bought her shoes. Ji Qingqian surmised that even the cheapest Antas shoes could not possibly cost just 100, yet she did not argue. Thus, if Liu Bei were to try to pay this time, the heroine would likely give him a cold shoulder. The two chewed on mint candies as they exited the Heartbreak. Ji Qingqian casually undid her ponytail. Liu Bei had just thought that Ji Qingqian looked better with her hair tied back, exuding a spirited charm, but now, with her hair cascading down, he found her even more captivating, radiating an unparalleled elegance.
Please hold this for me. Ji Qingqian handed Liu Bei the hair tie.
The tie was half azure, half white, quite aesthetically pleasing. Liu Bei, perplexed, asked, hold it? You can tie it around your wrist if you like, Ji Qingqian instructed. Liu Bei paused momentarily, then acquiesced, taking the hair tie and securing it around his right wrist. Ji Qingqian pursed her lips, her eyes gleaming with joy. It suits you quite well. Liu Bei smiled, lifting his wrist. Indeed. Heartbreak is located on the 5th floor of I-77 Intai City. After feasting, Liu Bei initially intended to accompany Ji Qingqian downstairs, but after glancing down, he pulled out his phone to check. I had planned to stroll around West Lake with you.
Had planned? Ji Qingqian furrowed her brow. Is it not possible now?
Why? It's raining. Look, there are people with umbrellas downstairs. Though a saying goes, sunny West Lake is not as beautiful as rainy West Lake, this only holds true during the day. At night, a rainy West Lake is engulfed in darkness and poses a risk of slipping. The weather forecast indicates rain as well. Louis Bei showed her his phone. Ji Qingshan pouted, displaying her displeasure, her voice laced with indignation. Darn the heavens, let us find another opportunity, he suggested.
Oh. Ji Qingshan was not pleased, so we're going back? How about we browse around the mall?
Although such malls lack uniqueness, they are ubiquitous, Louis Bei proposed. Ji Qingshan raised an eyebrow, her spirits lifting. No worries as long as you are with me, every place is special. Or rather, you are the special one. Ji Qingshan was filled with warmth, her thoughts shifting. Right, you are particularly lecherous, she remarked. Louis Bei, no, heroine, I truly didn't peek this time. Louis Bei and Ji Qingshan wandered aimlessly through several stores, digesting their meal while passing the time. Eventually, they found themselves in front of a row of gasopan machines set up in the mall. Louis Bei knew rationally that gasopan machines were quite a poor investment. The trinkets dispensed from these machines were unpredictable, and even if one were to obtain a desired item, he felt the 29 yuan price tag could easily be found online from Yiwu. But judging from an emotional perspective, it was thrilling. The allure of drawing cards and unboxing treasures is something humanity cannot resist. When out for fun, one must appreciate the ambience.
We agreed on one turn each.
No greed, Louis Bei established the ground rules with the heroine. Alright, Ji Qingshan nodded. Louis Bei scanned the QR code for a total of 58 yuan, that meant just 2 attempts. He took the lead, with Ji Qingshan following closely behind. Together, they twisted the spherical capsules reminiscent of pokeballs. After the gasopan process, they finally caught a glimpse of the treasures hidden within. Ji Qingshan's capsule contained a plush toy keychain resembling the sun, and upon closer inspection, the sun bore the cherubic face of Winnie the Pooh. Meanwhile, Louis Bei received a metallic pendant depicting a wolf's head, reminiscent of the mark of Geralt of Rivia from the game The Witcher 3.
Winnie and the White Wolf. How is it that these two entirely disparate items emerged from the same gasopan machine? Louis Bei lamented. I want this.
Ji Qingshan seized the metallic pendant and stated coolly, I am a lone wolf in the wind.
This suits me, and this one is for you. Ji Qingshan affixed the Winnie sun to Louis Bei's canvas shoulder bag. After securing it, she gazed into Louis Bei's eyes and softly yet earnestly said, Bei, you are the sun. Ji Qingshan's traditionally cool demeanor transformed into something fervent at the utterance of you are the sun. It was as if Louis Bei could truly illuminate her life. She looked at him with sincerity and warmth. Louis Bei found himself at a loss for words, instinctively averting his gaze, unsure how to meet her eyes. Ji Qingshan swallowed hard, speaking earnestly. So, can you make the rain stop? How could that possibly be done? TSK, what a useless sun. Isn't the sun useless at night? Ji Qingshan,
although not late, Zhujiang lacks a nightlife, and I-77 Intai only operates until 10. Louis Bei agreed, traffic should be light now. He rummaged through his shoulder bag. Ji Qingshan finally understood what was inside. A foldable umbrella and a long-sleeved shirt. I checked the temperature, it's getting cooler outside, please put on the shirt, Louis Bei said with a smile. Ji Qingshan glanced at the shirt and then at him, her expression slightly disdainful.
A plaid shirt?
Please do not forget, we are computer science majors, plaid shirts are indeed the quintessential attire for aspiring programmers like us.
Chapter 50. I am very happy, and I hope you are too. In the Jiangnan region, the autumn heat of September does not easily dissipate.
However, the coolness can still be felt during the rainy nights. Ji Qingshan, tall and graceful, found that the plaid shirt belonging to Louis Bei was still a couple of sizes too large for her. The long sleeves dragged down, revealing only a hint of her delicate, pale fingertips. Ji Qingshan glanced sideways at the young man beside her, who was holding the umbrella for her. It was the first rain since her arrival in Hangzhou, and also her first experience dining at Heidileo. Furthermore, it marked her inaugural moment sharing an umbrella with a boy of her age. Fortunately, all these firsts were experienced alongside this young man. While these moments may seem ordinary, Ji Qingshan felt that they would hold a unique flavor when reminisced about in the future. A hailed taxi quickly arrived to pick them up. After confirming the license plate, the two of them climbed into the back seat together. Louis Bei verified the phone number with the driver, who then started the car. Although Ji Qingshan rarely ventured out, she was not completely isolated from the world. She still occasionally took taxis. However, in the past, once she got into the car, she would promptly don her Bluetooth headset, a perfect solution to avoid conversing with strangers. Taxi drivers often tended to be quite talkative, and Ji Qingshan particularly struggled to handle such people. Yet today, she found herself engrossed in the banter between the driver and Louis Bei. The driver was a middle-aged man, around 40 years old, perhaps due to the fact that their destination was set to the north gate of Jiangnan University. He inquired, "Young man, are you students of Jiangnan University?" "Ah, yes," Louis Bei replied with a smile. The driver's tone was envious. "How wonderful! Jiangnan University is a prestigious institution in Jiangsu and Zhejiang. I wish my son could gain admission there." "How old is your son?" Louis Bei asked. Unlike Qi Qingshan, Louis Bei had a talent for striking up conversations with anyone. "He just entered high school," the driver began to complain, echoing the sentiments of many parents of high school students. "But he spends all day playing video games and hardly completes his homework." Aside, "If only my son could be as diligent as you two." Louis Bei exchanged a knowing glance with Qi Qingshan. They both had been true gaming prodigies during their high school days. They had truly squandered the driver's praise. "He is still young. Perhaps in a couple of months, he'll find the motivation to work harder," Louis Bei suggested. Suddenly, he thought that perhaps the motivation for Qi Qingshan to strive should be him. At this thought, the hair tie that had previously gone unnoticed on his right wrist felt as though it tightened slightly, causing his heart to contract as well.
It truly was not easy, this girl. The driver was also reluctant to dwell on complaints in front of the two young people. He chuckled. "Indeed," then he teased, "I'll tell him when I get home that if he gets into Jiangnan University, he might find a beautiful girlfriend like you, and maybe he'll be inspired." "Not at all." Qi Qingshan, who had been silent, suddenly interrupted. "That is not true." Louis Bei was momentarily taken aback. Although it was indeed not true, he felt he should have explained, even if the girl did not mention it first. However, her decisive tone still made him feel, well, a bit pained, especially since her tone was so resolute. Qi Qingshan continued, "She is not that beautiful." After a sigh of relief, Louis Bei inwardly scolded himself. How ridiculous, why should he feel so anxious? Qi Qingshan noticed Louis Bei looking at her and turned her face away. Her eyes sparkled brightly. "Ah, young lady, you're being too modest." The driver laughed heartily. "Ask your boyfriend, I bet you're the most beautiful girl he has ever seen." Qi Qingshan would never ask. However, Louis Bei obliged the driver's comment, responding with a smile. "Yes, she is indeed the most beautiful." Qi Qingshan clenched her hands into fists resting on her lap, mumbling softly, "That is nonsense." Thankfully, the dim light in the car concealed her flushed cheeks, and her hair fell down, preventing Louis Bei from noticing her embarrassment. It was genuinely difficult for her to cope with such sudden compliments. How despicable, how wicked, that troublesome Louis Bei. Qi Qingshan cursed him several times in her heart, yet could not help but smile. The north gate was the closest entrance to the dormitory building. They first passed by the boys' dormitory. Qi Qingshan intended to reach for the umbrella handle, hoping to let Louis Bei head back to his dorm first. But Louis Bei refused to budge. "I'll walk you back first." "It's not far. I'll walk you back. I'm not an idiot. I want to get lost. I just want to stay with you a little longer," Louis Bei said. "If we look for another place to sit for a while, it'll take too long and affect your rest. Walking with you to the girls' dorm is just the right amount of time." Qi Qingshan bit her lip gently, lowering her gaze as her hands fell to her sides. Of the raindrops pattered down into the puddles on the ground. Her ears, having returned to normal not long ago, felt warm again. "It is not like we won't see each other again in the future," Qi Qingshan said. He was still so concerned about a mere few minutes. "Future matters can be discussed later," Louis Bei asserted with conviction. "Today is today, we cannot lose even a moment." "I am precisely the kind of good man who calculates every detail." "You're just being petty," Qi Qingshan retorted. "A few minutes, just a few minutes." Yet Louis Bei's words filled Qi Qingshan with a sense of anticipation during their shared moments. Despite the drizzling rain, she wished the distance from the boys' dorm to the girls' dorm could be just a tad longer. Just a tad longer. The more time they could share under the same umbrella, the better. The heavy rain, combined with the late hour, meant hardly any students were entering or exiting the dormitory. The only sound was the whisper of rain falling on the leaves beside the dormitory. "Well, I'll head back now," Qi Qingshan said at the entrance to the dormitory. Under the stark white light of the hallway, she noticed that Louis Bei's left shoulder was wet. She had been standing to his right, and her own right shoulder was almost completely dry. "Get to bed early," Louis Bei said with a smile. "The weather in Jiangnan changes quickly. It might clear up by tomorrow morning, and we still have military training to continue." Qi Qingshan nodded. She could not ignore the dampness on Louis Bei's left shoulder. "All right then, bye-bye," Louis Bei said, just as he turned to leave. "Louis Bei," Qi Qingshan called out. Louis Bei responded. He saw the corners of Qi Qingshan's mouth lift, not deeply, but still a genuine smile. "I had a wonderful day today," she said, "and I hope you did too." Louis Bei stared in astonishment at the straightforwardly candid Qi Qingshan. Her unguarded expression of her feelings caught him off guard. Even more unexpectedly, Louis Bei glanced to her side. Qi Qingshan asked, "What is it?" Following her gaze, they saw the dormitory supervisor standing nearby. The auntie immediately dropped her motherly smile, adopting a serious demeanor. "The weather is quite nice today, with both wind and rain." "Oh, when did you both return?" I didn't hear anything. Just pretend I'm not here." Qi Qingshan lowered her head, forgetting to bid farewell to Louis Bei, and scurried into the stairwell like a little hamster.
Louis Bei chuckled softly. Goodbye, Auntie. Chapter 51. The circus owes you a raise. Ji Qingqian lowered her head and hurried up to the third floor in one breath. Standing before the dormitory, she took a deep breath. How shameful! The moment she saw the dorm manager, she nearly embarrassed herself to the point of wanting to dig a hole in the ground. Shortly after, Ji Qingqian's phone buzzed with messages.
Lu Xiang Bei. Heroine, you didn't even say goodbye to me. Lu Xiang Bei, you disappointed. Lu Xiang Bei, it feels like today's outing ended rather abruptly. Qing Qian. Qing Qian. Goodbye.
Lu Xiang Bei. Farewells cannot be expressed through text, they must be spoken aloud.
Qing Qian? Qing Qian, you're quite demanding, aren't you?
She took another deep breath, pressed the voice message button, and softly spoke into her phone. Goodbye.
Qing Qian 1S, Lu Xiang Bei 5S, Ji Qingqian.
She clicked on the voice message sent by Louis Bei.
I am also quite happy. I might even be a bit happier than you. Whoosh. Louis Bei's words hit Ji Qingqian's little heart like an arrow.
Cunning. Deceitful. Shameless. It was astonishing how easily he could strum her heartstrings. Ji Qingqian feigned calmness as she typed.
Qingqian, you better be. Just then. Wang Ju is inviting you to a WeChat call. Ji Qingqian. She abruptly cut off the call and opened the dormitory door that faced her. Inside was Wang Ju, her phone now away from her ear. Just as she began to say, I won't answer, Ji Qingqian walked in and asked, what's wrong? Oh, we saw how heavily it was raining, and you weren't coming back, so we were a bit worried, Ma Jiao replied. She had barely finished her sentence when her words caught in her throat. The three girls in the dormitory looked Ji Qingqian up and down, as if she had a painted face. Ji Qingqian found it odd. She had controlled her facial muscles when she entered, ensuring she wouldn't reveal any strange expressions. Then she noticed it. It felt as if she had forgotten something. She instinctively raised her arm, realizing that the sleeves of her shirt were longer than her arms. Then she touched her head, the duckbill cap still perched atop it. She had forgotten to return the hat and shirt to Bei. Ahem. Ma Jiao was the first to break the suspicious silence in the dormitory. Qingqian, what did you and Senior Lu eat?
Originally, she had merely suspected with an 80% certainty, but now she was 100% sure that the person Ji Qingqian had gone out to eat with was Louis Bei. She had never seen this shirt before. During the few times she had seen Louis Bei, he had been wearing this very duckbill cap that now adorned Ji Qingqian's head. Ma Jiao was too familiar with it. Ji Qingqian had no choice but to answer truthfully, Hi Di Lao Hot Pot.
Not bad. Ma Jiao smiled. How was your conversation?
Ji Qingqian. She was uncertain how to respond and, after a moment of contemplation, simply stated two words.
Quite good. However, Ma Jiao was already thoroughly satisfied. She leaned over and nudged the nearly expressionless Chu Zhu's shoulder. I told you, didn't I? Previously, she had informed Chu Zhu that the person Ji Qingqian was going out with was Louis Bei. Chu Zhu had remained skeptical. It wasn't that she doubted Ji Qingqian's charm could win over Louis Bei, rather, the new campus belle's demeanor was undeniably aloof. It seemed too quick for her to be swept off her feet so soon after the semester began. How could that possibly align with her distant aura? But now, with the hat serving as undeniable proof, it seemed the icy flower of love was indeed beginning to bloom. She gazed at Ji Qingqian in disbelief. Where had she gone wrong? After Ji Qingqian tossed Louis Bei's checkered shirt onto her bed, she coolly remarked, I'm going to take a shower. Having already showered earlier, she needed to wash again after the hot pot had left her with an odor. As the three girls soon discovered, their high-cold campus belle was clad in a JK uniform they had never seen before. Once Ji Qingqian entered the bathroom with a basin and towel, Ma Jiao whispered to Chu Zhu, it seems this is somewhat different from what I had anticipated. In her imagination, the senior should have been pursuing Ji Qingqian relentlessly, but Ji Qingqian's JK outfit suggested she was quite engaged in the affair herself. Louis Bei really knows how to charm, doesn't he? Ma Jiao mused. Chu Zhu, no longer paying heed to Ma Jiao's speculations, dramatically flung herself around Wang Ju's shoulders. Ju, now there's a traitor in the dormitory, you can't leave me anymore. Previously, Chu Zhu had referred to Ma Jiao as a traitor since she was the only one in the dormitory with a partner. Ma Jiao adjusted her glasses, the lenses glinting with light. The current situation is 2v2, who the traitor is remains to be seen. Ju, we must resist this encroachment, we absolutely cannot compromise with these love-struck fools. Chu Zhu fixed her gaze on Wang Ju's profile. You wouldn't secretly be in love, would you? Wang Ju quickly shook her head. I wouldn't. She felt no one would want to date a girl like her, who was so ordinary. Ju, you truly are my most loyal teammate. Chu Zhu was deeply moved. She then picked up her phone and opened the game Chicken Elite. Hey, Ma Jiao, how did you and your boyfriend get together? Share some tips. What should I say once I open my mic? Xu Zhu inquired. I think you're the real traitor in our dormitory. Ma Jiao Jiao retorted.
While assuring Wang Ju of her loyalty to the single crowd, she was simultaneously asking Ma Jiao Jiao for advice on online dating. Ma Jiao Jiao and Xu Zhu played a couple of rounds together. In the first match, they both met an untimely ENDI. In the second, they altered their strategy, playing cautiously, but still fell short before the final circle, ultimately being taken down by 2 sniper shots and finishing in a rather average 16th place. After their game, the two girls leaned against each other, as if having glimpsed the truth of the world, their souls drifting away.
Must be a cheat, right? Xu Zhu speculated. Ma Jiao Jiao remained silent. Xu Zhu was more convinced. It's definitely a cheat. My skills are so refined, my hiding spot's so clever, my footwork so nimble, there is no way they could have hit me. Definitely a cheat. Our Chaozhou beef hot pot is unmatched, you can't even compare it with others. Can you recommend a few places? I'd like to try it sometime.
Why recommend? If you ever come to Chaozhou, I'll take you directly.
Xu Zhu replied.
Then Ma Jiao Jiao tugged at her shirt hem. Xu Zhu glanced at Ma Jiao Jiao, then at Ji Qingqian, who appeared somewhat troubled. She recalled how earlier that afternoon, Ji Qingqian had suggested going out to eat, and she had foolishly offered to accompany her, only to find out Ji Qingqian was on a date. At that moment, just as it had been earlier, Xu Zhu sighed, twisted the cap off a bottle of Nongfu Spring, and held the bright red cap to her nose, asking Ma Jiao Jiao, "Do I look like a clown?" Ma Jiao Jiao replied earnestly, "The circus owes you a raise." Chapter 52. I swallowed the table. Luo Bei, are you back? In room 404, How Fatty hastily looked up from his phone.
Yes, I'm back, Luo Bei nodded in affirmation.
Damn it, Lu Jie cursed under his breath, frustrated by his unfortunate gaming journey with Hao Zhangwen.
After glancing at Lu Jie, Luo Bei inquired, "Where's Sun?"
Just as he posed the question, Zhao Sun entered from the balcony.
Luo Bei, you're back,
he exclaimed, turning to gaze at the drizzling rain outside.
This rain is absolutely relentless, what's the matter? Luo Bei chuckled, are you worried that a mere rainstorm would trap me?
Before Luo Bei could bask in sentimentality, Zhao Sun shattered his delusions.
Get lost. I wasn't even expecting you to return today, he retorted.
I've been diligently crafting rain dolls, yet the heavens still show mercy to those military training students, unleashing such a downpour. Damn it, we sure didn't have this kind of luck during our training last year.
Luo Bei replied. Your indifferent expression saddens me. The rain in September is as unfeeling as you. Before Luo Bei could finish his rendition, Lu Jie slammed his phone onto the table. Damn. What is going on? Zhao Sun asked, did Qin Dan find a boyfriend? He was well aware Lu Jie was engrossed in a game but couldn't resist teasing him. Get lost. Lu Jie shot back. I surmised that you landed with a level 2 armor, a level 3 helmet, and a fully equipped vehicle, only to be shattered by a 6x scope, Luo Bei jested. Seeing Lu Jie's vexed expression, it was evident Luo Bei had struck a nerve. Can this be blamed on me? Lu Jie protested. Then shall we blame Fatty? Luo Bei laughed. Not me either, How Fatty interjected. However, this time it can't be laid at Jie's feet. We were playing in a squad, yet one of our teammates was utterly hopeless. Out of 10 matches, he knelt in 9, fired 8 shots, and missed 7, lacking any sense of sportsmanship. Out of 4 players, only 3 contributed. Zhao Sun looked at Hao Zhangwen in astonishment, unable to help but admire. That's quite the neat summary. After exiting the game, Lu Jie remained unsatisfied. Noticing how Zhangwen still lingered on the game interface, he urged, Fatty, use those little hands of yours and report him. Jie Ge, I'm telling you, your mental fortitude is lacking, Zhao Sun chastised seriously. Precisely, Luo Bei chimed in. You've been duped a few times, it's just a game. Zhao Sun said. Just a game, Luo Bei echoed. You've played with Luo Bei for so long, yet you're still so easily rattled? Zhao Sun remarked. Indeed, Luo Bei fell silent, contemplating, and playfully nudged Zhao Sun's backside with his knee. Damn you. Teaching Jie Ge a lesson is one thing, but don't drag me into this. Lu Jie tossed his phone, attempting to lighten his mood, and asked, Luo Bei, where did you go to have fun? I went out for dinner with someone, Luo Bei replied. Lu Jie was not surprised. From the basketball team, or someone else? Luo Bei had always been well liked, and although he wasn't a member of the team, he had a good relationship with the captain. The catalyst for resolving his previous incident with Jojo was his night out at KTV with the basketball team captain and others. Someone else, Luo Bei clarified. Male or female?
Hao Zhangwen inquired casually. It was easy to guess the answer was male. This wasn't due to Luo Bei's lack of female acquaintances, but rather because he had isolated all his female peers following the incident with Zhou.
Female, Luo Bei answered truthfully. Lu Jie froze for a moment before asking, "Pair brother, you missed the welcome dinner that day, and she kept mentioning you." "Not her." Then who? Have you met new girls recently?" Lu Jie asked eagerly. "Am I about to have a daughter-in-law?" Ji Qingqian, Luo Bei stated. Lu Jie was unimpressed. "Here we go again, are you even serious?"
Previously, Luo Bei had concealed his relationship with the heroine Qingqian, while Lu Jie had continuously encouraged him to ask for her WeChat to foster a connection and develop their story.
However, upon Luo Bei's admission that there was indeed something between him and Qingqian, Lu Jie adopted a skeptical attitude.
"Luo Bei, I'll admit, you possess a bit of charm, but Ji Qingqian is a campus beauty competing with Li Zijie, and her demeanor is far colder than Li Zijie's."
"How long have you known her? You think you can just invite her out for dinner?" Lu Jie scoffed. "Don't use absurd methods to fool me, alright?" Luo Bei pondered. Why not?" Lu Jie let out a cold laugh. "Ha, if you really manage to have dinner with Sister Ji today, He glanced around and pointed at the table in front of him. "I'll eat this thing right here." Sighing internally, Luo Bei lamented being questioned as such a paragon of honesty. "Well, you must have quite the strong teeth and a good set of chompers." Luo Bei had no intention of elaborating further.
As the saying goes, yes, let the bullets fly for a while longer. Sooner or later, it will dazzle your eyes. "I'm off to take a shower," Luo Bei announced. Hao Zhangwen suddenly noticed Luo Bei's right wrist and then looked at his hair.
"Sunday?" he quietly asked the only person in the room with braids. "Luo Bei's hair shouldn't be long enough to tie up yet, right?" Zhao Sun nodded.
Luo Bei's hairstyle was quite common, a medium length that made tying it up somewhat challenging. In terms of hairstyle, it wasn't particularly flattering. Luo Bei's advantage lay in his face.
"Why are you asking this?" Lu Jie questioned Hao Zhangwen.
Fatty ignored him and began to lightly tap the table, observing intently.
"What are you looking at?" Lu Jie asked again.
"I'm just figuring out whether this tastes better with cumin or sweet chili sauce," Hao Fatty replied.
"Lu Jie? Are you losing your mind?" he cursed. After a brief pause, he felt ready to act again and picked up his phone.
"While Luo Bei is showering, Fatty and Son, let us quickly start another match."
Luo Bei's voice echoed from the bathroom. "The walls have ears. I can hear you, so stop talking behind my back." Lu Jie laughed. "Luo Bei, don't rush, once you call your Big Daddy, we can kick Sun out." Big Daddy referred to the heroine Ji Qingqian. The heroine was an expert in CS and had little experience with PUBG. Last year, Luo Bei had forcibly dragged her into a few matches. At that time, they played in a squad, and aside from Luo Bei and Ji Qingqian, the other two spots were filled by their dorm mates through rock paper scissors. Lu Jie had the worst luck, only teaming up with Ji Qingqian for one match, yet he remained fond of her prowess in eliminating 13 opponents, giving her the highest accolades. Big Daddy. The heroine's ID in the game was not Qingqian, but DSK3, so Lu Jie and the others had no idea about her connection with Ji Qingqian. Like Luo Bei at the time, they all assumed Big Daddy was a guy, the purest kind. "Big Daddy doesn't want to play with you," Luo Bei remarked. "Why not?" Lu Jie asked. "She thinks you're no good," Luo Bei replied. Lu Jie retorted, "Can anyone be worse than you?" Luo Bei countered, "We're not the same." "What makes us different?"
"She enjoys playing with me," Luo Bei explained. He thought to himself, this is something she said herself.
Chapter 53. Watching a terrifying video. Luo Bei had just finished his bath when he came across a message from the heroine. "Qingqian, I have your clothes and hat here. Ilu Shangbei."
"Oh, I just remembered."
"Ilu Shangbei, just leave them at your place for now." "Qingqian, you're not in a hurry to use them, are you?" "Ilu Shangbei, not at all." Luo Bei pondered, what urgency could there be about clothes?
After all, there was more than one piece. "Qingqian, no, just leave them with me. If it gets cold, I can wear them."
Luo Bei, is the heroine, Ningren, really so wealthy that she intends to hoard a single piece of clothing? Ilu Shangbei. Alright then. Qingqian, what about the hat?
Ilu Shangbei, in no rush, I bought 2 hats of the same style. Qingqian, then leave that here too, I can wear it when the sun is strong.
Luo Bei. Ilu Shangbei, fine then.
After sending the message, he glanced at the azure elastic band on his wrist. You certainly consumed a fair amount of resources.
The heroine is indeed a master of bartering. Liu Bei. Lu Jia called from beneath the bed, "We're missing one for the quartet, are you coming?" Though the food would be critiqued, the camaraderie of play was to be shared. This was the purest father-son bond in the male dormitory. "Sure," Liu Bei replied. As the lights in the dormitory dimmed, Ji Qingqian spread her shirt over the thin air-conditioned blanket. She nestled into the quilt and closed her eyes. Outside, the rain continued to patter softly, accompanied by distant frogs croaking, not quite serene yet. The delightful scent emanating from the shirt bestowed an unusual tranquility upon Ji Qingqian's heart. Before long, she succumbed to deep slumber. She dreamed of sitting side by side with a young boy on a public wooden bench, facing a crystal-clear lotus pond. A tiny frog leapt from one lotus leaf to another, sending ripples across the water's surface. She gazed at the gradually dispersing water patterns, her head growing heavier and heavier until she rested against the boy's shoulder. At that moment, she caught a whiff of a soothing and reassuring fragrance. The rain poured throughout the night. By the following morning, there was still no sign of abating. The raindrops dripped continuously. The 404 male group had a full schedule in the morning, and several of them hurried with umbrellas towards the teaching building. By the time they returned to the dormitory, it was already past lunchtime. Zhao Sun gazed at the rain with a gloomy expression. "With such heavy rain, what's the point of me making a sunshine doll?" In such weather, military training could only be paused. Liu Bei had heard from the heroine that their class had moved the training indoors, and naturally, standing at attention was impossible indoors, so the entire morning was spent on patriotic education, and they even watched a red film. The afternoon seemed to promise more relaxation, as the instructor would prepare some entertaining commercial films. Liu Bei had no experience of this from the previous year, so he was unaware of how Monkey Brother would react. "I'm lying down." Liu Bei reclined on his bed in a sprawled position. Last night's operation had not gone smoothly. The four-man team had toiled until 2 in the morning to barely secure a win, and with an early class today, especially a specialized one, they dared not slack off. "Me too," Lu Jie said Fatty Hao. 10086, Zhao Sun added. Rain can indeed be quite vexing for those needing to venture out. However, for those who can simply snuggle in bed and sleep, there is no weather more fitting than a continuous rainy day. The dormitory fell silent, soon filled with the soothing sound of their synchronized breathing. When Liu Bei next opened his eyes, over 2 hours had passed without him even realizing. Was this not a form of time travel? Reflecting on this, Liu Bei reached for his phone beneath the pillow to check messages. Although he had informed the heroine before sleeping that he would rest for a while, during that time, he had still received several messages from her. "Qingqian. I've gone out. Qingqian, I'm at the classroom. Qingqian, waiting for the instructor to arrive. Qingqian, so boring." The tone was rather stiff. Rather than sharing, it felt more like a formal report. Yet, it was quite endearing. This was indeed a charming aspect. Just as he was about to respond, Ji Qingqian sent another message. "Qingqian, the movie the instructor prepared is actually an anti-Japanese film. Ilu Xiangbei. Didn't they say they would show entertaining films in the afternoon? Qingqian, you're awake?" "Ilu Xiangbei, not really, I'm communicating with you telepathically." "Qingqian, then try to connect to my brainwave port, and we could watch the movie together." "Ilu Xiangbei. Attempting to connect. Ilu Xiangbei, a connection failed, level insufficient. Qingqian, useless thing. Ilu Xiangbei, what's the name of the movie?" "Qingqian, you'll definitely like it. Qingqian. Anti-Japanese hero Keizi. Ilu Xiangbei. What in the world is anti-Japanese hero? Upon reflection, it truly is that, but what does Monkey Brother think of this? In broad daylight, they are screening a horror film like Ju-on. Is it to see the expressions of fear on the students' faces? What a peculiar sense of humor. Liu Bei had watched Ju-on but could only manage a glimpse. He had watched it alongside the heroine, but after only the opening scene, he felt utterly unsettled, only managing to utter, "Damn it, my closet moved." Before cutting off the film, however, it appeared that the heroine had completed the entire series unflinchingly on her own. This woman truly possesses an infuriating sense of security. "Qingqian, do you want to watch it?" "Qingqian, I'll record a segment for you." "Ilu Xiangbei, no." "Qingqian, you have to watch it anyway." "Ilu Xiangbei. How can you force a good-natured man?" But without further ado, Ji Qingqian sent Qingqian a recording. "Avi, Qingqian, just don't click on it." Ilu Xiangbei. Seriously, who on earth could resist clicking? He retracted his previous statement. Where was the sense of security? This girl is truly mischievous. Liu Bei stared at the circular play icon with a triangle in the center on his screen.
He glanced around, ensuring that the other three were still soundly asleep, but he was not alone. Alright then, Louis Bay decisively tapped the screen first, turning the volume to mute. The camera shook but did not switch to the rear camera. All he could see was the front-facing image, which displayed the heroine's exquisite yet expressionless face. Louis Bay locked eyes with her for 3 seconds. Ji Qingqian remained motionless, making him question whether But in the next frame, the girl on screen raised her fingers in a peace sign beside her face. She winked with her right eye at Louis Bay. Despite her cold demeanor, the playful gesture struck him like a bolt, leaving him with a single thought: adorable, yet he immediately steeled himself. Perhaps the heroine was intentionally lowering his guard. The main event was yet to come, and then, the video ended. Louis Bay.
Qingqian finished watching?
Qingqian, I knew you wouldn't be able to resist clicking.
Qingqian. Both inexperienced and playful.
Qingqian, but your courage is commendable. This is your reward. Chapter 54. For the sake of the children, the allure of Kayako sent the classmates into an excited frenzy, with many girls huddled together, covering their eyes with their hands, peeking through the gaps between their fingers. Ji Qingqian and Louis Bay had watched countless films together, so many that she had lost count. However, a screen had always separated them. Thus, Ji Qingqian was unaware of the expressions Louis Bay displayed while watching movies. In a horror film like this, would he curl up in fear like those girls? Just the thought of it seemed rather endearing.
Qingqian, let's watch a horror movie next time. Bay. Absolutely not. Qingqian, you have no choice. Qingqian, don't worry, I'll accompany you. Bay, I refuse. Qingqian, what are you afraid of when I'm sitting right next to you?
Louis Bay initially intended to persist with his I refuse mantra, but upon reading her words, he hesitated. He had assumed that when the heroine mentioned watching a movie, it would be the usual shared viewing, only to realize she meant sitting side by side. Oh, right. Still groggy from just waking up, Ji Qingqian's words sparked a moment of clarity in him. So, I am this close to Qingqian. He couldn't help but smile.
Bay, then let us choose something a bit more moderate. Qingqian. Sure, I'll let you know once I've picked. Bay, moderate, mind you, don't select some literary masterpiece.
Ji Qingqian squinted her eyes, glancing to the side where a girl shrieked in terror, diving into her roommate's embrace. She let out a satisfied hum. Perhaps she should choose something slightly more frightening, otherwise, it would be rather dull. Many eyes drifted toward Ji Qingqian while watching the film. Ju-on was considered a top-tier horror film, and it was indeed frightening. They were eager to see if this seemingly aloof school beauty would lose her composure. Unfortunately, their hopes were dashed. Ji Qingqian alternated between looking at her phone and the screen, her expression unchanging. Even when the ghostly figure emitted spine-chilling sounds, she remained utterly unfazed. Ju-on was well-crafted. Ji Qingqian had been impressed when she watched it previously. However, this was her second viewing, and she could navigate it without any fright. The boys felt disappointed, but the girls began to look at her with admiration.
She is so cool.
Chu Chao awkwardly took a seat beside her, intentionally leaning in close, nearly pressing against Ji Qingqian.
Ji Qingqian?
I am not trying to scare you, Chu Chao said with a stiff smile. Ji Qingqian, I'm not scared.
Chu Chao, I think you are. Ji Qingqian thought, how could someone be so oblivious?
Can't you see that I'm not afraid? Ji Qingqian remained silent. Suddenly, Chu Chao felt a light pat on her shoulder, followed by a cool breeze brushing against her neck.
My life is so hard,
Chu Chao screamed, more dramatically than the victims in the film, drawing many gazes. Ji Qingqian frowned, rubbing her ears. Meanwhile, the girl behind Chu Chao, Ma Jiaojiao, leaned against her shoulder, laughing uproariously. Such a weakling. Tears streamed down her face from laughter. Chu Chao, on the other hand, had tears in her eyes, but from fright.
Ma Jiaojiao.
She retaliated with a flurry of playful punches to Ma Jiaojiao's chest.
Hey, don't. Think about your future children, Ma Jiaojiao quickly apologized.
If you don't like movies, we can play games instead. Let us find something to distract us. Wang Ju was also quite startled.
Wang Ju, seated next to her, smiled a bit sheepishly.
She too was afraid of this type of movie, but not as much as Chu Chao, who was jumping at every scare.
Are you not scared? Chu Chao asked.
Not at all.
Can a ghost really crawl out of the screen? Ma Jiaojiao scoffed.
Ji Qingqian contemplated suggesting that she skip Ju-on and watch The Ring instead.
I've seen it with a senior before. This type of film can only scare me once at most, Ma Jiaojiao said, then turned to Ji Qingqian. Qingqian, you're not scared of this genre, right?
Ji Qingqian shook her head. Just like you. Ma Jiaojiao nodded, assuming Ji Qingqian meant she had also seen it, but she was mistaken. Ji Qingqian meant she had seen it with her senior. Calling Liu Bei senior felt a bit strange, as if he were towering over her. Ji Qingqian mused.
Then let us play games together.
Ma Jiaojiu settled down on the other side of Ji Qingqian, with Wang Ju taking a seat beside her. The goddess was simply too aloof, creating a barrier that made it so no one dared approach her during the movie.
Are you good at chicken dinner? Ma Jiaojiu inquired. I've played a few rounds, Ji Qingqian responded. No worries, Wang Ju is also just starting out, Ma Jiaojiu said, pulling out her phone.
I'm quite inexperienced, please don't mind me, Wang Ju said softly.
Not a problem.
I am an expert, I can lead you to victory in no time, Ji Qingqian stated confidently. This ignited Chu Chao's enthusiasm as she thumped her chest. Stop that, think about your future children. Ma Jiaojiu glanced at Chu Chao's unimpressive physique and let out a soft hum.
Chu Chao, why did you stop?
Ma Jiaojiu, I just think that the recent baby formula is quite nutritious, it doesn't necessarily have to be breastfed.
Chu Chao, Ma Jiaojiu, you little rascal.
If it weren't for Ji Qingqian sitting between them, Chu Chao would have delivered a swift punch. Ji Qingqian had indeed not played for a while.
Updating, she said.
No worries, just take your time, Ma Jiaojiu replied. During this moment, she sent a message to Liu Bei.
Qingqian, my roommate is calling me to play chicken dinner, I might be slow to reply. Bei. No problem, I'm just about to write as well. Qingqian, let me know when you're done with work. Bei, alright.
Once the update was complete, Chu Chao quickly created a room, earning the title of host, and promptly appointed herself as the captain. Listen to my orders.
I'll implement a one-on-one strategy, I'll take Ji Qingqian, and Ma Jiaojiu, you take Wang Ju. Any objections?
Then it's settled.
Alright.
The four of them jumped at the same spot, though there was a distance between each pair. According to Chu Chao, this was a strategy for maximizing resources and collecting the richest loot as quickly as possible. Ji Qingqian, if you find a weapon or anything, hand it over to me first. There are other teams dropping here, and soon a battle will commence. Just stay behind me, and I'll lead you to victory, Chu Chao instructed. Okay, Ji Qingqian replied. Chu Chao felt satisfied with the current arrangement. While she could not compete with Ji Qingqian in beauty or in finding partners, at least she excelled in gaming. Though, seeking confidence from gaming was somewhat pitiful in itself. Chu Chao chuckled, but a hint of tears threatened to escape. Chapter 55. Sneezing means someone is thinking of you. Chu Zhu and Ji Qingqian found themselves in the same building. You search the second floor, and I'll search the first, Chu Zhu stated with the calmness expected of a seasoned veteran. Ji Qingqian complied like a novice following orders. After a thorough search of the first floor, Chu Zhu discovered nothing but a small handgun and 2 health-replenishing drinks. A sense of urgency washed over her. They were not the only team that had landed here, and without adequate weapons, they would be mere prey. As a competent captain, Chu Zhu could not afford to let her limited advantages over Ji Qingqian slip away. Otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing. Ji Qingqian dashed downstairs.
Weren't you supposed to collect items on the second floor?
Chu Zhu remarked, although she recognized that even a novice should be capable of such a basic task. Just then, Ji Qingqian clattered down with her level 2 armor, M4, and ammunition, tossing them in front of Chu Zhu.
Well, it seems you've had some luck, Chu Zhu commented.
Ji Qingqian merely nodded. The second floor was quite bountiful, Chu Zhu muttered to herself. Though she had her own gear, Ji Qingqian was still unarmed.
I'll go check the upper floor again.
I've already searched it, Ji Qingqian replied.
What if you missed something?
Ji Qingqian remained silent, contemplating the futility of their separate searches. Her back and forth had hardly saved any time. However, she reminded herself that in the entertainment industry, one should not be overly critical of teammates. Chu Zhu ascended to the second floor, yet found nothing of value.
Suddenly, a cry echoed from Ma Jiaojiu's end. Wang Ju, save me. Wang Ju, in utter panic, shouted, where are you, where is everyone? Before she could finish her exclamation, a barrage of bullets silenced her. Unable to hold her tongue, Chu Zhu quipped, so, you drop dead the moment you land, you all are rather useless. Wang Ju sheepishly responded, it's all my fault, Ma Jiaojiu interjected, don't blame us. A team headed your way, 2 people, but their teammates should be nearby. Chu Zhu gasped, what, Ji Qingqian, hurry upstairs. Just as she finished her sentence, footsteps echoed ominously. She quickly raised her weapon in defense. You need to go save Ji Qingqian, Ma Jiaojiu urged, shifting her view from the death perspective to Chu Zhu's. I'm preparing to go, Chu Zhu stammered.
Gunfire erupted from downstairs. Ji Qingqian, however, remained remarkably composed, leaving Chu Zhu uncertain of her fate. She longed to peek at Ji Qingqian's phone screen to gauge her situation but feared being caught off guard. "I'm dead," Ji Qingqian stated matter-of-factly.
How did everyone get eliminated? Wasn't he at a wholesome family before? Chu Zhu initially thought Ji Qingqian was referring to her imminent demise.
No, Ma Jiao corrected, having shifted her perspective to Ji Qingqian's.
The enemies are dead, 2 of them. You can come down now. Ha?
Chu Zhu was bewildered. She had already searched downstairs, pocketing even a small handgun. How could Ji Qingqian? She couldn't help but glance at Ji Qingqian's screen, where Ji Qingqian was looting the enemy's bags, showcasing a peculiar beauty in the absence of firearms.
How did you manage to kill them? Did you overlook a frying pan? Just a frying pan? Was this even reasonable? Chu Zhu was taken aback, her mind racing. Ji Qingqian, save me, she shouted, yet, her positioning was poor, and she was swiftly spotted, receiving 2 sniper shots that sent her to the ground. Well, Ma Jiao nodded, now it truly is just one person left from a wholesome family. Ji Qingqian, how are you so formidable? You managed to kill 2 people with a frying pan.
Ji Qingqian pondered briefly, perhaps they were just unskilled.
Ma Jiao understood Ji Qingqian's sentiment but still felt a tinge of discomfort. If those 2 were weak, what did that make her in Wangju? In which direction?
Ji Qingqian inquired about the enemy's sniper position. Chu Zhu provided a rough location.
Qingqian, loot my bag, Chu Zhu reminded.
I'll loot it once I return, Ji Qingqian replied as she burst out the door. Just as Chu Zhu had described, several teams had indeed landed in this area, but none could withstand Ji Qingqian's prowess. She moved like a wolf among sheep, her AK firing relentlessly as she utilized cover and Ma Jiao and the others watched in astonishment. She was nothing short of a superhero. Subsequently, Ji Qingqian leisurely returned to the initial building they had searched, looting Chu Zhu's box.
Remarkable. This box is still warm. Ma Jiao couldn't help but praise. Ji Qingqian, didn't you say you rarely played? How are you this skilled?
Ji Qingqian contemplated. As Ji Qingqian prepared to run from the toxic gas, she barely took a few steps when she encountered another solitary contender.
In a narrow path, the brave prevail. Ma Jiao exclaimed. Ji Qingqian, show him your sword. Chu Zhu urged. Ji Qingqian aimed to shoot the man in the head but hesitated, glancing around. All 3, including Wang Ju, were watching her screen. Ji Qingqian paused. The enemy's bullets began to rain down, and with no teammates left, she was deemed dead. Ha? Ji Qingqian? Chu Zhu was perplexed by the superhero's final actions.
I was too slow, Ji Qingqian replied nonchalantly. Let us try again. It was impossible that she was slow. Her initiation was clearly faster than the opponent's, and they had both noticed one another simultaneously.
Ma Jiao and the others exchanged glances. Ji Qingqian must have done it intentionally. Did she wish to avoid making them wait too long? How gentle of her. Tears welled up in their eyes. Here is the plan, Ji Qingqian suggested for their next strategy. Wang Ju, you stick with me. Ma Jiao, you pair with Chu Zhu. Sounds good. Ma Jiao agreed, as this would create a balanced team. No, it still felt unbalanced. Ji Qingqian, her Chu Zhu. Wang Ju was more accurate. Chu Zhu felt a pang of distress. Her captain's experience card had expired. I'm not very skilled, Wang Ju whispered to Ji Qingqian, fearful of hindering the prowess of this northeastern superhero. It's fine, I've carried teams with even less skill, Ji Qingqian reassured her. Wang Ju sensed that Ji Qingqian's tone held a gentle yet superficial warmth as she uttered those words. Chu. Ji Qingqian suddenly sneezed, rubbing her high-bridged nose. We from the south are prone to colds. You mustn't tea catch one, Wang Ju warned. I won tea, Ji Qingqian assured her. Ah Chu. In his dormitory, Louis Bei sneezed inexplicably, rubbing his nose. It couldn't be a cold. Was someone speaking of him behind his back? 20 minutes had passed, and he had only typed 18 words. He felt utterly drained. Opening his phone, he tapped on the video sent by the heroic Ji Qingqian. He played it once, then replayed it. The heroine in the video repeated her playful winks with an expressionless face. Louis Bei savored every moment. Chapter 56. High temperatures make one prone to heatstroke. The rain has passed, and the sun shines again. The temperature, having dipped to 25 degrees during the rain, once more ascends to 35 degrees under the sunlight. Qingqian, it's so hot today. Qingqian. I miss yesterday's rain. Ebay, such as Jiangnan, winter and summer linger far longer than spring and autumn. Ebay, remember to drink plenty of water. Qingqian, straight man. Ebay. eBay, I merely reminded you to drink water, not specifically hot water. eBay, you need to stay hydrated, especially with military training ahead. Xing Qian, why do you have to say such terrifying things? I'm not talking to you anymore. Alas, no matter how frightening, it will inevitably arrive. This was a morning conversation between Lu Yibei and Ji Qingqian on QQ. Shortly after their exchange, Ji Qingqian submitted her phone to participate in military training. Lu Yibei hurried off to his class. His morning was packed with courses. After completing 2 major classes, he needed to switch buildings for an elective. Lu Jie yawned heavily. I have an early class at 8. What a nuisance, it's another early 8, the truth. Hao Pingzi also appeared somewhat lethargic. It would be better if the elective were swapped with a major class. As is well known, both major and elective classes in university can serve as opportunities for slumber, yet electives tend to allow for a more restful sleep. Even Lu Jie, who had failed 5 courses last semester, mustered the energy to engage in today's major class. It was said that Qin Dan had recently warned him that if he failed any more courses, he would be in serious trouble. The earnest admonitions of a teacher pale in comparison to a single threat from a beloved girl. I have truly become a slave to love, Zhao Sun remarked. Ugh, what nonsense, I simply believe that failing another exam would be too humiliating, which is why I'm putting in extra effort. Lu Jie retorted. Zhao Sun shot him a glance. I wasn't even talking about you, why are you so defensive, why the rush? Lu Jie felt the sting of embarrassment. Who says I'm in a rush? I just this. After stumbling over his words for quite some time, he failed to articulate his point. If you weren't in a rush, you would have realized that Sunner misspoke. It has to take your seat, not to take your number, Hao Pingzi observed. Upon reflection, Lu Jie realized, damn. Zhao Sun, I did it on purpose. I knew you were anxious, didn't I? Now genuinely flustered, Lu Jie attempted to confront Zhao Sun, but alas, Zhao Sun's formidable companion, Hao Zhangwen, easily restrained him with one hand. Meanwhile, Lu Yibei was engaged in a conversation on WeChat. Hurry up, the juice shop owner said we can enjoy free juice, and everyone gets a share. Lu Jie and the others immediately ceased their bickering. Why? Zhao Sun inquired. Oh, a couple of days ago, North Brother and I helped the juice shop owner's wife move a few boxes of fruit. At that time, she promised us drinks, but we had just had milk tea, so we declined, Hao Pingzi recalled. Since we're passing by, let us go get it. If we don't hurry, the owner's wife will be upset, Lu Yibei chuckled. Lu Jie raised both hands in agreement. Free things taste the best. After a moment's thought, he added, especially when they're free and require no effort, such unearned rewards are even more delightful. Though referred to as a juice shop, it was, in fact, a milk tea shop on campus. However, this establishment's milk tea was rather mediocre, while its freshly squeezed juices were both affordable and delicious, making it one of the most popular beverages at Jian University. Gradually, people forgot that the shop originally sold milk tea, and it became commonly known as the juice shop. The owner was a woman in her 30s, straddling the line between sister and aunt. Her demeanor was gentle, and her appearance was intellectual. Upon learning that Lu Yibei was part of a group of 4, she generously added 2 extra cups for them. It's really hot today, the owner smiled, perhaps due to her labors. Fine lines of crow's feet adorned her eyes as she distributed cups of juice to the 4 boys of room 404. After drinking your juice, I won't feel the heat anymore, Lu Jie flattered. Yet, paired with his mannerisms, it came off as somewhat cheeky. Thank you, Lu Yibei said. I should be thanking you, the owner replied, for helping me move the fruit. Just a small favor, Lu Yibei smiled, and besides, it gave our friend here a chance to exercise. You are too kind. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they quickly exited the juice shop. As they still had classes to attend, Lu Jie attempted to exchange his cup of watermelon juice for Zhao Sun's orange juice, but Zhao Sun refused. The two began to bicker again. Lu Yibei walked ahead. Just as he was about to pierce the seal of his straw, 2 classmates approached. They were neither from military training nor freshmen, and Lu Yibei did not recognize them. However, he happened to overhear their conversation. Wasn't it said that Ji Xiaohua was over there for military training? Indeed, it's that class. Then where is she? I don't know. The class is right, though. 6, on such a hot day, I came out with you, and yet not only do I not see her, I haven't even caught a whiff. This is truly ridiculous, followed by a series of complaints. Lu Yibei blinked. He turned to the direction from which the two had come. It was indeed the training ground, the very place where Ji Qingqian was undertaking her military training. He had been there over 10 times and had intended to visit again at noon today, but how could these two not have seen her? Pingzi, Hao Zhangwen was engrossed in his phone when Lu Yibei called out to him. He immediately looked up, but Lu Yibei had already sprinted several meters ahead. Take attendance for me. Hao Zhangwen paused. Hey, Lu Bei.
Liu Bei had no time to respond. Zhao Sun and Lu Jie stopped their squabbling and quickly approached Hao Zhangwen. What's going on? Hao Zhangwen shook his head. I can't see her. Lu Jie gazed down the path where Liu Bei had rushed off. Now out of sight, why is he running so fast? Is he having stomach issues? Liu Bei dashed across the training ground and quickly discerned that Ji Qingqian was indeed absent from her military training group. As he ran, he dialed Ji Qingqian's number. Unsurprisingly, it went unanswered. There could only be one possibility: the infirmary. Previously, Ji Qingqian had exhibited remarkable physical endurance among her female peers, and he had observed her during training without any signs of struggle, so he had gradually eased his concerns. He never anticipated that a mishap would occur just as training was nearing its conclusion. Heatstroke, anemia. Liu Bei contemplated various possibilities. In truth, he understood that these ailments were generally not severe, and it was common for some to experience them during military training. Nonetheless, he couldn't help but feel anxious. Qingqian, please don't let anything happen to you. By the time Liu Bei reached the infirmary door, he was already panting heavily. Even he found it somewhat taxing to run at high intensity for over 10 minutes in such sweltering heat. Without pausing, Liu Bei pushed open the infirmary door. The door opened only a crack, through which he spotted a familiar silhouette. It was unmistakably Ji Qingqian standing, and she was standing perfectly upright. He halted his advance, then he heard the doctor inside say to Ji Qingqian, don't worry, your classmate has simply overheated and suffered from heatstroke. After drinking some herbal medicine and resting for a bit, she'll be fine. Ji Qingqian heard the sound behind her and glanced back, noticing the door gently closing. She nodded to the doctor and softly said, okay. You should have one too. It's not easy for a young lady to carry her classmates, the doctor advised. Chapter 57. The special role of the hair tie. Ji Qingqian exited the infirmary, removing the military training cap from her head, intending to tidy her somewhat disheveled hair. As she bit down on the hair tie between her lips and gathered her long hair at the back of her head, she noticed a familiar young man standing not far away. However, before him stood a girl she had never encountered before. A Bei, who was he with? This was an unexpected situation for Liu Bei. After hastily making his way to the infirmary, he found that the valiant Ji Qingqian seemed to be unscathed, so he decided to wait outside for her to emerge and inquire about the situation. Standing at the entrance of the infirmary was not ideal, so he kept a slight distance, reasoning that she would inevitably pass through this path. He would surely catch sight of her. Yet, before Ji Qingqian could appear, a girl emerged from another, seemingly unrelated department. Leaning against the white wall, Liu Bei glanced up upon hearing a sound, and their eyes met. The girl's gaze sparkled with an unusual brightness. Liu Bei couldn't help but smirk, a sense of foreboding creeping in, and the next moment unfolded just as he had anticipated. The girl approached him with quick strides. Classmate, may I add you on WeChat? Today's girls are indeed quite bold. Liu Bei scratched the back of his head, pondering how to decline, claiming he did not have his phone would undoubtedly be a feeble excuse. After all, while he was waiting for Ji Qingqian, he had been engrossed in his phone, which he still held in his hand. Before Liu Bei could utter a refusal, the girl suddenly seemed to notice something, her gaze falling upon the tricolored hair tie adorning his right wrist. Her cheeks flushed, and she murmured, sorry for the interruption. With that, she turned and swiftly departed. Liu Bei, he raised his wrist, studying the attractive hair tie, then he mused aloud, valiant lady, your gift truly proves to be quite effective. His words, though seemingly casual, were intended for Ji Qingqian, who was not far off, concealed behind a wall. Ji Qingqian, she slowly peeked around the corner, her delicate, pale face tinged with a hint of annoyance. I truly apologize for ruining your good fortune. Good fortune, you've merely helped me extricate myself from a predicament, Liu Bei replied with a smile. As he approached, Ji Qingqian finally stepped fully into view. Her complexion was pale, her breathing steady, and aside from the irritation in her eyes, she appeared no different from usual. Liu Bei felt a wave of relief wash over him, and he began to address her irritation. I don't know her. I am aware. It's our first meeting. I can tell she didn't get my WeChat. Do you think my hearing is impaired? I heard everything. Ji Qingqian understood that a Bei's popularity stemmed from his exceptional qualities, which should have been a source of joy. Yet she couldn't shake off a feeling of displeasure, an emotion fueled by possessiveness. Liu Bei sighed, should I return the hair tie to you? If you wish to return it, then do so. Then I shan't return it. I'm counting on this treasure to grant me a buff. Liu Bei quipped. It had become an unspoken rule in this world: if a boy had a hair tie on his wrist, it was certainly a sign that he had a girlfriend. In other words, boys sporting hair ties were typically taken. This was precisely why the girl had refrained from further harassment upon noticing Liu Bei's accessory. Of course, this was not an absolute rule. For instance, Liu Bei's roommate Zhao Sun, being a long-haired young man, owned an assortment of hair ties himself, but wearing them all the time is bound to wear them out. Could you possibly gift me another? Liu Bei inquired with a smile. Ji Qingqian seized upon the phrase wearing them all the time, the displeasure in her eyes dissipated instantly, her brows lifting into a soft smile.
You can ask for one anytime. I have plenty even if you have an abundance. I hope you don't distribute them carelessly, valiant lady, Liu Bei joked. Not a chance, Ji Qingqian said, wrinkling her fair nose. She murmured, I've only given you one. As she spoke, her heart raced a couple of beats, her words were gentle yet tinged with ambiguity. Hastily, she tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear and shifted the topic. If it causes you any trouble, don't blame me, girlfriend. She left the sentence unfinished, realizing that such a curse upon herself was ill-advised. Ji Qingqian fell silent. What brings you here? She redirected the conversation. Are you feeling unwell? As she spoke, she reached out to touch Liu Bei's forehead. Many people are accustomed to this gesture, as if any ailment could be discerned by gauging the temperature of one's forehead. Liu Bei did not flinch, allowing Ji Qingqian's hand to rest gently on his brow. I'm fine, he assured her. Then you. Ji Qingqian lowered her hand, recalling the sound of the door opening and closing outside the infirmary. Did you open the door to the infirmary just now? Indeed, Liu Bei nodded. Ji Qingqian pieced everything together. You came to find me, Liu Bei smiled. Correct. Why did you arrive so early? Ji Qingqian inquired. Typically, Liu Bei would show up around noon, even if he had classes. He would come to check on her during military training beforehand, yet it was barely past 10 now. Thus, Ji Qingqian thought it sufficient to return to the ranks before noon and did not feel the need to retrieve her phone. Little did she know, Liu Bei had merely shifted his schedule. I happened to be passing by, Liu Bei explained. I'm sorry for making you worry unnecessarily, Ji Qingqian said softly. Worrying for no reason is actually a good thing. Liu Bei chuckled. It indicates that everything is fine. Were you escorting a classmate to the infirmary? Indeed, Chu, she suffered from heatstroke, Ji Qingqian replied, wanting to clarify that she was a roommate. You carried her here, correct? Liu Bei glanced at the blazing sunshine outside, the temperature sweltering. You truly are a superhero from the northeast. That's why I said there is no need to worry about me, Ji Qingqian replied. Suddenly, she remembered, aren't you supposed to have class today? How did you know? You showed me your class schedule. You remember it so well. I'm a genius. I can memorize it after just one glance, Ji Qingqian boasted. In truth, she had studied Liu Bei's schedule for quite some time. Although she was still undergoing military training, the timetable had already been released. She had been contemplating when both of them would be free to hang out together. I skipped, Liu Bei confessed. A delinquent, Ji Qingqian teased. It was an elective course. It's not a big deal, Liu Bei replied, noticing the way Ji Qingqian's strikingly clear eyes darted around. He immediately understood what she was thinking. I skipped class out of concern for you, so don't follow my example. I usually have perfect attendance. Is that so? Ji Qingqian nodded, pondering for a moment before adding, I'm sorry for taking away your precious first time. Liu Bei. He pressed the cup of icy juice against Ji Qingqian's cheek. Startled by the sudden chill, she shivered. Drink some water. Juice 1 tea suffice to silence your chatter, Liu Bei remarked. Chapter 58. I will share my juice with you. Liu Bei punctured the seal with a straw. Ji Qingqian accepted the juice with both hands and took a sip. Delicious. Is it only 1 cup? Why, is there something wrong? Liu Bei glanced around, momentarily failing to locate a trash bin, and stuffed the straw wrapper into his pocket. I wouldn't go out of my way to buy you a cup of juice after military training when I could just drink it myself. Consider this a stroke of luck for you. The two of them settled on the steps, a seldom frequented and somewhat shaded spot. According to the rules, Ji Qingqian was supposed to return to her class immediately after escorting a classmate to the infirmary and resume military training. However, rules are rigid, while people are fluid. Liu Bei believed that even the strictest of instructors would not be so unreasonable. Ji Qingqian held the juice cup, bringing the straw close to Liu Bei's face. Would you like a sip? Liu Bei felt momentarily dazed. The condensation on the straw was a mystery, whether it was moisture from the ice, orange juice, or perhaps the saliva of the valiant Ji Qingqian. Gazing into her tranquil and clear eyes, which seemed to convey the simplicity of offering a piece of candy, Liu Bei found himself momentarily lost in thought. From the first instance when she accidentally drank from his cup, it was clear she understood the distinction between the genders. Yet, in light of the second occasion where she unceremoniously shoved her chopsticks into his mouth during a hot pot meal, alongside the Liu Bei stared at the straw for a considerable time, feeling as if he had been frozen in place. To Ji Qingqian, however, he appeared utterly indifferent. Oh, do you find it distasteful? Ji Qingqian remarked lightly. Not at all. Oof. So, can I drink it then? Would you like to drink? I wouldn't stop you. Though Ji Qingqian spoke so, after taking a hearty sip herself, she thrust the straw towards Liu Bei's lips. He opened his mouth and took a gentle sip. Indeed, it was delightful, sweeter than before. Reason told him it was merely an illusion, while emotion suggested perhaps the valiant Ji Qingqian's mouth was inherently sweet.
Morality warned him that pondering such matters was bordering on the perverse. Liu Bei instinctively glanced at her rosy lips, which, despite the rigorous military training, appeared naturally vibrant, lacking any cosmetic enhancement, yet perfectly balanced. Too much would seem garish, too little would lack vitality. He sensed that Ji Qingqian was just right in many aspects. Any excess would be too much, any deficiency would be inadequate. These perfectly balanced qualities coalesced into the exquisite figure of this remarkable young woman. Noticing Liu Bei's gaze on her, Ji Qingqian bit down on the straw and subtly shifted to the side. Liu Bei caught this small gesture. Are you serious about moving back a step? He inquired, aware that even the smallest actions could yield significant consequences.
I was sweating. It has an odor.
She said this somewhat shyly.
You only just realized that?
Yes. Liu Bei felt exasperated. When it came to gaming or banter, this girl was as quick as lightning, yet at times, she could be utterly clueless. He too shifted slightly to maintain the previous distance.
Likewise, I'm also sweating and have an odor. Ji Qingqian looked earnestly at Liu Bei. Is it possible that what I meant is that you have an odor?
Liu Bei fell silent, then slapped his thigh.
Am I free to go now?
Ji Qingqian immediately seized his wrist, her tone cool and composed.
You truly lack a sense of humor. Then why don't you smile?
Her smile, though lacking in genuine mirth, conveyed warmth through the pulse at Liu Bei's wrist, assuring him she was jesting.
Ji Qingqian took another sip of juice, lightly flicked the hair tie on Liu Bei's wrist, then stood up. According to the rules of the realm, I've assisted you, so you must assist me in return. What? Are you still attending class? A man of honor does not merely skip class partway. Then you shall escort me back. Fine. Although Ji Qingqian had the opportunity to chat leisurely with Liu Bei during this interlude, it was ultimately fleeting.
If they returned late, not only would the instructor be displeased, he might even send someone to search for her. After all, as students, even in school, instructors were concerned about any mishaps occurring under their watchful eyes. Indeed, as Liu Bei had anticipated, Instructor Sun Bing glanced at the time, muttering about how the girl had yet to return, and contemplated sending a sturdier boy to check on the situation, fearing she might encounter some trouble along the way. He set his sights on Chen Wei, the boy who had previously engaged in a contest of strength with him and emerged victorious. You go check on Ji Qingqian. As soon as he spoke, Chen Wei was about to comply when Ma Jiazhou exclaimed, Report, Instructor. Ji Qingqian has returned. She pointed into the distance. Everyone turned to see Ji Qingqian's figure approaching. However, she was not alone. Beside the graceful school beauty was a tall and lean boy, one who, while not familiar to the class, was nonetheless recognized.
It was none other than, Senior Liu Bei? Why is he with Ji Qingqian? How would I know? Wait, do they actually know each other? Don't you remember how Ji Qingqian rejected Chen Wei but accepted Senior Liu's reward? Even if they didn't know each other before, they should by now. I refuse to acknowledge it. I absolutely deny this relationship. They're a perfect match. What are you opposing? If Ji Goddess starts dating, then I only experience one heartbreak, but if she dates Senior Liu, I suffer too. It is a fateful encounter, indeed. Ma Jiazhou was equally astonished. Wait, wasn't Ji Qingqian supposed to take Chu Chu to the infirmary? How did she come back with Senior Liu? Ji Qingqian didn't even have her phone. How did they connect? Must have been a coincidence, someone suggested. The fervent discussion began to relax. Yes, it must be a coincidence. Truly destined, those two. Just as everyone assumed Ji Qingqian and Liu Bei had coincidentally traversed the same path, Ji Qingqian, drawing nearer, thrust the half-drunk juice cup into Liu Bei's hands. Everyone, what is happening? Just leave it here. Ji Qingqian whispered to Liu Bei, I can't finish the juice, and if it sits in the sun, it will taste awful. You take it back. Liu Bei glanced over at Sun Bing. The instructor was at a loss for how to process the situation. Just days earlier, he had warned Liu Bei that this girl was hard to pursue, yet now they were sharing a drink? All right, Liu Bei replied. And also, I won't be in any trouble. I'm in great shape, so don't worry, Ji Qingqian added. Chapter 59 I Want to be a good woman. Liu Bei chose not to attend class. Instead, he returned to his dormitory and began to type fervently on his keyboard. Although he had completed the updates for his novel today, the days ahead were plentiful. The updates seemed endless. It was imperative to write and store more content. After all, he was a student, not a full-time writer, who could predict when unforeseen circumstances might arise. Moreover, with Ji Qingqian around, if she invited him to go out, how could he decline her goodwill with an excuse of I'm busy writing, no time?
Even if Qi Qingqian could understand his situation, Liu Bei would still find it hard to forgive himself that after all, he had traveled thousands of miles to Jiangnan, yet he could barely produce a meager 4,000-word update. It was not merely embarrassing, it was utterly humiliating. With a fierce determination, he pounded away at the keyboard. In less than an hour and a half, 2 chapters totaling 4,000 words appeared on the screen. Liu Bei stretched his sore fingers and neck. Liu Bei, you truly are astonishingly swift, he mused, smiling with satisfaction, before recalling sonorous words scolding Jie. That sentiment seemed to resonate with him just as powerfully. A myriad of comments urging updates cannot compare to a single invitation from a cherished heroine. I have indeed become her slave. Liu Bei closed his notebook and pondered this matter deeply, ultimately arriving at a conclusion. I relish it, ha. With that, he stood up, realizing that lunchtime was fast approaching, and decided to grab a meal. If he delayed any longer, the cafeteria would be overcrowded. All the way north today for lunch, I'm having hot and sour noodles. If you're interested, reply with 1, a Jia 1, no cilantro, make it spicy, fatty. 1, no cilantro, make it hot, Sunner 1, with cilantro, neither sour nor spicy, all the way north. Not a single one of you is attending class properly, all you do is play on your phones, Sunner. How dare you speak to me like that, you truant? Sunner, who gave you the audacity, Liang Jingru? All the way north, your lunch is gone, Sunner, secret Marseille. Sunner, I'll have your son acknowledge you as his godfather, Jia, come and call him father, Jia. Damn, you interrupted my triple kill with this chat. Jia, damn it. Sunner, you actually didn't mute the group chat, you must really love us. Fatty Liu Bei, fatty you don't love us too much, all the way north. Please, change the pin message to Chindan, we are not worthy of your affections, Jia damn, I'll mute you all in a bit. While engaging in this lively banter with his 3 friends, Liu Bei arrived at the cafeteria. After purchasing 4 servings of hot and sour noodles, he found that it was just in time for lunch to end. This was a win for him. As he made his way back to the dormitory, he messaged Qi Qingqian. All the way north. Is it over? Qingqian, yes. Qingqian, I was just about to tell you. All the way north image. JPG, all the way north having hot and sour noodles for lunch. Qingqian. You really can eat. Qingqian, I can't afford to keep up with you. All the way north I'm only having 1 serving, the rest are for my roommates. Qingqian. Such a small appetite, are you feeling down? All the way north. Qingqian, my roommates and I are heading to the infirmary to pick up Chu-Chu. Qingqian. Then we'll go eat. All the way north, alright. After returning to his dormitory, Liu Bei savored the noodles while reviewing the manuscript he had just completed, all the while keeping an eye on his phone for any updates from the heroic Qi Qingqian. Moments later, his phone vibrated. He quickly picked it up. Qingqian, I was confessed to. Liu Bei. The unexpected revelation left Liu Bei momentarily speechless. Qi Qingqian, with her charming and playful demeanor, was adored by many. Thus, it was hardly surprising that someone would confess their feelings to her. Quite normal. Did Liu Bei think he would respond that way? Absolutely not. It was anything but normal. Confessions were predicated on some form of connection, and given Qi Qingqian's situation, even the mere notion of connection was utterly out of the question. If someone were to ask her for contact information, that might be understandable. Liu Bei had witnessed such occurrences, but a confession, that was decidedly peculiar. Moreover, he had accompanied Qi Qingqian back before. How could anyone dare to confess without regard for him? Who was this audacious person? Liu Bei resolved to inquire directly and even contemplated seeking her out to confront whoever had the audacity. Just then, another message from her arrived. Qingqian, sorry, I was joking. All the way north? The person who had confessed to her was Chu-Chu. Having watched Juan, although she hadn't paid much attention, she had retained some impression of Kayako. Last night, she had tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep, leading to a poor state of mind. Today, after standing for just a moment in military posture, her vision began to blur. Subsequently, she fainted, resulting in a temporary lapse in her memory. It was only after Ma Jiao explained the situation that Chu-Chu realized what had transpired. At that moment, her legs gave way, and before she could completely fall, Qi Qingqian rushed over to support her back before the instructor even asked, who was willing to take her to the infirmary. She had already carried her off in a hurry. Ma Jiao's final evaluation was, Qi Qingqian was genuinely worried about you. Chu-Chu felt touched. In recent days, her interactions with Qi Qingqian had been quite harmonious. During those few instances when Qi Qingqian returned late, she had sincerely worried for her. However, Chu-Chu was a rather pretty girl herself, and a small part of her pride flared up when she realized that, in terms of looks and temperament, she couldn't quite measure up to Qi Qingqian. Even in gaming, where she thought she excelled, she found herself overshadowed by Qi Qingqian. She often sought things that she could surpass Qi Qingqian in, seeking a sense of victory. Deep down, she felt a hint of resentment, but after today's events, it was only right that Qi Qingqian was better looking and more capable, Chu Chu thought. Qingqian. Tears welled up in Chu Chu's eyes. Thank you, Qi Qingqian shook her head. No need. You are simply too kind, Chu Chu remarked. Indeed, while most who saw Qi Qingqian's contact information were likely drawn to her looks, Chu Chu now felt that her character also deserved such admiration. If I were a guy, I would definitely like you, Chu Chu said. Qi Qingqian regarded Chu Chu, who looked particularly earnest. After a moment's contemplation, she replied, I'm sorry, I wouldn't like you. Chu Chu paused, her cheeks puffed up in disbelief. Qi Qingqian. Humph. Who could have anticipated that her first rejection in college would come from her roommate? Qi Qingqian reflected for a moment and then sent a message to Liu Bei. Qingqian. I was confessed to. I wonder how Bei will react. Will he feel jealous? A mischievous delight flickered in her eyes before her expression darkened once more. She thought about how she would feel if Bei sent her a similar vague message. Surely, she would be quite upset, even anxious. Even after clarifying it was just a joke, she would feel relieved but wouldn't blame Bei. Yet, the initial unhappiness would linger, not vanishing simply because of subsequent relief. By employing this little ruse, perhaps she could glean how significant she was to Bei. However, it was built upon the foundation of carelessly manipulating Bei's emotions, like a bad woman. Qi Qingqian did not wish to be a bad woman, she aspired to be an unparalleled good woman, retracting, but it was too late. Moreover, if Bei saw her message and then saw her retracted, it would only complicate matters further. Qingqian. Sorry, I was joking. All the way north? Qingqian, it was actually my roommate. Qi Qingqian hurriedly clarified everything, making it abundantly clear, fearful that Liu Bei might misunderstand. Chapter 60. Hello, so meticulous. Qi Qingqian took a deep breath and sent several messages to Liu Bei to explain the situation. The last message read, Qingqian, I didn't think too much about it, so don't overthink it either, but. After days of reading, she was now using her knowledge. Liu Bei, utilizing his exceptional reading comprehension skills, attempted to gauge the emotions of the valiant Qingqian. It felt as though she had dug a pit for him to fall into, only to have a change of heart at the last moment and push him aside, burying herself instead. Just as Liu Bei was about to articulate something, the dormitory door swung open. Liu Jie bounced in energetically upon spotting the spicy and sour noodles on the table. He licked his lips eagerly, exclaiming, Lao Bei. Qi Qingqian awaited Liu Bei's response. She believed he wouldn't be upset with her, yet a mistake was a mistake. She reviewed the sentences she had sent, only to realize the issue. While she had indeed narrated the events concerning Chu Zhu, perhaps due to her anxiety, her wording had been excessively serious. It felt as though she were solemnly explaining something to Bei. The atmosphere of their previous conversations had been lighthearted, which she cherished. Suddenly turning grave, she felt awkward, not only for Bei but for herself as well. The best course of action now was to bypass this topic and restore their previous relaxed ambience. However, finding a new topic was not Qi Qingqian's forte. Qi Qingqian? Ma Jiao Jiao called out. The four of them were walking towards the cafeteria, with Qi Qingqian lagging behind, her long legs almost losing pace, clearly somewhat distracted. Qi Qingqian looked up and hurried to catch up. What's wrong? Ma Jiao Jiao inquired. Nothing. Qi Qingqian continued to focus on her phone. Ma Jiao Jiao wondered if this had anything to do with Senior Liu Bei. Qi Qingqian usually bore a bland expression, and Ma Jiao Jiao had never witnessed any discernible difference between her anger, happiness, or sadness. Thus, she could not fathom what Qi Qingqian was currently experiencing. In the next moment, Qi Qingqian received a voice message. All the way north 3S, Qi Qingqian quickly leaned her ear towards the screen and played it through her earphones. However, instead of Bei's voice, a strange, somewhat cheeky male voice emerged. Lao Bei, I adore you. Immediately, her phone buzzed with another message. All the way north. Are you pleased? All the way north. My roommate confessed to me too. Qi Qingqian. She pressed her lips tightly together. Ma Jiao Jiao could see that the goddess was clearly suppressing a smile. Ah, Senior Liu truly lived up to his reputation, managing to bring such joy to this icy mountain. Bei is wonderful, Qi Qingqian thought, effortlessly alleviating the awkwardness she had caused. Qingqian. My roommate is more attractive than your roommate. All the way north. Liu Bei glanced at Liu Jie's animated expression as he slurped at his noodles. What's up? Liu Jie raised his head, licking the broth from the corner of his lips. Nothing, just admiring your looks, Jie good, Liu Bei replied. Lu Jia was indeed a bit thin, but not unattractive. His fair complexion lent him a certain charm, though his demeanor was quite off-putting.
Finally realize your father resembles Panin?
Lu Jia tilted his head, his eyes narrowing with a mischievous glint. Liu Bei nodded. If I had to describe it in one word, it would be divine craftsmanship.
Zhao Sun interjected, raising his index finger. I think vividly lifelike is more appropriate.
Lu Jia exclaimed, your mother.
Even calling for his grandmother yielded no results. Liu Bei continued messaging Ji Qingqian.
All the way north I have General Zhao Sun, who can vanquish your roommate. When it came to looks, Zhao Sun was indeed reliable.
Qingqian, I only observe those who are mere opportunists.
All the way north.
Not quite. Qian.my Zhao Sun, aside from other traits, is first-rate in appearance, wouldn't you agree? Qingqian, which one?
All the way north of the one who came with me that day, Xiao Nanliang.
All the way north. The one with braids. Qingqian, there is such a person?
All the way north, you should at least remember their faces.
Qingqian, I was too focused on you to notice anyone else. Liu Bei. Lao Bei, why are you grinning so lewdly?
Lu Jie scrutinized him. Liu Bei quickly suppressed his rising smile.
We're just eating, why are you looking at me?
Is there something on my face? He retorted, flustered.
How many people are reading your new book that you're actually adding chapters?
Lu Jie asked. I was wondering why you suddenly skipped class.
Turns out you were busy writing. Liu Bei replied, no.
Previously, Lu Jia had inquired about his absence from class via WeChat. Liu Bei had responded, I was on a date with Ji Qingqian. Lu Jia sent a finger gesture emoji. CNMs, you old rascal, I wouldn't believe you if you told me that.
Lu Jia was almost convinced that Liu Bei was using Ji Qingqian as a cover.
He would rather believe that Liu Bei was secretly dating someone, but he could not accept that this person could be Ji Qingqian. Upon entering the room and seeing Liu Bei squatting in front of his computer, he felt even more certain that his absence from class was work-related.
How many extra chapters?
Lu Jia asked.
Am I the kind of person who adds chapters based on popularity?
Liu Bei scoffed, I never bend my principles for a mere 5 pecks of rice.
I only add chapters based on my mood.
Lu Jia advised, you should really consider bending a little, while you can still earn, make the most of it.
The others in the dorm were well aware of Liu Bei's philosophy of self-sufficiency during times of poverty.
Zhao Sun interjected, don't listen to Lao Bei's nonsense, adding chapters based on mood is, in itself, a fallacy.
Lu Jia asked, how so?
If he is in a good mood, he adds chapters.
If more people read, he is in a good mood, what do you think? Zhao Sun explained. Lu Jia retorted, damn it, so it's all just sweet talk, huh? Liu Bei straightened his back, nonchalant, one must maintain their persona.
In the cafeteria, Zhu Zhu listened as Ma Jiao recounted the events from military training that she had missed. One significant detail she emphasized was that after escorting Zhu Zhu to the infirmary, Ji Qingqian was accompanied back by Liu Bei.
Zhu Zhu looked at Ji Qingqian, astonished, is that so?
Ma Jiao echoed her curiosity, I'm still baffled as to how you ended up returning with Senior Liu. How did he know you took Zhu Zhu to the infirmary? I recall you didn't have your phone. Ji Qingqian anticipated that her roommates would inquire about her decision to have Liu Bei accompany her back, so she didn't mind answering truthfully, he comes to check on me daily, worried that I wouldn't withstand the intensity of military training, so when he noticed I was absent, he went to the infirmary.
Is that true?
Ma Jiao marveled, I thought he just simply came to see this goddess. The affection between couples often ignites sparks at every meeting. She hadn't expected Senior Liu to harbor such thoughtful intentions.
He's so meticulous, Ma Jiao mused.
Hearing her roommate praise Liu Bei, Ji Qingqian raised her brows, feeling prouder than if they were directly complimenting her. After a moment's thought, she sent Liu Bei a message.
Qingqian, you are so meticulous. All the way north. Qingqian, meticulous.
Chapter 61 Perspectives on Love. Ma Jiao continued to inquire, so that's why you returned so late. Did you spend some time with your senior?
Ji Qingqian did not conceal the truth, merely responding with a soft Did the senior also bring you the juice?
In reality, it wasn't quite so, but Ji Qingqian felt that explaining would be somewhat cumbersome. Since she had shared the drink, it could be considered as having been brought by a Bei. After all, a Bei would not mind. Chu vigorously jabbed her chopsticks into her rice, her expression one of indignation. Why do I feel like I've become a mere accessory in your little romance?
Next time, I won't involve you, Ji Qingqian replied. My fault.
Chu quickly apologized.
I was just wondering why your senior always arrives when it's the hottest, Wang Ju whispered, realizing Louis Bei's tenderness. So it's because he feared that Qing Qian might not cope well during that time. Subtle, this maneuver is exceedingly nuanced, Ma Jiao sighed in admiration, concluding that he certainly deserved the favor of this icy goddess. This sentiment remained unspoken, lest Ji Qingqian feel a tinge of embarrassment upon hearing it in various respects. It was actually Ji Qingqian who yearned for Bei's affection. Chu shot her a sidelong glance. Are you envious? Speaking of which, compared to Senior Lu, your senior hardly ever shows up, Ji Qingqian interjected. Let us not go down that path. It's not appropriate. Chu, realizing her faux pas, hastily apologized. Sorry, Jiao, I didn't mean it that way. She was accustomed to playful banter with Ma Jiao, and in a moment of carelessness, she had uttered such words. In truth, Chu understood that gossiping behind someone's back was unbecoming, and comparing the boyfriends of female friends was even more unethical, as it could easily jeopardize their relationships. However, Ma Jiao was indifferent. The dynamics of relationships vary between individuals. Senior Lu possesses his own brand of gentleness, while my senior has his unique charms. Besides, even if my senior pales in comparison to Senior Lu, what of it? I am no match for Qing Qian either. She chuckled lightly, her words devoid of any bitterness, brimming instead with sincerity. Of course, I envy you to some extent, but one cannot force what is not meant to be. The group finished their meal and returned to their dormitory in unison. Chu took a brief nap in the infirmary, feeling relatively rejuvenated, and thus resolved to persevere through the afternoon. After all, military training concludes the day after tomorrow, Chu remarked, acknowledging that although no accolades would be bestowed, it would be quite disheartening to give up at the last moment. So we'll train in the morning the day after tomorrow? Ma Jiao asked, just a formation drill to wrap it up? Ji Qingqian nodded, climbing onto her bed to retrieve her pad and plug in her headphones. There's evening training tomorrow, Chu noted, but I wonder what we'll do. Jiangnan University's military training did not typically include nighttime activities, with tomorrow being the sole exception. I heard from a senior that we'll be engaging in some light-hearted games. Given that we will be pressed for time the day after tomorrow and unable to properly bid farewell to the instructor, tomorrow evening will essentially serve as our farewell, Ma Jiao explained. Wang Ju interjected softly, in that case, time has flown by. Chu paused. Indeed, from initially perceiving the 14 days of military training as excessively long, to now having endured until the end, it truly felt like the blink of an eye. Time, in its fickle nature, neither hastens nor lingers, yet its visage is unkind, and one remains oblivious to its quiet passage. How swiftly time has passed, Chu mused. Now that I think about it, our 4 years in university will seem lengthy. Time waits for no one, youth is fleeting, but hey. Just as Chu was about to commend herself for articulating such profound wisdom, she turned to find Ji Qingqian engrossed in her pad, while Wang Ju and Ma Jiao were huddled together before the computer, utterly ignoring her. What are you watching? Chu first leaned over to Ma Jiao. My heart is dangerous, Ma Jiao replied. Chu? My heart is dangerous, Ma Jiao clarified. It was an anime centered around romance. Chu cast a disdainful glance. Aren't you a bit old for cartoons? Any newcomer to the world of anime would surely feel compelled to argue against such a remark from Chu. However, Ma Jiao, a seasoned otaku, merely responded with, yes, we have our preferences. Subsequently, Chu approached Ji Qingqian's bedside, tilting her head. What about you? Ji Qingqian removed her headphones. What are you watching? Chu assumed that this aloof goddess would be indulging in more mature films. She couldn't discern the details on the pad, but she could at least confirm that the visuals were appealing and featured live actors. Ultra Battle Belial Galaxy Empire, Ji Qingqian stated. Noticing the bewildered look on Chu's face, she elaborated, it's an Ultraman movie. Chu, she obediently retreated. They were also absurd. However, with nothing else to occupy her time, she ultimately settled down beside Ma Jiao, fiddling with her phone while casting occasional glances at the anime being played. She couldn't help but scoff. What could possibly be appealing about these paper-thin characters? They were nowhere near as alluring as the oppas and oni she adored. How juvenile. Ma Jiao and Wang Ju were truly something, still captivated by such childish things at their age. Oh, Chu looked once, twice, thrice, and then once more. At time swiftly slipped by. Let's go, Ma Jiao said to Wang Ju. It's nearly time to assemble, Ji Qingqian, we're leaving. Oh, Ji Qingqian responded, tossing her pad aside, sending a message to Louis Bei to inform him of her departure for assembly, and promptly leaping off her bed. Wait. Chu called out to Ma Jiao, visibly anxious. Can't we just finish this episode? We're halfway through. Ma Jiao Jiao, tomorrow marks the end of military training, Lu Jia remarked as he inquired of the other three who were gathered around Zhao Sun's computer. Do you think there will be any traditional performances from Monkey Brother tonight? Don't bother me, Hao Zhanwen interjected coldly, let us discuss it after this episode of My Heart is Dangerous. Lu Jia scoffed, a smile curling on his lips at the sight of such childish antics, as they all huddled together to watch an anime. It was evident that he alone was the one who had matured. Indeed, he, Lu Jia, was directly following the manga far ahead of them in terms of plot progression. Lu Jia leaned in for a closer look. Oh, it's this episode, let me tell you, Louis Bei called out, Fatty. At your service. How Fatty immediately wrapped his robust arm around Lu Jia's slender neck. Shut up. You spoil everything. Once the episode concluded and the ending credits rolled, How Fatty finally released Lu Jia. What did you say? Lu Bei inquired. I was saying, do you think Monkey Brother will have any traditional performances? If so, will Junior G take the stage to sing? Lu Jia asked, recalling that last year's game segment had included singing. How would I know? How Fatty replied. Lu Bei, what do you think? How would I know? Louis Bei echoed, as he hadn't yet asked Qing Qian. How about we go take a look? Lu Jia suggested tentatively. Not going. It's a waste of time, Zhao Sun continued scrolling through the mouse, searching for something else of interest. Chapter 62. A second glance in the crowd put me down. Zhao Sun bellowed. Louis Bei cradled his head while Hao Zhangwen grasped his legs, lifting him with sheer force. You have two choices now, Hao said. First, you can leave with us in a dignified manner, Louis Bei interjected, or second, we can assist you in maintaining your dignity. Zhao Sun, being of shorter stature and lighter weight, realized that with the strength of the robust duo, it would be effortless for them to carry him to the playground. Choose one. Zhao Sun exclaimed. Damn, he didn't care about his dignity. Consider yourself wise to the situation, Hao said. Together, they placed Zhao Sun down again. The impact was not physically harmful, but the humiliation was profound. Although Zhao Sun was no match for these two brawny companions, he refused to let his tongue falter, defiantly raising a middle finger at each of them. I'll beat your father. After which, he pretended to slap himself. Louis Bei hastily intervened. Teacher Zhao, please don't do that. Alright, let's head downstairs. How about I treat you to some milk tea? Hao suggested. He still had plenty of money from his performances, making this a lavish moment. Zhao Sun felt a twinge of satisfaction, yet he found it peculiar. Usually, it was only Jia who instigated such antics. Why were Louis Bei and Hao joining in today? It's all about watching Ji Qingqian, Louis Bei candidly replied. Lu Jia, damn. The more Louis Bei spoke, the less Lu Jia believed him. Hao added, I'm accompanying Louis Bei to observe Ji Qingqian. Louis Bei cast a surprised glance at Hao Zhanwen, who merely adjusted his glasses. The glimmer in Hao's eyes conveyed a sense of understanding. Louis Bei nodded. He had suspected that Hao was far more astute than Jia, that scoundrel. As they descended the stairs, Hao Zhanwen began to analyze the situation while they walked towards the juice shop. You know, the more I see, the more I feel like Louis Bei and Ji Shui may have something brewing. His words seemed directed at Lu Jia rather than Louis Bei. But Jia, you really shouldn't dismiss it. What nonsense, Lu Jia scoffed. Louis Bei was completely indifferent to Ji Shui before. He didn't even bother to ask for her contact information. If I were Ji Qingqian, even if I had a hint of interest in him, I would have long since lost hope. Dare to place a bet? Hao Zhangwen challenged. Bet on what? Lu Jia retorted. If Louis Bei manages to get Ji Shui's WeChat, you must confess your feelings to Chen Dan. Hao's plan was twofold. If, as he suspected, Louis Bei and Ji Qingqian formed a connection, he could effortlessly facilitate Lu Jia's romantic endeavor even if it was merely a figment of his imagination. For the sake of helping Lu Jia, Louis Bei would likely take the initiative to ask Ji Qingqian for her WeChat. After all, it is only through taking action that stories unfold. Hao Zhanwen adjusted his glasses again. Such a clever scheme could earn him the title of Master Zhu, or, more affectionately, Gu Liang. The only variable was that Lu Jia, face flushed, fell silent. Yes, he was too timid for this. Unfair, why should Louis Bei get a WeChat while I have to confess? Lu Jia suggested a modification. How about this? If Louis Bei truly manages to obtain Ji Qingqian's WeChat, then I will. I will ask Chen Dan out. Damn it, is that the extent of your courage? Zhao Sun derided. What, if you have the guts, come at me. Lu Jia provoked. Zhao Sun nodded. I could confess to Chen Dan, that's not out of the question. Go to hell. Lu Jia attempted to kick Zhao Sun's backside, but Zhao Sun, possessing greater agility, evaded the strike. Fine, but I want a group photo, Hao Zhangwen added a condition. Lu Jia agreed,
but the final decision lay in the hands of Liu Bei, the participant.
Liu Bei, what do you say?
Lu Jia inquired. At this point, he began to feel a twinge of regret, though he wasn't quite sure why. He sensed he had fallen into a trap. He silently pleaded, Liu Bei, please don't agree, but often, such pleas go unheard.
Sure, Liu Bei replied without hesitation.
Damn, Lu Jia inwardly lamented, reiterating, you can't just ask for her WeChat, she has to be willing to give it to you. If Lu Jia were to see his chat history, he would surely break into a cold sweat.
Liu Bei, what would you like to drink? Xinqian image. JPG, Xinqian, I have already bought milk tea. Liu Bei.
My lady, you truly do not honor agreements.
Xinqian?
Liu Bei, you previously mentioned you would only drink what I bought, it's been mere days, and you have cast aside your vow?
Xinqian. Xinqian, my roommate treated me.
Xinqian, because I carried her to the infirmary yesterday.
Xinqian, I couldn't refuse.
Liu Bei was merely joking and had no intention of blaming her for it. However, he was taken aback when she earnestly began to explain with a somewhat adorable demeanor.
Liu Bei, is that all? Xinqian, can we drink the—
Alas, I did not even realize my lady was thirsty, allowing your roommate to take advantage. You won't scold me for this oversight?
Xinqian.
Liu Bei, please scold me, or I shall feel unwell. After purchasing milk tea with her roommates, Xinqian walked towards the military training grounds. Tonight's evening training was quite relaxed, as the instructor permitted them to bring snacks and milk tea. She gently bit the straw with her pearly teeth, gazing at her screen with a relaxed expression, before sending a two-word message.
Pervert.
Having indulged in mischief today, Liu Bei felt quite pleased that he accepted the milk tea handed to him by Hao and simultaneously received a message from the lady.
Xinqian. There's evening training. Xinqian, I can't walk with you today.
She seemed to believe that Liu Bei's inquiry about her thirst was merely a pretext to invite her for a stroll.
In previous instances, he often asked, do you want ice cream, or would you like to sip milk tea together?
However, for Xinqian, this evening's training felt no different from the usual military drills, so she did not inquire whether Liu Bei would come to watch. Liu Bei initially intended to inform her that he would be there shortly, but ultimately abandoned the thought. When the 404 boy group arrived at the playground, they found it already bustling with people. Aside from the new students undergoing military training, many upperclassmen were leisurely strolling about. The clock had just passed 6 in the evening, having surpassed the summer solstice. Darkness descended earlier. At this hour, the setting sun cast a warm glow, leaving only the crimson remnants of clouds lingering over the western hills. Following a recent rainfall, although daytime temperatures remained high, the difference between day and night had diminished. With no sun in sight, the breeze now carried a hint of autumn's chill. This time, Liu Bei and his companions did not approach too closely but instead maintained a distance while observing from afar. Although they were technically still on the playground, the students from various classes had gathered together, deviating from the original military training area. Liu Bei was quite familiar with Sun Bing and had initially planned to use him as a reference point. However, after scanning the crowd, he inadvertently fixed his gaze on the location of the heroine, who was engrossed in her phone.
Moments later, Liu Bei received a message from her. Xinqian, there are so many people on the playground. Liu Bei, are there any handsome guys? Xinqian, you're so boring.
She truly did not care whether there were handsome guys, silly Liu Bei.
Xinqian felt a twinge of dissatisfaction.
Liu Bei looked in the direction of 5 o'clock, there might be a surprise. Xinqian, following his suggestion, she turned to look, spotting several upperclassmen taking a leisurely stroll.
Clearly nothing.
She was in the midst of typing when Liu Bei sent another message.
Liu Bei. You looked in the wrong direction. Liu Bei, you were looking at 7 o'clock, you're such a ditz.
Xinqian pondered how he knew she had looked in the wrong direction. Following his prompt, she shifted her gaze to the correct area, where a considerable crowd had gathered, yet, her eyes immediately fell upon the boy, beaming with joy, his eyes radiating warmth. In that crowd, she glanced at him once more. Chapter 63. When confronting the one you admire, be a little braver, just a bit more. In the film The Secret Life of Walter Mitty, there exists a concept known as the negative 25, also referred to as the life negative. Each individual's negative 25 is uniquely their own. However, what is captured within this negative 25 encompasses the most cherished and desired beautiful things from the very beginning. The human eye can be likened to a super camera boasting an impressive resolution of 576 million pixels. Xinqian captured a singular moment of her life through her eyes, a scene of a boy smiling radiantly under the setting sun, which shall remain forever etched in her memory as the 25th frame. The pale complexion of Ji Qingqian was tinged with a faint blush, a touch of warmth upon her cheeks. Since enrolling at Jiangnan University, she had encountered Liu Bei almost daily, witnessing him countless times. Logically, she should have felt no embarrassment, yet, his sudden appearance sent her heart racing. Perhaps this is the allure of unexpected encounters. Ji Qingqian cast her gaze downward. Although Liu Bei stood at a considerable distance, she feared that he might perceive her shyness, stubbornly turning her face away before daring to continue typing.
Qingqian. What brings you here? Northbound. It's the last night of military training. I came to take a look. Qingqian.o.
She was grateful for the courage she mustered to repeat her studies, enabling her to attend this school and have so many encounters with a Bei. Ji Qingqian pressed her lips together, offering a faint smile. This final night of military training, termed military training, was, in truth, merely a farewell gathering with the instructors before parting. The atmosphere was devoid of seriousness, filled instead with playful antics. After gathering a few classes, Instructor Sun, humorously referred to as Monkey Brother, boldly brought over a speaker and shouted, "Let us sing, who dares to come up and perform a song?" The students below remained still, prompting another instructor to seize the microphone, enthusiastically volunteering to sing a classic tune, "My Good Brother." The performance was a cacophony of raw emotion rather than technical skill. Yet, the students erupted in applause, and this instructor set a lively precedent. If he dares to sing so poorly, I can do it too. Soon, a student took the microphone, delivering a heartfelt rendition of JJS If Only.
The performance was deeply moving and sincere. Chu quietly inquired, "I heard this student just broke up with his girlfriend. Singing with such emotion must mean they've known each other for years," Ma Jiaojiao remarked.
"No, they only met on the first day of military training, and they broke up on the last day," Chu replied. "Sounds like a fast food romance," Ma Jiaojiao commented. Last year, Liu Bei and his peers had experienced a similar scenario. There was a reason for the instructors to combine classes. Despite the lively atmosphere, many were hesitant to take the stage, as social anxiety prevailed in contemporary society, and few dared to sing. Moreover, if one were to sing poorly, it could jeopardize their romantic prospects for the next 4 years. With only one class, the number of participants was still too few, and the microphone quickly passed from hand to hand. However, with a larger group, the scene transformed into a whirlwind of excitement.
"Ma Jiaojiao, will you go up?" Chu asked. "I feel a bit shy," Ma Jiaojiao waved her hand dismissively.
"Forget it, this could be quite taxing."
Jueju, Chu glanced at Wang Ju, deciding against her participation.
Ji Qingqian, the goddess, appeared disinterested, making her less likely to go up than Wang Ju. Yet, with confidence, she raised her hand, declaring, "I must uphold the honor of our dormitory." Chu was naturally outgoing, the most extroverted in their dorm, displaying courage except. Chu chose a similarly classic song, "The Wind Rises." As we walk this winding road, tracing the path of youth, just before stepping off the station, I find myself hesitating. The wind stirs memories of the past, the first time I encountered this world, lingering longingly, gazing at the horizon as if it were right before me, willingly plunging into fire and water to experience it all once more. I once returned my youth to her, and I also plucked melodies of summer with my fingertips. Chu's voice soared high, effortlessly tackling "The Wind Rises." Coupled with her striking features and trendy waves, Ma Jiaojiao and the others noticed several boys from the adjacent class inquiring about Chu's identity. Yet, more gazes remained fixated on the aloof Ji Qingqian, the campus beauty. The evening breeze lifts the white strands at your temples, soothing the scars left by memories. Where the heart is moved, let fate take its course. Chu continued to sing. Ji Qingqian glanced towards Liu Bei, only to discover that he seemed indifferent to Chu, even turning his back. Recalling Liu Bei's mention of his roommate, Ji Qingqian allowed herself a fleeting glance at the trio accompanying him. They were all gazing at Chu.
"Qingqian, what are you doing?"
She found it somewhat peculiar. Liu Bei was about to respond while looking at his phone. Nearby, Lu Jia, ever observant, called out, "Pair brother." Liu Bei turned to see the petite, sun-kissed girl, Xia Xiaoli, chatting with a bespectacled boy. The boy, likely a few centimeters taller than Liu Bei, had to bend slightly to speak with Xia Li. Liu Bei recognized him from their previous encounter during orientation. His name was easy to remember, Li Si, the student council president. Xia Li, having pinpointed their location through Lu Jia's shout, leaped up excitedly, waving her hands high. "Beige brother." She then sprinted over, coming to a halt right in front of Liu Bei, her smile bright and cheerful. Li Si shook his head in resignation, amused, as he hurried over.
"Beige brother, you're here too, what are you up to?"
Lu Jia smirked, "Pair brother, I think I called you." Only then did Xia Li realize, "Oh, so you're here too."
"Lu Jia, you little rascal." Listening to music, Liu Bei replied, then inquired, "What about you?" Lu Jie squinted, making a wild guess, just wandering around campus. I smell something fishy. No way.
Xiaoli quickly waved her hands, her face adorned with a brilliant and innocent smile. The president and I are discussing the orientation gala at our department's event is scheduled quite late, after National Day, so we need to prepare thoroughly.
Xiaoli then asked, but beige brother, why are you facing away while listening to music? Lu Jie chimed in to answer just as Louis Bei was addressing Ji Qingqian as similar question. Northbound. Jiannan's good voice, when I hear a captivating melody, I will turn around.
Xiaoli sighed, beige brother, you all are so boring. What a youth mini version of The Voice of China.
Then she stood beside Louis Bei, similarly turning her back, I'll give it a try too. Qingqian. Qingqian, will you turn around for me? Northbound to know, given your personality, you wouldn't dare to take the stage, would you? Qingqian. Do you think you know me well? Northbound? Qingqian, you better turn around.
Just then, a song concluded. Ji Qingqian extended her fair arm and raised her hand. I want to sing, singing courage.
Ji Qingqian's character starkly contrasted with Chu Chu's.
She only displayed extraordinary bravery when facing someone she truly liked. Chapter 64. I possess no tenderness, only this measure of courage. The moment Ji Qingqian raised her hand, she captured nearly every gaze in the room. This newly minted campus belle was undeniably remarkable. However, no one anticipated that this seemingly aloof ice goddess would show interest in such matters. Leaving aside those who were entirely unfamiliar with her, even the two girls sharing her dormitory looked on in astonishment at Ji Qingqian, who had already stood up.
Wait, you want to join in?
In fact, someone else raised their hand alongside Ji Qingqian. Once they noticed that it was her, they immediately lowered their head in a gesture of deference, making a please sign, not wishing to compete with her. Ji Qingqian, too, was unreserved. She strode forward, and her classmates autonomously cleared a path for her. Sun Bing was equally taken aback. After nearly half a month of interaction, he and Ji Qingqian remained somewhat unfamiliar with one another, yet, privately, he regarded her as a potential future sister-in-law, observing her discreetly. During this singing event, Sun Bing had not intended to create a ruckus to draw the immensely popular campus belle onto the stage. He knew that such an endeavor was futile. Ji Qingqian's temperament and the indifference she exuded spoke volumes about her disinterest in such affairs. However, as an active member of the Armed Forces Police, despite his surprise, Sun Bing quickly regained his composure. What are we singing? He inquired, opening the music application. As the prelude began to play, Louis Bei turned around without waiting for Lu Jie to call him. Xiaoli, who was similarly turned away, appeared somewhat bewildered. Brother Bei, this isn't how the game is played, is it? At least wait for her to speak before you turn around. She joined Louis Bei in gazing ahead. It's Ji Qingqian, Lu Jie murmured, his voice barely containing his excitement. I truly didn't expect her to take the stage. Not only Lu Jie, but even Louis Bei was taken aback. What was this heroine planning to do? Instinctively, he lowered his gaze to the screen. Qingqian, you better turn around for me. That was the purpose. The melody seemed somewhat familiar, yet Louis Bei could not immediately recall the song's title. Hao Panzi chimed in. It's Courage by Miriam Young, a Cantonese song from the movie The New Police Story. Isn't that the film I starred in? Lu Jie inquired, puzzled. By the way, the male lead of The New Police Story was Wu Yinzu. Louis Bei couldn't help but chuckle. A girl from northeast China singing a Cantonese song in Jiangnan. Wasn't that a delightful blend of cultures? As the prelude concluded, Ji Qingqian's clear voice rang out. I am not fearless, nor am I unafraid of death. But before a romantic kiss, how perilous the cliffs may be, for you, I would traverse them as if they were flat ground. Her gaze fell upon Louis Bei. A year prior, Ji Qingqian faced the most significant examination of her life. Previously, she had not perceived the college entrance examination as having any significance for her. Although she lacked diligence in her studies, her grades were commendable enough to secure a place in university without much effort. Moreover, coming from a well-off family, she had little to worry about regarding her future. However, upon realizing certain feelings within herself, she began to care about those wretched scores. Without a solid foundation, one cannot achieve remarkable results. She fell short of JoJo by 80 points, an entire 80 points. Her family was satisfied with her score. Her parents even popped champagne to celebrate. Yet, Ji Qingqian locked herself in her room, unwilling to speak to anyone, lacking appetite, and unable to sleep. She wished to confine herself in a corner, never to speak again. But if she continued down this path, how would a Bei on the other side of the network feel? A Bei was so wonderful. Could she truly afford to give that up? Would she willingly do so? Was she content with that? Loving you requires no justification, but rather an instinctive grasp of your essence. The mere thought of you, the one I admire, fills my once feeble arms with newfound strength. No, Ji Qingshan told herself that she wished to start anew. Others may never approve, devoid of reason, yet I still pour my heart into this love, oblivious to the pain it may bring.
No one understood.
The teachers did not understand, nor did her family. Ji Qingshan had always been a child who relied on her innate talent, never contemplating the need for hard work. It seemed she need not strive. Among all the students in her school, even the top achievers might choose to retake the exam due to dissatisfaction with their scores, yet no one believed Ji Qingshan would ever consider such a thing.
She had never cared.
No matter how radical others may be, they cannot compare to the courage I possess for you. Though the red lights may flash, none can obstruct my path. I gaze upon a sea of galloping steeds rushing forth.
Ji Qingshan had pondered what would happen if her scores were even worse. Even if she arrived in Jiangnan, she could not be certain that the one she admired would still be single or that he would even like her.
Yet these unanswerable questions were ultimately cast aside, because I possessed no tenderness, only this measure of courage. It was uncertain when Ji Qingshan began to harbor fondness for the song Courage. She had always wished to sing it for a bay, like telling a story, softly singing it in his ear in private. But that would not be courageous at all, it would be excessively timid. Thus, she chose to do it as she did today. Although the surroundings were lively, she wished for a bay to see only her, his eyes filled solely with her presence.
To fall and rise again, like a tumbler.
Though I may have missed the mark, I will exert all my effort to score again. Even without support, I still possess this measure of courage. Those who yearn for love, do so with great bravery.
The applause thundered below.
In truth, Ji Qingshan's cool and clear voice did not align with the fierce spirit of courage. Yet she sang it beautifully. Ji Qingshan herself was the focal point of the entire event. By the end of her performance, more people were captivated by her. Truly remarkable, how Zhang Wen commented. As someone capable of writing songs, he had considerable authority in this matter. However, he noted that Ji, the junior, was not from Guangdong. Her Cantonese was somewhat lacking. Xia Li squinted her eyes, resembling a wildcat. This new student looks familiar. Ji Qingshan, the campus belle of this year's freshman, Li Si replied. Xia Li stared at Li Si in astonishment, her face a mask of disbelief as she scrutinized him from head to toe.
Li Si shrugged. As the president, it is reasonable for me to oversee the voting on the public account, right?
He defended himself against the accusation of being a lecherous individual. Xia Li paid him no mind. She felt certain she had seen this junior somewhere other than on the public account.
Bei.
Xia Li suddenly recalled and hurriedly called out to Louis Bei. Isn't she the junior who helped you move your luggage on orientation day?
Louis Bei did not respond.
He gazed at the crescent moon in the sky. Xia Li noticed that his eyes seemed slightly red, and she advised her brother Bei, at our young age, we should avoid staying up late.
As students in the computer science department, we ought to take precautions against hair loss early on.
Louis Bei remained silent for a moment before replying. No, the sunlight is just a bit glaring.
Xia Li.
Wait, brother Bei, that is somewhat absurd, isn't it? She was about to question where the sunlight was coming from. Lic chuckled and interjected. Moonlight is merely sunlight refracted by the moon. Xia Li, haven't you learned your astronomy well in middle school?
He glanced at Ji Qingshan, then at Louis Bei, smiling in silence.
Lu Jie and Zhao Sun regained their composure, both expressing admiration. Let us be honest, Junior Ji does possess some talent.
This song is no less impressive than that of Sister Lizzie.
What others heard was merely a song. Yet, for Louis Bei, the melody transformed into a narrative. Ji Qingshan poured her heart out to him, recounting how she had taken steps toward him over the past year. A girl unskilled at blending into the world, yet she took the stage alone, journeying through mountains and seas. She was so fragile, so delicate, yet so brave and radiant. Louis Bei received a message from Ji Qingshan after she left the stage.
Qingshan, how was it?
Northward.
Good, Qingshan, is that all?
Northward, truly wonderful. Chapter 65. Halfway. Ji Qingshan gazed at the two-character evaluation displayed on her phone. Qingshan is so brief. Qingshan, I was so earnest. Northward journey. Apologies, northward journey. Allow me a moment to gather my thoughts before I sing your praises. Qingshan humph. She pressed her lips together. Her dissatisfaction was not merely a fleeting sentiment, she was utterly overwhelmed with satisfaction. Louis Bei had an uncanny ability to bring her joy, yet, after listening to the song, his response was reduced to just 2 words, rather than an eloquent effusion of praise. Surely, he was rendered speechless by emotion. How profoundly touching. Ji Qingshan harbored a tinge of selfishness. She was not the kind of person who gave without expecting something in return. She wished for Louis Bei to grasp even a sliver of her feelings. Just a fragment would suffice. The glow from the screen illuminated Ji Qingshan's eyes, causing them to shimmer as if rippling with tenderness. Asg Qingshan prepared to engage in a chat on her phone. Ma Jiao and others observed her keenly. After scanning the surroundings, Ma Jiao's gaze landed on the lanky, slightly tousled-haired senior, Lu Shuozhang. Maintaining her composure, she subtly gestured to Chu Chuchu and Wang Ju, indicating his position. Once they spotted the senior, they collectively felt a sense of relief. This was no longer puzzling. It all made sense, however. The icy goddess seemed genuinely enthusiastic about Lu Shuozhang, going so far as to showcase herself for him. They all believed that Lu Shuozhang must have wanted to hear Ji Qingshan sing, which was why she willingly took the microphone. What a pity, Zhao Sun remarked to Lui Bei. If only they were in the same grade, Liu Bei could easily deliver a performance that would be nothing short of spectacular. Indeed, perhaps if Ji Shuemi felt inspired, she might even agree to a duet, Lu Jia added. A duet of love songs would undoubtedly carry an air of romance. Liu Bei and Ji Shuemi might very well become an item. Wait a minute, Lu Jia suddenly realized that if Liu Bei were to become involved, wouldn't he that bury his own prospects? Speaking of which, Bei Ge, you sing quite well. Xiaoli recalled an incident from the past.
Just like now, last year during the computer science department's singing event, Louis Bei had been encouraged to sing.
It would have been even better if he had been more serious, Xiaoli continued. She remembered how, at that time, Louis Bei had poured his heart into a rendition of the Great Sage Song. It was difficult to gauge the impact it had on the female classmates, but it certainly moved Sun Bing to the point where he chased after him for over 800 meters. Our Liu Bei, the king of children's songs, certainly earns his title, Lu Jie chuckled, draping an arm around Louis Bei's shoulders. After Ji Qingshan exited the stage, no one stepped up to take her place. It was not that the students were intimidated by the goddess's stage presence but rather because Sun Bing was clinging to the microphone, ignoring the classmates who eagerly volunteered themselves. He tested the mic with a couple of hellos before bellowing, Louis Bei. His booming voice sent a tremor through Louis Bei's shoulders. He felt that a simple good, really good would be too dry, and he intended to articulate more elaborate praise for the heroine, yet he found himself in Sun Bing's crosshairs.
Are you not going to perform something for us?
Sun Bing shouted. No, Louis Bei stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. Sun Bing, a current member of the armed forces, possessed remarkable insight. From the outset, he sensed that Ji Qingshan's willingness to take the stage was somewhat peculiar, especially given how her gaze frequently darted toward a specific spot. Upon following her line of sight, he realized, damn, it was that brat. Recalling how Ji Qingshan had handed half a cup of water to that boy the previous day, Sun Bing, through meticulous reasoning, discerned something deeper.
This was no simple matter. He scrutinized the relationship between the two, finding it rather unusual. This girl was clearly singing for that boy. A man must not allow a girl to serenade him without reciprocation. Though Louis Bei was in his second year, it was indeed odd for him to be coaxed into singing at a first-year event. However, Ma Jiao swiftly seized the opportunity, leading the charge with shouts of, Lu Shuozhang. Lu Shuozhang, Lu Shuozhang, do you want to hear Lu Shuozhang sing? Their classmates had seen Louis Bei a few times and held a favorable impression of him, having previously witnessed him in the company of Ji Qingshan. His popularity soared. With Ji Qingshan just having sung, they felt compelled to draw the senior into the spotlight. Yes. Lu Shuozhang, Lu Shuozhang. Support Lu Shuozhang for the next song. I also choose Lu Shuozhang. Lu Shuozhang is the people's choice. Although the students from other classes had not encountered Louis Bei before, they were drawn in by the excitement, feeling no obligation to shoulder any burden. It was delightful to hear Lu Shuozhang sing, yet if he faltered, they could simply enjoy the spectacle, resulting in a rising chorus of Lu Shuozhang, Lu Shuozhang. Some even failed to grasp his surname, alternating between Lu and Gu. Nevertheless, their enthusiasm remained undeterred. Observing the crowd's fervor, Louis Bei gradually displayed a look of nervousness. This was quite the spectacle. Indeed, it truly was Louis Bei. Had it been a Jia, he would probably just want to dig a hole and hide. Yet, it could also be said that precisely because he was Louis Bei, the atmosphere had become so lively. Qingshan, the popularity is truly high. Northward journey, it's all superficial, Qingshan. Are you not singing? Qingshan, I wish to hear. Louis Bei, the heroine, has spoken thus. Do I still possess the luxury of choice? He shoved his phone into his pocket. Before he could take a step, Xiaoli impatiently gave him a push on the back. Bei Ge, go for it. Just as she had urged him to approach Ji Qingshan during the welcome event. Louis Bei scratched the back of his head and quickly made his way toward the monkey brother. The latter promptly thrust the phone and microphone into his hands, whispering, make sure you perform well. Search for whatever you want to sing, but steer clear of those silly songs. If you dare to sing anything like Monkey Brother or the Great Sage Song, beware that I will dismantle your nest. Louis Bei felt a twinge of annoyance. Hey!
Testing the microphone's volume, he simultaneously searched for familiar songs, offering a wry smile to the cheering juniors below. If I sing poorly, please don't hold it against me. The classmates from Ji Qingshan's class quickly shook their heads. We won't hold it against you. Lu Shuizhang, feel free to sing. We'll handle the flattery. Even if it's terrible, we can make it sound exquisite. It's better if you can't sing, you're already so handsome. If you also sing well, how would we survive? Liu Bei's repertoire was limited, with many songs he could only hum a few lines of. Just as Lu Jie had pointed out, he was indeed the king of children's songs, particularly familiar with theme songs from childhood cartoons. If all else failed, he could resort to the big windmill turns, as the scenery here was simply delightful. The heroine should be able to appreciate his style. As if on cue, he noticed the heroine taking a sip from her milk tea. His fingers hesitated before he re-entered the song title. A playful prelude began to play. Liu Bei looked up at the night sky and began to sing, the crescent moon, winding and winding. I'll share half of my juice with you, love shared equally. The long road stretches ahead, with bumps and hurdles. I'll share half of my juice with you, love supporting each other. Ji Qingshan was so courageous, and Liu Bei could only promise to share everything with her going forward. Chapter 66, the simplicity of line art is quite abundant when speaking frankly. Liu Bei's song, I'll share my juice with you, pales in comparison to Ji Qingshan's poignant rendition of Courage. Moreover, the lyrics and composition of Courage are inherently of a higher caliber than Juice. With Courage as a backdrop, Liu Bei fails to leave a profound impact on the newcomers. Nevertheless, his voice is clear and imbued with youthful exuberance, coupled with the cheerful melody of Juice. Many students sway to the rhythm, with several even humming along. However, Lu Jie remains unsatisfied. The song chosen by Liu Bei is somewhat lacking. Junior Ji sings with heartfelt emotion, clearly favoring Cantonese sad love songs. He ought to have performed Under Mount Fuji or Love and Sincerity to match her. How Zhang concurs, if he had opted for Joey Young's Fear, it would have been an absolute triumph, but alas, that is not an option. Had Liu Bei countered Courage with Fear, it would surely have garnered acclaim, perhaps even capturing Ji Qingshan's attention. After Liu Bei's performance, Lu Jie and others moved closer to the freshmen. They overheard a group of students whispering in concentrated admiration. Wow, Senior Lu is truly impressive. I'm taking notes, I'm going to perform. While everyone else is putting on airs, he is genuinely remarkable. Is he just here to show off? Indeed, those voicing their unique admiration for Liu Bei were all students from Ji Qingshan's class. Unlike others, they had witnessed the previous day when the campus bell had handed half a cup of juice to Senior Liu Bei. The crescent moon winding and intertwining. I'll share my juice with you, love is meant to be shared. Some listened to the song, while others perceived it as an autobiography. The dog food is still chasing me. Thank you, and knowing I didn't have enough for dinner, you came to offer me a bite. Lu Jie heard but didn't quite comprehend. He felt as though he had missed an episode. Lic stood beside a few of them, gently clapping in rhythm. He glanced sideways to find Xiaoli casting a sly gaze his way, a mischievous smile on her face. What's up? Li Si asked with a chuckle. Xiaoli, licking her little canine teeth, squinted and said, I know what you're thinking. Oh, really? Because I'm thinking the same. Xiaoli continued, for this welcome party, we must somehow rope Brother Bei into doing some. No wonder it's you, the crafty president. Before Li Si could retort, Xiaoli added, you shameless old man. Liu Bei was nearing the conclusion of his song. Lu Jie's gaze was fixed on his dear son when he felt yet, a soft voice spoke from beside him. Lu Jie. Lu Jie rose and turned to the left, his face lit up with joy, but in the next moment, he recalled his dear son was right there, and if he displayed too much excitement, he would undoubtedly face a round of teasing once back in the dormitory, so he quickly reined in his smile. Happy, but not entirely so. Chen Dan. Lu Jie's utterance caught both Hao Pingzi and Zhao Sun's attention. Hao Pingzi exclaimed, Chen Dan. Zhao Sun chimed in, good evening. Although they weren't particularly close to Chen Dan, she was, after all, the designated future daughter-in-law, so Chen Dan greeted them back before inquiring, what are you all doing here? Hao Pingzi responded, oh, Sunner is interested in the junior sisters here, so he asked me and Ajie to accompany him for a look. Zhao Sun nodded vigorously, yes, I'm interested. Despite their usual banter, when in the presence of a girl they admired, Hao Zhanwan and Zhao Sun did their utmost to preserve Lu Jie's dignity. Chen Dan gazed distantly at Liu Bei with the microphone. Lu Jie, you should take Liu Bei away later. Lu Jie had initially wanted to ask Chen Dan why she was there, but upon hearing this, he found it perplexing. Why? Zhou Zhou is here. Zhao Sun chuckled, what? Are we afraid of her? Zhou Zhou is not just one person. Chen Dan's words carried a hint of implication. She glanced at Xiaoli and Li Si, who were not too close but still within sight. Although from different departments, Jindan recognized Li Si as the president. However, she was uncertain about his relationship with Liu Bei, so she refrained from being too explicit. Lic, being perceptive, took 2 steps back.
But upon hearing Liu Bei, Xiaoli leaned in closer. What is going on? What is happening? What about Brother Bei?
Jindan did not respond, merely gesturing subtly toward a certain direction. Everyone followed her gaze, spotting Zhou, whose stature was unremarkable, yet she held the title of the most beautiful sophomore, her look strikingly exceptional. The group quickly noticed a man they had not seen before standing beside Zhou, glaring at the nearly finished Liu Bei. Though they were unaware of Zhou's relationship with this man, their closeness suggested it was no ordinary connection. Zhao Sun smirked. Jia, why don't you perform that, that thing?
Lu Jia, he didn't understand.
Fool. Zhao Sun took the initiative, tilting his neck, displaying a foolish expression, his mouth nearly drooling as he said, I don't want to date during my student years. After a performance filled with sarcasm, he burst into laughter. Damn, there is quite a bit of simplicity here.
Jindan fell silent, aware that Zhou had previously rejected Liu Bei with that very excuse.
It seems she has been provoked by Liu Bei, Jindan remarked. Ever since Liu Bei deleted her from his friends list, Zhou had been frequently meeting new boys. It was as though she was trying to prove that aside from Liu Bei, there were still plenty of admirers for her. Now, encountering Liu Bei once again, Zhou would surely want to retaliate against him. Although Jindan had observed Liu Bei's stable demeanor during their previous encounters, he had pursued Zhou for over 2 years without success. Having given up just under a month ago, Zhou swiftly found a boyfriend. But even if Liu Bei truly no longer harbored feelings for Zhou, the comparative sense of loss could still be profoundly disheartening. Jindan thought Zhou was exceedingly cruel, yet, she could not dissuade her, and fortunately, she spotted Lu Jia. Zhao Sun continued to mock, the devoted fan isn't hurt, but the one being pursued is, right? What a twisted reaction. Jindan was at a loss for how to respond to Zhao Sun's words, softly advising, for now, you all should return to the dormitory with Liu Bei. It's best he remains unaware for the time being. Having said that, Jindan hurried away, fearing Zhou might notice her having tipped them off.
What is going on?
Xiaoli was still in the dark. She was unaware of Liu Bei's past during high school and his freshman year. Zhao Sun looked deeply at this sisterly, briefly recounting a tale of raising fish. Chapter 67. Even a passing dog could be slapped twice. Zhao Sun was more than willing to regale Xiaoli with the embarrassing history of Liu Bei, not only because the latter had known his family as Lao Bei for quite some time, but also because he required her assistance. Xiaoli's mouth fell agape. She was unaware that Liu Bei had endured such experiences. Zong Sang, Xiaoli, equally forthright, felt a surge of indignation upon hearing a detestable person curse in dialect. She bared her sharp tiger teeth and glared menacingly at Zhou. Given her fierce demeanor, Zhao Sun believed that should Lao Bei confront that woman, the sisterly would undoubtedly rush in to lend her support. Why treat Beiguo this way? Beiguo is such a good person. Xiaoli fumed. We cannot fathom the worldview of a mentally unstable individual. Who is to say we aren't the ones who are unwell?
Zhao Sun remarked as he attempted to broach his request sisterly. You see, however, the next moment, Xiaoli's words extinguished his intentions. She cast another glance at Zhou, indignantly declaring, how infuriating. If only I were more attractive than that woman, I would rush over to hug Beiguo right now and see if she would dare to look down on him again. Zhao Sun fell silent. In truth, the very assistance he sought from Xiaoli was precisely that to vanquish magic with magic. Since Zhou had a man by her side, it was only fitting that Lao Bei should be accompanied by more women. Yet, as Xiaoli had pointed out, even if it seemed a slight to sisterly, Zhao Sun had to admit that, at least in terms of appearance, she could hardly compete with Zhou. Even though he found Zhou distasteful, he had to acknowledge that she was, after all, the elected campus beauty of their sophomore year. But if physical allure could not secure an advantage, then coercing Xiaoli into helping would not only be ineffective but might also exacerbate her arrogance. Unable to catch me, one can only settle for a lesser substitute. Zhao Sun could easily guess this woman's thoughts. You are more beautiful than her, Li Si interjected. He had no intention of prying into Liu Bei's past or listening to the earlier exchanges. Merely by observing the expressions of the group and their focused gazes, coupled with Xiaoli's comments, he deduced the situation. Xiaoli was taken aback, turning to look at him. Li Si brushed aside the topic, maintaining his calm demeanor. Perhaps there is still a chance for a turnaround. A turnaround? Zhao Sun scoffed. The only turnaround now is if Lao Bei pulls out a divine light stick and transforms into Diga, prompting Jiang Zile to rush over to pursue his dream lover. It's over. As the music ended, Liu Bei's singing morphed into spoken words. I sang poorly, please forgive me, senior. You sang wonderfully, senior. Your juice is overflowing with honey, so sweet it could rot your teeth, unlike mine, which is all lemons, utterly sour. Senior, I feel like there is something amiss with your song. The raucous comments came from none other than Ji Qingqian's classmates. Chu Chu glanced at Ji Qingqian beside her. The latter sat upright, her gaze entirely fixated on senior Liu Bei, her eyes seemingly sparkling with starlight.
Chu lightly bit her straw, emitting a faint, sour hum. You two are sharing a drink while in love. Ha, I'm single, so I'll buy 2 cups. I'll drink both. It's not as if I can't afford it. She glanced at the label on her milk tea, which indicated 7 parts sugar. But why does it taste so utterly unsweet? Why is this water so bland? Faced with the incessant clamor and probing questions from the freshman, Louis Bay merely smiled faintly as he set down the microphone. Let us call it a day. As he prepared to descend from the stage, a sweet voice rang out of instructor. Can first-year military training students sing too? Can I also come up to sing a few lines? This left Zhao Sun momentarily dumbfounded. What the hell, this girl is bold enough to make her move. He had initially intended to escort Louis Bay back to the dormitory, but unexpectedly, she seized the opportunity first. Louis Bay was taken aback. That voice sounded quite familiar. He turned towards the source, a girl outside the military training circle, clad in a white dress, her sweet appearance and sparkling, joyful eyes radiating exuberance. It was Jojo. Wow, yet another senior so cute. Don't even think about it. Didn't you see the guy standing next to her? Damn it, why do pretty girls always have boyfriends? Good thing I'm unwaveringly loyal to Ji Qingqian. This remark came from students of another class. He had only heard that Ji Qingqian had rebuffed numerous advances, projecting an aloof demeanor, making it improbable for her to have a boyfriend. Sun Bing, unfamiliar with Jojo, smiled and replied, if you want to, of course, it's no problem. I asked that. So Jojo responded to Sun Bing, yet her gaze provocatively shifted towards Louis Bay, casting a sidelong glance at her male companion. Louis Bay considered himself to have a fair understanding of Jojo. He could read the message in her eyes. I've already told you, I don't have only you pursuing me. Louis Bay shook his head and smiled wryly, feigning ignorance. Jojo grew increasingly smug. Having witnessed Louis Bay singing here, surrounded by cheers from the freshmen, the bitterness in her heart bubbled up like fermenting lemons, expanding uncontrollably. Why? She had been discarded, driven to madness, while he acted as if nothing had happened. Why did he appear so unfazed? She intended to make this scoundrel cry. Chu felt a sense of familiarity with this senior. Ji Qingqian, Haven T. She wanted to ask if they had met before. However, Ji Qingqian had already risen. Observing her expression, Chu felt a twinge of fear. Typically, Ji Qingqian displayed little emotion, making it difficult to discern her happiness or sadness. Yet at this moment, her face was unmistakably suffused with fury, dark as if it could devour someone. She seemed to surge forward, striding quickly to Louis Bay's side. Zhao Sun intended to step in and interject, but to his surprise, this Ji senior moved even faster than him. Wait, how did she get over to Lao Bay's side? Not only that, but before the eyes of the onlookers, she firmly grasped Louis Bay's wrist, then let her hand slide down until it encircled the boy's 5 fingers. Louis Bay stared in astonishment at the tense profile of the fierce girl, sensing a slight tremor in her palm. Suddenly, he smiled. Ji Qingqian shot him a fierce glare, as if reprimanding him. Why are you smiling? How can you still find joy in this? She then turned her cold gaze towards Jojo. The previously self-satisfied Jojo was momentarily rendered speechless. Not only Jojo, but even Zhao Sun now dared not approach Louis Bay. He felt that even if a dog unwittingly approached and rubbed against Louis Bay's pant leg, this Ji senior would readily slap it twice. Ji Qingqian's eyes brimmed with possessiveness. Chapter 68. Here comes Big C. Chu gazed at Ji Qingqian, who had approached Louis Bay, and then turned her attention to Jojo. I remembered now, she whispered to her 2 roommates, we met this senior on the very first day of military training. Did we? Ma Jiao struggled to recall the events from half a month prior. Yes. At that time, some boys were praising her beauty, and I retorted that she couldn't hold a candle to Ji Qingqian, Chu asserted. Then, after the training ended, Ji Qingqian treated us to ice cream and milk tea. Weren't we discussing how cheerful she seemed that day? Ma Jiao had a vague recollection of that. Ji Qingqian must have some grudge against that woman. Chu's reference to Jojo had devolved from senior to that woman. Though uncertain of the underlying animosity, Ji Qingqian's frosty demeanor hardly suggested she would willingly harbor a feud. Yet, the sight of her standing up with a dark expression, now beside Senior Lu, made Chu wonder if this situation was somehow linked to him. Should Ji Qingqian and her end up in a scuffle? Ju, don't get involved, it's too risky. You'll be bullied, Jiao, let's intervene. You genuinely mediate while I feign it. I'll find a way to trip her up, Chu proposed. Alright, Ma Jiao nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, the boys of the 404 dormitory were also engaged in a brainstorming session. Off to dine with Ji Qingqian. Looking for Ji Qingqian. On a date with Ji Qingqian. Observing Ji Qingqian. Lu Jia echoed Louis Bay's previous remarks in his mind, his mouth agape in disbelief. What? Is the intel accurate? Zhao Sun couldn't help but curse with a chuckle. Damn. They had intended to keep Louis Bay away from the spotlight, retreating to a higher ground to wait for the right moment. Yet, Ji Qingqian's boldness had countered their efforts directly. Wait, where did Louis Bei find such a formidable ally? Moreover, her approach was aggressive, immediately going all out, their fingers intertwined. It was as if she was staking her claim to Louis Bei in front of Zhou Zhou. Zhao Sun cast a sidelong glance at the chubby guy beside him. Hair tie. Hao Pang suddenly laughed in relief. In the dim light, he could no longer discern the azure hair tie on Louis Bei's wrist, but he vaguely recalled it was the same shade as the one Ji Qingxian had used to tie her ponytail. However, at the time, he had merely speculated. Now it appeared it was indeed a gift from Ji Qingxian. Zhou Zhou's complexion paled further. Ji Qingxian's icy demeanor was intensified, her eyes now encased in a layer of frost as she fixed her gaze on Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou's smile froze, watching the two clasped hands. Her previously upward curving lips began to twitch slightly. You dare come over and test the waters with Louis Bei? Zhou Zhou discerned this sentiment from the younger girl's eyes. Ji Qingxian. Zhou Zhou recognized her name. Just days prior, she had been monitoring the rankings of campus beauties. Upon confirming her position as the top of the sophomore year, Ji Qingxian had joyfully treated everyone in her dorm to milk tea. At that moment, Zhou Zhou had seen that exquisite face on the voting interface. She was aware that Ji Qingxian had garnered over 85 of the votes in the freshman class. Like herself, she too was labeled a campus beauty. Yet, despite sharing this title, there remained a clear distinction. How could Louis Bei possibly know this freshman? The sight of their clasped hands was painfully conspicuous to Zhou Zhou. Aside from you, there are others pursuing me. Zhou Zhou's actions unmistakably aimed to convey this message to Louis Bei. And in merely half a month's time, she had managed to capture Ji Qingxian's heart. After 2.5 years of her own pursuits yielding no results, this only underscored Louis Bei's inferiority. However, before she could elicit a response from him, Ji Qingxian's actions felt like a resounding slap to her face. If you, Zhou Zhou, reject Louis Bei, there are countless others willing to accept him, and those willing are not only taller but also more beautiful than you. It is not Louis Bei's fault, it is merely your own blindness, Zhou Zhou. What was even more infuriating was that she had brought this upon herself by leaning into the confrontation. Ji Qingxian offered no further words, merely fixating her gaze with cold indifference, yet, to Zhou Zhou, that gaze was laced with disdain, apathy, and ridicule. Ji Qingxian's formidable presence, coupled with her striking beauty, easily instilled feelings of insecurity and self-doubt in any who stood against her, Zhou Zhou included. Instinctively, she swallowed hard, even feeling the urge to step back. Upon realizing this impulse to retreat, she felt a surge of embarrassment and stood her ground, puffing out her chest. The words, "What are you staring at?" were on the tip of her tongue. However, Ji Qingxian had already turned away, gently pulling Louis Bei's hand. Ah, Bei. When she spoke to Louis Bei, there was none of the iciness she had displayed towards Zhou Zhou. Her voice was soft and gentle. Let's go. With that, she took Louis Bei by the hand, navigating through the crowd towards the exit of the playground. Despite everything, Louis Bei found the situation both amusing and exasperating. He allowed the valiant Ji Qingxian to lead him, his other hand raised in a farewell gesture to Monkey Brother. Apologies for skipping class. The military training wasn't over, the evening session was still training, after all. Did this valiant girl not fear that Monkey Brother would note her absence? But if he were to utter such a dismissive remark now, the valiant girl would surely retaliate with a swift kick to his backside. Sun Bing grinned, his face a mask of disdain, as he waved his hand dismissively. Get lost, just get out of my sight, it's sickeningly sweet. No, after the session concludes, he should call his wife. Most students shared a similar sentiment with Sun Bing. Unaware of the intricate love-hate dynamics at play, they could only observe the scene of Ji Qingxian holding Louis Bei's hand and departing. Wait, did he really start dating her? With just a song's worth of time, he managed to steal away the campus beauty? Coach! I want to learn to sing. Bro, we're on the same team, don't speak. The freshmen were in an uproar. Ji Qingxian's classmates had nearly pieced together the nature of their relationship, offering their respect and blessings, while the others were left to absorb the sound of shattered hearts, a delicate and fragile echo. Bro, why are you breaking twice? I can secretly like Ji Qingxian while also having feelings for Louis Bei, is that wrong? Man, that's just, at least it shouldn't be. Amidst a cacophony of envy, well wishes, and light-hearted teasing, Zhou Zhou, who had spoken first, seemed to fade into the background, becoming an inconspicuous and forgotten supporting character. Senior. Suddenly, someone called out to her, and Chu Chu grinned, asking, "Are you still going to sing?" Zhou Zhou trembled with anger, struggling to speak, mindful of her voice cracking. She forced a smile and shook her head. Forget it, what a pity, Ma Jiao Jiao chimed in. I was quite looking forward to it. Their tone was casual, yet Zhao Sun unexpectedly detected a hint of sarcasm. He nodded in affirmation, silently praising the cleverness of his companion. Zhou chose not to elaborate further and turned to leave. Zhao Sun hurriedly followed, ready to pounce at the opportune moment. Chapter 69. Don't look at her, look more at me. Enduring for a moment only to feel increasingly agitated, taking a step back ignited her anger. Ji Qingqian, hand in hand with Liu Bei, had already exited the playground. With little experience in confronting others, she had only formulated her thoughts after the incident had passed. Suddenly, she turned her head sharply, intending to return and scold Zhou a few more times. Liu Bei caught her arm, chuckling softly. What's the matter? Ji Qingqian furrowed her brows, her cold cheeks betraying a palpable displeasure. How can you still smile when you've been bullied? You say they want to make me angry, but if I refuse to be angry, guess who will end up more infuriated? Liu Bei inquired. Ji Qingqian paused, her anger dissipating, and she no longer insisted on returning, instead standing beside Liu Bei. The two walked a few steps under the dim glow of the streetlight. Ji Qingqian lowered her gaze to their intertwined hands. Initially, it was indeed her grip on Liu Bei's palm, but now the strength in his fingers surpassed her own. It was somewhat difficult for her to withdraw her hand, but it mattered little, as she had no desire to let go. And don't scold me anymore, my valiant lady, can I smile because of you? Liu Bei remarked. Ji Qingqian raised an eyebrow. What a heavy accusation. Don't speak carelessly, I am not deflecting blame. Liu Bei replied gently, because every little boy, after a moment of embarrassment, hopes for a beautiful, long-legged sister to take his hand and lead him into a red Ferrari. And the valiant lady just happened to fulfill that wish. No Ferrari, Ji Qingqian stated. Perhaps we could rent a shared electric scooter someday, Liu Bei suggested. I am the junior, Ji Qingqian replied. But your birthday is before mine. You mentioned being an elder sister, do you wish to deny that? Liu Bei teased. Ji Qingqian tilted her head slightly in contemplation. Oh. You don't question the terms beautiful and long-legged? Liu Bei asked. Ji Qingqian shot him a cold glance. Is it primarily about the long legs? Liu Bei pondered for a moment. Secondarily about the long legs. Primarily about being beautiful? Primarily about you. The streetlight cast a dim glow, yet it illuminated Ji Qingqian's fair face, which appeared slightly flushed. She gently bit her lip, and then heard Liu Bei say, "Valiant lady, let's find a place to sit and chat." As he spoke, he couldn't help but glance back towards the playground. Zhou had spoken so openly, and those around them must have seen her as well. That, however, with the presence of a chubby boy, nothing untoward would happen. Almost every university has a lake, and Jiang University is no exception. Nearly every lakeside is adorned with willow trees, a common sight at Jiang University as well. As late summer blended into early autumn, the night breeze stirred, causing the willow branches to brush against the lake's surface. The weather in Jiangnan still bore some warmth, even though September had ushered in the golden season, and the willow leaves remained a vibrant green. However, compared to a few days prior, the evening breeze was no longer humid but rather refreshingly cool, tousling hair while providing a gentle comfort. Liu Bei and Ji Qingqian sat side by side on a public bench by the lake. Most students were engrossed in the last night of the freshman singing competition. Although it was still early, the area had quieted down. Ji Qingqian recalled, previously at night, there were people creating life here. Stop. Liu Bei interjected, imploring her to cease. He did not wish to revisit those memories. Ji Qingqian glanced at the youth beside her, then at her own shoulder. Would you like to lean on me? What? My shoulder. Liu Bei. Ji Qingqian then said flatly, if you feel like crying, go ahead, I won't hear a thing. Her feelings for Liu Bei were genuine, yet, she could not deny that over the past 2 years, Liu Bei's feelings for Zhou were equally sincere. If Liu Bei were to shed tears for Zhou at that moment, Ji Qingqian would mind, but she could endure. She did not want him to bottle up his sadness. Liu Bei did not cry. Instead, he chuckled lightly. Rest assured, I've told you many times, I can't cry. But you don't seem very happy. Not unhappy either, it's just what? A bit lost. Liu Bei paused, gazing at the tranquil surface of the lake, which appeared dark beneath the night sky. After his fallout with Zhou, claiming his heart was untouched would surely be a lie, but as time passed, he no longer felt sorrow over it. I ponder what I have accomplished over the past 2 years. If I had dedicated all that time to studying, perhaps I could have made it to Beijing. Ji Qingqian remained silent. She slightly lifted her long leg. I'm not wearing a skirt. Ha! Otherwise, I could let you touch my legs. I heard online that if a boy is feeling down, a few touches on the legs could cheer him up again. Liu Bei. His breaths quickened. Ji Qingqian cast him a frosty glance, but it's fine, some people are not heartbroken, so it's whatever.
Louis Bei thought to himself, is it too late to backtrack now? Yet he held his tongue, ultimately sticking to his convictions, smiling, right, I'm not unhappy. Ji Qingqian regarded him and suddenly said, Louis Bei, don't move. Ha! Then Ji Qingqian wrapped her arms around Louis Bei's head, gently tilting his body toward her, allowing his head to rest on her thigh. The soft yet firm sensation caused Louis Bei's mind to buzz, and he could hear the rhythmic thumping of his heart. Not being unhappy means you're clever, you're a good boy, and you deserve a reward, Ji Qingqian said casually. Louis Bei found himself momentarily speechless, his body stiffening, only able to feel Ji Qingqian's fingertips seemingly twirling around his hair. And Ji Qingqian continued with a hint of dissatisfaction, my limits are Jiangnan University. If you study harder, you can only hope to find another benefactor in Beijing to elevate you. Louis Bei chuckled, so, should I thank Jojo for delaying my academic performance? Do not thank her, Ji Qingqian replied frostily. Even in jest, such gratitude was not permitted. Louis Bei fell silent on that topic, yet, upon reflection, Ji Qingqian felt that in certain respects, she ought to express gratitude toward Jojo. She had always been an emotionally indifferent girl, particularly when it came to affection for the opposite sex. She realized her feelings for Louis Bei emerged when he expressed his desire to pursue Jojo, igniting an indescribable sense of heartache. Louis Bei was so wonderful, any normal person would have been won over by him. Thankfully, she had her own peculiarities. Actually, I met Jojo before, Ji Qingqian softly disclosed. During military training, she happened to pass by. She's quite beautiful, no wonder she became your white moonlight. Louis Bei wanted to say something but was interrupted by Ji Qingqian, but Chu said that I am more attractive than her, and on the campus beauty voting list, my votes surpassed hers. So, Louis Bei, from now on, don't look at her, look more at me, Ji Qingqian asserted. I am already only looking at you, Louis Bei replied. Ji Qingqian continued to gently twirl her fingers through Louis Bei's hair, her fingertips pausing momentarily. Chapter 70. Of the first time Louis Bei was once again reminded of Jojo, not for any particular reason, but rather as he reflected on the fact that he had pursued Jojo for so long, yet she had never once broached the subject of romance. At this moment, the sensation of the soft and ample thigh of the valiant heroine, Qing Shan, lingered at the back of his mind, her fingertips playfully twirling through his hair. They had spent time together, sharing the same pair of chopsticks and sipping from the same glass of juice. The song Courage sung by the heroine was both stirring and deeply moving. In truth, Louis Bei had long sensed the ambiguous nature of his relationship with Ji Qingqian. Yet, every time such thoughts arose, he suppressed them with the excuse of waiting a bit longer. But now, if he continued to evade the issue, how was he any different from Jojo? Louis Bei had been caught in the rain, a consequence of his own folly, a self-inflicted plight, but how could someone as wonderful as Qing Shan endure such circumstances? He felt compelled to shield her with an umbrella. He parted his lips, his throat moving as if to speak, but no words emerged for the moment. The ambiguity he felt stemmed from the fact that Qing Shan treated him with such kindness. Thus, he believed her feelings for him mirrored his own for her. If they were indeed the same, then expressing his sentiments should be straightforward. At first glance, it indeed seemed so. Yet when the moment to speak arrived, Louis Bei found himself beset by restlessness and anxiety. After steadying his breath and calming his racing heart to an appropriate rhythm, he continued, Qing Shan. Not extravagant, nor breathtaking, but clear enough for her to understand. However, before he could utter the remaining two words, Ji Qing Shan covered his mouth. Don't say it. Louis Bei's eyes widened in surprise. Why was she stopping him? Did the heroine's thoughts differ from his? In an instant, thoughts of the three great illusions of humanity flooded his mind, and his once steady heartbeat began to race anew. His breath came in short bursts against the back of Ji Qing Shan's hand that covered his mouth. Her voice was gentle and soft as she said, I know what you wish to say. I've been longing to hear it. But not now. You are feeling down after being wronged.
When we tread through this world, we must do so openly and honorably. We cannot take advantage of someone else's misfortune.
I hope you will choose a day when you are in good spirits to tell me properly. Is that all right?
Louis Bay slightly pried her hand away from his mouth and chuckled softly. Heroine, I am not so foolish as to confuse gratitude with affection.
I know.
Ji Qing replied lightly, but I want you to say it when—
Am I being unreasonable?
After a moment of stunned silence, Louis Bay chuckled. In matters of the heart, conveying one's feelings was far more significant than mere words, and it was evident that Qing Shan understood his sentiments.
All right.
Although he recognized that intentions were more important than expressions, the latter still held considerable weight. Louis Bay thought he needed to plan carefully. Such a good girl deserved a sincere confession, one not rushed.
A hint of laughter crept into Ji Qing Shan's voice.
Louis Bay opened his mouth to say something, but in the next moment, Ji Qing Shan's palm covered his eyes. What in the darkness? Louis Bay felt his bangs being brushed aside, followed by a warm— It was her lips. Her hand was withdrawn, and his vision returned. Ji Qing Shan tilted her head back, her face devoid of makeup, preventing Louis Bay from seeing the blush that colored her cheeks. I know you will tell me in the future, so I will give you the answer first. Her voice was cool, yet it trembled as she continued. This is my first kiss with a boy.
If you let me down and forget to say that to me, I will twist your head off.
Ji Qing Shan gritted her teeth, attempting to sound fierce to mask her shyness.
She awaited Louis Bay's response, but he remained silent. Ji Qing Shan, but unable to contain herself, she finally looked down at him, resting on her lap. To her surprise, Louis Bay was shielding his face with his crossed arms, trying to block her gaze. Yet, she could still detect the deep crimson hue at his ears. Louis Bay's trembling lips formed a wavering line, emitting soft, incoherent sounds. Ji Qing Shan's delicate fingers brushed against Louis Bay's cheek, feeling the warmth. She hadn't expected such a reaction from him, and for a moment, it amused her. Which boy looked this adorable when shy? Oh, it turns out he is mine.
Seeing Louis Bay like this, Ji Qing Shan's own shyness began to dissipate. She playfully poked his cheek with her fingertip.
You're shy for no reason. It's my first time too. Louis Bay murmured softly. What? Being kissed by a girl, and it was an ambush at that. They had spoken of being open and honorable, yet here they were, lacking in martial ethics. Ji Qing Shan was somewhat taken aback. I thought you must have dated one or two girls before.
I haven't.
But you are so popular.
Where am I popular? Louis Bay's retort was still quiet. I think you are the popular one. I've told you before that I've never dated.
Isn't that part of your pure persona? Why would I need a pure persona back then, to woo you?
Louis Bay's voice finally gained some volume. After all, those were the days of the valiant heroine. Qing Shan, really? This was indeed his first time. All the subsequent firsts would belong to her. Ji Qing Shan intended to collect every achievement trophy in Louis Bay's romantic journey, all the way to platinum. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiaoli was overjoyed. After seeing Louis Bay being taken away by Ji Qing Shan, she placed her hands on her hips and laughed exuberantly. I knew it.
Beigo is on a different level than others. He moves quickly, and just a few days in, they are already holding hands. How exhilarating.
Lisi glanced at the little girl with amusement, then at the somewhat disheveled Zhou, and finally at Zhao Sun following behind.
He pondered for a moment. Let us go take a look. Xiaoli shot him a disdainful look. Didn't you say you weren't interested in such things before? Why are you so nosy now? Lisi adjusted his glasses. At the very least, Louis Bay is being brought in to be not a burden, but to showcase the charm of seniors at the welcome party, so it's worth paying a little attention. You meant to say burden, didn't you? You almost let that slip out. Lisi remained silent, allowing Xiaoli to bounce around him. Besides, isn't Louis Bay your good friend?
I feel like you, old fox, have ulterior motives.
Xiaoli exclaimed.
Lisi could only smile wryly. Chapter 71. The student council president. Upon exiting the playground, the crowd had significantly thinned. Zhao Sun followed closely behind. In a state of exasperation, Zhou failed to notice the figure trailing her.
Suddenly, Zhao Sun called out, "Hey, buddy."
He did not directly address Zhou. Zhao Sun had once heard of a writing technique that suggested, when writing about Jiangnan, one must not confine oneself solely to Jiangnan. One should evoke the peach blossoms in fine rain and the green willows amidst blue mist. Moreover, Lao Beibei had mentioned that in online literature, when depicting the closeness between male and female protagonists, one should not merely focus on their proximity but also convey the girl's fluttering heart and the boy's secret shyness. This approach is known as indirect expression. Being too overt could diminish the emotional undertones, rendering the writing less effective. Zhao Sun believed that the same principle applied to insults as well. As the boy turned around, Zhou also spun back. The unfamiliar boy inquired. Her Jojo's pupils constricted. While she had little interaction with Zhao Sun, she had seen him a fair number of times due to Liu Bei and was aware of his sharp tongue. I have dabbled in physiognomy and noticed that your forehead appears dark. Surely, you have attracted some unclean spirits since the beginning of the school year? Our school is in close proximity to Lingyin Temple. Perhaps you should seek out a master to assist you. In these troubled times, do not allow such malevolent forces to disrupt your life, Zhao Sun stated earnestly. It was unlikely that the unfamiliar boy would take him seriously, but Lu Jia and the rotund Hao were inexplicably struck by the ethereal quality of Zhao Sun's wolf-tail hairstyle. The boy replied, "Really?" The statement was inherently false. Zhao Sun could not discern the darkness of his forehead. However, once it reached the ears of genuine demons and monsters, Jojo could no longer contain herself. "You little brat!" Jojo gritted her teeth. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Zhao Sun smiled slightly, maintaining an air of nonchalance. "Impatient, aren't we?" The boy beside them appeared utterly bewildered. Jojo grasped his hand. "Don't listen to his nonsense, he is just looking for trouble because I rejected his roommate's advances." Zhao Sun casually adjusted his hair, dismissively replying, "Just typical." Although Zhao Sun had only offered a single word in response, Jojo felt as though his mockery was overflowing. Her once delicate features twisted in anger, flushed red. "You little brat, mind your own business." "Ah," Zhao Sun exclaimed, leaning back theatrically, taking a deep breath, and scrutinizing Jojo with a mixture of surprise and suspicion. "You dare to speak to me like that? Were your parents wholesale merchants?" Lu Jia and Hao, acting as Zhao Sun's steadfast support, looked on with admiration at their son's verbal prowess. If one were to inquire about Zhao Sun's audacity, it could be said he was the pride of Zuan for 3 years. Further down the path, the tardy Li Si and Xia Li arrived. Though the road was not crowded, students still passed by. Observing the heated exchange between the two, onlookers cast curious and bewildered glances their way. Jojo, somewhat vain, found herself unable to unleash her full fury in the presence of witnesses, thus her battle strength diminished. However, Zhao Sun remained unfazed, lacking any sense of shame. For a moment, all that could be heard was Zhao Sun's incessant chatter. Jojo wished to leave, but after being so brazenly insulted, she felt reluctant. She longed to retort but found herself at a loss for words, leaving her awkwardly rooted in place. Xia Li, witnessing the verbal clash, asked Li Si, "Does this count as provoking trouble and disrupting school order?" The discipline department within the student council was responsible for such matters. Lic gazed up at the night sky, only lowering his head to look at her after hearing her words. What did you say?" "I was listening to music and didn't catch that." Xia Li. After a moment of contemplation, Li Si turned his attention back to Zhao Sun and the others. The verbal assault was reaching its peak. The unfamiliar boy, initially bewildered, began to piece together the situation. Clearly, this wolf-tailed shorty bore a grudge against Jojo. Coupled with Jojo's stunning beauty, he realized she could potentially be his girlfriend in the future. He could not care less about who was right or wrong. Feeling blood surge, he rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront Zhao Sun. Zhao Sun was unbeatable in verbal sparring but lacked prowess in physical confrontation, primarily due to his smaller stature. However, with Hao's imposing figure looming behind him, weighing over 200 pounds, a sense of security enveloped him. As the boy approached, Zhao Sun remained calm, positioning Zhao Zhangwen in front of him. "Hey!" Before any blows could be exchanged, Li Si shouted, "What is going on? Planning to brawl? Do you wish to face disciplinary action or be placed under school observation?" As he spoke, he made it clear he was part of the student council. Having worked there for quite some time, Li Si was well versed in such protocols. Most students were oblivious to the extent of the student council's authority or the rules regarding disciplinary actions or school observation. However, the mere mention of the student council, recognized as an official entity within the school, would significantly diminish their bravado, much like the boy and Jojo. Upon hearing Li Si's official identification, the tension diffused immediately. After all, disciplinary action sounded rather intimidating. Observing the cessation of hostilities, Li Si beckoned Xia Li over with a finger, preparing for a second course of action. Should the situation escalate, he would have her swiftly summon security. "What class are you in?" Li Si inquired. "Do you have your student ID?" Jojo and the boy stood in a line, while the 404 male group stood in another. Jojo and the boy introduced themselves. Lic glanced at the male group, feigning unfamiliarity. "And you lot?" The male group also provided their class numbers and names. "All right." After jotting down their details on his phone, there is a saying, "You get hurt when you lose, and you go to jail when you win." Haven't you heard that before? Moreover, Zhangde regulations state that fighting is a serious violation. Do you understand what constitutes a serious violation? If enforced, expulsion would be entirely reasonable. Do you understand? Xia Li, standing behind Li Si, stifled a smirk. She found his manner of speaking amusing. His tone would start off amicable only to suddenly intensify, startling everyone. It was quintessential bureaucratic jargon, yet the student council didn't possess the authority to expel students. Though Xiaoli disapproved, it proved effective as Zhou and the boy lowered their heads, unwilling to meet his gaze.
Would you like to say a few words? Li Si turned back. Xiaoli.
She shook her head. Lic sighed. Initially, he had hoped to have Xiaoli join in reprimanding Zhou, who he believed deserved a lesson. You may leave now, Li Si instructed Zhou and the boy, ensuring he remained impartial. I'll have a word with them.
He referred to the 404 male group.
Zhou shot a resentful glance at the three, secretly relishing the thought of Zhao Sun provoking Li Si and receiving a disciplinary note. As Zhou and the others walked away, Li Si's finger pointing at the trio suddenly drooped, and he sighed. Insulting others is fine, but if a fight breaks out, I can't help you. He added, contemplating, unless the other party strikes first. As Zhao Sun and his companions braced themselves for a lecture, they were met with such an unexpected turn of events that they exchanged glances, suddenly enlightened. The president is impressive. However, they had no particular relationship with Li Si, so why was he helping them? The male group was puzzled but refrained from asking, realizing that inquiring further would seem lacking in perception. Head back to the dorms early, Li Si advised them.
Understood, the three replied in unison. Let us go. Li Si gently patted Xiaoli on the back of her head. I'll walk you back. No need, I can make my way back just fine, Xiaoli replied. It's quite a distance from here to the girls' dorm. If you accompany me, you'll have to retrace your steps. See you tomorrow morning at the playground. With that, the little girl dashed off like a motorized vehicle, racing far ahead. Observing this scene, Zhao Zhangwen suddenly understood the nature of their friendship with the president. Chapter 72. The moon in the water is the moon in the sky, and the person before me is Li Si's farewell. The 404 boy band returned to their dormitory, the three generations of grandfather and grandson walking in silence for a while. Lu Jie spoke up. Do you think it's really about the river? Did Lao Bei just abduct the campus beauty from G University? Indeed, it's not about the river, replied Hao, the chubby one. Given the circumstances at that time, it should have been the campus beauty who ran away with Lao Bei. Lu Jie fell silent for a moment. That's even more disheartening. When Zhou appeared, Lu Jie feared that his brother was suffering. Yet, upon seeing Ji Qingxian's boldness, Lu Jie was taken aback to find that his brother was actually driving a Range Rover. This was wrong. With Ji Zuozister's proactive approach coupled with that impressive maneuver, it was not merely a Range Rover. At the very least, it should be a Ferrari. LaFerrari. Tears of envy involuntarily streamed down. Zhao Sun clasped his hands together, bowing in respect. Ji Zuozister's chivalrous gesture, saving Lao Bei from peril. Greatness needs no further words. Hao added, wait, Haven T, you noticed that the hair tie on Lao Bei's wrist matches the one Ji Zuozister uses for her ponytail. Lu Jie and Zhao Sun exchanged astonished and doubtful glances at Hao. A flash of shrewdness sparkled in the depths of Hao's small eyes. Zhao Sun quickly reined in his expression, cleared his throat twice, and derisively looked at Lu Jie. Brother Jie, you really are out of touch, lacking any insight. Lu Jie was even more baffled. You all knew? Of course, Zhao Sun sneered. I'm not as foolish as you. Then why didn't you say anything? Lao Bei has been talking about it all along, Hao replied. Lu Jie, only a fool wouldn't believe it, Zhao Sun scoffed. In truth, he didn't believe it either, but whether he believed or not was inconsequential. What mattered was making Lu Jie think he did. Lu Jie was even more unsettled at this. Lao Bei, all of this is too surreal. Was his position as the foremost figure in Chinese science fiction about to be usurped today? At some point, Louis Bei had stopped resting his head on the thigh of the valiant Qingqian. Those who frequently recline on thighs know that this posture can become quite numbing over time. Now he leaned against the back of a public bench, while Ji Qingqian rested her head at an angle on his shoulder. Louis Bei glanced down, noticing that his right hand remained tightly clasped with Ji Qingqian's left. The warmth from her palm flowed through their fingers to his heart, then surged up to his forehead. His brow felt slightly itchy. In truth, Louis Bei understood that it was not his forehead that itched, but rather an illusion stemming from his heart. This spot had just been pecked by Ji Qingqian's soft lips, causing a flutter. He took several deep breaths to suppress the sensation. The heroine had let her hair down, cascading straight. She must have showered before leaving her dorm, as her hair carried a delightful citrus fragrance. The two sat in silence, as if their intertwined fingers communicated their feelings. The night breeze blew gently, bringing a hint of coolness. The lake's surface rippled, undulating softly. The late summer heat in Jiangnan remained fierce, yet signs of its retreat were beginning to show.
Summer is coming to an end, Liu Bei murmured. Ji Qingqian merely responded with an Leaning against Liu Bei, she appeared somewhat weary and languid, as if on the verge of falling asleep. Liu Bei smiled gently. He recalled how he had once categorized each person's character by the seasons. It was rather broad, but occasionally remembering it felt quite amusing. For instance, Xiaoli was a quintessential summer personality. Her radiant smile, the sweat on her tan skin, and her vibrant voice embodied summer itself. And what about Ji Qingqian? At first glance, one might perceive her as winter. Her cool visage, reserved nature, and skin as pristine as snow suggested this. However, that was not entirely accurate. Just as her name implies, she is not merely white but rather a delicate azure among the four seasons. The one that most closely aligns with her soft azure hue is spring. There may be occasional spring chills, but warmth prevails more often than not.
Qingqian.
Liu Bei softly addressed the girl resting against his shoulder. You are the April day of this world. The girl's half-closed eyes suddenly widened, her pupils shimmering slightly, clearly elated, but she quickly suppressed her expression and replied mildly,
Then you are the May of unrequited love. Shut up. Liu Bei immediately interrupted. Do you want to get censored?
Moreover, heroine, how many years have you been surfing the internet? Such an old reference might be lost on the younger crowd. Ji Qingqian pressed her lips into a thin line. She finally chose not to continue on that topic but instead offered a new assessment, gently complimenting, You're so out of touch, becoming more rustic, Louis II. That essay poem by Ms. Lin Huiyin, Liu Bei explained the literary source of her words. Ji Qingqian adjusted the direction of her head, looking at him earnestly. I know.
Then what about you?
I merely said you were rather rustic. I have no opinion on the poem itself.
So you only have an opinion about me? Liu Bei feigned sadness.
I don't care about other matters, Ji Qingqian replied. Liu Bei could no longer maintain his feigned sadness.
Oh, then give me something that's not rustic.
He was curious to see what kind of romantic words this extraordinary heroine could conjure. Ji Qingqian shot Liu Bei a cool glance. To steal, to deceive. But since you performed well today, I'll indulge you. Ji Qingqian's clear, contrasting eyes twinkled playfully, and she gently inquired, potatoes can become mashed potatoes, corn can become cornmeal, then what can Ji Qingqian become?
Liu Bei.
His mouth twitched, rendered speechless.
Fool.
Ji Qingqian coldly reprimanded, It's I love you, pureed.
Liu Bei, I see.
What an exquisite episode, how to put it. Yet, her emotionless expression in this pun. Liu Bei felt too shy to voice it. Heroine, did you not realize that this was even more rustic? But as long as the heroine was happy, that was enough.
Ji Qingqian frowned, displeased. Not acceptable?
Liu Bei shook his head. In the realm of Shenzhou, I find it suitable.
Then let me come up with a new one.
Ji Qingqian, now serious, huffed lightly, moving her head away from. The moonlight tonight was truly beautiful. Liu Bei recalled that this phrase originated from the renowned Mr. Natsum Seiki, and in recent years, it had frequently been used as a confession phrase.
It could be interpreted as I love you.
Surely, Ji Qingqian was aware of this sentiment, as Liu Bei had recommended she read works such as I Am a Cat, The Young Master, and The Peony Pavilion. However, precisely because it was Liu Bei who recommended it, the heroine must also know that he was aware of the phrase, the moonlight is beautiful. Liu Bei chuckled softly, knowing this didn't come as a surprise, yet, although it wasn't surprising, hearing Ji Qingqian articulate it still filled him with considerable joy. He thought to respond to her with, the wind is gentle.
However, Ji Qingqian did not praise the moonlight.
Instead, she softly recited, the moon in the water is the moon in the sky, and the person before me is. She gazed into Liu Bei's eyes with her clear orbs. Liu Bei froze slightly. The heroine had suddenly shifted her approach, catching him somewhat off guard, yet, the next three words were my beloved, a variation of a saying by Zhang Ailing. He was familiar with that. Liu Bei couldn't help but chuckle. After a brief pause, Ji Qingqian's eyes curved into a gentle smile. My person. Chapter 73 Reluctance to bid farewell. Liu Bei's health bar plummeted to 0. Stubbornly, he turned his. The warmth rising from his cheeks was palpable against his hand. Ji Qingqian asked blandly, how is it? Liu Bei was struggling to articulate his thoughts, his verbal faculties somewhat impaired.
Ji Qingqian smirked, feeling a sense of triumph.
Silly Abe often fell victim to this tactic. It was akin to their previous matches in King of Fighters, where Abe's skills in FPS games were laughably poor, yet his performance in fighting games was passable. Nonetheless, he had never once managed to outmatch Ji Qingqian. The game's 3-character rotation allowed Ji Qingqian to intentionally underperform with her first character, fostering a false sense.
Just when he felt the skies had cleared and he was capable, she would seize the opportunity and deliver a decisive blow, but this time was no different. She first threw out a painfully cheesy line, making him feel it was no big deal. Then, with her focus sharpened, she struck with precision, perfection. The strategy against Abe was timeless, effortlessly executed. Not speaking? Alright, okay, very well.
Liu Bei feigned shyness, deliberately raising his voice to inject a tinge of humor into his response. Ji Qingqian remained unfazed, dismissive. One should not heed what the youth says, but rather observe his actions. She lightly pressed her thumb into the center of his palm, which quivered slightly. Ji Qingqian was thoroughly pleased. The poetry was transcribed by her, yet the sentiment was genuine. Fortunately, Liu Bei's hereditary skill of changing expressions quickly subdued.
Ji Qingqian did not reply but countered with a question. Do you use QQ more or WeChat more?
In terms of time spent, it's QQ, Liu Bei said, as he used QQ to communicate with Ji Qingqian almost incessantly, but in terms of the number of friends, it's WeChat. Most of his real-life friends were added on WeChat, while QQ was mostly for online acquaintances, fellow readers, and editors related to his writing endeavors. Then I can switch to WeChat, Ji Qingqian said, pulling out her phone, biting her lip, her eyes betraying a hint of nervousness.
Senior, could you add me on WeChat? Liu Bei responded, quit pretending. Ji Qingqian retorted, I'm merely mimicking how those female classmates asked you for your WeChat before.
I forgot my phone, Liu Bei replied, referring to the female classmates, yet he handed Ji Qingqian the QR code. Scan it. The sound of 2 beeps echoed. Liu Bei's Android phone, with its 8 GB super large memory, was indeed somewhat outmoded, yet running QQ and WeChat simultaneously was not an issue. However, he could not forget brother Jia, who needed a hefty assist. My friend bet me that if I could add you on WeChat, he would pursue the girl he likes, Liu Bei remarked.
Ji Qingqian pondered, considering whether Liu Bei's friend was genuinely attempting to woo the girl or simply using that as a convenient excuse. Was that so difficult? Almost all of Liu Bei's account IDs followed the theme of heading north. However, Ji Qingqian's WeChat ID was not Qingqian. It was Zhaonan. Liu Bei was taken aback. I rarely use QQ and even less so WeChat, Ji Qingqian stated calmly, or rather, if you use QQ, I use QQ. If you use WeChat, I use WeChat. My friends list, aside from my recently added roommate, consists solely of family. Liu Bei nodded.
As for this nickname, Ji Qingqian said,
I've already moved to the south, now is the time to change it. Ji Qingqian glanced at Liu Bei, then at the screen of his phone. She quickly altered her ID to 4 Seasons Qingqian.
Her fingers moved swiftly, and upon saving, she immediately changed Liu Bei's contact name to the familiar Abe.
Liu Bei chuckled and asked, should I save your name as Qingqian or Qingqian?
One was Liu Bei's reminiscence of Ji Qingqian, while the other was her true name.
Whichever you prefer, Ji Qingqian replied indifferently, explaining the origin of her ID. The Qing with water was my former name.
My family consulted a master who said I had an excess of water in my 5 elements, which is why I changed it to Qing. That was back when I was in middle school.
Liu Bei nodded again.
So there was such a story behind it. He contemplated and ultimately decided to input Qingqian into the notes field. If only life were like our first meeting, Liu Bei mused. Our first encounter was perhaps not so pleasant, Ji Qingqian replied. After all, back then, Liu Bei had mistaken her for a boy, while Ji Qingqian had found him utterly lacking, but it was hardly a fond memory. First meeting does not refer to the initial encounter, but rather to the most beautiful moments etched in memory, Liu Bei explained.
Ji Qingqian inquired. When was that? Liu Bei pondered, any time.
Ji Qingqian lowered her gaze in silence, eventually speaking, perhaps you can balance my overly water-laden fate. Because you are of the earth, Ji Qingqian replied, water extinguishes earth.
In the 5 elements, earth overcomes water.
Liu Bei. Heroine, could you refrain from making such comments? I promise to be more cautious with my words in the future. I was merely referring to your surname, Liu, which relates to land or earth. Ji Qingqian narrowed her eyes slightly. Did you take that to heart?
Liu Bei.
It seemed best for him to remain silent. However, this is also good, Ji Qingqian raised her delicate chin. It pertains to your work, and serves as a reminder for you to temper your excess of water.
Liu Bei contemplated Ji Qingqian's fate being laden with water. Ji Qingxian's expression grew cold. I know what you are thinking. I am not.
Indeed, it was somewhat unhealthy, and Liu Bei hated. When the heroine made a suggestive remark, she was deemed adorable, yet when he attempted the same, he was labeled a pervert. When would Liu Bei be able to stand tall? Still seething, Liu Bei found Ji Qingxian leaning against him once again, her head returning to his shoulder. As she nestled close, her fingers danced across her phone screen, perhaps messaging her roommate about when she would return, as the hour was indeed growing late. Liu Bei sighed, reflecting on how fierce the Qingxian heroine was tonight, delivering blows of 999 damage, each one a critical hit, but it was unlikely he would encounter anything more exhilarating. Just as he was about to suggest they return to the dormitory, his phone vibrated twice, signaling a message. Qingxian Bei. Liu Bei stole a glance at the girl on his shoulder. Qingxian. I don't want to say goodbye. Liu Bei. Qingxian, can you take me home? Liu Bei. But Ji Qingxian stole a glance at Liu Bei, noticing he was neither typing on the screen nor responding.
Her fingers transformed into a blur as they tapped furiously on her phone. Qingxian, what happened to the so-called April days of Earth? Qingxian, you don't like spring. Qingxian, liar. Qingxian. April is your deceit. Chapter 74. A quick journey north of Lu. As the clock struck 10:30 at night, the atmosphere in the male dormitory 404 remained remarkably tranquil. 3 individuals were engrossed in their screens, each lost in the glow of their mobile devices. Fortune seemed to smile upon them today. After merely 2 rounds, they had already secured their first victory of the day. Lu Jia, embodying the persona of the team slayer, was particularly lively. On ordinary occasions, he would leap up, exuberantly boasting and thumping his chest, behold my prowess, my positioning, my skill, my rate of fire. But having encountered a warrior, why not pay homage? However, today was an unexpected departure from his usual exuberance. Only after the match concluded did he exhale slowly, murmuring, "It's so lonely." Zhao Sun curled his feet beneath him on the chair and turned to inquire, "Huh?" With Lao Bei absent, it's surprisingly quiet, Lu Jia replied. Hao Zhangwen scoffed, "Is that loneliness? It's jealousy, my friend." "You never seemed to miss Lao Bei this much when he was gone," Zhao Sun retorted dismissively. "You never cared for him, at least not during gaming hours." Lu Jia tossed his phone onto the table, turned his back, and draped his arms over the chair's backrest, asking, "What do you think Lao Bei and the campus beauty Ji are up to right now?" Knowing Bei Ji's character, he is either taking someone out for a late-night snack or going for a stroll. Our Bega neither frequents bars nor indulges in nightclubs. His nightlife is quite simple. He certainly wouldn't take anyone to an internet CAF, Zhao Sun speculated. That's true, Lu Jia nodded, then probed further. What do you think their relationship has progressed to? Zhao Sun regarded Lu Jia with a cool gaze. Though you're quite clever, you're not omniscient. Yet, he ventured a guess, given how Ji seems willing to hold hands, they must be fairly intimate. His words evoked memories in Lu Jia of the moment when their fingers intertwined. A twinge of jealousy sparked in Lu Jia's eyes. Will Lao Bei come back tonight? The message has been sent, but no response yet, Zhao Sun replied. Give him a call, Lu Jia suggested. They're all lovey-dovey. If I call, do you want Ji to eat me alive? Let's not commit fratricide here, Zhao Sun remarked, glancing at the time. But given the hour, he probably won't respond. Just let Lao Bei know to remember to escort Ji back to the dorm, Lu Jia reminded. Last time, after our late-night snack, he just took the road outside straight to the apartment. That's too straightforward. Zhao Sun looked at Lu Jia, somewhat astonished. Lu Jia, with a sense of pride, replied, Don't let my demeanor fool you, I'm actually quite thorough in my considerations. Sunner is pondering where you find the audacity to compare yourself to Ji, how the chubby interjected, if you've thought of it, surely Lao Bei has as well. Lu Jia. Not at this hour, even if Lao Bei doesn't return, he must surely be on his way to escort Ji back to the dorm. Contemplating their tender moments, Lu Jia felt a mix of pride and envy. They wouldn't embrace before parting, would they? The thought made Lu Jia's heart sour. Liu Bei was, by comparison, a rather traditional young man. He believed that emotional relationships, confession, embrace, hand-holding, kissing, proposal, cohabitation, engagement, marriage, and children, while deviations from this sequence were possible, the general trajectory should remain intact. Consequently, before Jojo accepted his confession, he had not even held her hand. Yet today, the unconventional heroine had bypassed all norms, directly intertwining their hands, embracing, her head nestled against his, and kissing, delivering a trifecta of surprises that left him somewhat dazed.
Well, it wasn't precisely cohabitation. At most, it was an overnight stay, but Louis Bay resided in a studio apartment, implying that there was only one room and one bed. Louis Bay felt an overwhelming sense of disorientation, as if he were being expedited by the heroine. What troubled him most was that just as he was about to utilize his confession skill, Ji Qingqian had interrupted his casting. How embarrassing, Louis Bay thought. In principle, he ought to decline the heroine's request to accompany her home. Click. The key slid into the lock. Hearing the tumblers turn, Ji Qingqian, who stood behind Louis Bay, sensed the shift but found herself unable to voice a refusal. Louis Bay's apartment was situated in an older complex. From the outside, the buildings bore the marks of time, their facades peeling as if to reveal childhood memories. However, it was affordable, and the interior remained surprisingly tidy. The door, indeed weathered, creaked in protest as Louis Bay pushed it open. First and foremost, let me reiterate, Louis Bay addressed the girl trailing behind him, who peered curiously over her shoulder. The atmosphere having reached this juncture, Louis Bay felt it inappropriate to shut her out, and he finally opened the door fully. Ji Qingqian stepped inside. Indeed, it was small, a mere single room, devoid of even. Louis Bay had purchased a modest shoe rack to place by the door. He tossed her a pair of slippers. It wasn't a matter of cleanliness, but rather, since she was already at his home, it was more comfortable to switch to slippers. As Ji Qingqian kicked off her anti shoes and slipped her sock-clad feet into the somewhat oversized size 42 slippers, she began to survey Louis Bay's living space. The layout of the room aligned close. It contained only a bed, a desk, and a wardrobe about 1.5 meters high, atop which rested a Redmi television. She recalled that the landlord had deemed the model too outdated and somewhat lagging, thus gifting it to Louis Bay. He had mentioned this to her previously. The bed was also rather small. It is a standard single bed measuring 1.2 by 2 meters. The desk is a computer table. At present, Louis Bay's computer resides in the dormitory, rendering the space somewhat sparse, with only a few books laid upon it.
The Summer When Sunflowers Do Not Bloom, The Disappearing 13th Step, and several collections of romantic short stories by Ji Qingqian, clad in slippers, sauntered to the desk, while Louis Bay bent down to place her shoes on the rack.
Ji Qingqian perused the books but soon found herself growing weary, pouting slightly and emitting a soft tch. Louis Bay, attuned to her thoughts, adjusted the air conditioning to a brisk 16 degrees. For heaven's sake, what era are we in, still searching for traditional risque literature?
Ji Qingqian seized the opportunity. Are there any cyber versions? Louis Bay.
It has been quite some time since you shared any tantalizing images with me, Ji Qingqian remarked coolly. Louis Bay, he froze, his mind conjuring memories of the past, marred by the uncomfortable.
Out with you, dark history. Who could have anticipated that a brother, admiring exquisite works from the same artist, would. Alas.
How unfortunate that your computer is not here, otherwise, I would thoroughly investigate what academic materials you have hidden away, Ji Qingqian stated, as she settled onto the cool mat of the bed, her gaze sweeping across the room. Just half a month ago, Abe had been here gaming with her, and now, half a month later, Abe remained, and so did she. This feeling was truly delightful. Abe had once described what the rented abode was like, and today she found herself experiencing it firsthand.
Was this not akin to a pilgrimage to a sacred site?
Where shall I sleep? She inquired. Chapter 75 of the perilous encounters I faced at this juncture. Louis Bay no longer believed that Ji Qingqian had merely come to take a glance. However, from her remark about where I shall sleep, he discerned some underlying hints. At the very least, the female knight did not seem to be hastily pushing herself onto him with the intent of sharing a bed. How splendid, how splendid. Alas, no, this should not be a cause for celebration. The rapid progression of events might not bode well. But why is Louis Bay sighing? He questioned himself, then. Alas. Louis Bay first urged Miss Ji to make some room. He rolled up the mat and spread it out on the ground. From a small wardrobe, he retrieved a bedsheet to lay on the mattress. You shall sleep here, Louis Bay instructed. Directly placing the sheet on the floor would make it too wrinkled, so he pointed to the mat on the ground. I will sleep here instead. Fortunately, the room was not large. There was sufficient space for the mat. Ji Qingqian's eyes curved slightly. Must I sleep on the ground? Where is there a guest who sleeps on the floor? Such a noble and virtuous knight. Where is the nobility in this? Louis Bay mused, thinking he could hardly allow her to sleep on the floor. Even if she could manage to fall asleep, he would feel a pang of sympathy. The room's temperature had already been cooled by the air conditioning, and Louis Bay tossed the remote to Ji Qingqian. Adjust it as you see fit. Ji Qingqian pressed a couple of buttons, setting the temperature to 26 degrees. She tossed off her slippers and sat on the edge of the bed, her feet clad in white socks resting on the mat where Louis Bay intended to sleep. She pressed her heels down and lightly tapped her toes, appearing quite pleased. Ji Qingqian surveyed the room repeatedly. Although it was small, she could not seem to get enough of it, constantly checking for any overlooked details. Meanwhile, Louis Bay's gaze was fixed on her fidgeting feet. Give me your socks, he said. Ha!
Ji Qingqian frowned slightly, as if assessing a pervert. Did you not eat enough for dinner? By heavens, it was not about being unsatisfied.
I will wash them for you, Louis.
She did the same with the other sock, presenting both to Louis Bay. Louis Bay felt that no matter how he accepted them, it seemed a bit odd. Ultimately, he thought no more of it and took the socks into the bathroom. Ji Qingqian's gaze followed his back. Louis Bay, confident and unbothered, did not close the door. He meticulously scrubbed the socks, once, twice, again and again. Do you need to wash them for so long? Ji Qingqian inquired. Is it not acceptable for me to wash them thoroughly? Only then did Louis Bay realize, he had indeed been scrubbing for quite a while. Are they very dirty? No.
Ji Qingqian's soft carried a hint of significance that caught Louis Bay's attention. He promptly rinsed out the detergent, intending to give them one final wash in clean water. Ji Qingqian added, I'm a bit hungry.
Why not order takeout? Who knows when it will arrive? Don't you have anything to eat here? Can I have this bucket of spicy beef noodles? If you don't mind. What could I possibly mind? Ji Qingqian pouted. You don't think I'm some rich heiress, do you? I often slurp instant noodles while gaming with you.
As she spoke, she brought the electric kettle into the bathroom, nudging Louis Bay aside to fill it with water.
See my culinary skills. She glanced at the socks again. Scrub them a bit more, don't tear them. Louis Bay responded. There's no need for that. How peculiar, he was merely washing socks in a rather ordinary manner. Ji Qingqian stepped out, plugging in the electric kettle. Louis Bay clipped the small white socks onto a drying rack, stepping outside to hang them on the clothesline by the window. The hot water boiled. Ji Qingqian had already placed the seasoning packet into the noodle bucket. She poured in the hot water and then asked Louis Bay, who had re-entered the bathroom, what are you doing? Looking for a toothbrush. I bought a set of 3 before, there should be one left. Oh. Found it. This toothbrush is of cheap quality, rather stiff, so be cautious while using it. Should I save some noodles for you? Just leave some broth. I want to taste it. All right.
Wary of dirtying Louis Bay's bed, Ji Qingqian sat cross-legged on the mat. When she opened the noodle bucket, a familiar aroma wafted up to her nostrils. Louis Bay approached, sitting cross-legged beside her. Your culinary skills are commendable.
Of course, I boiled the water to perfection, Ji Qingqian replied. Will you eat first? You go ahead, I'm fine.
Ji Qingqian began to slurp the noodles, exhibiting no pretense or restraint, devouring them heartily. Yet, her delicate lips, in motion, appeared particularly endearing. Noticing Louis Bay's gaze upon her, Ji Qingqian tucked her loose hair behind her ear and gently inquired, Are you really not hungry? Louis Bay considered saying that she was a feast for the eyes, but having already been chastised for being too crass today, he decided to save the remark for another time.
After sending Zhao Sun a not coming back message on his phone, he said to Ji Qingqian, let your roommate know, or they will worry about you.
Ji Qingqian paused, somewhat uncertain.
What should I say? Louis Bay, that it seems you are fully aware that staying overnight at a male friend's place in the middle of the night is not something easily disclosed, huh?
Yet, this trouble was caused by Ji Qingqian, and it was only reasonable for Louis Bay to help her clean up the aftermath. He pondered for a moment. Just say you had a late-night snack with me and stayed out late. Ji Qingqian regarded Louis Bay with caution and suspicion. You are quite the deceiver, Bad Bay.
No, where is the deception here? It's merely an art of language. Louis Bay sighed. As a novelist, I can write about the fantastical. Is it not quite normal for me to write about something like this?
All right, I shall be forthright with you, as always.
Ha!
Ji Qingqian scoffed repeatedly, yet, she still sent a message to the dormitory group as Louis Bay suggested. Bad Bay, but clever. She liked that. Louis Bay rummaged through the wardrobe. Ji Qingqian, blowing on her noodles, asked, What are you doing now? Sleeping in military training attire would be uncomfortable.
Had he not mentioned it, she would have forgotten that she was still in her military uniform.
Louis Bay pulled out a pair of 5-inch shorts and a black t-shirt from the wardrobe. His clothes would undoubtedly be a size too large for the female knight, but the shorts had an elastic waistband, so even if they fit loosely, they would not fall off. As for the black t-shirt, Louis Bay had seldom worn it, finding the neck too tight and uncomfortable. It suited the knight perfectly, preventing him from inadvertently witnessing any sights that might be too alluring. The knight had declared, while traversing the world, to be open and above-board. Louis Bay reminded himself. Ji Qingqian had nearly finished her noodles, leaving a few bites and broth for Louis Bay. Holding the clothes Louis Bay had given her, she entered the bathroom, closed the door, then opened it again. Don't peek. Then she shut it once more. Louis Bay slurped his noodles, listening to the rustling sounds from within, maintaining an air of tranquility. Peek, how presumptuous of her. Just from the sound alone, he could feast thrice. Yet upon reflection, it was indeed rather stimulating. He had unexpectedly been requested by the female knight to share a night together. Although they were not sharing the same bed, they were certainly under the same roof. It was unlikely he would encounter anything quite as thrilling again.
That phrase seems to have appeared before?
Louis Bay mused as he noticed Ji Qingxian's phone vibrate. He stole a glance, his hand trembled. It was a WeChat video call. The display showed the contact name.
Mom. Damn. Chapter 76.
Does your father share your surname? Ji Qingxian had just emerged from the restroom, tugging at the collar of her t-shirt while inhaling its fragrance. It was indeed pleasant, imbued with the scent of laundry detergent, yet devoid of Bay's distinctive aroma, suggesting he did not wear it frequently.
Then, she caught sight of Louis Bay's dazed and alarmed expression. What's the matter?
Upon hearing Ji Qing's inquiry, Louis Bay forced himself to regain composure. He attempted to smile, but his lips merely quivered slightly.
Auntie called. Auntie?
Ji Qing felt the term was rather unfamiliar, and upon glancing at her phone, she realized it was her mother. Bay's calling her auntie was indeed reasonable. Although she had been raised with a degree of freedom, this was her first venture across half the nation for her studies, and during this time, her parents had been calling to check on her intermittently. She had not anticipated a call today as well. She pressed her lips together and glanced at Louis Bay, finally understanding the trepidation that gripped him.
Still a novice, and she was already confronting the ultimate boss. Does Auntie know me? Louis Bay inquired.
Ji Qing shook her head. If she discovers you are here, she will surely scold you, won't she? Louis Bay asked again. Ji Qing nodded. Louis Bay took several deep breaths in succession. Then you should answer. Observing Louis Bay's demeanor, which resembled one preparing for execution, she suddenly felt a wave of amusement but stifled her laughter.
Louis Bay added, if she scolds you too harshly, just hand me the phone, I will speak with Auntie.
A glimmer of surprise flickered in Ji Qing's eyes. Louis Bay did not appear to be jesting. If she scolds me, she will certainly be even harsher with you.
That's all right.
I will speak with her. You truly have never endured a scolding from a northeastern person.
There's always a first time for everything.
Louis Bay's smile faltered slightly, as though he were trying to comfort Ji Qing, and he reassured her, I will handle it well with Auntie. Although the notion of staying over was proposed by the female hero, he had not outright rejected it. Louis Bay felt that if Ji Qing's mother were to feel aggrieved, he too would share in the responsibility alongside the female hero. He could not merely hide behind her. Even if he were to be scolded, he should at least clarify his stance. Ji Qing's dark brows arched in amusement. In contrast to Louis Bay's anxiety, she felt no fear, but rather a sense of joy.
Foolish Bay.
As she uttered those words, the call timed out and disconnected automatically. Ji Qing redialed, only to find it was a voice call, not a video call, and she softly murmured, as long as she doesn't find out, it will be fine. Earlier, when conversing with her roommate, her mind had been so agile. Now, however, it felt as if it had turned to mush, unable to adapt. Nevertheless, Ji Qing thought, Abay's clumsiness was not true foolishness but rather a manifestation of his sense of responsibility, an attitude that provided her with. He was indeed a good man, exceptionally so. He was sincere toward her and equally so toward her parents. In the future, she would definitely introduce him to her father and mother, though the time was not yet ripe. Seeing his anxious demeanor, she mused that while his gaze was resolute, when it came to speaking, he would likely stumble over his words. Despite his ability to converse effortlessly with the dormitory aunt and the security uncle, it seemed her parents held a unique status in his heart.
The call connected.
When Ji Qing spoke with her family, her voice was clear. Oh, it's Dad, why do you have Mom's phone?
I already said that last time. I didn't ignore your call. I genuinely didn't hear it.
It turned out it was not Auntie but Uncle. Louis Bay's mind raced quickly, and from just this statement, he deduced a conclusion after some high-speed calculations. Last time, when Uncle called and Ji Qing did not respond, he assumed it was because she disliked him, hence this time he used Auntie's phone.
Uncle is a daughter slave. Louis Bay's mind was whirling even faster.
While he considered his character not overly noble, he certainly was not the type to be deemed a hairy brat worried if my car is safe parked downstairs. However, in Uncle's eyes, he might still be perceived as a pig rooting through cabbage. Suddenly, a vision of a middle-aged version of the former Ji Qing hero appeared before him, tall, broad-shouldered, and muscular, standing at over 1.8 meters. Upon seeing him, he would deliver 2 swift punches to his nose, leaving him bloodied and unable to retaliate.
No video calls.
We've turned off the lights here, Jiqing stated. At this hour, university dormitories indeed had lights out. She cast another glance at Liu Bei, who was sitting rigidly, not daring to breathe. All right, understood, Jiqing continued, contemplating reaching out to tickle Liu Bei but fearing that if he truly laughed, she would abandon that mischievous thought.
After exchanging a few more words, Jiqing ended the call. Hung up? Liu Bei asked softly.
Not yet, Jiqing replied nonchalantly. Liu Bei immediately regretted covering his mouth. Jiqing found it amusing and refrained from teasing him, saying, all right, now I've hung up.
Ah.
Liu Bei let out a sigh of relief, his entire being slumping against the cool mat, leaning against the bed's edge as if he were utterly disassembled.
It felt more exhausting than playing a full basketball game at school. Do you still dare to confront my parents? Jiqing lightly scoffed, feigning disdain, though her heart brimmed with delight. Let us give it a try. What if it works? Liu Bei scratched his stiff scalp. Audacious, Jiqing hummed lightly, try again later, you're not ready yet. Observing Liu Bei drenched in sweat, Jiqing felt a blend of joy and sympathy. She softly reassured him, I've mentioned that my family practices a free-range policy, they won't make things difficult for you. Liu Bei, he was attempting to calm his racing heart but could not. That should be enough for food. Jiqing spoke in a calm tone, and Liu Bei recognized her jest. Aren't I clever? I'm truly a dutiful child. Liu Bei choked on his water, replying, don't worry. Not too anxious. Don't worry, female hero, you'll see how I handle it in due time. Jiqing squinted her lovely eyes, skeptical. By the way, what is uncle's surname? Liu Bei asked. In case of future encounters, he should address him correctly, it would be prudent to prepare early. G. The season of 4G? Yes. How fortuitous, it's the same surname as you, female hero, Liu Bei exclaimed with delight, but in response to Jiqing's cold, inquisitive gaze that questioned his earlier assertion of not being anxious, he finally lowered his head in shame. I'll go splash some cold water on my face. Jiqing lightly kicked her foot, unable to contain her laughter. Liu Bei slammed the door shut, squatting down while clutching his head, emitting a silent scream. After approximately 5 minutes, he emerged from the restroom with a blank expression. Have you found your mind? Jiqing asked, amused. Less chatter, more sleep, Liu Bei replied, suppressing his embarrassment. Hurry and brush your teeth. After that, it's time for bed, you have a parade to attend in the morning. Will you come to watch? Jiqing tilted her head. I have no classes in the morning, Liu Bei said, fully aware she was asking for the sake of asking. Jiqing slapped the edge of the bed and immediately stood up, darting toward the restroom. Then I must perform well. Chapter 77 Morning Dreams. As the minute and hour hands converged upon the numeral 12, one lay facing left, the other right. Despite the disparity in their sleeping arrangements and the approximate 2 meters that separated them, they seemed to sense each other's warmth. The lights were extinguished, and the moonlight was effectively barred from entering the room by the curtains, plunging the space into darkness. This marked the first occasion since kindergarten that Liu Bei found himself sharing such proximity with a female peer. The sound of waves crashed against his ears, a white noise emanating from his phone. Both Liu Bei and Jiqing belonged to that rare breed of individuals who found it difficult to drift off without some semblance of commotion. Bei, Jiqing called from above. Just moments prior, they had engaged in some light-hearted nocturnal banter, devoid of any scandalous topics or significant revelations. Their conversation meandered through trivial anecdotes from their pasts, such as Jiqing recounting her middle school days. They were gradually piecing together fragments of each other's histories, and the seemingly endless exchange of mundane topics brought them closer. Liu Bei had a plethora of thoughts he wished to share with Jiqing, yet when she attempted to rekindle the conversation, he merely murmured. As his eyelids grew heavy, already teetering on the brink of slumber. He had an early morning ahead. Although he had no classes and was exempt from military training, he felt relaxed, in stark contrast to Jiqing's obligations. Upon hearing his drowsy response, Jiqing refrained from calling him again and closed her eyes as well. Today, regardless of Jojo or the impending call from her father, she sensed that Bei bore a considerable burden. If he could manage to sleep, that was enough for her. Though she had much to share with him, she decided that it was best to let Bei rest soundly. Both Liu Bei and Jiqing understood that while they could indulge freely with one another, they must also exercise restraint. The alarm rang, shattering the tranquility of the ocean's whispers. Jiqing stirred, still somewhat dazed. In truth, the white noise had long faded, she had merely been dreaming, lulled by the sound of the waves.
In her dream, she found herself barefoot on a beach, with a bay before her, holding her hand as they strolled along, seemingly intent on traversing the entire coastline. Upon awakening, she found her gaze blocked by something. Reaching up to her forehead, she removed a sticky note affixed there. "Wake up first, I'm going out to buy a few things and will be back shortly." Bei Ji Qingqian climbed out of bed and glanced at the empty mat beneath her. It was indeed devoid of any presence. A soft chuckle escaped her lips. Bei had left a note instead of sending her a message, perhaps out of concern that she might feel alarmed upon discovering his absence. The sticky note was far more straightforward. She would undoubtedly see the note before anything else. Bei's handwriting is truly beautiful. Ji Qingqian murmured to herself. She was not well versed in the intricacies of calligraphy, yet she could discern the strokes. Each character bore a distinct elegance, tall and slender, much like him. Folding the note carefully, she tucked it into her phone case. She then pulled aside the curtain to gaze outside. The hour was still early, just before 6, with the sun rising resplendently, its brilliant light enhancing her mood. She had anticipated a restless night, due in part to the unfamiliar surroundings, and while she was not entirely a stranger to Liu Bei, the fact remained that he was a boy, and she had never envisioned sharing a room with one. Yet, surprisingly, Bei provided her with a sense of security that allowed her to sleep soundly. Biting her lip, she glanced at the bedding and the mat beneath it, still Bei's space. Climbing down, she reclined on the cool mat, recalling how Bei had slept there just the night before. A smile crept across her face, her heart racing as if a fawn were bounding within her chest. She rolled from one side of the mat to the other, indulging in this playful, albeit meaningless, activity several times, reveling in the joy of the moment. Suddenly, she heard the sound of keys unlocking the door. As the door creaked open, Ji Qingqian sprang up, adopting a duck-like posture while remaining on the mat.
"Heroine, what are you doing?" Liu Bei inquired as he locked the door.
Ji Qingqian retorted, "What about you? I went to buy you a toothbrush, cup, and towel." Liu Bei replied, "Fortunately, the convenience store here opens early. Isn't there already one?" Ji Qingqian countered. "We can make do with what we have." They had a toothbrush. The cup could simply be replaced by drinking directly from the tap, and for the towel, splashing water on her face and dabbing it dry with tissue would suffice. "Why should we always make do?" Liu Bei chuckled. "There would be future occasions. After all, he pondered whether he had misjudged the situation. Did the heroine truly intend to spend the night and never return? That would be rather awkward. Ji Qingqian understood the implication behind his always lowering her gaze. Her usually cool demeanor softened. "You're right," she replied softly. Liu Bei acknowledged her with a thoughtful before adopting a more formal tone. Then, Ji Qingqian, at ease, having recently undergone military training, Ji Qingqian was well versed in the protocols and immediately straightened up. "A present, brush your teeth and wash your face, move out swiftly, report back after completing your tasks." "Understood. Gather your gear." Liu Bei handed her the toiletries, including a newly purchased soft-bristled toothbrush, slightly more expensive, but worth it. When alone, he could make do. He would never allow the heroine to endure discomfort alongside him. Ji Qingqian headed to the bathroom. Liu Bei retrieved his socks from the drying rack. The weather was splendid, the socks thoroughly dried. Ji Qingqian completed her dental and facial grooming with remarkable efficiency. She placed the newly acquired cup beside Liu Bei's and hung the fresh towel next to his. Glancing at the arrangement, she found herself increasingly fond of it. Just as she was about to report back to the five-star general, she noticed him seated on the mat, seemingly lost in thought as he gently rubbed his brow with his fingers. Ji Qingqian's pink tongue instinctively brushed against her lips. She recalled the kiss she had placed on the very spot he was now touching. Observing his somewhat troubled expression, she began to grasp the nuances of the situation. With a lightness that belied her weight, she approached the boy who had just washed up, hands clasped behind her back. She leaned slightly forward. "Do you remember something you once said?"
"Which one? That you can eat KFC again after having it once."
Liu Bei considered her words, recalling the conversation. However, now that the heroine brought it up, his gaze lifted. Though he could not see the clean brow that had been washed, the implication was clear. It mattered not if it had been washed away. The kiss had occurred. He felt a twinge of surprise. Ji Qingqian's ears flushed slightly as she scoffed. "Dream on." Not now. Chapter 78. Spring Breeze Youth. The breakfast shop that Liu Bei brought Ji Qingqian to was bustling with activity. Amidst the rising steam, the silhouettes of early workers filled the air. Liu Bei called out to an elderly woman who was busy packing meals for customers. "Auntie." The old lady, preoccupied with her tasks, replied, "Little Lu, it's been quite a while since you last came." Only, Ji Qingqian felt a twinge of nervousness. During their earlier conversation, she had heard Liu Bei mention that the term auntie holds different meanings in various dialects. In Sichuan and Chongqing, it is akin to aunt, while in Wu dialect, it conveys the meaning of grandmother, a respectful term for older women. "Auntie," Ji Qingqian attempted to mimic. However, her northern accent rendered her pronunciation somewhat awkward. The elderly woman's smile deepened. Recognizing that Ji Qingqian was not a local, she switched to a Mandarin infused with a Hangzhou accent. Good, good.
Little Lu, is she your girlfriend? Ji Qingqian clasped her hands behind her back, gently tugging at her right hand with her left. She cast a glance at Liu Bei. He smiled wryly. If he were to acknowledge her as his girlfriend, he had yet to make a formal confession. Conversely, if he denied it, the valiant Ji Qingqian might very well treat him to an entire set of her martial arts moves. She is my little ancestor, he replied. The elderly woman burst into hearty laughter, her wrinkles becoming more pronounced. Soon, Liu Bei felt a weight on his foot. Ji Qingqian was stepping on his instep, shooting him a sharp look before quickly averting her gaze. Liu Bei ordered 2 servings of their usual fare. Despite the crowd, the packed breakfast was swiftly handed to him, evidently due to the old lady's interference on his behalf. This breakfast shop has quite a long history, Liu Bei remarked as they walked back to school. The old lady opened it in her youth, and it has been around for 2 to 3 decades. Now her grandson helps out here and plans to take over. A genuine old brand. Ji Qingqian nodded while nibbling on a yaotaao. Liu Bei tore open the plastic bag of soup dumplings, squeezed vinegar into it. Ji Qingqian promptly spat out the youtiao, holding it in her hand while parting her lips invitingly towards Liu Bei. He cautioned, be careful, it's hot. Ji Qingqian caught it with her mouth, chewed it down, and then swallowed with a satisfied sigh. Steady, iron teeth and copper teeth. Liu Bei chuckled, whereas the ice goddess, the cool campus beauty, when it comes to eating like this? It's merely others' prejudice, Ji Qingqian said nonchalantly, what you see is the truth. She glanced at the box of dumplings, quite a lot, this should be enough for our urban. Do you know the old lady? Yes. How do you know so many people? Ji Qingqian asked suspiciously, social butterfly attribute? Well, probably before last winter break, Liu Bei explained, her old dog, which, I helped her look for it, and that's how we met. Did you find it? Ji Qingqian inquired. No. And that was over half a year ago, Ji Qingqian pondered before asking, didn't she post any lost dog notices? No. Why? Before Ji Qingqian could finish her question, Liu Bei fed her a soup dumpling. He spoke softly, because it died. Ji Qingqian, with a dumpling in her mouth, could not respond, her bright eyes widening in shock. Dogs have a much shorter lifespan than humans, and that dog had been unwell for a long time last year. Dogs are quite simple creatures, they remember kindness clearly. So when the end approaches, they don't wish for their owners to worry and will break free, running out to find a place to wait for death. Liu Bei continued, in truth, the old lady knew as well. She only searched for half a day before giving up rather than genuinely wanting to find the dog. It was more about sending it off in this manner, not such a good old lady with her dog. The young man smiled. Ji Qingqian swallowed her dumpling, her clear eyes fixed on Liu Bei. What's wrong? He asked. You know. Ji Qingqian replied. Ha? But you still accompanied the old lady to search, she said. Well, Liu Bei scratched the back of his head, you see, she is so old. If she were to feel sad, it's nice to have someone nearby to support her, right? Besides, I was quite free at that time. Ji Qingqian bit her lip, squinting at Liu Bei. It's not that, hero. Discussing this just makes it less meaningful, Liu Bei said helplessly. Ji Qingqian felt like laughing. This was the big boy residing in her heart, full of tenderness yet oblivious to it. No wonder she cherished him so much. Ji Qingqian picked up a pair of slender disposable chopsticks and offered a soup dumpling to Liu Bei's mouth. Good baby, come on. On the playground. Today marked the final morning of military training. The playground buzzed with the presence of new students. The instructors and leaders had yet to arrive, and the new students chatted animatedly with familiar faces, producing a sound akin to a roaring chorus. Yet no one minded the noise, it was the sound of their youth. Let us gather over there, Liu Bei suggested. He took the tissue Ji Qingqian used to wipe her mouth and hands. Ji Qingqian nodded and softly asked, will you stay here? Once it officially starts, we probably won't be allowed on the field. I'll watch you from outside. Liu Bei indicated the path beyond the fence, it's just separated by a wire mesh. Ji Qingqian nodded again. There's nothing much to see. Liu Bei scoffed lightly. I don't care what you think, I want to see it for myself. I think it's worth watching, he stated. Besides, who knows, this might be the only time in this lifetime I get to see the hero in military training gear marching in formation. I can't miss it. Ji Qingqian understood that as long as the adjectives were plentiful, many things could be deemed a once-in-a-lifetime experience, yet when such words came from Liu Bei, they carried weight. Since Liu Bei said so, Ji Qingqian had no intention of persuading him to leave. Not only that, but I'm also the model soldier. Ji Qingqian lifted her snow-white chin, her slightly boastful expression appeared quite adorable.
The model soldiers lead the formation during military training, usually consisting of one male and one female. Their class chose Ji Qingqian for the female role due to her tall stature, good figure, straight back, attractive appearance, and seemingly boundless stamina. Even if the Monkey King emerged from the cauldron with his eyes scorched by the divine fire, he would still know to pick her. When you return victorious, I shall dub you Sergeant Ji Qingqian, Liu Bei said, lightly patting her shoulder.
I promise to complete the mission, Ji Qingqian replied. Just as the two were about to part ways, they simultaneously sensed something and turned back, their brows furrowed in unison. Damn, they'd been targeted and not far away. Classmate Xiaoli was brandishing a camera, her massive lens aimed directly at them. Upon being discovered, Xiaoli withdrew her eyes from the viewfinder and flashed a radiant smile at the two. Be Brother Bei. Chapter 79 Mighty Muscles, Passionate Photography. With a shout, the young girl flung the heavy camera into Li Si's arms. Wait, it costs tens of thousands. Li Si exclaimed in shock. Xiaoli, heedless, dashed toward Liu Bei in a blurred eye. In the next moment, she halted a mere 7 or 8 meters away from him, one leg curled up while the other stood straight, her arms outstretched like wings, resembling a graceful white crane. Crane form. Liu Bei stared in silence at Xiaoli, who was striking her pose like a child. How old are you, still playing at crane style? How childish. Stepping forward, Liu Bei transformed his fingers into claws, steadying his stance. Tiger form. Mature men practice tiger style, Xiaoli gasped, preparing to counter with snake form. Thwack, a swift chop struck the top of her head from behind. Xiaoli spun around, indignant. Despicable, how could you ambush me? Li Si sighed in resignation. You're already a senior, there are so many freshmen around. Be a bit more composed. TSK. Xiaoli cradled her head, her tongue clicking in dissatisfaction. Boring men are always like this. Li Si pushed his glasses in a sigh, glancing towards Ji Qingqian. He hadn't anticipated that the two of them would arrive together this morning, and judging by the breakfast bags in their hands, it seemed they hadn't eaten at school. It was still early to in other words, if they were dining outside, they must have risen much earlier, but even earlier, the dormitory wouldn't have opened yet. Li Si felt a deeper meaning behind it. He had no desire to pry into their personal affairs, yet Ji Qingqian, the younger student, should be quite aware of how he felt. He wasn't well acquainted with Liu Bei, having only met him twice. His impression of him was solely based on Xiaoli's descriptions, yet he hadn't anticipated this, lively side of him. Then he noticed a flicker of brightness in Ji Qingqian's otherwise expressionless eyes. Li Si couldn't help but tug at the corners of his lips. Hopefully, she wasn't eager to showcase her skills. There was an unmistakable illusion that this Ji Qingqian also wished to display her talents. Hello? Xiaoli boldly approached, introducing herself. I'm Xiaoli, a sophomore. I've been classmates with Bei Gu since middle school. You can call me Xiaoli or even pair brother. Ji Qingqian nodded silently. Li Si, he introduced himself. Ji Qingqian nodded again. Ji Qingqian. At that moment, Zhu Zhu, who had been waiting in her territory, spotted the rather conspicuous Ji Qingqian among the crowd and hurried over. Ji Qingqian turned her gaze. The previous night, Ji Qingqian hadn't returned until lights out, which had left Zhu Zhu quite anxious. On one hand, she felt Ji Qingqian and Senior Liu were a good match, and it was their romance. Even if they were living off campus, it wasn't her place to interfere. Yet, on the other hand, they had only known each other for a little over half a month since the semester began, and that felt a bit too rapid. Although Senior Liu appeared to be a decent person, who could truly know someone's heart, she hesitated repeatedly, yet she couldn't suppress the urge to give Ji Qingqian a call. Even if Ji Qingqian thought she was meddling in her love life, leading to a rift between them, it would still be better than being foolishly deceived. However, she was ultimately stopped by Wang Zhu, who said, Senior Liu and Qingqian must have known each other for a long time. Zhu Zhu and Ma Jiao quickly inquired, any insider information? Wang Zhu nodded, yes, but just a little. It was only after receiving a message from Ji Qingqian that Zhu Zhu felt somewhat relieved. She was genuinely worried about her, wishing she could check if she was missing any flesh. However, when faced with several seniors, especially the formidable-sounding student council president, the new students approached with proper decorum to greet them. Senior Li Si smiled at them, while Liu Bei did the same, glancing at Ji Qingqian, signaling her to join her roommates. To ease the awkward atmosphere, Ma Jiao bravely initiated a casual conversation with Li Si, asking, Senior, what brings you here today? Li Si replied warmly, taking photographs. I'll be writing an article about military training for the school's official account. Don't forget to give it a thumbs up. Does the student council oversee this too? Ma Jiao queried. Absolutely, if any of you are interested, you can apply to join the student council later, Li Si said with a smile.
Xiaoli regarded Li Si, feeling his tone was somewhat akin to a scam. Chu Zhu, however, was quite intrigued by the camera in Li Si's hands.
Oh, can Nike take photographs too? The members accompanying Li Si couldn't contain their laughter at this. What Nike? How ridiculous, Nike is Nike, this camera in my hands is Nikon, do you understand, Nikon? Shushu was taken aback, stunned. Lui Bei cast a glance at the speaker, who also held a camera, albeit a more compact model compared to Li Si's hefty one. The brand was the same, likely a recent release of the Z30 mirrorless camera. Perhaps it was his personal interest, or perhaps he was serving as a secondary photographer for the student council. This is called Nikon, he explained to Ji Qingxian's roommate, one of the three major camera brands, renowned for its excellent stability and dynamic range. The Nikon enthusiast's anger dissipated immediately, replaced by a look of "you really know your stuff, bro, you seem to know quite a bit. My dad used to have a Nikon camera. I've dabbled with it. So you're the son of an old master, I'm honored, I see you have the makings of a master yourself, let us go birdwatching together sometime." Lui Bei clasped his hands in acknowledgement. Well said. Ji Qingxian tugged at his sleeve, prompting Lui Bei to turn around. She softly remarked, "I'll be off now, senior." Yes, alright. Do your best, Lui Bei replied. Ji Qingxian actually called him. Initially, it was Xiao Li's loud voice that drew their attention to him. They hadn't noticed that the two had entered together, only that they were now standing side by side. Seeing Xiao Li approach to greet them, they assumed the student council president had intentionally summoned Lui Bei and the new school beauty to join the council, hence Xiao Li calling out to them. Only then did they realize that this G-school beauty had come along with this fellow, YM. Moreover, she called him senior. They too wished to be addressed as senior in such a cool and detached manner. The Nikon enthusiast was particularly agitated. If you have a girl, you don't deserve to use Nikon, go use Canon instead. How infuriating. As the photography masters say, Nikon is for landscapes, Canon is for portraits. While the Canon enthusiasts nearby gushed over those legs, that face, that waist, the Nikon enthusiast remained crouched in the depths of the forest, waiting for the rarest of birds to appear. Lui Bei broke into a sweat. He intended to take his leave but was halted by Li Si. Do you have classes to attend? None, Lui Bei replied. Stay and watch with us, Li Si smiled. Isn't Ji Qingshan also part of the formation? Is that allowed? Lui Bei inquired. Of course, Li Si confirmed. Just say you're my temporary, you know how to use it, right? Temporary photographer. He handed the hefty camera over to Lui Bei. Lui Bei flipped through the menu, noting the model was Nikon Z62. He hadn't used it before, but it shouldn't be too different. Steady, my father taught me in Hawaii. He lifted the camera as if it were a dumbbell, raising and lowering it, mighty muscles, passionate photography. P.Sts all in jest, please don't take offense. My camera is also a Nikon. Chapter 80 memories encapsulated in photographs. After adjusting his Nikon to manual mode Lui Bei. The weather was splendid, and with the upcoming formation of a marching squad to photograph, he aimed to reduce exposure while increasing shutter speed. However, as he also needed to capture individuals, he could not afford to limit the aperture excessively, lest the images become overly sharp. He rotated the focus ring on the lens, striving to achieve a balanced setting between focal length and aperture. Yet, given that this was for a public accounts news release, authenticity took precedence over aesthetics. Lui Bei did not dwell on composition. After casually snapping a shot, he turned the camera's display towards Li Si. President, what do you think? Li Si glanced at the screen and exclaimed, quite impressive. Far better than the ones I took with Xiao Li. Have you really studied photography? That about Hawaii was a joke, but my father did teach me, Lui Bei casually mentioned. He used to be a journalist, so it seems I've naturally followed in his footsteps. Alright then, President, I'll shoot according to this setup. Sounds good, Li Si replied, chuckling, no need for formalities, just call me Li Si, we're all classmates here. Xiao Li interjected with a sly laugh, what Beigo means is that we should address each other by our titles during work. Lui Bei nodded earnestly, Xia Tudo is quite right. Xiao Li immediately bristled, what did you just say, Lui Bei? I meant to say we should refer to plants during work, as you mentioned, he retorted. Get lost. Xiao Li huffed in frustration, attempting to kick Lui Bei, who deftly sidestepped her. Xiao Li and Lui Bei shared a bond that could only be described as a deep-rooted friendship. It was the kind of friendship where, despite not having seen each other for 3 or 4 years, a mere exchange of glances could transport them back to the days of sharing trivial jokes.
And besides, Xiaoli exclaimed with gritted teeth, Li is also a plant. Indeed, Liu Bei did not respond, as his lens was now focused on Ji Qingxian, yet the focal length was still a tad short. It would be a pity not to feature her more in our weekly publication. Liu Bei pondered for a moment before directing his lens towards the girl with wavy curls standing beside the heroine. While the heroine was indeed stunning, the news weekly aimed to convey the spirit of military training, making it equally important to capture the essence of ordinary students. It wouldn't do to focus solely on those deemed attractive. Seeing Liu Bei wholly absorbed in his work, Xiaoli remarked to Li Si, "You see, I told you my friendship with Bei Gu is purely revolutionary." Liu Bei caught this remark and, maintaining his professional demeanor with his eyes glued to the camera, inquired, What was that? Remember when I invited you over for help with a cup of milk tea during the welcoming event? That old fox thought we were involved. It was the talk of the town," Xiaoli accused, pouting in mock indignation. Liu Bei glanced back at Li Si, somewhat surprised. This fellow wasn't known for being gossipy. Li Si appeared composed as he adjusted his glasses, although his hand trembled slightly. He had indeed harbored doubts but never anticipated that Xiaoli would so boldly reveal such matters. Wasn't she the least bit embarrassed? Oh, Xiaoli was certainly unbothered. It was others who felt the awkwardness. Apologies, Li Si chuckled ruefully. No trouble, Liu Bei smiled, refocusing on his photography, stating, Xia Tudo and I go way back. We even played in the mud together. I never considered her as a girl. He wanted to express that they were essentially brothers. However, after a moment's reflection, he refrained from voicing it. Others might speak so freely, but Liu Bei felt it inappropriate. He feared Ji Qingxian might take offense. After all, his relationship with her was rather delicate before any transformation occurred. Not only did he not regard me as a woman, but he treated me as if I were less than human. Xiaoli fumed. Do you know what this guy used to drag me into doing? She turned to Li Si as if seeking validation. Li Si, amused by this rare display of emotion from Xiaoli, shook his head with a grin. He took me to play basketball. Yes, he took me to play basketball. Xiaoli stood on her tiptoes. Even if she grew another 30 centimeters, she would still be shorter than Liu Bei. Forget about gender differences. There was no way she could compete with him physically. No wonder she felt so aggrieved. Weren't you quite happy then? Liu Bei countered. Happy or not, your lack of regard for me is a different matter. Li Si observed the banter between the two old friends, and soon noticed Liu Bei had captured several sets of photos but still couldn't help but direct his lens towards the new student class led by Ji Qingxian. Then, the school leaders arrived, and the formation commenced. As a photographer, Liu Bei was free to move alongside Li Si and the others, snapping candid shots of students one moment, then taking directed photos of the leaders the next. Though not overly busy, he was certainly not idle. As an upperclassman, Liu Bei felt no novelty in this final scene of military training. However, when Ji Qingxian's class made its entrance, he found himself both shooting and observing with particular attentiveness. Thanks to his role as the photographer, he could stand quite close to the formation. Yet, the new students led by Monkey were exceptionally earnest. Despite his clicking away, they steadfastly focused ahead, with not a single gaze straying. Ji Qingxian, leading the charge, was no exception. Liu Bei couldn't help but chuckle. As Ji Qingxian passed by him, her eyes fixed straight ahead, he felt a strange sense of being overlooked. After a moment's contemplation, he dismissed the feeling. After all, she usually paid the most attention to him. He continued to photograph. This was precisely how things had been during Liu Bei's own military training. Monkey, with his amiable demeanor, often mingled with the students. His pupils, even if driven by pride rather than competition, were determined not to let their instructor lose face in the final stretch, thus they all endeavored to complete this last task with utmost sincerity. As Liu Bei reviewed the photos he had just taken, he noted there were two exemplary students, one male and one female. The female was Ji Qingxian, while the male, if he recalled correctly, was named Chen Wei. Liu Bei remembered that this young man had previously intended to bestow his reward upon the heroine. The lad certainly looked spirited. Liu Bei chuckled softly. He promptly set about preparing to photograph the next class. Meanwhile, the exemplary female student, having completed her march, was intently observing his retreating figure. Though she had passed him earlier without the opportunity to glance back, Ji Qingxian now felt a sense of frustration. Now, however, she intended to gaze at him to her heart's content. Sensing the scrutiny from behind, Liu Bei turned around. Their eyes met, and he flashed a dazzling smile, albeit fleetingly, before returning to his task. Yet, that smile, combined with the lush green grass beneath and the azure sky above, Ji Qingxian suddenly felt an urge to capture a photograph of him. Chapter 81 Farewell. The farewell ceremony commenced with a speech from the school leaders and concluded with another, consuming the entire morning. However, the addresses from the leaders of Jiang University were relatively indirect. By the time the last speaker took the stage, he candidly remarked, "I know you students don't relish listening to us old fogies, so rest assured, I'll only say a few words." Although he ended up speaking for about 10 sentences, such brevity was quite astonishing in the realm of leadership. Ultimately, the genuine farewell segment arrived. The instructors lined up in succession, preparing to depart, while the freshmen gathered to bid them farewell. Recently emerged from the gauntlet of college entrance examinations, the first-year students, in the most emotionally charged age of their lives, found many of them with reddened eyes, brimming with tears.
Their interactions with the instructors spanned nearly 14 days, perhaps in a week, tomorrow, or even later today. This sentiment of reluctance would dissipate, yet no one could deny the authenticity of their emotions at this moment.
"Goodbye, instructor, old Wang, we will miss you, oldly." The calls resonated one after another. "Monkey, monkey, you are truly remarkable. The 5 elements mountain cannot contain you." Listening to the heartfelt song echoing from behind him, Sun Bing furrowed his thick brows, deeply moved. He turned to his students and said, "Scram, get out of here, ha, goodbye, monkey, bye-bye monkey, don't glare with those fiery eyes, if the bus leaves, you'll have to tumble back." Many laughed, and many wept. Sun Bing's tense expression suddenly relaxed, and he waved his hand. He then noticed a tall, slender youth capturing his photograph. "Though years may pass, we shall meet again, farewell." He pointed emphatically at the youth. Amid the boys' light laughter, Sun Bing turned and walked away without looking back. "Damn it, plagiarism." Liu Bei put down his camera, checking the photos while muttering in jest. This phrase was what he had said to Monkey during last year's farewell, but it mattered little, as he had merely borrowed it from Han Han. Ji Qingshan quietly stood beside him. Liu Bei glanced at her and asked with a smile, "What's wrong?" Ji Qingshan shook her head. Nothing. The young girl appeared quite serene, not feeling well. Liu Bei inquired again. "Just a little," Ji Qingshan replied, perhaps affected by the atmosphere of parting. Liu Bei continued to sift through the photos, yet his conversation with Ji Qingshan did not cease. "If meeting is already a stroke of luck, then there is no need to mourn the parting," he gently stated. Observing Ji Qingshan, although her expression was indifferent, there was a subtle ripple in her eyes. He deemed it quite normal. His female hero simply exhibited fewer expressions, yet her emotions were no less profound than those of others. "If philosophy cannot provide you solace, I shall speak more practically," Liu Bei said. Ji Qingshan replied, "As for my relationship with Monkey, whenever the desire arises to see him, if he is free, a mere phone call will suffice to arrange a meeting." Liu Bei explained. Ji Qingshan blinked, and the turbulence in her eyes swiftly calmed. Moreover, he also mentioned. Liu Bei began but abruptly fell silent. Perhaps it was best not to divulge that for now. Ji Qingshan, unable to tolerate such unfinished thoughts, furrowed her brow. "What did he say?" "It's nothing." Faced with the resolute demeanor of his female hero, Liu Bei pondered thoroughly, and after much contemplation, it wasn't cowardice. He simply felt that leaving her hanging was indeed irksome. He scratched his ear, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He said, "If you and I were to end up together in the future, I should treat him to a feast." His voice dwindled with each word. The female hero bit her lip gently, momentarily lost in thought. So he had said what he did not wish to reveal. Liu Bei mused, intending to shift the topic to alleviate the awkwardness. "If," Ji Qingshan murmured, as if she had some objection to that word. "A female hero?" Liu Bei asked softly after Ji Qingshan fell silent. She lightly spat. "Just dreaming of beautiful things." Liu Bei fell quiet, mistakenly believing Ji Qingshan was referring to him. In reality, she was scolding herself. Lic approached alongside Xiaoli earlier. During the leader's speeches, Lic had to stand by as the student representative, while Xiaoli had been waiting nearby for any assignments, finally just finishing her tasks. "Are all the photos taken?" Lic inquired. "Yes," Liu Bei returned the camera. "As per your request, I also captured photos of the instructors bidding farewell to the students. Thank you for your hard work." Lic glanced at the cool and aloof junior standing beside Liu Bei and suddenly opened the card slot, retrieving a memory card, while pulling out a Type-C and USB dual-head card reader from his pocket. "Since it's you who shot it, I'd appreciate it if you could pick out a few photos you deem most suitable. Oh, about a dozen will suffice." Liu Bei was somewhat taken aback but accepted. "All right." "Hey, you," Xiaoli interjected, unable to bear witnessing this, stating that capturing photos was a delight, but selecting them felt like a funeral. Choosing the most suitable images from hundreds was no easy task, and it was a responsibility that should have fallen to him as president, and now he was trying to freeload off Liu Bei's labor. "Let us go," Lic interrupted Xiaoli. "You freeloading creep." Xiaoli attempted to say more. Lic countered, "Do you wish to disturb them?" Saying this, he ignored the girl and departed alone. Xiaoli glared at Liu Bei and Ji Qingshan, gesturing wildly with her hands behind Lic's back, finally choosing to follow him. Liu Bei did not mind the increased workload. In fact, he belatedly realized that despite his intention to control it, he had taken quite a number of photos of the female hero. It was the perfect opportunity to transfer her pictures to his computer. He held the cold card reader. Was the president doing this intentionally? Xiaoli quickly caught up with Li Ci's pace, ready to unleash her thoughts, but Li Ci preempted her.
Afterward, you can invite Liu Bei out to dinner, and I'll allocate the funds for you. He didn't attend the gathering before, so it's perfect to combine the two, and you can also discuss the welcome party with him. Oh, and you could invite his girlfriend along. Wasn't it just right that you wanted to get to know her? Xiaoli's words caught in her throat as she looked on in disbelief. But are you really this kind-hearted? Li Ci smiled wryly. What do you take me for, a fox? Xiaoli replied without hesitation, only to suddenly realize, you truly intend to harm me. If I go out to dinner with Liu Bei and his girlfriend, won't I be the third wheel? Li Ci nodded. Indeed, then you should go alone with Liu Bei. I can save some money. No way, Liu Bei now has a girlfriend, Xiaoli protested. Then should we not invite her? Li Ci asked. No, Xiaoli rejected again. Liu Bei has put in the effort, and it's not easy to pry some funds out of your hands. Then what do you propose? Li Ci spread his hands. Xiaoli, with her clever eyes, devised a win-win solution. You accompany me. Then both Liu Bei and his girlfriend will be there, and I won't feel awkward even if I am a third wheel. I won't be the only one. Li Ci adjusted his glasses, exasperated. I'm very busy. Accompany me. I've already said I'm very busy. Busy with what? Liu Bei has completed most of your work, and you're still busy. Xiaoli lightly kicked Li Ci's heel. Accompany me, accompany me. Well, let us see. Li Ci replied. Xiaoli chased after him. Accompany me, you bastard. I don't care. Li Ci nearly burst into laughter.
Chapter 82. A secret confession. Liu Bei discreetly tucked the card reader and memory card into his pocket. While Ji Qingshan's gaze was wholly fixed upon him, Liu Bei's attention was drawn to her three roommates who were observing her. They seemed inclined to approach but hesitated, unsure whether to intrude. Just as the trio contemplated slipping away silently, Liu Bei tilted his chin slightly, prompting Ji Qingshan to turn her head.
Go have lunch with your classmates, Liu Bei said gently, his fingers brushing through Ji Qingshan's dark ponytail. You didn't get much sleep last night. Since you have no plans this afternoon, eat your meal and take a nap in the dormitory. Don't overexert yourself. I need to handle some work and attend classes later, so I won't be accompanying you. I'll find you later. Okay, Ji Qingshan replied obediently, nodding. Don't forget to eat yourself. I'll eat later, Liu Bei said, waving goodbye. Goodbye. Liu Bei walked towards the boys' dormitory. After half a month into the semester, the students had largely become acquainted.
Ji Qingshan, the valiant girl, had mentioned previously while at Heidileo that she lacked friends like him, and these few roommates were likely her closest companions. He wished to share lunch with Ji Qingshan, but since her roommates were waiting, he decided to yield this time. For a heroine, it was essential to nurture both the main storyline of love and the subplot of friendship for a well-rounded narrative. After a moment of contemplation, he sent Ji Qingshan a message on WeChat. Subsequently, his steps became lighter, and his smile brighter. Everything lately felt surreal to Liu Bei. Ji Qingshan hastened towards her roommates. After walking a few paces, she glanced back at Liu Bei, whose figure had already receded into the distance. She understood that he did not wish for her to feel disconnected from her dormitory life. Over the past half-month, she sensed her roommate's kindness towards her. For someone who had often felt solitary, having such friends was indeed a beautiful and fortunate experience. Yet, she felt a pang of reluctance at the thought of parting, though they had been together since yesterday, and the distance from the boys' dormitory to the girls' dormitory was trivial. She could see him any time. This sense of parting felt more profound than previous occasions. Perhaps it was due to the mutual confessions they had shared last night. The closer they were, the more painful the farewell became. Heartless Liu Bei, Ji Qingshan muttered under her breath, yet, Liu Bei displayed no trace of sorrow over the separation. In contrast, her sentimentality seemed excessive. Her WeChat chimed with a message to it. Was Liu Bei's first message to her. Liu Bei, I am a reliable adult male. Liu Bei, even when I'm unhappy, I cannot let others see it, or I would be ridiculed. Liu Bei. So I will only tell you in secret. Liu Bei, just now, after parting from my beloved. Liu Bei, I felt quite sad. Liu Bei, but I made sure no one noticed. I truly am remarkable. Ji Qingshan's delicate brows unfurled, and her cool eyes softened with a hint of a smile. How kitsch, she had intended to reply with that, yet her fingers hesitated. Tilting her head, she captured a screenshot of Liu Bei's first message and then composed her response. Qingshan, you truly are remarkable. Qingshan, a mere junior should learn from a 5-star general. Qingshan. Next time, when I feel down, I won't let others see it either.
Qingshan, I will only tell you in secret.
After sending her reply, she found herself beside her roommates.
Ma Jiaojiao exclaimed, Ji Qingshan, aren't you going with Senior Lu?
He has work to do and will eat later, Ji Qingshan explained. Ma Jiaojiao nodded, having noticed that Lu Bei had been busy during their walk.
Senior Lu is quite versatile.
He can even take photographs, she praised. Ji Qingshan bit her lip, feeling a mix of pride and bashfulness at the compliment directed towards Lu Bei.
All right, Wang Ju said, trying to console Chu Zhu.
Tears streamed down Chu Zhu's face as she sobbed earlier, when they bid farewell to Brother Monkey. Many in Ji Qingshan's class had cried, with Chu Zhu being the loudest, and she had yet to compose herself. Ma Jiaojiao leaned in and whispered to Ji Qingshan, you have no idea, this girl was bragging in the dormitory yesterday, betting that whoever cried today would be a little dog. And now look at her, crying like a puppy. Ma Jiaojiao, you're talking nonsense. Chu Zhu retorted, tears still flowing. You wicked woman, it's one thing not to cry, but to laugh at me. Ma Jiaojiao feigned innocence, replying, yes, I'm wicked. It was unclear who had previously boasted about not shedding a single tear.
Ju.
Chu Zhu leaned on Wang Ju's shoulder again, soaking it further with her tears. Wang Ju, contemplating, suddenly remarked, Chu Zhu, you've gotten quite tanned recently.
Chu Zhu paused in her sobbing, alarmed. Where have I tanned? Ma Jiaojiao chimed in, yeah, you've definitely darkened a lot.
Chu Zhu's tears and snot retreated at the comment. Chubang soy sauce is deliciously fresh. The campus bell has turned into a pitch-black sky. Ma Jiaojiao continued her playful teasing.
I thought you were supposed to be the campus bell, how did you end up as soy sauce sky? That's nonsense.
Chu Zhu quickly composed herself, nervously checking her arms.
Had she really tanned? No, it couldn't be that she had been diligent about sun protection during military training, using whatever Ji Qingshan used. Ma Jiaojiao turned her phone towards Chu Zhu, look at the beautiful photos you posted on moments before, and then compare them to now. UVE turned into a coal ball. That's not the same. Chu Zhu sighed in relief.
The photos on moments were edited. Realizing her slip of the tongue, she quickly clamped her mouth shut.
Ma Jiaojiao smirked knowingly. Who was it that adamantly claimed their photos were never edited? You wicked person.
Chu Zhu jabbed her fist at Ma Jiaojiao's chest.
So what if I did? I'm still fairer than you.
Why are you comparing yourself to Ji Qingshan? Compare with me instead. Ma Jiaojiao defended her own two prominent traits. Chu Zhu glanced back at the snow-white ice mountain, who remained silent, raising her delicate wrist.
Chu Zhu decided against embarrassing herself further and turned back to Ma Jiaojiao. I'll compare with you, just you.
Then, Ma Jiaojiao whispered, I have a boyfriend, being a little darker is no big deal.
Wicked.
Chu Zhu landed another punch, making Ma Jiaojiao squeal. Chu Zhu could no longer cry, she was angry. Ma Jiaojiao was startled, Wang Ju was amused, and Ji Qingshan remained calm.
The quiet girl finally curled her lips into a smile. In room 404, they still awaited Lu Bei's return that morning. Lu Jia propped a black gel pen upright on the desk before him, as if performing a ritual, his hands clasped together, eyes closed, before suddenly opening them wide, shouting, revive. My Lu Bei.
Just then, the dormitory door swung open. Chapter 83 Rise up, my prison north. Lu Jia exclaimed, rise up, my prison north. With a resounding clap, the door swung open. Lu Bei glided in, yes, glided to be precise, he entered in a backward slide reminiscent of street dance's walking style. Moreover, he was reciting something, almost like a rap. On the bed, Hao Zhangwan, and beneath it, Zhao Sun, were both startled by Lu Jia's summoning ritual and the coincidental entrance of Lu Bei. The mysterious exuberance radiating from Lu Bei only added to the intrigue. Zhao Sun cast a questioning glance at Lu Jia, as if to say, what on earth have you summoned back? Lu Jia was utterly baffled. At first glance, it was indeed Lu Bei. Upon closer inspection, it was still Lu Bei, but this time, he appeared excessively euphoric. No, Brother Bei, Lu Jia hastily inquired of the still humming, dancing Lu Bei, what good fortune has you in such high spirits? You and Junior Ji. As Lu Jia pressed further, Lu Bei's rap lyrics grew increasingly resounding, easily audible to all in the dormitory. When faced with adversity, you must fight to the end. Before malicious thoughts strike, unleash your utmost power to counterattack, the ultimate victory belongs to the brave self. Lu Bei executed a splendid spin, his elbow slightly bent, forearm crossing over his chest, his gaze imbued with unwavering determination. Fire Dragon Knight. Rising flames embody the power of fireworks, the infinite is the armor of the fire dragon. How has it progressed? Lu Jia initially intended to ask, but he couldn't help but stand up. Wind Eagle Knight. The bending and stretching signify the strength of the giant tree, swift as a flash, summon the armor of the woodwind eagle. His piercing gaze swept over Zhao Sun, who promptly sprang into action, loosening his shoulders a black rhino knight. The power lies in the moist concealment, yet emits a wild roar. Summon the armor of the water black rhino. Hao Zhangwen, inspired, sat cross-legged on the bed, a look of solemn devotion on his face. Snowmastiff Knight. He possesses the golden power of both resilience and gentleness. Subsequently, the four of them passionately harmonized. We are the heroes of light, we are the armored warriors combining forces. I face the onslaught, we are. The dormitory returned to silence. After a while, Lu Jie suddenly remembered that the four armored warriors seemed to have forgotten something. He slapped his thigh. Damn. Damn. Zhao Sun cursed even more vehemently. Why are you slapping my leg? Lu Jie recalled the forgotten matter. Liu Bei. You haven't returned all night. How has it been developing with the illustrious Ji? No, speak up, why are you grinning like that? Unable to contain my excitement, unable to contain it. Liu Bei quickly suppressed his gleeful demeanor, straightening up and succinctly stating, it's a long story. Then make it short. If not, just write a 2,000-word essay and email it to me. I had a late-night snack, she stayed out, and I returned to the apartment. Lu Jie anticipated the unfolding tale, but Liu Bei had already clammed up. That's all? You told me to make it brief. Damn. Lu Jie slapped his thigh again. Zhao Sun, foreseeing the situation, had already retreated, and then his palm struck the edge of the chair, eliciting a yelp as he gritted his teeth and cursed Liu Bei. You unfilial son. I thought our Lu family's bloodline would flourish, yet you failed to seize the moment. Hao Zhangwen leaned forward. I believe Liu Bei's three statements are not contradictory, they can unfold simultaneously. After locking eyes with Liu Bei, he obediently fell silent. Well, that is fine, he thought to himself. However, Lu Jie pondered aloud, I believe Liu Bei's actions are commendable. For a long-lasting relationship, it's essential to maintain a certain distance. Being overly eager can easily lead to disdain. Truly, my son embodies my spirit. He chuckled, patting Liu Bei on the shoulder. Indeed. After resuming his seat, Zhao Sun shot an accusatory glance at Lu Jie, his tone sharp. Who knows better than you, brother Jie, about maintaining an appropriate distance? Just a year ago, you were like this with Chen Dan, and a year later, it's still the same. Will you still be like this in 10 years? Oh wait, you won't find a partner. Chen Dan definitely will, and when she gets married, just wait for your special invitation to witness her love. Liu Bei seized the moment to push back. I managed to get Qingxian's WeChat. Next, it's up to you, brother Jie, to perform well. Oh my, still calling her Qingxian after such a short time. Won't you be sharing a room soon? Lu Jie teased, but Liu Bei remained silent. Lu Jie believed his sarcasm had finally matured into a fine in truth. Liu Bei reflected, for brother Jie, this was merely a future prospect, while Lu Jie proudly wiped his nose. Rest assured, I spoke with Chen Dan last night, I'm taking her out on Saturday. Oh, a Jie has finally seen the light. Zhao Sun couldn't contain his joy. It seems the Zhao family lineage is set to flourish. Roll. Hao Zhangwen was intrigued. Liu Bei was set to pursue Ji Qingxian, while Lu Jie was to court Chen Dan. Eating everything would only bolster his health. Where are you headed? Honestly, I hadn't thought about it initially. It was Chen Dan's suggestion, Lu Jie replied. Liu Bei exchanged glances with Zhao Sunday, a reliable daughter-in-law indeed, teaching her son how to woo her. Lu Jie continued, Chen Dan said, since you can't decide, let's go to the library together to read. So it's settled, we're going to the library. Liu Bei fell silent. Zhao Sun was speechless. Hao Zhangwen was dazed. Lu Jie asked, what is wrong with you all? Liu Bei's mind raced. Did Chen Dan have any travel plans? Lu Jie nodded, to the library to read. Liu Bei continued his mental exploration. Chen Dan's statement implied, anywhere is fine, I can go anywhere with you. If you still can't decide, then we might as well go to the library, indicating that the library was the least favorably choice. With countless correct options before him, brother Jie managed to select the worst one. Truly, only he could do that. Yet, on the bright side, even if it was the least favorable, Chen Dan was still willing to have him accompany her.
truly deserving of their chosen daughter and Lui Bei sighed and shook his head. Brother Jia, let me perform a magic trick for you. Lu Jia, you can do magic, when did you learn? Lui Bei leaned in close to Lu Jia's ear. After you hear the snap of my fingers, you will forget that you are a fool. As soon as he finished speaking, a snap echoed. Lu Jia immediately retorted, how am I a fool? You're the fool. The magic was successful, he indeed forgot, Lui Bei remarked to Zhao Sunday. Indeed, Zhao Sun nodded. Marvelous, confessing, it required meticulous preparation and should be executed swiftly. At the very least, it needed to occur before National Day this year. The National Day holiday coincided with the Mid-Autumn Festival, and he intended to return to Jiahe. Chapter 84 What pairs with a sunny day? Lui Bei created 2 folders on his laptop. One was titled For Evangelism, intended for President Li to use for the public account. The other, named For Personal Use, was designated to haphazardly store all the photos of the heroine from his memory card. Before selecting news photos, he first admired the contents of the For Personal Use folder several times. Afterward, he chose a few of the most striking images and sent them to his phone. Lui Bei had 2 pinned contacts on WeChat. One was naturally the heroine, while the other was the indispensable file transfer assistant. He selected 2 images from the folder. Lui Bei turned off his phone, then unlocked it again. He repeated this process multiple times. The lock screen displayed the heroine's profile, while the home screen showcased her full face, making it feel as though she was turning to face him directly, her gaze unwavering. Perfect, he thought to himself. Lui Bei, is your phone broken? Lu Jia happened to glance over at him, inquiring about his phone brand. Are you okay? Fine, thank you, Lui Bei replied. Just as he was about to set his phone down to work, it vibrated. Reluctantly, Lui Bei had to make the heroine turn once more. He chuckled. A friend request appeared. YD not a Chin person. Lui Bei. Accept. He quickly changed the contact's name to Li Si. Li Si. It's me, Li Si. Li Si, I got your WeChat from Xia Li. Li Si Bei Ge, I'm in trouble. Li Si, please select the photos as, no problem. All the way north, I'm already working on it, should be done in half an hour at most. All the way north. By the way, senior, ISNT, I am losing years off my life here. Li Si, no worries, we're all classmates. Li Si, we can each call each other as we please, you call me senior, and I'll call you Bei Gu. Li Si. Anyway, Xia Li calls you that too, so I'll follow suit. Lui Bei mused that Sima Zhao was separated from them by 400 or 500 years. Li Si. You carry on, just send the photos to my account when you're done. All the way north. Okay. Lui Bei's work efficiency was indeed commendable. Within a mere 10 minutes, he selected 13 photos and sent them off. Li Si was quite impressed. Li Si, so fast, the quality of the photos is also exceptionally high. Li Si, I'll leave the card reader and memory card with you for now. I'll treat you to a meal sometime, and then you can give it back to me. All the way north, you're too kind. Li Si, when are you free? Lui Bei pulled up the weather forecast for the next 14 days. It appeared that rain was forecast for the next few days. Only after the 25th did it transition to cloudy, and on the 26th, it finally cleared. All the way north. Let us aim for after the 26th. All the way north, I'll be a bit busy until then. Li Si did not pry into what he was busy with but merely responded with an mm. After expressing his gratitude, their conversation came to a close. While Lui Bei's work efficiency was high, Li Si's communication efficiency was even more impressive. In under 5 minutes, he had conveyed his thanks, explained the return of the memory card, and invited Lui Bei to dinner. Truly, a capable president. Lui Bei initially intended to send the photos he took to the heroine for her to appreciate her beauty. However, glancing at the time, he realized she had likely just finished her meal and was returning to her dorm, perhaps even taking a brief nap. Moreover, once he began conversing with the heroine, they tended to become engrossed in each other. Reluctant to end the conversation, for now, he decided it was best to finish typing his words. You see, he still held deep affection for his readers, willing to forsake his beloved to provide them with an entirely new narrative, he thought to himself, but just as he typed 100 or so words, his thoughts began to scatter. It was undoubtedly correct to declare his feelings on the upcoming sunny day, but what about the form, or rather, the process? His initial idea was the simplest yet most effective approach. To look directly into Ji Qingqian's eyes and resolutely proclaim the word like. Yet, he knew she would interrupt him, leaving him at a loss. Lui Bei understood that even if he repeated the same method, she would graciously accept it, for she was simply that wonderful. However, at this juncture, he found himself questioning this plan, precisely because the heroine was so remarkable. Regardless of how he approached it, she would accept it. Hence, Lui Bei felt compelled to push himself to his utmost. He rested his head on the table, scratching his scalp vigorously and declaring his feelings on a sunny day was certainly correct, but what would pair well with such a day? Stop scratching, we in the Department of Computer Science must protect our hair, came the voice of the plump Hal, who had just gotten out of bed. What's wrong, Liu Bei? Hitting a writer's block? No, Liu Bei replied. Hal plopped down in his seat, picking up his beloved guitar and strumming a couple of notes. If Liu Jia were to pick up that instrument, Zhao Sun would have kicked him out in an instant, for he could only produce sounds akin to nails on a chalkboard. Yet, the plump one was quite skilled, if not unrivaled among their peers. He was certainly among the elite. They all enjoyed Hao's occasional performances. Hao Zhangwen once joked that had he been a bit better looking, he could sit beneath. However, looking as he did, he was merely a goblin priest at best. How? Liu Bei released his grip on his hair and turned to him. Have you written any new songs recently? I have, but only a little, Hao replied. When will you finish it? Not quite sure yet. Why? Hao countered. Lend me the guitar for a moment, Liu Bei said as he took the guitar from Hao. He glanced at his fingers. Those who frequently played guitar often developed calluses, much like Hao Zhangwen. However, Liu Bei's relatively slender fingers appeared quite clean. It has indeed been a long time since I played, Liu Bei remarked. Hao, help me out and correct me if I make any mistakes. Sure. As Liu Bei began playing the prelude to Sunny Day, he suddenly recalled whom he had just professed to love. Never mind, let us continue to cherish the heroine instead. But unexpectedly, the wind gradually. Ji Qingqian took a short nap. The sound of ocean waves that Liu Bei had set was quite soothing, and she found it pleasant to listen to. Consequently, she once again found herself in that dream of beach, sunlight, and an endless coastline. When she finally opened her eyes, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Sometimes, a prolonged afternoon nap could leave one disoriented, unsure of the year or place. Ji Qingqian felt similarly. She removed her headphones and heard soft chatter. It was her roommates. Ji Qingqian felt relieved. It turned out she had successfully gained admission to Liu Bei's school. Seeing her sit up, Ma Jiaojiao, who was chatting with Chu Chu below, looked up and said, "The photos taken by Senior Liu are out." Ji Qingqian jumped down. Ma Jiaojiao and the others gathered around Chu Chu, peering at her phone. The student union really does work quickly, Ma Jiaojiao remarked. They had only finished military training at noon, and now, less than an afternoon later, the photos were already released. 1, 2, 3, Chu Chu counted, beaming with pride. I actually appear in 3 of the photos. Ha ha ha, does that mean the senior thinks I photograph well? Chu Chu, Ma Jiaojiao elbowed the overly pleased girl, catching her right in the chest. Chu Chu, startled awake, realized that even though she had appeared 3 times, Ji Qingqian had only appeared once. It was a taboo topic. It must have been taken by other seniors. Besides Senior Liu, there were others with cameras. Chu Chu hurriedly explained, inadvertently swiping to the last image, which read, reviewed by ELC Photography. Liu Bei. Indeed, there was only one photographer. Chu Chu. That was Senior Liu, sending Ji Qingqian a signal, suggesting she remove herself from the spotlight. The girl from Chaos Han was drenched in sweat. What a grudge. Ji Qingqian remained unruffled. She wouldn't be upset over such a trivial matter. Rather than being displeased that Liu Bei hadn't captured her image, she recognized that he understood her well enough to know she preferred not to be featured on such public accounts. Instead, she felt fortunate. He truly comprehended her. Ji Qingqian fished her phone out from under her pillow, eager to see if Liu Bei had sent her any messages while she was asleep. A long string of messages. Liu Bei image. JPG, Liu Bei image. JPG, Liu Bei image. JPG. Liu Bei admiring NY's graduation project. He had sent over 30 stunning photos. The screen's light flickered in Ji Qingqian's eyes, causing her pupils to glimmer. Not only did he understand her deeply, but he also cherished her immensely. Ji Qingqian pressed her lips tightly together, stifling a smile from creeping onto her face. Qingqian. You've used up all my data with your antics. Qingqian, you owe me. Liu Bei? PS2K4, so long, I can't take it anymore. Chapter 85 A Fair Trade, : No, you're being unreasonable. Female Knight retracted a message. Alright, what should I compensate for? Ji Qingqian remained silent, choosing instead to inquire. Are you in class? : Computer organization principles, utterly boring. Let the senior tackle this tough nut first. Pay attention in class, talk to me after class. Ji Qingqian recalled that had a specialized course in the she could not afford to hinder's progress. Okay, alright, there are 2 pictures of your roommates, make sure to forward them to them, at least it's a piece of memory. Ji Qingqian flipped through the images and indeed found one of Wang Ju and another of Ma Jiaojiao.
The two of them had their faces set in earnest expressions, their demeanor as resolute as that of regular troops. Ma Jiao Jiao and the others anxiously watched Ji Qingxian's retreating figure. If all went as expected, she was likely messaging Senior Lu. Surely, they wouldn't quarrel over this. While it seemed trivial, to a couple in the throes of love, even the slightest grain of sand was intolerable.
Not to mention Ji Qingxian was so assertive then, their phones vibrated simultaneously. A message from the dormitory group chat. Ma Jiao Jiao was the first to open it, astonished. "Oh, what's this?" Wang Zhu exclaimed, "How come there's one of mine too?" The photographs were quite flattering, even without any beauty enhancements.
As the saying goes, photography is an art of light. With the sun shining so beautifully today, everything appeared picturesque.
Ji Qingxian nodded, saying, "The senior asked me to give these to you. It's at least a memento."
Ma Jiao Jiao immediately remarked, "In 30 years, when we look back at these, I'm certain I will shed tears." Wang Zhu nodded in agreement. They had since changed back into their regular attire, their military training uniforms stuffed into their lockers.
It was unlikely they would wear them again. "Please thank the senior for me."
Ma Jiao Jiao downloaded the original image, which was a hefty 20 megabytes in size. What a delightful surprise.
Senior Lu truly is exceptional. Chu Chao glanced at Ma Jiao Jiao's photo, then at her own showcased on the public account, and instantly felt a pang of dissatisfaction. She pointed at her own nose. "And what about me? Come on, you already have 3 pictures. Why are you competing with us?" Ma Jiao Jiao retorted. "Exactly." Wang Zhu chimed in. "I don't care, I want a surprise too." Chu Chao pouted in a playful manner. "Qingxian, please help me get a few original images?" Ma Jiao Jiao pulled Chu Chao back. "Can you really consider it a surprise if you beg for it?" She then turned to Ji Qingxian. "We all have it. You must have it too, right?"
Ji Qingxian nodded. Though she disliked having her photos posted on the public account, she was not one to flaunt her possessions. However, when Ma Jiao Jiao inquired, she couldn't help but mention, "He gave me over 30 pictures.
Goodness." Ma Jiao Jiao gasped. "I always felt the senior's camera was constantly revolving around you."
It seems the shutter never ceased. At this point, Ma Jiao Jiao couldn't resist her curiosity. The morning had been too rushed to ask in detail, and after Ji Qingxian napped during lunch, she hadn't gotten the chance.
Now, she seized the opportunity. "Qingxian, have you known Senior Lu for a long time?"
Ji Qingxian acknowledged. Now that they had come this far, she was not averse to discussing with her roommates, but she asked, "How did you know?"
"Sorry." Wang Zhu quickly apologized. "I overheard you talking in your sleep the other day. You mentioned, I came to Jiangnan to meet. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to bring it up." Seeing her expression, Ma Jiao Jiao felt that if Ji Qingxian's tone grew even slightly stern, Wang Zhu might just kneel an apology. Ma Jiao Jiao resumed the conversation. "Don't blame Wang Zhu. That when you were out of the dorm, had she not brought it up, I suspect Chu Chao might have sneaked out to find you." Ji Qingxian opened her mouth, unsure of what to say. After a moment's contemplation, she first expressed her gratitude to Chu Chao, then, she turned to Wang Zhu. "You heard?" "No, it was an accident." It's all right, Ji Qingxian replied. "So, you came here for Senior Lu?" Chu Chao asked softly. Does the senior know?" "He didn't know before I arrived. Now he does." "Did you give the senior such a grand surprise?" Chu Chao could guess the general idea, but hearing Ji Qingxian confirm it left her astounded. Previously, she thought losing to Ji Qingxian was no shame. Now she felt that winning would be quite extraordinary. She used to envy Ji Qingxian for her beauty and the senior's affection. Now, she envied Louis Bei even more. What merit did he possess? Moreover, he hadn't even prepared a surprise for himself. Before coming, Ji Qingxian was unsure, was it a shock or a surprise for, thankfully, it seemed to be a surprise. "Are you two spending time together now?" Ma Jiao Jiao inquired. That's wonderful." Ma Jiao Jiao smiled wistfully. She inexplicably thought of the story Ji Qingxian had recounted when military training had just begun. After embellishment, the tale was quite difficult to discern as true or false, yet, upon hearing Ji Qingxian's affirmative response, Ma Jiao Jiao felt certain that the story's conclusion was gradually approaching perfection. Ma Jiao Jiao smiled. "Traveling such a long distance to be here, and if lovers achieve their happy ending, I can only imagine how joyful you must be." "No," Ji Qingxian replied. "At this point, there's no need to deny it anymore.
Continued denial would be mere false modesty. Ma Jiao Jiao teased. Ji Qingqian. In truth, she thought, Ma Jiao Jiao could never fathom her happiness. Ji Qingqian glanced at her phone, said he was out of class. By the way, the weekend is approaching.
Do you have any plans? Xu Chao asked. This would be the first true weekend since they started university. The previous two had been consumed by military training. The senior invited me to watch a movie. Ma Jiao Jiao replied. Pfft, the scent of romance is overwhelming. Xu Chao stuck out her tongue. Ji Qingqian, surely Senior Lu hasn't invited you too?
Ji Qingqian was about to shake her head but reconsidered and sent a message.
You owe me a trip to Westlake this Saturday. I have, Ji Qingqian said amidst Xu Chao's disdainful hums. Ji Qingqian thought to herself, equality between genders. If boys can invite girls, girls certainly can invite boys.
It's raining. I thought the bonds of chivalry would make you brave the elements. I didn't expect you to succumb to a mere rain. Retracted a message. I'm just mentioning it.
Please disregard it. Female night, anytime, anywhere. Super is a serious tour guide.
Retracted a message. Alright, let's keep it straightforward. I'll come to pick you up later,
I'll come pick you up instead. You've picked me up the previous times. It's my turn this time. Rules of the chivalrous world, fair trade. How noble. Should I bring anything? Bring your brain and body along. Oh no, I accidentally sent my brain to the author while reading a novel. I'll retrieve it shortly. Wang Ju remained silent, yet she felt something was amiss.
For instance, Ji Qingqian's first reaction upon discovering that she had overheard her speaking in her sleep was not, "Did I talk in my sleep?" but rather, "Did you hear me?" All in all, it felt rather strange. Chapter 86 Preparations in Advance. Liu Bei and Hao Zhangwen made a manly pact, deciding to accompany each other to the restroom in the teaching building.
Do you not see the waters of the Yellow River come from the sky, cascading down 3,000 feet?
Liu Bei, Hao Zhangwen concluded, his body involuntarily shivering, before inquiring of Liu Bei next door.
Ah. Do you know if there are any hotels nearby that accept electronic ID cards?
I wouldn't know, Liu Bei replied, shaking his head. Firstly, he had never booked a room near the school. Secondly, although many places in Hangzhou accept electronic ID cards, he was carrying his physical identification. However, upon finishing his sentence, Liu Bei fell silent, realizing something.
Hao Zhangwen also recognized that Liu Bei had come to a realization. A mischievous grin spread across his chubby face.
Oh. Liu Bei, it's surprising that you, who usually devours the works of Nishikata and Kotaro Isaka with such fervor, lack rigor. Hao Zhangwen squinted his eyes. Unable to contain himself, Liu Bei retorted, "Damn it, I was careless." What the chubby boy referred to was indeed the matter of the heroine. Not long before that night when she didn't return, she had been at military training. In this day and age, who brings their ID to training? To stay at a hotel, one would need to use an electronic ID, which is only accepted at certain establishments. Even within the same chain, some branches accept it while others do not. The chubby boy had caught onto this loophole, deducing that Ji Qingqian had not gone to the hotel at all that day. So, where else could she have stayed outside of a hotel? The chubby boy did not delve further into speculation, nor did he inquire of Liu Bei. He was not a fool lacking in understanding. He simply sought to comprehend the little matters of this couple. "You're quite cunning," Liu Bei teased, flicking a drop of tap water at Hao Zhangwen. "Seeing your smooth progress with Ji, I can rest easy. I need to ask you for a favor. It may be a bit challenging, but I hope you'll do your best." Upon hearing Liu Bei's words, Hao Zhangwen became earnest. "Liu Bei, just say it.
As long as it's within my capacity, everything will be fine. It's about confessing to Qingqian later." "What, you haven't confessed yet?"
Hao Zhangwen exclaimed. Liu Bei. He shyly scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed to mention to his own son that he almost got expedited by the mother. "Please continue," Hao Zhangwen urged.
"What do you need me to do?"
Returning to the classroom, the two who had not gone to relieve themselves took their seats. Lu Jie was already deeply engaged in the game, while Zhao Sun appeared to be in a daze, seemingly not fully awake.
Liu Bei slapped his palm against Zhao Sun's soft cheek. Zhao Sun jolted awake. "Damn, didn't you wash your hands?"
Liu Bei replied earnestly, "I didn't wash my hands."
Zhao Sun.
He scrutinized Liu Bei, who had sat next to him, and let out a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness it's you, Liu Bei. If it were a Jie giving me a slap like that, I'd really think he was peeing on his hands."
"Liu Jie, what does that have to do with me?"
Zhao Sun accepted the tissues that Hao Zhangwen had pulled from his backpack, nonchalantly saying, "You're useless." Liu Jie, who had been engrossed in the game, didn't care to respond further. However, this matter pertained to a man's dignity. "Be careful, or I'll take you down." Zhao Sun scoffed, "Don't bother, I'll just pass out." Louis Bei interrupted their bickering. "Sun, after class, come with me to the cafeteria to get some food."
Why? Zhao Sun asked.
"It's raining, and it's inconvenient for me to carry things while holding an umbrella," Louis Bei explained. Zhao Sun leaned back slightly, his gaze drifting past Louis Bei's shoulder to the rain-drenched window. "Why not just order takeout?" Zhao Sun initially thought to suggest this, reasoning that if the whole dorm ordered together, they could save on delivery fees, but after a moment's thought, he nodded. "All right." He nudged Lu Jie with his elbow. "Call me Dad."
"I'll bring you dog food."
Lu Jie scoffed, "Ha, even if I died and jumped from here, I'd never eat a bite of your food." As the class progressed, the rain intensified. After class, the downpour subsided to a gentle patter. Louis Bei held an umbrella over himself and Zhao Sun and I. In the past, Louis Bei was indifferent, but now he felt an inexplicable worry. What if someone saw them? He needed to have the heroine recognize Zhao Sun's face sooner, otherwise, if someone caught wind of it, they might think he was cheating. Louis Bei glanced down at the laid-back Nan Liang, who was casually playing on his phone, one hand in his pocket and shoulder slumped, exuding a carefree attitude. Without looking at Louis Bei, he asked, "What's up? Why did you invite me out alone?" Zhao Sun discerned Louis Bei's intentions. Louis Bei looked earnestly at Zhao Sun. "You're the smartest in the dorm, and I trust you the most. So, brother Zhao, I'm counting on you to help with something." Zhao Sun froze for a moment, involuntarily responding, "At 4:30, you drop your chest." The two paused and then simultaneously cursed. What a terrible joke, so old and worn out. Then Louis Bei grew serious again, "Although it may be a bit challenging, I hope you can assist me." Upon seeing Louis Bei's earnest demeanor, Zhao Sun had no inclination to refuse, simply stating, "Go on."
"Delicious!" Lu Jie exclaimed, slurping appreciatively as he praised the dry noodles that Louis Bei and Zhao Sun brought back. He had delayed eating due to finishing a game. By the time he started, Zhao Sun and Hao Jianwen had already left the dorm following the conclusion of the freshman military training. A slew of activities such as club recruitment awaited. Zhao Sun, a skilled member of the anime club, and Hao Jianwen, recently elevated to a senior in the guitar club, although they often pretended to be indifferent and avoided club activities, still needed to at least glance at the new recruits. Louis Bei lay on his bed, deep in thought. The date he had set for the 26th was fast approaching, and with time running short and tasks piling up, he needed to rally all possible support. He had already considered a general plan and direction, initially intending to discuss preparations with his roommates. In the end, however, he abandoned the idea of a group chat in favor of a private conversation. It was already a feat for Louis Bei to establish this plan, yet he still felt that something was lacking. In the boys' dormitory, seeking a private conversation with a brother would be met with seriousness. Once a group chat began, the topics would spiral out of control, especially with the likes of Jigu and Sun, who would argue while chatting. Louis Bei feared that if his roommates doubted the current plan, they might completely overturn it or, in a moment of whimsy, introduce all sorts of bizarre factors. So far, everything was going well. He glanced at Lu Jia, who was preparing for a new round of gaming beneath the bed, and said affectionately, "Jia, you're the most, handsome. Can you lend me $100? Lu Jia?"
"If you hesitate any longer, you won't be handsome anymore," Louis Bei asserted.
"Wait, do you really need it?"
Lu Jia asked, puzzled.
"Yes."
"Alright, I'll send you a WeChat transfer."
"Okay."
Louis Bei clicked on the red envelope Lu Jia sent. "I'll pay you back another day, just worried you might not dare to accept it then."
Lu Jia was even more confused. "Lao Bei, do you look down on your Jiego? $100, is that money to me, is it?"
"That's life, as long as you dare to pay it back, I'll dare to accept it." Chapter 87, taking him out to play. As Louis Bei had previously mentioned, the rain persisted until Saturday. Despite the gentle drizzle, Ji Qingqian arrived at the entrance of Building 4 of the boys' dormitory with a light and cheerful step. Today marked her first outing to fetch her little boy for some fun.
Qingqian. I've arrived, Bei? Bei, didn't I ask you to message me when you stepped out?
Qingqian, it's nothing. Qingqian, I'll wait for you, take your time. Bei, I'll be down shortly. It was a weekend, and with the rain falling, there weren't many students leaving the dormitory. A few hurried figures glanced toward Ji Qingqian, who stood waiting outside. Her expression was indifferent, betraying no sign of joy or displeasure, nor any inclination for conversation. She gazed up at the overcast sky, relieved that the rain was not heavy. Adjusting the brim of the slightly oversized baseball cap she had borrowed from Bei, she felt somewhat at ease. Even though Ji Qingxian presented herself with an air of aloofness, a few boys were nonetheless drawn to her beauty, contemplating approaching her. However, one of them was swiftly restrained by his companion. "Be sensible, she is holding an umbrella, she can't possibly be hiding from the rain outside the boys' dormitory, clearly, she's waiting for someone."
The boy, perplexed, responded, "What do you mean by sensible?" "You fool, hurry up and follow me. If her boyfriend comes out, you'd better watch out." Ji Qingxian discreetly used the dim screen of her phone as a mirror, carefully checking her slender, oval face, ensuring her outfit and shoes were impeccable, even tying her shoelaces tightly. She was perfectly poised to greet Bei.
"Qingxian." The boy's voice resonated from behind her. As Ji Qingxian turned around, she found him approaching. He wore an oversized white t-shirt adorned with a small, whimsical watermelon design. Perhaps due to the recent drop in temperature, he had opted for black drawstring capri pants. This ensemble was quite common, yet Ji Qingxian felt that her little boy was the most exceptional of all, clean and refreshingly charming.
Ji Qingxian replied softly, "Shall we go?" "Are you carrying the umbrella?"
"Sure."
Louis Bei took the black striped umbrella she offered her. Upon opening it, he noted its ample size.
"This umbrella is large enough to shelter both of us, you don't need to lean towards me all the time." Ji Qingxian cast a faint glance at the boy beside her, remarking, "Last time, you got soaked on one side, making it seem like I was bullying you, alright." Louis Bei chuckled, pleasantly surprised that the girl had intentionally brought a large umbrella. However, as he spoke, Ji Qingxian raised her eyes, and the umbrella unconsciously tilted towards her once more. It was no wonder they say love is like a slanted umbrella. Fortunately, the umbrella was indeed large enough that even with the tilt, Bei's shoulder remained dry.
They walked from the entrance towards the front of the dormitory.
"Where do you live?" Ji Qingxian inquired. Although Louis Bei had helped her with her luggage, she was unaware of his dormitory's location.
Yet even if she did know, she couldn't enter. Nonetheless, Ji Qingxian was eager to learn more. 404.
"It's right there." Louis Bei raised his hand to point, but then, with a playful curse, he added, "Look.
See that chubby guy standing on the balcony?"
He was quite conspicuous, and Ji Qingxian immediately spotted him. Her eyesight was excellent. Not only did she see the chubby figure, but she also noticed the affectionate and encouraging gaze he directed toward her and Louis Bei. The chubby boy, noticing that people below were looking at him, waved cheerfully. Louis Bei friendly and gently raised his middle finger at Hao Zhangwen, then turned back to Ji Qingxian. "My roommate is Hao Zhangwen.
You can just call him Chubby Hao," he introduced. "Every story has a chubby character, and he is the one in my story. Isn't he adorable?"
Ji Qingxian nodded. Though she struggled with social interactions and lacked the skill to read people, she sensed that Hao Zhangwen's expressions were filled with warmth and goodwill when he looked at her and Louis Bei. He seemed like a very gentle person. How wonderful that Bei's roommate was as kind as her own.
"I think he is quite cute too."
Louis Bei, while guiding Ji Qingxian around a puddle, added, "Second cutest in the whole school." After Ji Qingxian sidestepped the puddle, she turned to Louis Bei. "Please don't follow that up by saying..." Sometimes, he wanted to express sweet sentiments, but before he could even begin, he felt thwarted. "But then I have nothing more to say." "Humph," Ji Qingxian lightly huffed. "Besides, I believe there is someone else who deserves the title of cutest in the school." Louis Bei puffed out his chest proudly. If she thought he was cheesy, then he would wholeheartedly accept this title. But before he could bask in his self-importance, Ji Qingxian shot him a sidelong glance. "Not you."
Louis Bei was taken aback. "Huh?"
Ji Qingxian rummaged through her pocket and produced a bright orange. "My aunt gave this to me when I left home, saying that since I was going out to have fun with you, I should share half with you. You hold the umbrella, and I'll peel it for you. She is the cutest." In this light, Louis Bei willingly relinquished the title of cutest to Ji Qingxian's aunt. She certainly had good taste. Ji Qingxian's nails were unembellished and neatly trimmed as she began to peel the orange, softly stating, "Although you may not rank as the cutest in the school, in my heart, you are the cutest." She winked, her icy demeanor softening with a hint of mischief, seemingly pleased with the flustered and dazed expression that followed Louis Bei's ears.
How vexing! With a heart full of resentment, Louis Bei found himself once again effortlessly sunk by Ji Qingxian's sugary artillery. "Here you go, you adorable creature." Ji Qingxian offered a segment of the orange to Louis Bei's mouth and asked, "Is it sweet?" Louis Bei nodded.
Ji Qingxian then broke off another piece for herself and sampled it. It's indeed quite sweet." Her eyes curved slightly, her previously indifferent expression now imbued with a hint of joy. Ji Qingqian, with her hair tied in a ponytail, bounced lightly as she walked. Liu Bei glanced over, catching sight of her delicate neck. Due to the weather, she had opted for denim overalls instead of a skirt, which provided her with ample pockets, where she not only stowed the orange but also her phone. As Liu Bei watched Ji Qingqian retrieve her phone from the pocket on her chest, he was met with her sharp gaze. "What are you looking at?"
Nothing.
Liu Bei denied, though he was indeed looking at her phone. The position of the pocket felt rather sensitive to mention. Instead, he ventured, "I think you look very beautiful today." Ji Qingqian, "Of course, you looked beautiful yesterday."
Ji Qingqian, "You're beautiful at all times." Ji Qingqian pondered for a moment. "Are you complimenting me?" Liu Bei confirmed with a nod, scratching the back of his neck.
He felt as though he hadn't properly praised her beauty before. Though he seemed to have done so multiple times, he still sensed it was insufficient. "You're very beautiful." Ji Qingqian lowered her gaze, her lips pressed together. Suddenly, Liu Bei felt a wave of unease. The expression Ji Qingqian wore was certainly not one of shyness, rather, it was the prelude to mischief, the kind that made one chuckle at the thought of the absurdity to come. True to his instincts, Ji Qingqian sprang up lightly and delivered a playful punch to Liu Bei's arm, teasingly singing, "Ji, you are too beautiful, baby Liu Bei."
Damn.
Hao Zhangwen returned to the dorm, where he found Zhao Sun seated with his legs tucked on a chair, intently facing the computer.
"Son, did you see? Jia went to the library, Bei went to Westlake. They are drifting away from us."
"Chubby, I saw it, just a bunch of indecisive fools. We must steadfastly uphold our singlehood." Yet, despite their words, both Zhao Sun and Hao Zhangwen secretly hoped that whether it be Bei or Jia, they might each encounter the most wonderful girl of their lives. Hao Zhangwen continued to play his guitar, seeking inspiration for a new composition, while Zhao Sun retrieved a long-unused tablet, doodling and tinkering with it. Outside, the gentle rain seemed to have no bearing on their lives.
"P.S. I initially wrote 7,000 words today but ended up deleting 3,000. Sci. Chapter 88. The Westlake he loves and she does." The line 1 of Hangzhou's subway was packed to the brim. Fortunately, the air conditioning was sufficiently strong, even quite cold, preventing any stifling heat. Liu Bei, much like the last time, desperately carved out a little breathing space for the heroine, sheltering her in the crook of his arm as if in a protective embrace. Upon reaching Longshan Bridge Station, they disembarked from the subway, and Liu Bei felt nearly exhausted. Ji Qingqian, with her delicate fingers, playfully intertwined her hand with his. As her soft hand nestled within his palm, Liu Bei found his vitality renewed. However, they only held hands until they reached the subway exit, as Liu Bei still needed to manage the umbrella. Exiting from Gate C, the first sight to greet them was the Apple Experience store. The store was expansive, 2 stories high, shaped like a perfect rectangular prism. The walls surrounding it were made entirely of glass, transparent enough to reveal numerous customers within. A few years prior, Liu Bei had harbored a keen interest in electronic devices, whether Apple or Android, capable of articulating the highlights and features of their latest releases. Yet, time seemed to have accelerated recently, leaving him unable to recall which generation of iPhone was currently out or the specifications of the Snapdragon cores. And nowadays, his considerations when purchasing a phone revolved more around whether it would feel too heavy in his pocket. As they strolled along the path leading to the Experience store, the silhouette of Westlake began to emerge. With a few more steps, they found themselves standing at the very edge of the lake. If the presence of the lakeside Intai and the Apple Experience store attested to Hangzhou's status as an international metropolis, then the tranquil Westlake narrated the city's millennia-old history. The lake was serene, its surface undisturbed, dotted with leisurely boats, while the distant mountains appeared hazy and layered. The water mirrored the rain clouds above, presenting a dark hue, amidst the misty mountains that were a deep azure, as if a master painter had skillfully brushed the landscape onto canvas. The Westlake under the sun offered a vibrant scene, while its rainy counterpart imbued a deeper sense of artistry. Liu Bei and Ji Qingqian stood side by side, gazing into the distance at the shadowy mountains. As a native of Hangzhou, Liu Bei had visited Westlake numerous times, yet he still found it uniquely beautiful. It lacked the grandeur of mighty rivers and towering mountains, yet possessed a gentle elegance that was quintessentially Jiangnan. Jiangnan is home to many renowned attractions, such as the Guoqing Temple in Taizhou, the gardens of Suzhou, or the ancient town of Zhouzhuang. But if Liu Bei were compelled to choose one to represent Jiangnan, he would undoubtedly select Westlake.
Perhaps this was both his obsession and pride as a Hangzhou resident. Unlike many who had grown weary of their hometown's attractions, Liu Bei still regarded Westlake as something special. Even when he was in high school and lived far away, he would take the subway just to wander around its shores. In fact, the lakeside was populated not only by tourists but also by many locals, such as elderly men playing chess and middle-aged women taking leisurely strolls. "What do you think?" Liu Bei asked softly, his affection for Westlake prompting him to wish it be appreciated by those who loved it.
Ji Qingqian remained silent, her gaze fixed upon the ink-wash painting before her. She struggled to articulate her feelings. She had heard Louis Bay speak of Westlake before. In this age of advanced technology, countless photos and videos of Westlake could be found online. Under the enhancements of filters and editing, the lake appeared far more dazzling than what the naked eye could perceive, yet, standing there in person, her heart raced faster than usual. The humid breeze, the throngs of people, the cacophony of sounds, and the rippling water trailing behind distant boats all served to remind her she was beside Westlake. Ji Qingshan extended her hand, gently linking her arm with Louis Bay's. Moreover, she was beside him. I thought someone like you, who writes novels, would possess a more refined literary talent, she murmured. Louis Bay? But your descriptions of beauty pale in comparison to the reality, Ji Qingshan remarked, her eyes shimmering like the waters of Westlake, a soft smile gracing her lips. Louis Bay recalled how, centuries ago, Su Shi had likened the beauty of the lake to that of Shizi, the legendary beauty, and today, he wished to compare Westlake to Ji Qingshan, celebrating her beauty. As long as you think it's good, that's all that matters, Louis Bay replied with a smile. I've praised you so many times. If you found it ordinary, I would be rather disheartened. Ji Qingshan extended her hand outside the umbrella, catching only a few drops of rain. The rain has stopped, let us put the umbrella away, she suggested. All right, Louis Bay complied, folding the umbrella. Besides him, many other visitors by the lake also began to stow away their transparent umbrellas. Ji Qingshan alternated her gaze between the lake and Louis Bay, who was shaking off the raindrops from the umbrella. Westlake was undeniably beautiful, however. The reason for her high praise stemmed from the perfect timing, the ideal weather, and the right person accompanying her to admire it. Especially the last point was. Louis Bay gently smoothed the umbrella's canopy, folding each segment neatly before securing it with a strap. Once finished, he grasped the handle of the long umbrella, standing it upright before him, his eyes sparkling. Ultimate move. Dragon ascending sword. At Louis Bay's sudden display of youthful exuberance, the heroine could only open her mouth in disbelief, finally unable to contain herself. That's enough, she said coolly, extending her fair palm. It's my turn to play now. In addition to the graceful lake scenery, Westlake is renowned for its rich cultural and historical background. For instance, the Su Causeway, the Bai Causeway, and the three famous lovers' bridges of the Changqiao, the Duanqiao, and the Xiling Bridge, not to mention the distant Linging Temple in North Peak. Yet, since both he and the heroine were in Hangzhou, those sights could wait. There was no need to rush like a commando on a mission to check them all off. They could visit at any time, hand in hand. They strolled leisurely. Speaking of which, the heroine murmured, revisiting an old grievance, it's really unfair. Louis Bay. Ji Qingshan shot him a sidelong glance. The young man understood what the girl was alluding to earlier. While scanning the QR code to board the subway, she had caught a glimpse of his phone's lock screen illuminating the display. It showcased her profile, and upon unlocking, her face in full view, as if she were playfully turning towards him. Why don't I have one? Ji Qingshan asked, her tone cool and distant. I sent it to you, Louis Bay replied, the whole set. You can use it as wallpaper too. I don't want to use my own, Ji Qingshan retorted. Louis Bay cautiously inquired, then, shall I arrange for a photo shoot? I want to look good in the photos, Ji Qingshan replied, her displeasure evident. She seldom took pictures. She couldn't even manage to use her phone without capturing crooked, unflattering images, those that were so poorly composed that even editing couldn't salvage them. Well, I can't just take pictures of myself, Louis Bay said helplessly. Oh, Ji Qingshan pouted slightly, a hint of melancholy in her voice. It's not my fault I lack your photographic skills, Louis Bay quickly reassured her. I'll find a way to. I'll check out the photography club at school soon and see if I can get a wizard to help. If all else fails, I'll borrow a tripod to take my own pictures. Really? Absolutely, it's no challenge for a genius like me, Louis Bay declared. Ji Qingshan's lips curled into a slight smile. Then I'll be counting on you, little genius. Not far away, a crowd had gathered around a tree, where a small squirrel was scurrying about. Chapter 89 Wallpaper. A rather plump squirrel was climbing the damp trunk of a sycamore tree, its head pointed downwards as it diligently gnawed on the pine nuts offered by passing tourists. Louis Bay could sense that the bright eyes of the young heroine, Ji Qingshan, beside him sparkled even more with interest. It seemed she intended to draw closer, yet the throng of people surrounding them made it difficult to inch forward. Just a little further ahead, Louis Bay suggested. By the banks of Westlake, wild squirrels were not a rarity given the proximity to the Longshang Bridge station. It was common to encounter a multitude of visitors. However, many trees ahead were already home to these little creatures. Ji Qingshan nodded and followed the Westlake expert, Master Lu. As he moved forward, Master Lu then stood beneath a tree, tilting his head upward. Ji Qingshan mirrored his action, stretching her neck to see. On the ancient,
copper-hued branches of the tree, nestled beneath lush green leaves, a bushy tail scurried about. Louis Bay rummaged through his single-shoulder canvas bag and produced an ordinary biscuit. The squirrels by Westlake had a diverse diet, relishing pine nuts, corn, and even biscuits. The little creature on the branch seemed to sense that a meal was at hand and swiftly descended. Louis Bay broke off a piece of the biscuit and offered it to Chi Qingqian. "Here, you feed it, but be careful." Chi Qingqian acknowledged with a soft hum, although her demeanor remained aloof. The glimmer in her eyes betrayed her excitement. True to her upbringing as a herdsman's child, Chi Qingqian exhibited no fear of the wild animal. Upon receiving the biscuit, she immediately extended her hand. The squirrel grasped the other end of the biscuit and began to nibble. Its eating was remarkably swift, as if powered by a miniature motor, devouring the treat with fervor.
"It's quite amusing," Chi Qingqian remarked. Louis Bay replied.
"Look how fat it is," she continued.
Louis Bay echoed. "Even its cheeks are so puffy," she noted. He responded once more.
"Look," Chi Qingqian began, suddenly realizing something as she turned to Louis Bay. "I wanted you to look at the squirrel. Why are you staring at me?"
"Oh,"
Louis Bay quickly redirected his gaze and chuckled. "I've seen plenty of squirrels before, so they no longer captivate me, but seeing you observe them as a first." Chi Qingqian fell silent. She turned her attention back to feeding the squirrel. After a brief moment, she spoke again. "Squirrel, you scoundrel, do you stop loving when the novelty wears off?" Louis Bay hurriedly replied, "Don't say such things." "I feel sorry for the squirrel," Chi Qingqian retorted with a teasing lilt in her voice.
Louis Bay pondered, "Isn't it just like you, to criticize the old love when a new one comes along?"
"I certainly don't recall teaching you, you little rascal, to slander others." Just as Chi Qingqian, Louis Bay, and the little squirrel formed this amusing triangle, Louis Bay keenly noticed a camera lens pointed in their direction from a distance. With a single glance, the owner of the camera, an elderly gentleman in his 60s with closely cropped white hair, jogged over. Not only did he carry a camera, but he also sported a backpack and a fanny pack around his waist. Judging by the size of his lens, even if he were an amateur, he belonged to a rather professional category.
"Excuse me, young man," the elderly gentleman said cheerfully, offering an apology. "I initially aimed to photograph that squirrel, but when I saw the delightful interaction between you two lovebirds, I couldn't resist capturing a shot." "Don't worry, it's just for fun. If you mind, I can delete it right away."
Louis Bay glanced at Chi Qingqian, who gently shook her head. They were enjoying the scenery, which often made them part of it, a natural occurrence.
"It's fine," Louis Bay replied with a smile. "I used to take photos and often ended up capturing others as well." Just like the gentleman, he would delete the photo if someone objected. "Do you also enjoy photography?" the gentleman inquired. "Occasionally," Louis Bay responded. "Then take a look at this shot I took." The gentleman extended his hefty Sony camera. In the photograph, Chi Qingqian was feeding the squirrel while Louis Bay watched her, their expressions relaxed and natural, capturing the essence of the moment, as the gentleman had described. Louis Bay thought to himself, "This gentleman truly knows his craft. Just look at this quality." What had summer pair said about their previous photo? The background was razor-sharp, while the subjects seemed to melt away like cream. "Impressive," Louis Bay remarked, glancing back at Chi Qingqian. The gentleman eagerly beckoned, "Young lady, come take a look. If you like it, I can send it to you." Individuals like Louis Bay and the gentleman, passionate about photography, relished the appreciation from their subjects. Chi Qingqian nodded, accepting the camera handed to her by Louis Bay. As if fearing the weight, Louis Bay continued to support the large lens. Chi Qingqian gazed at the screen, blinking several times before affirming with a sound, then feeling that a lack of praise might seem impolite, she thought briefly before simply uttering, "6. Ha 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 ha." The elderly gentleman was thoroughly amused. "It seems genuinely remarkable. When you young people say 6, it's the highest compliment." Saying this, the gentleman swiftly opened the memory card slot, popping out the card, and retrieved a card reader from his pocket, handing both to Louis Bay. "Come, young man, transfer the photos to your phone." Louis Bay silently admired the gentleman's professionalism. This is what one calls expertise. A technical wizard, producing images on the spot. Just as Louis Bay was about to insert the card reader into his phone, Chi Qingqian called out, "Wait a moment." Louis Bay replied, "Sir," Chi Qingqian boldly asked, "could you take another picture for us?" Noticing the young lady's slight shyness, the gentleman remained warm and enthusiastic. This was the greatest affirmation of his skills. Why would he refuse? "Of course, would you like to have another couple's photo?" Chi Qingqian shook her head, pointing at Louis Bay. "Just him." Louis Bay, he was confused. The gentleman expertly pressed the shutter button. An image of Louis Bay feeding the squirrel was captured in the Sony camera. After importing the two photos,
Louis Bei sent them to Qi Qingqian.
Qi Qingqian quickly began adjusting settings. Once completed, she dimmed her phone and then lit it up again. The first thing she saw on the lock screen was Louis Bei feeding the squirrel. At that moment, he was all alone. After unlocking, her home screen displayed the photo of her and Louis Bei together. Then she was here, ready to enjoy time with him. A gentle smile graced Qi Qingqian's face as she admired her new lock screen and wallpaper with great satisfaction. "Thank you," she remembered to express gratitude to the gentleman. "You're welcome," he replied with a smile, inquiring further, "Are you still students?" Louis Bei nodded. "That's wonderful," the gentleman reminisced. "Back in my university days, I often strolled around Westlake with my partner as well." P.S. After reading the comments, some are truly wonderful. Chapter 90, Avoiding Accidental Encounters During Dates. A single remark from the elderly gentleman transported his thoughts back over 40 years. Qi Qingqian began to speculate about how this gentleman and his wife once strolled around Westlake in their youth. Did they, like her and Louis Bei, hold hands, feeling their hearts race? Meanwhile, Louis Bei pondered a deeper layer of this old man certainly possessed some gravitas. A university student from over 40 years. Yet, it made sense. Those who engage in photography often share such traits, boasting substantial pensions yet unable to remain idle. The gentleman gazed upon Westlake, as though he were looking at the scenery from over 40 years ago. But now, alas. He shook his head with a sigh, to desire osmanthus while enjoying wine, but everything has changed, and all things have come to an end. My dear wife, Qi Qingqian felt a pang of sorrow. Although she was not adept at conversing with strangers, she longed to offer a comforting, "Please accept my condolences." Indeed, human life is far too fleeting in the face of time's relentless passage. Is utterly consumed by her obsession with mahjong. I invited her to accompany me to Westlake today, and she scolded me, saying, "You're so idle, venturing out in the rain." It infuriates me. The gentleman's voice quivered with indignation. Qi Qingqian quickly swallowed her words, relieved she had hesitated before speaking. Otherwise, it could have been a grave matter. The elderly gentleman, likely unaccustomed to conversing with others, seized the rare opportunity to vent his frustrations to the two young individuals, sharing a plethora of mundane life anecdotes. The age difference rendered Qi Qingqian and Louis Bei unable to fully empathize. However, Qi Qingqian remained quietly attentive, while Louis Bei proved to be an exceptionally capable listener, even managing to interject a few humorous remarks as the gentleman became increasingly animated. By the time the elder noticed he had been speaking for quite some time, over 10 minutes had passed. He felt a touch of embarrassment. "How vexing." He concluded with a phrase in Wu dialect, then smiled at the two youngsters. "I shan't disturb you any longer. Enjoy your stroll. I shall head to Wu Ji to purchase some pastries." Louis Bei nodded with a smile, and Qi Qingqian bid him farewell. As Qi Qingqian observed the gentleman's retreating figure, she suddenly spoke. "Bei, yes?" "It's nothing." In truth, Qi Qingqian wished to ask him whether love, eroded by time and life's tribulations, would lead her and Louis Bei to a similar fate in 4 or 5 decades. Yet, it felt inappropriate to voice such thoughts, as their time together had been far too brief. Even including the time they met online, it had barely been 3 years, truly a mere moment compared to the concept of 40 years. Contemplating such distance, if you enjoy sweets, you should purchase some. My old companion is particularly fond of that establishment. Sure, we'll check it out later. Louis Bei responded with a grin. He then turned to Qi Qingqian and remarked, "The old man may seem to ramble on, but deep down, he is clearly concerned about his partner." A sense of melancholy that had briefly enveloped Qi Qingqian lifted, and she continued to gaze at the gentleman's silhouette, noting that his steps were steadier than those of many young people. She smiled softly and commented, "He is rather endearing." Louis Bei, however, to describe this gentleman with such a youthful term, he would suit twin ponytails perfectly. Louis Bei quickly interjected, "Don't continue. I already have a vivid image in my mind." What had been worn away was merely the surface. Qi Qingqian mused that the deeper essence had long been etched into the marrow of existence by the passage of time. After teasing a squirrel for a while, she meandered alongside Louis Bei once more. The rain had just ceased, yet many people still flocked to the lakeside. Besides amateur photographers like the gentleman, numerous professional photographers were diligently at work, their lenses predominantly aimed at young women clad in hanfu, with a smaller number adorned in extravagant Lolita attire. Numerous rental shops along Westlake offered such garments. While certainly not inexpensive, they were still within reach for many tourists, adhering to the age-old Chinese adage of, "Since we are already here," unwittingly enriched these shop owners. Yet, as more people donned the attire, these visitors became part of the Westlake scenery themselves. However, such sights could not be stared at for long, for, "Do you fancy this style?" Louis Bei glanced at a young woman in a flowing hanfu, only to be caught red-handed by Qi Qingqian. Truly, he was akin to an FPS expert who could accurately take down an enemy from 800 meters away. Such keen perception. Louis Bei retorted, "Don't you find it beautiful?" This fellow not only failed to reflect, but instead escalated his remarks. Ji Qingqian narrowed her watery gaze, coolly responding, "Oh, should I help you ask for her WeChat?" Louis Bei shook his head, "No need for that, just inquire which shop rented her outfit." Ji Qingqian. "You would look splendid in that outfit," Louis Bei said. Ji Qingqian let out a soft sigh and beckoned him closer with a finger. Obediently, he extended his neck, aligning his head with hers. Ji Qingqian gently grasped the young man's cheek. "You do know how to behave." Yes, all right." 3-inch Louis Bei replied. However, mere moments after Ji Qingqian released her grip, he was again drawn to something else. It was not the allure of the vibrant world around them, but rather, Louis Bei spotted a familiar figure. That person was also gazing back at him. Louis Bei sighed. "What on earth?" From afar, the figure responded, "Yay?" It was none other than Lu Jia. This rascal had left much earlier than Louis Bei, who thought he was headed to the library. How was he now at Westlake? Moreover, he was accompanied by Qin Dan. Good grief, was he conspiring with his godfather, surrogate father, and biological father to mislead him? Was this some sort of covert operation? Louis Bei's heart brimmed with indignation, yet his face remained impassive as he silently cursed. In truth, encountering acquaintances while on a date with someone special can be quite awkward, especially in the case of Louis Bei and Ji Qingqian, alongside Lu Jia and Chen Dan. Simply introducing one another could prove troublesome. This is my, and filling in that blank is no simple task. The disparity in friendship levels is striking. His friend is too plain, while his girlfriend is too pronounced. For Louis Bei and Ji Qingqian, who were in a somewhat ambiguous relationship, the situation was somewhat easier, but for Lu Jia and Chen Dan, it was genuinely uncomfortable to respond in any manner. Furthermore, after exchanging pleasantries, a series of questions ensued. "Since we're all here, shall we explore together? Would you like to grab a drink?" The dilemma of whether to continue the conversation loomed large. Consequently, Louis Bei and Chen Dan displayed remarkable synchronicity, pretend not to see each other. Louis Bei. But Lu Jia had already called out cheerfully. Although Louis Bei was not particularly well acquainted with Chen Dan, he sensed that she was likely thinking along the same lines as him. "Son of a gun, you've got some nerve. Do you know him?" Ji Qingqian inquired, as she had no recollection of Louis Bei's roommate. Oh, wait, she had at least remembered that adorable chubby fellow now. "Yes." Louis Bei nodded and turned to Lu Jia. "Brother Jia, I never expected to run into you here. We were just about to head to Qianwang Shrine." Before Lu Jia could approach Louis Bei, Chen Dan interjected, "We're off to Qiantang Gate." The directions to the two locations were completely opposite. Lu Jia was puzzled. What was so fascinating about Qiantang Gate? Yet, Louis Bei and Chen Dan had already exchanged farewells. He glanced between the departing pair and ultimately decided to pursue Chen Dan. Chapter 91. Have you ever seen the sea? Ajay, it's all Chen Dan's fault for insisting on going to Qiantangmen. Ajay, otherwise, I would have certainly helped you regain your dignity. Ajay. I'm here to assist you. JPG, northbound? Ajay, look at junior sister G. No, my daughter-in-law is as beautiful as a celestial being. Ajay, if only Chen Dan could steal a few more glances, then later in the dormitory, she could promote your love story with her. Ajay. Wouldn't the sci-fi film drive JoJo to hormonal chaos? Northbound. Ajay's filial piety was truly moving, bringing tears to Louis Bei's eyes. His heart raced with excitement, and his trembling hands typed in the dialogue box. Northbound, mind your own business. Northbound, how did you end up at Westlake? Isn't it the library? Ajay, Chen Dan is rather difficult to deal with. She said we go to the library to study, but not even an hour later, she claimed she was hungry and wanted to come out for a bite. Ajay. I had initially planned to buy her something at school, Ajay, and now it's raining, and she hasn't brought an umbrella. Northbound. Ajay, should we change our meeting place? Ajay. Let Chen Dan deepen her impression of my daughter-in-law, so the promotion back at home will be more exciting. Northbound, mind your own business. Roommate? Ji Qingqian inquired. Yes, the most foolish one. I advise you not to greet him if you encounter him in the future, lest you catch his low intelligence. Louis Bei sighed. He truly irritates me, it gives me a headache. Shall I give you a massage? Ji Qingqian offered. Just as Louis Bei contemplated relishing the service of a heroine, Ajay sent another message. Ajay, oh no, Chen Dan is ignoring me now. Louis Bei, but rather than indulging in his own enjoyment, he should prioritize his son's happiness. Just a moment, he said to Ji Qingqian. Northbound. What ailment are you afflicted with this time? Ajay, nothing, I've merely been extolling junior sister G's beauty and her wonderful character. Ajay, I'm laying the groundwork for you.
Louis Bei gazed at the words on the screen, wishing he could reverse teleport to Lu Jia's side and deliver a punch while grabbing him by the collar. While it is true that Qin Qian is indeed beautiful and possesses a delightful character, she deserves praise, but why should it concern you when you're with another girl?
Northbound. Full, northbound BNKS 3 strikes. JPG, if it can't be cured, then let it be. Farewell. However, after some contemplation, he couldn't resist picking up his phone to message Lu Jia again. Northbound. Stop praising junior sister G, instead, shower me with compliments, Ajay? Northbound, just say I'm handsome, handsomer than you, much handsomer, Ajay. I cannot utter such insincere words, Ajay. Why would I bolster your ego at the expense of my own prestige? Northbound. Then brace yourself for Chindan to unfriend you, Ajay. I'll praise her more, After a while, Ajay Lu Bei, you wouldn't believe it, but it actually worked, northbound. Continue to marvel, osmanthus is truly fragrant, and most tourists in Hangzhou are likely attracted by the osmanthus. Ajay, what does osmanthus have to do with this? Ajay, I'll keep going, northbound. Keep saying how beautiful the osmanthus rain is, Ajay. Okay, northbound. Finally, say that although the fallen golden phoenix leaves may not be eye-catching, you still find them beautiful, Ajay. Wait, what does that mean? Ajay. Oh no, Lu Bei, Chendan smiled, Ajay, incredible. Northbound, don't mention my relationship with junior sister G, or even the gods won't be able to save you, Ajay. Understood. Does he truly understand, or is it feigned understanding? Louis Bei couldn't help but scoff. What a fool, that when on a date with a girl, one should focus on her, yet he stirs up such unnecessary complications. He speaks of sci-fi. It seems far more fantastical that Chen Dan would willingly associate with such a simpleton. He was about to tuck his phone back into his pocket when he noticed the heroine, Qin Qian, staring intently at him. Louis Bei, when on a date with a girl, one should focus on her. Didn't he just scold Ajay for that, yet he left the heroine neglected? Louis Bei pondered for a moment, while Qin Qian's expression turned knowing, quite impressive. You're quite skilled at coaxing and deceiving. Will you deceive me like this in the future? I'm not deceiving you, Louis Bei smiled humbly. It could only be considered coaxing, true. Qin Qian leaned forward slightly, then straightened herself, her hands clasped behind her, her eyes glinting with mischief. If I were to get angry, would you coax me like this? Louis Bei promptly responded, whoever makes the heroine angry, I will take care of. And if it were you? I wouldn't provoke you. Qin Qian lightly replied with an then asked, so, are you coaxing me now? Louis Bei pondered for a moment and gently countered, so, are you currently angry? The boy's nervous demeanor made Qin Qian turn her head away, stifling a laugh before calmly facing Louis Bei again. No. Since you're not angry, then I have no need to coax you, Louis Bei stated. Qin Qian nodded in agreement. Logic is sound, reasonable, full marks for you. Louis Bei sighed in relief, thank heavens. However, your demeanor while answering was a bit lacking. Qin Qian remarked with slight dissatisfaction, grasping Louis Bei's hand again. Is it necessary to be so nervous? Am I that intimidating? The heroine's hand was cool at first, but soon warmed like a piece of jade. No, I'm not nervous at all. Louis Bei shook his head repeatedly. Not nervous, he felt his hair damp. He gently squeezed his bangs. Oh, it turned out to be raining, he thought. How could such a simple exchange make him sweat? Louis Bei reopened the umbrella, shielding the heroine beneath it. She released his hand but linked her arm with his. The rain was coming down rather heavily. Let us find a place to take cover, Louis Bei suggested. The two found a tea house. Although it was called a tea house, it actually offered milk tea, coffee, and traditional tea, showcasing a diverse culture. After casually ordering some beverages, they sat down. Louis Bei stifled a yawn. Didn't he sleep well? Qin Qian inquired. No, Louis Bei shook his head, just work. I stayed up a bit late last night. Qin Qian didn't overthink it. I've also been dreaming a lot lately. What kind of dreams? Louis Bei asked. The sea. Perhaps you've listened to too much white noise of ocean waves before, Louis Bei chuckled. Next time, try something different. Qin Qian nodded, then after a moment's thought, continued, actually, before exams, I often dreamed of the sea. Is that so? Because Jiangsu and Zhejiang are coastal provinces, Qin Qian smiled faintly. Perhaps it's the longing for this place that manifests in her dreams. Louis Bei suddenly asked, heroine, have you ever seen the sea? Chapter 92. Awaiting a naturally clear day. No. Qin Qian shook her head. She had never been fond of venturing outdoors, especially since her hometown was not coastal. She inquired, have you seen it? Louis Bei nodded with an air of nonchalance. Ji Qingshan let out a soft "oh."
A subtle, indescribable discomfort stirred within her, akin to the sensation of Liu Bei having traversed realms she had never set foot in. It wasn't quite jealousy, merely a tinge of annoyance at the thought of him visiting the seaside without her fortunate company. She had spent her childhood in the northern regions, while not entirely composed of grasslands. Her family's livestock business often led her to such sites, yet she could not fathom why Liu Bei had suddenly shifted the topic to that place. "I wish to..." It felt as though Liu Bei's previous visit to the seaside had merely been a prelude to their shared adventure. He had an uncanny ability to perceive the fluctuations of her emotions, effortlessly restoring her joy. Although her expression remained cool, the gentle sway of her shoulders while sipping milk tea betrayed her delight. Liu Bei chuckled, "Aren't you curious about when we shall go?" Yet Ji Qingshan replied, "Any time works for me, we could depart right now." "It is currently raining, and the sea holds little allure," Liu Bei stated. The beauty of the coastal view was largely contingent upon the clarity of the sky. Ji Qingshan was indifferent even amidst the dreary rain. As long as she was with Liu Bei, she could still perceive the horizon where sea met sky and listen to the whispers of wind and rain, hand in hand, dispersing the vastness of the waves. However, since he had posed the question, Ji Qingshan inquired, "Then when shall we go?" "Let us aim for the 26th. It shall be a sunny day," he suggested. "All right," Ji Qingshan acquiesced, then began to calculate, "but that day is not a holiday." Not only was the 25th a day of classes, but the 26th was as well. Liu Bei continued, "You have no classes in the morning, correct?"
"None."
"Then we shall depart at 2 in the morning, just in time to witness the sunrise, and we can rest upon our return." Liu Bei outlined his plan, his eyes reflecting a gentle apology.
"Do you think it might be too exhausting?"
In recent days, he had pondered what complemented a clear day, ultimately concluding it was the sun, specifically the sunrise. Finding a suitable location to watch the sunrise was another dilemma, yet unexpectedly, the valiant lady provided him with the solution. Unfortunately, the only clear day left in September was the 26th, while the remaining days were mostly cloudy. The sun might well hide behind the clouds. And by October, he would be off to Jahat. Liu Bei truly wished not to prolong this endeavor. Ji Qingshan shook her head, "I want tea." Not only would she not feel fatigued, but she was also somewhat exhilarated. It felt as though on a bustling day, Liu Bei was whisking her away to a mysterious place far removed from the clamor of life. Perhaps the time would be brief, and upon returning, they would resume their busy lives. Yet, the very act of escaping together was already profoundly romantic. "That's good to hear," Liu Bei said. "On the 25th, after your class, head to the apartment for a brief rest. If you return to the dorm, you'll be trapped inside." Ji Qingshan repeatedly tapped her head, "Come pick me up then." "Yeah, I'll come to get you," Liu Bei smiled. "Good." Ji Qingshan's eyes sparkled, and Liu Bei found her utterly adorable. This girl was solely focused on going to the seaside, completely unaware of the specific location or how to get there, yet willing to follow him. Faced with her bright, glistening eyes, he recalled a lyric he had heard long ago, "With your hair turned white, you spoke of wandering with me. I did not hesitate, following you to paradise." Liu Bei and Ji Qingshan had no intention of lingering outside too late. After the rain had lessened, they strolled a bit longer before finding a restaurant named Jiangnan Gui near I-77 for dinner. This establishment claimed to serve authentic Hangzhou cuisine, yet had conspicuously omitted the renowned West Lake vinegar fish from its menu, instead featuring squirrel fish. Beware, Suzhou culture is infiltrating Hangzhou. It wasn't particularly delicious, nor was it unappetizing. It simply adhered to the norms. Ji Qingshan felt regretful for not tasting the famed dish of Hangzhou, while Liu Bei considered her fortunate to have avoided a culinary misstep. "I believe it is because you have not tasted the true essence of the dish." The northeastern heroine Ji Qingshan earnestly chastised the Jiangnan lad Liu Bei. "The West Lake vinegar fish itself is not at fault." The Jiangnan lad shook his finger, "You are gravely mistaken, my valiant lady. Do you know of the West Lake vinegar fish paradox?" Ji Qingshan blinked her clear eyes, indicating her confusion. The West Lake vinegar fish is made using fish from West Lake, which is muddy, resulting in a strong earthy flavor. However, using fish from other regions easily eliminates the fishy taste. In other words, any authentic West Lake vinegar fish is bound to be unpalatable. The delicious West Lake vinegar fish you have tasted is inauthentic. There exists no West Lake vinegar fish that is both authentic and delicious. Liu Bei declared boldly. He silently recited in his heart that this was merely a personal opinion, meant to tease the heroine. "Please do not judge me too harshly, lovers of West Lake vinegar fish." Subsequently, Ji Qingshan purchased some cream cakes at the I-77 mall, inquiring if Liu Bei wanted her to bring some back for his roommates. Liu Bei shook his head in refusal. Fatty How had resolved to refrain from eating after 8 p.m. for the sake of his health. Sunner had no taste for cake. As for him, he was already satisfied.
Ah, Jigu, his extraordinary performance today led Louis Bei to decide to ignore this individual. On their return, the rain had intermittently ceased. Although it was Ji Qingshan who had come to fetch him today, Louis Bei still adhered to the customary practice of escorting her back to the girls' dormitory. Well, I shall take my leave, Louis Bei waved to the girl. She too raised her hand in a gentle wave, pressing her lips into a faint line. Despite having bid farewell numerous times, she still felt a pang of reluctance upon seeing the boy's departing figure. Girl! As Ji Qingshan turned to ascend the stairs, she heard the ant call her. The kindly face of the ant bore a hint of mischievousness. Back again? Ji Qingshan nodded. Today was another happy day, was it not? The ant inquired. Ji Qingshan was about to affirm with a yes, but the another caught her attention. She suddenly recalled that during a previous outing to Hadaleo with Louis Bei, she had shared her joy, which the ant had overheard quite clearly. Ji Qingshan's slender face flushed crimson. She wished to say nothing further to the ant, hastily lowering her head and continuing upstairs. Behind her, the ant erupted into hearty laughter, yet after just a few chuckles, the bashful girl turned back. The ant found this curious. Ji Qingshan, still with her head bowed, rummaged through the bag she held and produced a small cake, placing it into the ant's hands before silently ascending once more. The ant gazed at the girl's retreating figure, then at the small dessert in her grasp, her laughter growing even more cheerful. Once upstairs, Ji Qingshan regained her composure and excitement. With thoughts of Louis Bei soon taking her to the seaside to watch the sunrise, her steps became increasingly light, almost wanting to twirl. Upon opening the dormitory door, she found Wang Ju engrossed in something on the computer, while Chu Chu lay sprawled on the bed like a limp fish, playing on her phone. Would you like some dessert? Ji Qingshan asked the two. It's something the senior asked me to bring for you. Chapter 93. Who joins the club? Wang Ju accepted the packaging bag with a grateful thank you. Chu Chu executed a swift sit-up and hopped off the bed, exclaiming, Senior, you're so wonderful. Udkoff, Zhen Bao, you must show Senior much more love. Ji Qingqian maintained a stony expression. However, inwardly, she scoffed at the notion, thinking to herself, it's actually me who purchased this dessert. In truth, her purchase equated to one made by a Bei. Moreover, when a Bei had previously covered the cost of fruit tea, she had also claimed it was her own expenditure. I didn't expect you to return first. Chu Chu accidentally smeared a bit of cream on her finger, licking it as she spoke. I thought Ma Jiao Jiao would arrive before you. She hasn't returned yet? Nope. Chu Chu's mischievous grin widened. How about we split her share? Just pretend it never happened. Before Wang Ju could respond, Ji Qingqian snatched the remaining small cream cake from the packaging, casting a stern glare at Chu Chu in warning. Chu Chu protested. I was just joking. Ji Qingqian retorted, doesn't seem like it. In disbelief, Chu Chu pointed to her own petite nose and asked Wang Ju, do I seem like the kind of person who would commit such misdeeds? Wang Ju, with a small plastic spoon of cream in hand, looked at Chu Chu earnestly. The term seem may not be entirely accurate. Chu Chu. Ji Qingqian added, the word ma could also be omitted. Chu Chu pouted, her mood dampened. She climbed onto the bed alone, turning her back to the others in silent protest. Stealthily, she unwrapped the cake and began to indulge, ensuring they could not see her. Humph. The rain fell intermittently, a dance of sporadic downpours. Ji Qingqian recalled that Ma Jiao Jiao had left later than herself. Under such weather, she surely would have brought an umbrella, and given that she claimed to be going to the movies, arriving late was perfectly reasonable. Hence, there was no cause for concern. After quite some time had passed, Ji Qingqian had finished her shower, her hair nearly dry, when the dormitory door finally creaked open. Ma Jiao Jiao entered, carrying a somewhat damp umbrella. Ma Jiao Jiao, there's cake, a small gift from Senior Lu, Chu Chu announced immediately. Oh, thank you. Ma Jiao Jiao's voice lacked enthusiasm, sounding rather fatigued. She tossed the umbrella at the door, glanced at the cake, and then plopped down onto her chair, engrossed in her phone. Ji Qingqian sensed something was amiss with Ma Jiao Jiao's demeanor. She had been out with her senior, akin to her own outings with a Bei. She should have returned in high spirits, yet Ji Qingqian was unsure how to broach the subject. Fortunately, Chu Chu had a naturally loud voice. What's wrong, Ma Jiao Jiao? Did you break up with your senior? Ma Jiao Jiao shot her a glare, and Chu Chu immediately realized her faux pas, muttering softly. No, could it be? She was merely jesting. Could it be that her guess was so accurate? Observing the situation, Wang Ju promptly moved her chair closer. Ma Jiao Jiao offered a weak smile to Wang Ju. It's nothing, I'll tell you all in a bit. With that, she resumed tapping on her phone, clearly engaged in a conversation with someone.
Ji Qingchen felt a bit bewildered. The first thing that sprang to her mind was to inquire with Louis Bei via WeChat. A Bei had advised her, if someone was unwilling to share, it was best not to pry further. Ji Qingchen agreed with his sentiment. The atmosphere grew uncomfortably tense. After a while, as Ma Jiao continued her texting, the corners of her mouth began to lift slightly, suggesting a potential improvement. Eventually, she placed her phone on the table, rose, and began inspecting the cake. Wow, this cake looks rather expensive. Qingchen, please thank Senior Lu for me. She then retrieved the cake and reassured her roommates, really, it's nothing, just a minor misunderstanding with my senior. Don't worry, we've already cleared it up. Ji Qingchen nodded in relief. She believed Ma Jiao was the most eloquent and conflict-resolving person in their dorm. She couldn't help but ponder, if she had a small misunderstanding with a Bei, it seemed her only recourse would be to cry. But thankfully, a Bei had many solutions. You scared me to death, Chu sighed in relief. Let us eat quickly, it's truly delicious. Ma Jiao nodded, then looked at Chu in astonishment. Chu asked, but what else with that look? Ma Jiao replied, I returned so late, and you didn't secretly eat my share? Chu exclaimed, what kind of image do you have of me in your mind? It was another day of classes. The 404 boy band, having completed their attendance duties, launched in their dormitory, with only Lu Jie dispatched downstairs to retrieve takeout. Shortly after, Lu Jie returned, carrying a bag of food for Arue. Lao Bei, yours, he began distributing the spoils, a strong Americano. Fatty, yours, a strong Americano. Sun Air, yours, a strong Americano. Lu Jie glanced at the remaining cup of vanilla Rena ice and then at the other three hulking figures. They all simultaneously sipped their coffee, then exhaled a collective sigh of disgust, exclaiming, damn. Immediately afterward, Louis Bei resumed typing at the table. How Fatty continued to strum a few notes on his guitar while simultaneously reaching for his headphones at the computer. Zhao Sun remained curled up in his chair, doodling and editing on his graphics tablet. Lu Jie felt like a waste of space, but it didn't matter. Lu Jie indulged in his Rena ice with fervor. As long as I acknowledge my own shortcomings, I am invincible. Are you all too dedicated? Lu Jie questioned the trio. This state of affairs had persisted for several days. All three wore headphones, with only Louis Bei noticing Lu Jie's words. He removed one of his earplugs and said, let us take a short break. He took another sip of his Americano. His Americano was unsweetened, relying solely on its bitter flavor to sustain him. Zhao Sun, as if struck by a thought, stood and patted How Fatty on the shoulder. Let us go. How Fatty finally realized, has it gotten that late? He stretched, causing his ample chest to jiggle. Let us head out. Lu Jie knew they were off to the club, continuing their recent fervent recruitment activities. Louis Bei pulled out his phone and opened the Xinhai car rental app. Afterward, he planned to head to the beach with the valiant Qingqian. The coastal region of Jiangsu and Zhejiang, while Hangzhou itself lacked a proper beach, was only a 2 to 3 hour drive away via the highway. As for the cars, they could only rely on rentals. The rental service through the app had become quite sophisticated, with many affordable models available through a self-service model akin to bike sharing. This summer, in June, the 404 boy band had rented 2 small cars and dashed to the famed Taizijian mountain within Hangzhou late at night. Unfortunately, the weather did not cooperate, and they missed the sunrise and sea of clouds. Louis Bei had obtained his driver's license in his senior year of high school, and his driving skills were reliable. There was no concern about highway driving. Renting a car for a day, including insurance, would cost just over 100. Plus, there were highway tolls. While Louis Bei calculated these small expenses, Lu Jie, slurping his Rena ice, asked, Lao Bei, is the club recruiting again? Aren't you going to check it out? The new in-club recruitment didn't just refer to newcomers. Returning students could also apply if interested. Not going, Louis Bei replied. Aren't you going either? I'm not going either, Lu Jie said. What kind of serious introvert joins a club? Can introverts who join clubs still call themselves introverted? Louis Bei countered. If they've joined a club and participate in social activities, how can they still claim to be introverts? Lu Jie replied. Louis Bei raised his Americano, and Lu Jie lifted his Rena ice. Just as they were about to clink their cups together, a voice from Louis Bei's computer interrupted with a WeChat notification. Qingqian. Lao Bei, Qingqian Wangju asked me to accompany her to the Ancient Style Club. Louis Bei immediately retracted his Americano, which he was about to clink with Lu Jie, took a deep breath, and replied. Lao Bei. That sounds nice. Lao Bei, are you interested? Lu Jie, Chapter 94 Ancient Style Society. For the past few days, Ji Qingqian's roommates have been engrossed in discussions regarding their clubs, yet, she herself has not given it much thought. In her little mind, she is solely preoccupied with the seaside. A Bei is going to take her to watch the sunrise by the sea. However, Zhu's incessant chatter is hard to ignore. Even if Ji Qingqian is uninterested, she cannot help but catch snippets of the conversation. Zhu Zhu claims she discovered during military training that her stamina is severely lacking, hence her intention to join a club to improve it.
Ma Jiao Jiao inquires, are you planning to join the athletics club? Zhu Zhu immediately retorts, of course not, that would make my legs too thick. Besides, if I train under the sun every day, I'd truly become Bao Zhan. Have you ever seen a beautiful woman with dark skin? Ma Jiao Jiao quickly counters, what about that senior from the student council? She refers to Xiaoli. Zhu Zhu reflects for a moment that senior's bright almond-shaped eyes radiate vitality and exuberance, a quality she cannot compare to. With a decisive gesture, Zhu Zhu proclaims, hence, I have decided, cheerleading. Ma Jiao Jiao scoffs in disdain, believing it should at least be a sports club. Don't underestimate cheerleading. Zhu Zhu explains, I've researched it, and cheerleading requires basic stretching and physical training. Performing a routine is quite demanding. Moreover, cheerleaders are all slender and graceful. Practicing with them allows me to not only build my stamina but also maintain my figure, killing two birds with one stone. Ma Jiao Jiao adds, furthermore, when the seniors from the sports club compete, if you spot handsome guys, you can strike up a conversation and get their WeChat first. Exactly. Zhu Zhu nods vigorously, only to realize she has been led on by Ma Jiao Jiao, hastily denying, nonsense. I, Zhu Zhu, am not that superficial. I merely wait for them to ask me for my WeChat. Ma Jiao Jiao snickers dismissively, yet, she herself harbors a desire for a club, the anime club. She has done her homework and discovered that there are quite a few members, and they even have costumes available for use. Besides, she has always been a bit of a nerd, even if she has outgrown the age of fervently declaring to protect our beloved second dimension. It would still be delightful to gather with like-minded individuals and visit an anime convention together every year. Baima Lake in Hangzhou hosts an international anime expo, and she has attended twice, finding it quite impressive in scale and substance. This year, it is set to take place in October, and she does not wish to miss it. Zhu, what about you? Zhu Zhu inquires. Wang Zhu shakes her head, I haven't decided yet. Zhu Zhu acknowledges with a no and refrains from asking further. Joining a club is merely a part of university life, and choosing not to participate is equally valid. Yet, Ma Jiao Jiao senses that Wang Zhu seems somewhat reluctant to speak up. However, she has never been one to pry, so she leaves it be. Zhu Zhu and Ma Jiao Jiao glance at Ji Qingqian once more. It is evident that Ji Qingqian is not fond of socializing, no questions needed. And so, without further ado, Zhu Zhu and Ma Jiao Jiao head straight to the registration for their chosen clubs after class today, leaving Ji Qingqian and Wang Zhu to walk to the cafeteria together. In recent days, Wang Zhu has felt that her rapport with Ji Qingqian has been rather harmonious. Though this ice queen is not particularly talkative, she is generally responsive when engaged. Moreover, her demeanor is not as unapproachable as it seems. She often treats them to snacks. If truth be told, she is even better than Wang Zhu had anticipated her roommate to be before arriving at university. Therefore, as they walk in silence, Wang Zhu does not feel the slightest bit awkward. Don't you have a club you wish to join? Wang Zhu quietly asks. Ji Qingqian replies promptly. She came to Jiang University with two primary considerations, ranked in order of importance as follows. First, to win over a Bei. Second, to graduate successfully. She has not given much thought to anything else. Oh. Wang Zhu nods. Just as Ji Qingqian is about to inquire if Wang Zhu feels the same, she notices Wang Zhu lagging behind her. Immediately, she slows her pace. This is something Ji Qingqian discovered while spending time with Liu Bei. Standing at 1.74 meters, she is certainly not short. However, Bei, at 1.83 meters, towers over her. During their walks, Bei has always consciously slowed his pace to wait for her. Hence, she has learned to do the same for her shorter roommate. But even as she walks at a leisurely pace, Wang Zhu seems to be at. Ji Qingqian turns back. Wang Zhu has already stopped, gazing to one side. There, students are bustling about, setting up chairs and fervently conducting recruitment activities. As they pass by, the seniors from various clubs are adamant about not letting anyone miss out on their opportunities. They are enthusiastically promoting their clubs, showcasing their splendor. Reminiscent of a sales pitch, these seniors not only aim to expand their membership but also engage in friendly banter with competing clubs. The two clubs with the most members are particularly animated. One club is led by a girl in a pink and white ruchuan, who is petite with a round face, and her elaborate hanfu gives her an aura of good fortune, making her quite the mascot. On the other side stands a tall boy in a tank top, lean yet muscular, the garment tightly clinging to his well-defined physique, revealing his impressive pectorals. The boy shouts, "Join the new generation of men and women, enjoy a healthy life."
The fitness association is recruiting, come take a look. Meanwhile, the girl proclaims, good children, let us promote the traditional culture of the Han Dynasty, the ancient style society awaits your participation. As their gazes clash, a palpable tension fills the air. The boyish voice booms louder, while the girl's call is sharper. In truth, to the casual observer, their interests seem worlds apart, one promoting Hanfu, the other fitness, making any rivalry seem absurd. Yet, for the passionate university students, such distinctions fade once their eyes meet, it becomes a spirited battle. I've seen the association president, but never imagined the fitness association president. I've seen the club president, but never one resembling a fortune cat.
What did you say, Wu Jing?
I'm talking about you, Pan Pan. The two glare at each other, sparks flying in the air. Only then do the onlookers realize they are acquaintances, and now, old grievances and new grudges are set to be reckoned with together.
What is going on? Ji Qingqian approaches Wang Ju.
Wang Ju shakes her head, just as she is about to follow Ji Qingqian, yet her gaze still drifts back, biting her lip as she whispers to the Ice Queen, actually, I quite like Hanfu. Ji Qingqian nods, it is indeed beautiful. She recalls how Obey couldn't help but steal a few glances when they were by West Lake. She will remember this grudge and, if given the chance, will wear it for Obey to see.
Right?
Wang Ju seems to have found a kindred spirit, her excitement bubbling up.
You could sign up. Ji Qingqian suggests.
Wang Ju quickly shakes her head, rather than shyness, it is fear that grips her, I wouldn't look good in it, you would. Ji Qingqian gazes earnestly at Wang Ju, you would look very lovely.
Yet Wang Ju remains apprehensive, shaking her head. Suddenly, she asks, are you interested in Hanfu?
Ji Qingqian hesitates, as Obey does indeed like it. If you're interested too, we could sign up together, Wang Ju proposes, only to immediately regret the suggestion, quickly apologizing, I'm sorry, I just mentioned it casually. If you're not interested, that is perfectly fine. Ji Qingqian tilts her head, looking at the girl in the auspicious ensemble. Indeed, it is quite beautiful. P.S. A humorous anecdote, a few years ago, I joined a group but completely forgot why. I never muted it, meaning I didn't add it to the group assistant, so I occasionally click on it by accident. However, I rarely spoke and didn't know anyone in it. Today, upon clicking, I saw someone asking for recommendations for romance novels, and the admin asked if tomato novels would work. The person replied affirmatively. I was just waiting to see what was good so I could learn, ciao, from it, ciao. Then the admin provided a screenshot of a novel interface. I glanced and found it quite familiar. After a breakup, I discovered. Ike.admin, it's very short. Aminos, chapter 95 of their youth. Qingqian Obey, Qingqian Wang Ju asked me to accompany her to the Ancient Style Society. Ji Qingqian sent a message to Louis Bei. Louis Bei forcefully pressed the glass against Lu Jia, who insisted on toasting him. Amidst Brother Jia's furious roar of abomination, he replied to the gallant Qingqian. Bei. That's quite good, Bei, are you interested? Louis Bei pondered for a moment. Wang Ju, who was she again? Wasn't she the roommate of the gallant girl? The gallant girl had mentioned her roommate before, yet he had never matched their appearances to their names. He prided himself on having a decent memory, but perhaps when he encountered her roommate, the gallant girl was always by her side, making it difficult for him to concentrate on anything else. Ji Qingqian did not respond to his inquiry but instead posed a question of her own. Qingqian, are you part of any clubs? Bei, I was considering joining the Far East Magic Nap Society this summer, but unfortunately, Jiang University does not have one. Qingqian. What a childish obsession. Qingqian, I find Hanfu quite beautiful. Qingqian, as some people were left staring in awe. Bei, indeed, Bei of us, I am punishing these foolish eyes by forbidding them from seeing their beloved for 24 hours. As Louis Bei typed this, he glanced at the time, around 5 o'clock. It had been nearly 24 hours since he had dined with the gallant girl. Bei, if the punishment continues, they might feel as though they are in a long-distance relationship. Qingqian. Yet you still refused my invitation to dine. Bei, I must first complete my work. Bei, I strive to improve myself, aspiring to become a worthy man for the gallant girl. Bei. Apologies, I've indeed been rather busy these past few days. Qingqian, then I decree that you must eat an extra bowl of rice next time. Bei. As you command. After exchanging a few light-hearted remarks, they finally returned to the main topic. Qingqian, I am interested, Qingqian, but I wish to play with you. Upon sending this, Ji Qingqian feared that Louis Bei might misunderstand her intentions and thus clarified. Qingqian. You don't need to come to sign up, Qingqian, you're quite busy, don't overexert yourself. Seeing the gallant girl as considerate words, Louis Bei's smile softened further. Bei. We have plenty of time to enjoy together. Abaya the Club 1T require much effort. Xing Qian, alright. Abaya, however, you must genuinely be interested. Do not sign up haphazardly just to accompany your roommate, Xing Qian.
I understand, Xing Qian, don't treat me like a child.
The exclamation mark. Louis Bei chuckled, realizing that the gallant girl was quite sensitive about being perceived as a child.
Xing Qian.
Wang Ju is a wonderful person. Xing Qian, she has also assisted me. Xing Qian, I didn't know how to do laundry before, and she taught me. Xing Qian retracted a message, feeling somewhat foolish for having shared that. She wished to maintain a clever and capable impression in front of Louis Bei. The past was the past, and the present was the present. Just because she hadn't known before did not mean she couldn't now. She had already mastered the skill of laundry and could even help Louis Bei in the future, hence, it was alright to remain silent.
Xing Qian, I also quite enjoy spending time with her, Abei.
Then go ahead and sign up. Xing Qian, okay, Abei, if it's for the Ancient Style Society, you may inform me in advance of any club activities. Abei, I can accompany you if I'm free, Xing Qian. Abei, the president knows me, even if I am not a member, I can still join you, Xing Qian.
Xing Qian, a female, Louis Bei's eyes narrowed slightly.
He sensed the underlying intensity within those two words, however. Such a trivial matter posed no threat to him. He smiled nonchalantly and casually typed out 3 sentences.
Abei, actually, we're not very familiar. Abei. Really? Abei, you must trust me.
Xing Qian, I'm going to sign up. Abei, no, gallant girl, please let me explain. Xing Qian, I'll let you know about the club activities afterwards, Xing Qian.
It would be great if you could come, Xing Qian, but if you can't, it's alright, Xing Qian, with Wang Ju accompanying me, you need not worry. Louis Bei had initially intended to elaborate further.
However, upon seeing the gallant girl as subsequent messages, he breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, it seems there is no need to say more. He brushed his bangs aside, feeling a slight weariness. Then he leaned back in his chair and scrolled through his WeChat contacts.
Wait, what was the president of the Ancient Style Society's name? Did they exchange WeChat last year?
He truly couldn't recall. Let us go.
Xing Qian said to Wang Ju, who looked on in confusion, and added, to sign up, we'll go together. Wang Ju's eyes widened in surprise.
Xing Qian maintained a neutral expression, while a smile blossomed on Wang Ju's ordinary yet rosy cheeks. Alright, together. Xing Qian thought to herself that had she been alone, she certainly wouldn't have joined this society. Even if she wanted to wear hanfu for Louis Bei's sake, she could simply purchase the outfit. However, it wasn't solely about wearing it for Louis Bei.
She also had a desire to see Wang Ju in it. It wasn't merely her accompanying Wang Ju, nor was it Wang Ju accompanying her. Rather, it was a mutual companionship as the two young women made their way toward the registration point of the Ancient Style Society.
Then, after Xing Qian signed up, the pressure at the Ancient Style Society's recruitment point surged dramatically. Numerous boys, upon learning that such stunning beauties were being welcomed into the society, flocked to the scene. The Fitness Association suffered a crushing defeat in terms of recruitment numbers. The president exclaimed that it was utterly unfair. After Xing Qian completed her registration, she added the president, Pan, on WeChat and then proceeded to the cafeteria with Wang Ju to enjoy a meal. Meanwhile, Pan directed the new members who had gathered, there are too many people, let them fill out the forms one by one, and be thorough, checking for any newcomers like eBay from last year.
Choo. Mission accomplished, registration successful. Choo announced in the dormitory group known as the 4 Great Beauties of Jiangnan. This group name was coined by Chu Chu. Ma Jiao deemed it vulgar, Xing Qian found it lacking, and Wang Ju considered it somewhat unappealing, yet Chu remained the group leader. The cheerleading squad's recruitment criteria were somewhat stricter than other societies, as they had to consider physique. However, Ma Jiao believed that with Chu's looks and figure, there would be no issue. The outcome was as she had predicted. Ma Jiao awesome. She then arrived at the registration point for the Animation Society. A boy dressed in a Japanese school uniform, with bangs obscuring half of his face, sat there looking rather listless. Although it was said to be cosplay, Ma Jiao couldn't discern which anime character he was portraying, yet if it wasn't cosplay, his attire was undeniably too much on the otaku side. Signing up?
His words were brief.
Yes. Ma Jiao replied. 2 questions. Don't worry, it's just a tradition passed down from the senior students, you'll be able to answer them. The boy, who should be a senior, said this with a casual tone, then proceeded to ask, the most recent anime you watched and your favorite anime, manga, animation, or animated film are all acceptable. This was indeed quite simple. Ma Jiao could answer without much thought. The most recent one I watched is My Heart is in Danger. Ma Jiao thought that this short senior bore a striking resemblance to the male lead in My Heart is in Danger, both in stature and demeanor. My favorite is the film The Disappearance. The disappearance?
The short senior seemed unfamiliar with it, repeating it with a hint of confusion. Ma Jiao quickly attempted to explain, saying she was used to abbreviating titles, but the next second, the senior chuckled softly that is so old. The first version of Haruai was from 2006, the second from 2009, and the disappearance was
2011?
No, it was 2010.
Senior! Ma Jiao exclaimed in surprise. She was referring to the theatrical version of the disappearance of Haruai Suzumiya. Because so much time had passed, this once popular anime had become a relic of the past, with many newcomers to the anime world having never even heard of it. Really old. The senior muttered, lifting his gaze to meet Ma Jiao's. Then, they both recognized each other. Wasn't she the roommate of the eldest daughter-in-law, Zhao Sun thought. Oh, Senior Luis. Ma Jiao remembered that this individual had once come to observe their military training with Liu Bei. Zhao Sun did not continue the conversation. He stood up and asked, "Do you believe in the existence of future people, aliens, beings from other worlds, and superhumans?" Ma Jiao gazed into Zhao Sun's eye that was not obscured by bangs. She stood straight, as if being reprimanded, and answered earnestly, "Yes, Senior, I have always believed." "Then let us work together to make this world a more vibrant place." Zhao Sun extended the application. P.S. Today I wrote nearly 5,000 words, not out of diligence, but rather because I felt that Bei and Qing Xian had excessive dialogue typical of online chatting, fearing you'd scold me for padding, so I wrote a bit more. Additionally, I have been quite tired lately. A typhoon has arrived in Hangzhou. Chapter 96. What are you nervous about? September 25 just one more day, and it will be the 26th, perhaps the most significant day in Liu Bei's life. The week-long drizzle is finally drawn to a close. The rain has ceased this morning. It seemed as if the heavens were still trying to squeeze out a few drops. By afternoon, the sun, hidden behind the clouds, made its appearance, signaling the futility of its earlier efforts. Moments after the sun emerged, Qing Xian, the heroic girl, sent Liu Bei a message. Qing Xian finally drained dry. Bei. Qing Xian, we can see the sun tomorrow, right? Bei. Complete your sentences. The heroine, as always, was full of playful banter, yet, she earnestly wished for the sun to shine. Qing Xian, I truly hope we see the sun. Bei. We will. Despite Liu Bei's confident reply, his heart fluttered with unease. Would everything truly go as planned? He had prepared for every eventuality, yet the closer it drew, the more anxious he became. He couldn't shake the feeling that something unexpected and unforeseen might go awry. He pulled out his phone and checked the 24-hour weather forecast once more. No matter how he looked at it, the interface displayed the sun icon, marked with sunrise, 5:32. Phew. He leaned back, letting the weight of his body rest against the back of the dormitory chair. Hao Panzai passed by with a cup of water and noticed Liu Bei seemed preoccupied. He approached and gave a reassuring pat on the shoulder without uttering a word. Zhao Sun, squatting with his feet tucked beneath him while watching the computer, glanced back at him, paused the video, and asked earnestly, Lao Bei, do you think we will win? Liu Bei. He raised a middle finger at Zhao Sunday. What's wrong with you all? Liu Jia, who had just finished a game of PUBG, poked his head out from his bunk. For the past couple of days, he felt the atmosphere in their dormitory, room 404, was somewhat off. Their room usually thrived on casual gaming, with Liu Bei as the only one consistently typing away, while Hao Panzai and Sun lounged around. However, since last week, Liu Jia had become the odd one out, while the other three seemed to have pooled all their efforts into a single time frame, too busy even to indulge in a game. Today, however, they all appeared to have reverted to a remarkably relaxed state, as if all was concluded. Liu Bei chose not to respond. He retrieved his phone to check the time, realizing it was already the last period of classes. I'm heading out. He grabbed his cap, stood up, and after stowing his phone in his pocket, he winked at the puzzled Liu Jia, saying, I won't be back to sleep tonight. Tomorrow, Jia, expect a surprise. Liu Jia laughed heartily. Great, a surprise, I love surprises. As for Zhao Sun and Hao Zhengwen, they nodded in unison at Liu Bei, as if offering encouragement. After Liu Bei stepped out of the dormitory, he quickly sent a message to Ji Qingqian. Bei, I'm coming to pick you up after class. He couldn't quite articulate his feelings, as if he were about to enter a battlefield. Ji Qingqian seemed somewhat distracted in class, replying within a minute. Qingqian, it's a bit early, you'll have to wait. Bei, no problem. After class, Ji Qingqian exited the classroom accompanied by her classmates. Clad in a simple white t-shirt and faded blue jeans, her attire was understated, yet combined with her striking height and the sleekness of her face framed by her long, dark hair,
she stood out amidst the throng of students. Even in the bustling crowd, Louis Bay swiftly spotted her. The heroine appeared oblivious to her surroundings as she locked eyes with him. He noticed her whispering to her classmates for a moment before nodding at them and making her way toward him. She was undoubtedly the most conspicuous figure in the crowd during the brief walk. Louis Bay observed numerous gazes inadvertently drifting her way. Ji Qingqian paid no mind to the attention, walking directly toward him. She gently pressed her lips together, adjusting the strap of the cap she wore. Once satisfied with the fit, she raised her hand and placed a hat identical to Louis Bay's on her head. At that moment, she was right beside him. She tilted her clean, oval face upward and softly inquired, "Bay, have you been waiting long?" Her gentle words, the matching hats, their perfectly aligned heights, and the blue hair tie around his wrist all seemed to narrate their relationship. Many male students who had harbored interest in her couldn't help but sigh and shake their heads upon witnessing this, before returning to their own thoughts and walking away. "Just a little while," Louis Bay replied, his fingers forming a small gap between his thumb and index finger. In reality, it had been over 10 minutes. Given his understanding of Jiangnan University, he ought to have managed the timing better, yet he felt an inexplicable sense of unease while in the dormitory, yearning to see this girl before him as soon as possible. "Shall we go?" she suggested. "Is your bag heavy?" Louis Bay asked. He was traveling light, carrying almost nothing. However, Ji Qingqian was shouldering her white canvas backpack, the same one she had worn on the first day of school. It was sizable and bulging, clearly filled with numerous items. "It's not too bad. Let me take it." "All right." Ji Qingqian accepted Louis Bay's offer without hesitation, handing over her backpack. Upon receiving it, Louis Bay hoisted it onto his back and felt its weight. "It's a bit heavier than I expected. What on earth did you pack, heroine?" "You'll find out soon enough," Ji Qingqian replied. "I must remind you once more, we're only going for a morning, not a long vacation. We still have to hit the books when we get back. There's no need to bring too many snacks," Louis Bay cautioned. "I know," Ji Qingqian pouted, as if annoyed by Louis Bay perceiving her as a child. As they spoke, the two had already descended the stairs and were heading toward the school gate. "Bay," Ji Qingqian asked, "will we be able to see the sunrise?" She looked up, and the sun still hung brightly in the western sky. Louis Bay wanted to affirm her question, yet he hesitated, pulled out his phone to check the 24-hour weather forecast once more, and after a meticulous confirmation, he finally replied. "Yes, we should be able to see it." Ji Qingqian halted. Louis Bay turned back. "What's wrong?" Ji Qingqian fixed her gaze on Louis Bay and suddenly said, "Bay, come here." Okay. Louis Bay took a couple of steps back to her side. Ji Qingqian raised her hands, placing her palms on either side of Louis Bay's face, then gently squeezed inward. Heroine, what are you doing?" 3-inch Louis Bay puffed his cheeks in surprise. "What are you nervous about?" Ji Qingqian asked earnestly. She had keenly sensed the subtle shift in Louis Bay's demeanor. Chapter 97. No peeking. Louis Bay was uncertain as to why he felt so anxious. It was a rare moment of unease for him, perhaps a sentiment unique to the anticipation of a confession. Yet, at this juncture, he found himself unable to be entirely candid with Ji Qingqian, so he merely shook his head in feigned nonchalance. "What is there to be nervous about? I thought I was quite calm. Wait a moment, my lady." Ji Qingqian's hands, which were playfully pinching his cheeks, tightened their grip, her delicate brows knitting together in a semblance of severity. "You're lying. If you weren't nervous, you would have certainly asked me what I discussed with my roommates, as they were quite concerned about my overnight stay." "So, what did you tell your roommates?" Louis Bay inquired, mimicking her earlier tone. "I simply mentioned that I was going out with you," Ji Qingqian replied honestly. "They trust you completely." "Then, I must extend my gratitude for their trust. So, what is it that's making you anxious?" Ji Qingqian pressed again. "All right, my lady, I confess," Louis Bay hurriedly admitted. Since he could not reveal his primary intention of confessing, he opted to voice his secondary concern. "I worry about not seeing the sun." "If you do not see it, then you do not see it," Ji Qingqian stated matter-of-factly. "I'm afraid it might lead to your disappointment." "It will not," Ji Qingqian replied, fixing her earnest gaze upon Louis Bay. "If her eyes, though icy, seem to harbor a fervent spark, should we miss it this time, I will look forward to the next opportunity. If that too eludes us, I shall long for the subsequent occasion, unless, of course, you intend to take me out only this once." Certainly not," Louis Bay responded. "Then it matters not," Ji Qingqian said, releasing her grip and gently assuring Louis Bay, "Do not be anxious. We shall enjoy this journey to the fullest." Louis Bay nodded, with her hand no longer holding him. The tension in his nerves and the weight on his heart seemed to ease, returning to a state of tranquility. Indeed, long before this day, the lady had already provided him with her answer. There was no need for anxiety, all he needed was to speak sincerely to her. The sunrise and all else were merely embellishments. The essence lay in their connection, two souls intertwined. Ji Qingqian pressed her lips together, a hint of a smile gracing her features before she turned, leaping onto the roadside, her arms slightly extended as she walked gracefully along it. I have always been puzzled, Liu Bei remarked, adjusting the heavy straps of his backpack to match her pace, feeling increasingly at ease. What would happen if you were to fall from the roadside? Ji Qingqian glanced sideways at him, her expression grave. I would die.
Fall into hell. Never to be reborn.
As Ji Qingqian continued her increasingly absurd declarations, she became so engrossed in her own rhetoric that she failed to notice her footing and stumbled, inadvertently tilting her shoulder and tumbling down.
Liu Bei instinctively rushed to catch her, but Ji Qingqian regained her balance swiftly upon landing. Liu Bei and Ji Qingqian exchanged glances, the echoes of her grandiloquent statements still ringing in their ears. She then leapt back onto the roadside, resuming her previous stance. Liu Bei, Ji Qingqian, you should watch an advertisement. Not only can it revive me, but it could also grant me 3 extra lives. In this manner, her pace was not. They walked for nearly 20 minutes, but Liu Bei found no hint of tedium. In fact, he felt as though they could wander indefinitely as long as the road continued. The name of this road might very well be Life? The car had been reserved, still the same little Honda Fit they had rented previously. However, it could not be driven into the school grounds, nor was there an appropriate place to park outside, so Liu Bei opted to leave it in the paid parking lot outside his rented apartment. Nonetheless, they were not departing immediately. They needed to rest briefly in the apartment to conserve their energy for a more spirited escapade at dawn. By the way, the Ancient Culture Club you're a part of requires you to wear hanfu, correct? Liu Bei inquired as they entered the apartment, continuing their casual conversation. Yes, but Wang Ju asked the president, and it's fine if you don't wear it, Ji Qingqian replied. Since it's an ancient culture club, not a hanfu club, it's sufficient to have an appreciation for ancient cultural aesthetics. Liu Bei nodded in agreement, finding it reasonable. But the club's defining characteristic is indeed wearing hanfu, isn't it? Liu Bei probed further. Ji Qingqian affirmed with a nod. At least Wang Ju had been drawn in by the allure of hanfu. Liu Bei cast a discreet glance at Ji Qingqian's profile before inserting the key into the lock. Can you wear it? Click, the door swung open. I cannot, Ji Qingqian replied with certainty. You said hanfu looks quite beautiful, Liu Bei remarked. You also said it was beautiful, yet I've never seen you wear it, Ji Qingqian retorted. Liu Bei, that while he indeed had an appreciation for hanfu, it was limited to admiration from afar. When it came to wearing clothes, he preferred more casual attire. Despite understanding Ji Qingqian's perspective, he still felt a pang of regret when she declared, I cannot wear it. Alas. Truly, you won't wear it? Liu Bei persisted, desperate for a glimmer of hope. No, Ji Qingqian's response was curt and unyielding. Wang Ju will wear it, you can see her then. That's not what I meant. Although Liu Bei thought Ji Qingqian's roommate might also suit traditional attire, his desire was solely to see her in it. After contemplating, he decided not to press further. Well, if you don't wish to wear it, that's alright. Who knows what the future holds? Perhaps after attending a few more club activities, she might come to appreciate the charm of hanfu and wish to wear it. In that case, he would have to find a way to sneak a glance at the hanfu club's events, whispering sweet nothings into her ear. After tossing his backpack onto the bed, Ji Qingqian unzipped it. Liu Bei watched as she retrieved an array of unopened bottles and jars from her bag: facial cleanser, shampoo, body wash, essence, moisturizer, and body lotion, among various other items. One by one, she opened them and placed them in the apartment's bathroom. Wait, my lady? Liu Bei observed in disbelief as she filled his modest bathroom to the brim. I can use them when I stay here, Ji Qingqian stated. You can use them too. Immediately after, she pulled out several skirts and tops from her bag and began neatly arranging them in Liu Bei's half-empty wardrobe, placing them beside his own clothes. After a moment of thought, she added, if you have an interest in women's clothing, you can wear them too. Liu Bei, what? No, my lady, just how much have you stuffed into your backpack? He cast a glance at the white backpack, noticing that, in her haste to retrieve items, some azure silk-like fabric peeked out, yet Ji Qingqian, with her keen eyes, quickly shoved it back in before he could discern what it was. No peeking, Ji Qingqian glared at him, her expression a mixture of faux anger and playful threat. Chapter 98 I am a fool. Liu Bei, let me have a look. He still wished to vie with the heroic Qingshan for a moment, but her next words rendered him compliant. Underwear. Liu Bei's outstretched hand immediately retracted, unsure of where to place it, leaving him scratching the back of his head in embarrassment. Oh, is that so? The cool, piercing gaze of the heroine, Qingshan, swept over him.
Pervert. Lui Bei hastened to explain, it was an accident. Ji Qingshan retorted, are you still trying to rhyme? Subsequently, she released the strap of her backpack. Lui Bei felt it inappropriate to unzip and examine it closely. Nonetheless, his gaze, almost unconsciously, drifted towards the white backpack, as if he sought to glean some insight from its tightly sealed zipper. An angel in his left ear cautioned him that this was the personal belonging of a heroine, and continuing to pry would be somewhat unethical, don't you think? The devil in his right ear countered that maintaining a curiosity towards the unknown is humanity's most noble instinct, otherwise, Sir Isaac Newton would have merely ended up with a bump on his head from an apple. Then both the angel and the devil chimed together. Understood, pervert. The term pervert snapped Lui Bei back to reality, and he finally averted his gaze. Heroine, shall we grab a bite to eat? Ji Qingshan nodded in agreement. Their dinner on the 25th was particularly simple, a modest restaurant near their apartment, serving the most homely of dishes. It was neither expensive nor unpalatable. One of Ji Qingshan's admirable qualities was her lack of pickiness when it came to food. Even the fatty meat that Lui Bei found difficult to swallow, she managed to consume eagerly, finishing 2 bowls of rice in one go, embodying the generous spirit of a northeastern brother. After their meal, she even indulged in a few hearty gulps of soda, followed by a gentle burp. Alas, the final sound of satisfaction was somewhat childish, shattering the heroic image of the heroine and transforming her into the most adorable girl in the world. It was still early after dinner, just past 6. The two strolled outside the apartment for a while to digest, purchasing some snacks for the journey home. The sky had gradually darkened, with only the remnants of the sunset casting a rosy hue across the clouds. In the neighborhood surrounding their apartment, people were out for walks, primarily young parents accompanied by their babbling toddlers. Lui Bei lagged behind, carrying a bag, while the heroine walked a few paces ahead with her hands behind her back. The toddlers, still innocent and perhaps innately aesthetic, giggled at the sight of the heroine. Ji Qingshan found it amusing, her eyes curving into a smile. The parents, noticing their childless laughter directed elsewhere, glanced over at Ji Qingshan. Although strangers, the newly minted father nodded in acknowledgement, while the mother offered a friendly smile. Faced with the unfamiliar, Ji Qingshan felt a tinge of awkwardness and quickened her pace, while Lui Bei hurried to catch up. So adorable, Lui Bei remarked, filling the silence. About half a year old, right? Indeed, nearly 7 months, the new father replied. They exchanged a few pleasantries before parting ways. Following Lui Bei, Ji Qingshan couldn't help but glance back at the family, the illuminated streetlights casting elongated shadows of the trio. How did you know it was half a year old? Ji Qingshan inquired. It's teething. It's generally around that age, Lui Bei chuckled. Ji Qingshan nodded, turning back to find the family had vanished. They seem like a happy family indeed, Lui Bei concurred. Ji Qingshan pressed her lips together, feeling a laugh bubble up within her, but she managed to stifle it, pondering whether she and Lui Bei appeared similarly to that family. Lui Bei, she called out to him. He responded to nothing, just wanted to call you. Ji Qingshan, hands behind her back, walked lightly alongside Lui Bei as if she weighed nothing at all. Lui Bei Lui Bei here. I and the girl as slightly jubilant calls, the boy responded repeatedly without annoyance. Upon returning to the apartment, Ji Qingshan lifted her backpack. I need to use the restroom. Alright. Don't peek, heroine, what do you take me for, and don't eavesdrop now, that's a bit unreasonable. Ji Qingshan scrunched her delicate nose before shutting the bathroom door behind her. Lui Bei, seated on the bed with his legs crossed, cast a dismissive glance at the locked door. He then picked up the unread book, the fixed red and blue, placing it on his lap before flipping it open. As the saying goes, in books, one finds beauty and wealth. One should not let external influences disturb their tranquil mind. Besides, this was not Ji Qingshan's first time using her bathroom. Whether bathing, using the toilet, or changing clothes, there was a wall separating them. What could possibly happen? Inside the bathroom, Ji Qingshan unzipped her backpack. Indeed, there were intimate garments within, yet, what Lui Bei had glimpsed earlier was not them but rather a rather thin horse-faced skirt. The horse-faced skirt, a type of hanfu, had gained popularity in recent years. Those overly formal gowns were somewhat cumbersome, while aesthetically pleasing, they could be stifling and a hassle to wear. Thus, at Wang Jue's recommendation, Ji Qingshan had purchased this set in her eyes. Wang Jue had transcended the role of roommate to become her hanfu teacher. The horse-faced skirt was simple yet exuded elegance, and Ji Qingshan found it quite appealing. She hoped to surprise Lui Bei with it. When he had promised to take her to the seaside to watch the sunrise, she had been overjoyed. Lui Bei had fulfilled one of her wishes, and she wished to grant him one in return. After all, the ways of the martial world dictate fairness. Yet, she had been somewhat careless and inadvertently revealed her surprise to Lui Bei. Should that happen, even if he were delighted, the romantic essence she had meticulously prepared would be diminished. Thankfully, following Wang Jue's instructions, Ji Qingshan neatly arranged the front and left lapel before beginning to tie the straps. Yes, this was how it was done. Perfect. Louis Bei, hearing the bathroom door creak open, Louis Bei looked up to see Ji Qingshan peeking her head out, her long hair cascading like a waterfall. Louis Bei. He could only see the heroine's face, utterly unaware if her body was clad in anything behind it. He hastily lifted the book to shield his gaze. Did you forget something? Louis Bei inquired with calmness. I'm reading, do you need me to fetch something for you? You read holding the book upside down, Ji Qingshan pointed out. Louis Bei, he had been pondering how he could read for so long without comprehending a single word. Louis Bei. Ji Qingshan called again, her clear voice tinged with a hint of grievance and complaint. I am sorry. What happened? Did you drop something? Are you hurt? Louis Bei hurriedly asked. Ji Qingshan shook her head, her expression more sorrowful. I'm such a fool. Louis Bei, I don't know how to wear it. P.S. Since I have not become the first person to wish you a happy Mid-Autumn Festival, allow me to be the last. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Chapter 99. Are you confident in helping me wear the hanfu? Ji Qingshan finally emerged from behind the door. This female hero appeared somewhat disheveled. Her upper garment hung loosely, while the skirt was precariously held up by her hand. Ji Qingshan bit her lip in a moment of embarrassment. She had initially intended to stuff it back and pretend it never happened. However, having purchased it, she felt it would be a waste not to let a Bei have a glance. Yet, the instant she stepped out, her sense of shame piqued. Perhaps it would have been better to waste it. Who would present such a surprise to their beloved in this manner? There was no joy in this, only astonishment. I bought it secretly, Ji Qingshan said cautiously. I originally wanted to wear it for you, but I couldn't manage it. Wang Ju taught me once, and I thought I had learned it. Louis Bei stared at the female hero in disbelief. She wore a white top and a green skirt, which indeed suited her well, not overly gaudy, possessing a certain elegance infused with vitality. However, the way she wore it was rather unrefined, leaving one unsure whether to. Louis Bei nearly burst into laughter, but fearing a punch from the female hero that would shatter his dreams of hanfu, he quickly composed himself. The green fabric he had seen earlier in her bag turned out to be this very skirt. Although she feigned reluctance, it was clear she had done this to surprise herself. Though the outcome was less than ideal, such a sweet intention genuinely delighted Louis Bei, compelling him to suppress the upward curve of his lips. He rose and walked to the somewhat pitiful female hero's side, intending to reach out and touch her top, and asked, there should be something underneath, right? Ji Qingshan nodded. I'm wearing a tank top. Ah. Louis Bei replied, for otherwise, lifting her top with one hand would be rather inappropriate. He adjusted the overlapping lapels, pressing the left side over the right, then untied the rather unsightly knot inside, adjusting its length before readying it. He gently smoothed the neckline of Ji Qingshan's garment and moved to her back. He examined the lengths of the skirt at the front and back. The longer side was at the back, and the shorter side was at the front. The female hero had not made a mistake in this regard. Pull the front of the skirt down a bit, Louis Bei whispered from behind her, causing her ears to tingle slightly. She softly responded with an then lowered the front of the skirt to her waist. Louis Bei's hands wrapped around her ribcage, tying a knot just below her chest. This posture resembled him embracing her from behind. To avoid concentrating too much on the delicate waist of the female hero, Louis Bei cast his gaze upward toward the ceiling's bright light. Ji Qingshan licked her lips, yet, after Louis Bei's adjustments, the skirt she wore appeared significantly more spirited. Now, lift the front of the skirt, and I'll tie it for you. Louis Bei released the girl's waist and returned to face her. As Ji Qingshan raised her skirt, Louis Bei wrapped the upper belt around her back, tying it just above her hips. I touched it, Ji Qingshan exhaled softly. Ah, what? Your backside. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. It's fine, it's inevitable. Ji Qingshan was not angry. Louis Bei became even more cautious and meticulous. He truly did not intend for it to happen. Rather, upon realizing he had inadvertently touched the female hero's backside, he felt a twinge of regret. Despite his efforts to distract his focus, his fingertips had not sensed any unusual sensations. He had acted playfully yet remained oblivious. How foolish. After securing the front skirt's belt, the Mamian skirt was finally donned. However, due to being stuffed in a backpack, the beautiful green skirt had become somewhat wrinkled. Louis Bei crouched down and gently smoothed out the unnatural creases of the skirt. You're quite skilled. Ji Qingshan remarked nonchalantly, so proficient. Indeed. Louis Bei replied honestly, I once wanted to trick someone into wearing it, so I learned a bit, and who knows, it might come in handy while writing novels. Ji Qingshan responded with a simple "Oh." Trick someone into wearing it? Who? Louis Bei detected a hint of displeasure in the female hero's tone, and he chuckled softly before clarifying, it was my roommate. Ji Qingshan, sonner. Louis Bei continued, but after I mentioned it to him, he nearly drew his sword by the Qiantang River and declared all sorts of things about bone carving and meat exchange, so that plan was scrapped. I must thank you, dear hero, for providing me with this opportunity to utilize these somewhat rusty skills. Ji Qingqian lowered her gaze to the boy who was crouching, his eyes mirrored hers, and as he blinked, his eyelashes fluttered. He was utterly earnest and profoundly gentle, gradually smoothing the fabric of the skirt.
It seems you are quite confident in helping me wear the hanfu, she said softly. Lui Bei was about to reply with an but his astute reading skills made him recognize the origin of her words. The original phrase should have been, "Are you confident in helping me wear the kimono?" A subtle probe often exchanged between young lovers. The female hero truly was a master of the two-dimensional realm. Lui Bei's lips twitched. He continued to arrange the skirt's edges, maintaining his composure. "I can help you wear the hanfu, but do you have the confidence to prepare breakfast for me every day?" Ji Qingqian relished the sensation. It was as if every word he spoke resonated with the underlying meaning, and she could respond in a manner she understood. However, she was less fond of this question, for she had no culinary skills. After pondering, she replied, "I could learn." Lui Bei smiled, "It's fine if you don't learn, I can do it." Obey. Ji Qingqian said. In that fleeting moment, the warmth and moisture vanished from his brow. "I didn't execute this surprise well, so here is a compensation," Ji Qingqian said. Lui Bei seemed momentarily frozen, pausing for 3 seconds. Then, he continued to lower his gaze, smoothing the folds of the skirt while chuckling quietly. Suddenly, he stood up. "Ji Qingqian," he said. Lui Bei seldom called her by her full name, startling the girl. "I'm requesting a hug," Lui Bei stated. Ji Qingqian was not adept at handling unexpected situations. As Lui Bei's words sank in, he extended his arms and enveloped her in an embrace. It was then she recalled that she had previously mentioned to Bei that one must apply for a hug beforehand. Her body trembled slightly, and her cheeks flushed rapidly. "Foolish, you foolish thing, even with an application, you still need to wait for approval." Ji Qingqian, more embarrassed than angry, pushed Lui Bei lightly, attempting to struggle free. She truly was not skilled at handling such sudden situations. Biting her lip and stamping her foot, she exerted force. Lui Bei stumbled back, losing his balance and falling onto the bed. Ji Qingqian followed suit, and then, with a thud, her forehead collided perfectly with Lui Bei's nose. Bei. Chapter 100. Toilet paper. Lui Bei collapsed onto the bed, and Ji Qingqian, who had fallen into his embrace, quickly scrambled up and leaned beside him, exclaiming, "Bei, are you all right?" Lui Bei obstructed her soft hand, which sought to caress him. "I'm fine, it doesn't hurt," he replied, though his brow furrowed in discomfort. "It's just a bit sore." Ji Qingqian noticed the redness on Lui Bei's nose, her eyes filled with concern and helplessness. "Should we go to the hospital?" "That's quite an exaggeration," Lui Bei said, gazing up at the ceiling for a moment before sitting up abruptly. Ji Qingqian followed suit, perching on the edge of the bed. He gently touched his still sore nose, casting a glance at the girl in traditional attire beside him, who was holding her breath and staring intently. He chuckled softly, "Come on, do a little spin for me, it might just ease the pain." Lui Bei's feigned lewd tone earned him a playful glare from Ji Qingqian. However, realizing he had not properly appreciated her outfit, she promptly got off the bed, declaring, "Wait for me." She deftly removed the hair tie from her wrist, biting it between her lips as she gathered her hair behind her head. As she tied her hair into a high ponytail, she made her way to the bathroom to check her reflection. Once her tresses were securely bound, Ji Qingqian lightly shook her head in the mirror before returning to face Lui Bei. Following his suggestion, she gracefully twirled around the hem of her azure skirt, danced as her high ponytail swayed in rhythm. The girl, with skin as fair as snow and lips like blooming peach blossoms, was slender and tall, exuding a cool yet spirited aura. After completing her turn, she delicately lifted the hem of her skirt, curtsied slightly, and placed her hands behind her back, standing tall and straight, truly a beauty straight out of a painting. Yet, she was not the typical genteel lady of high society or a lavishly dressed heiress. Her simple white blouse paired with an elegant, yet vibrant, azure skirt rendered her more akin to, indeed, a heroine. Lui Bei couldn't help but murmur. The girl, fidgeting with her thumbs behind her, asked softly, "Is it beautiful?" Lui Bei answered candidly, "Beautiful." Her inky brows arched in satisfaction. Though not entirely content, she pressed further, "Very beautiful?" "The most beautiful," he affirmed. Ji Qingqian's lips, reminiscent of a delicate peach blossom, formed a satisfied line as she nodded, "That's good." Women adorn themselves for the admiration of those they cherished. It was worth her effort to dress for him. As Lui Bei gazed at her with rapt attention, Ji Qingqian felt a swell of satisfaction. To allow him to take in every detail, she spun around a few more times, the fluttering skirt mesmerizing him. He thought that if she wielded a sword, it would resemble a captivating dance of blades. Suddenly, Ji Qingqian paused, placing her hand against the wall. "I'm feeling dizzy." "Don't push yourself too hard." Lui Bei rushed to support her.
He had assumed her ease in spinning was due to a background in dance. Ji Qingshan took a moment to rest on the bed, her eyes, once clouded by dizziness, finally regained clarity. She stood again, announcing, "I'm going to take a shower." Liu Bei, surprised, asked, "You haven't showered yet?" Ji Qingshan shook her head. There should be the sound of water while showering. "Bei, what were you doing just now?" She referred to the time she had spent in the bathroom changing into her traditional attire, feeling that he seemed somewhat distracted, even oblivious to the sounds of water. "Reading," Liu Bei replied, gesturing toward the book, The Frozen Red and Blue. "You had it upside down." "It was to enhance my reverse thinking skills," Liu Bei retorted stubbornly. He couldn't very well admit he had been battling his own inner turmoil, striving to block out all external distractions. Ji Qingshan simply said, "Oh," then reiterated, "I'll take a shower now." After Ji Qingshan's reminder, Liu Bei could distinctly hear the sound of the shower running in the bathroom. He placed the book on his lap, yet despite the book being upright, his mind could not immerse itself in the text. The external noises he had tried so hard to ignore now flooded his ears, clearer than ever. Liu Bei knew he shouldn't dwell on it or look too much, yet, his gaze instinctively drifted toward the bathroom door, as if the joystick of a game controller had malfunctioned, uncontrollably sliding in that direction. All he could see was the door, an utterly ordinary door illuminated from within, but it cast no reflection of the enchanting figure inside. Nevertheless, as the sound of water cascaded into Liu Bei's ears, unwelcome thoughts began to invade his mind, thoughts that should not have surfaced. The nature of web writing demands a vivid imagination, and once the imagery formed in his mind, he found it impossible to suppress. Taking a deep breath, Liu Bei endeavored to steady his thoughts. "Liu Bei, oh Liu Bei, what am I to do with you? Pray, do not let your resolve be vanquished by your desires, or have I stated that incorrectly?" In any case, a sheen of sweat began to bead on his forehead. He could even feel an alarming moisture on his upper lip. Instinctively licking it, only to realize it was not sweat, he quickly looked up, snatching a tissue from the bedside and hastily dabbing at his nostrils. So it was blood, damn it, no wonder there was such a strong metallic scent. For a young man of his vigor, was it too much stimulation, or perhaps a remnant of his earlier clash with the heroine? Frantically, Liu Bei pressed the tissue against his nostrils, praying for the bleeding to cease. The only possible explanations for his nosebleed were the two previously mentioned. Should he claim the latter, the heroine would likely feel both compassion and guilt, caught in a tangle of emotions. If he foolishly asserted the former, he would face utter social embarrassment. Neither reason could he voice, thus, he must not let the heroine discover his bleeding. Fortunately, as a girl, she took longer in the shower than boys typically would. By the time she emerged again, Liu Bei had successfully staunched the flow of blood and even turned the situation to his advantage. In focusing solely on stopping the bleeding, he had no time to indulge in foolish thoughts, leaving him feeling quite refreshed. Ji Qingshan returned with a change of clothes, yet still donned the black t-shirt and loose-fitting shorts Liu Bei had lent her for sleeping. It seemed she rather enjoyed using this outfit as her nightwear. Perhaps fearing her hair wouldn't dry properly, she had opted not to wash it. The steam from the bathroom had given her fair oval face a faint blush. "Do you want to wash?" she inquired. I'll just rinse off," Liu Bei replied. "All right," Ji Qingshan said, "hand me a tissue." Liu Bei tore off a piece and handed it to her. She casually wiped her hands, and as she was about to toss the tissue into the wastebasket, she glanced inside. There was a layer of tissues within. She recalled discarding some trash before her shower, noting that it had been quite clean then, with little refuse aside from the tissues. These tissues were clearly used, crumpled into little balls. Liu Bei felt reassured, for he had deliberately buried the blood-stained tissues beneath the others to avoid detection, and had even ensured there was ventilation. Yet, he observed the subtle stirrings in Ji Qingshan's clear, cool eyes, more confusion and alarm than regret or concern. Drawing a deep breath, she seemed to hesitate before finally tossing the tissue into the bin, casting a cryptic glance at Liu Bei, yet remaining silent. Liu Bei deciphered her gaze. "What did you do while I was showering?" Liu Bei. He quickly engaged in a mental scramble. Adolescence, cohabitation of the sexes, a girl showering while a boy makes extensive use of tissue. What could he possibly be doing? Aside from tending to a nosebleed. "Wait!" Liu Bei exclaimed hastily, "Heroine, it's not what you think." The misunderstanding had only deepened.